Chapter 1. The Crossing. My head aches terribly. A piercing pain surged through him as Rong Zheng struggled to open his eyes. Before him stood a youthful boy, perhaps 16 or 17, with delicate features and captivating eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. Despite his pallid complexion and the traces of dirt upon him, the brilliance of his gaze remained unclouded. Most striking of all was a tiny cinnabar mole at the edge of his brow, a vivid red that seemed to serve as a flourish, enhancing his appearance significantly. "Brother Yun, he has awakened," a timid voice called out, and Rong Zheng then noticed a frilier boy beside him, his complexion even more sallow, clearly suffering from severe malnutrition, appearing no older than 6 or 7. Why am I lying on the ground? Where's this place? He pondered, wincing at the throbbing pain in his forehead. As he reached up to touch the source of his discomfort, he was startled to see blood on his hand. How did my forehead get injured? Who dares to intrude upon the villa of an ancient martial arts family and assault me? Confusion enveloped him as he struggled to sit up, only to find himself in an even more bewildering situation. Before him stood 2 gravestones. One bore the inscription "Beloved Father," Rong Man, while the other read "Dearest Mother," Lin Xiao. How could he have gone from sleeping to awakening in a graveyard? Rong Zheng's mind swirled in confusion. Just as he began to grasp the situation, another wave of agonizing pain struck him, as if someone were pouring a torrent of information into his mind, leaving him dizzy. He instinctively pressed his hand to his forehead. Memories surged forth, clamoring for attention. He had inexplicably crossed over during sleep. The original owner of this body was also named Rong Zheng, 19 years of age, the sole son of Rong Man, a hunter from Anha village. His mother was named Lin Xiao. Rong Man was a skilled hunter, often venturing into the mountains to bring back game, which he would sell in town to support his family. Though hunting was perilous, it provided a better livelihood than mere agriculture. Rong Man was undeterred by danger, often delving deep into the forest where he generally reaped good rewards. With his earnings, he had built a modest brick house, a remarkable achievement that once stirred excitement throughout the village. After all, the number of households living in brick homes could be counted on one hand, including the village chief and the landlords. As their fortunes improved, Rong Man sent his only son, Rong Zheng, to the town's academy, hoping he would excel in his studies and bring honor to their family name. Despite Rong Zheng's 2 unsuccessful attempts at the Tongsheng examination, his parents, though disheartened, did not lose hope. After all, the Tongsheng was notoriously challenging, and it was not uncommon to witness elderly individuals still attempting it due to their lack of aptitude or unfortunate luck. The difficulty of the Tongsheng far surpassed that of contemporary college entrance examinations, akin to the admission standards of elite universities today. Tragedy struck when Rong Zheng was 16 shortly after he had completed the Tongsheng examination. Disaster befell his family. In pursuit of rare game, Rong Man ventured deep into less traveled forests, where hunting had become scarce. Reluctantly, he took a gamble on luck, only to meet a dire fatigue. He was mauled by a tiger and perished while being carried down a mountain. Lin Xiao was inconsolable, falling into a deep illness. In a desperate attempt to save his mother, the original Rong Zheng exhausted the family's savings. Yet tragically, she too passed away one fateful night. In less than a month, both parents passed away, leaving the original owner in a state of profound grief. The final blow came after he arranged his mother's funeral, as the results of the preliminary examination were released, revealing that he had failed once again. This marked his 3rd attempt, serving as the last straw that broke his spirit. It is essential to understand that this preliminary examination is merely a qualification test for the imperial examination. Only upon passing this test does one gain the right to participate in the formal imperial examinations. With his parents gone and no hope for the imperial examinations, the original owner fell into a deep despondency. He became listless, neglecting his studies at the academy, and occasionally ventured to the fields to learn agricultural work. However, his efforts were half-hearted, leading to his rice crops failing year after year. Faced with the dual burdens of feeding himself and lacking any income, along with the impending obligation of land taxes, he resorted to selling his fields. Out of a total of 8 acres, he sold 5.8 that time. The village chief, Mr. Yi, came to advise him, emphasizing that land is the foundation of a farmer's livelihood and urging him to reconsider. Nonetheless, the original owner remained resolute in his decision to sell. With the 50 taels acquired from a sale, he drifted aimlessly for 3 years, hiding away in his home and drinking excessively, neglecting even the remaining 3 acres of land, allowing the rice seedlings to wither unattended. Last night, as he realized that his funds were dwindling and gazed upon his barren home, consumed by despair, he ran to his parents' graves and fatally struck his head against the tombstone. It was at this moment that Rong Zheng traversed into this realm. As he absorbed the memories of the original owner, a bitter pang filled his heart, half for the original owner and half for himself. This sudden transition left him utterly unprepared. He was the 31st descendant of the Rong family, a modern lineage renowned for its martial prowess, endowed with extraordinary talents in combat, weaponry, and archery. To suddenly find himself in this unfamiliar world was undeniably disheartening. He hoped his younger brother would take care of their parents. And, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to accept the reality of his situation. Yi Yun and Yi Chun, the two brothers, observed Rong Zheng seated on the ground, propping his head on his hands, lost in silence for a prolonged moment, unsure of how to offer comfort. They were somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding the hunter's family, having lived in the same village, and had heard tales of this individual who drank at home daily and had fallen into a state of despair. Now, it appeared he had spent the night at the graveyard. Seeing the large red mark on his forehead, it was evident that he had struck his head against the gravestone. Was he longing for his parents? Did he seek death? Sighing, Yin felt a twinge of sympathy for Rong Zheng in this state. Rong Zheng lifted his gaze to the two boys beside him, their clothing tattered and faded. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Could you spare me a morsel of food?" He had not eaten since the previous night and was overcome by hunger. He recognized the two before him. The elder was Yi Yun, and the younger was Yi Chun, the brothers. The vermilion mole on Yi Yun's forehead was a distinguishing mark of their kin. According to the original owner's memories, this world recognizes 3 genders: men, women, and boys. Boys share similar physical characteristics with men, but are often slightly more delicate, with a prominent distinguishing feature being the vermilion mole on their foreheads. They can bear children like women, albeit with greater difficulty. In this dynasty, the status of women and boys is relatively low, particularly for boys, who, due to their challenges in conception and lesser physical strength compared to men, occupy the lowest social position. Only the impoverished are willing to marry, as sons can serve as laborers. Wealthy families typically take them as concubines, often forbidding them from attending school to learn to read and write. Yi Yun retrieved a steamed bun from the basket and handed it to Rong Zheng. Cough, cough, cough. Rong Zheng ate too hastily, exclaiming inwardly, could this bun possibly be made of stone? How could it be so hard? Choking, Rong Zheng coughed uncomfortably, his face flushing, almost losing his breath. His already frail body suffered even more. Yi Chun timidly offered him a small water bottle, clearly a bit intimidated. After taking a few sips, Rong Zheng felt considerably better and whispered his thanks. It seems your condition is not too grave, but I have only learned the basics of pulse diagnosis, so I cannot be certain. It would be best for you to seek Dr. Yes advice once you descend the mountain. Yi Yun's voice emerged, his face turning noticeably awkward as he rummaged through the basket again, producing herbs for Rong Zheng. You can grind these to bandage your forehead injury. He pointed to his forehead, concerned that Rong Zheng might hesitate to seek medical help due to financial constraints. The village was abuzz with rumors that Rong Zheng had sold his land for money, and his family had been drinking away their savings. Rong Zheng accepted the offer, grateful for the kind gesture. Before your wound heals, it is best to avoid water. We shall take our leave now, Yi Yun gently reminded, pulling his brother away. After walking a short distance, he paused, retrieved some wild fruits from the basket, hesitated for a moment, then divided the wild vegetables in half and handed them to Rong Zheng before turning to leave. Rong Zheng watched as the youth hesitated, offering him the fruits and vegetables, thinking to himself, this young man is not only handsome, but possesses a kind heart. It seemed that these two brothers had endured hardship. The original owner had been in a daze for years, oblivious to the village's affairs, retaining only vague memories. However, the pale faces and tattered clothing of the two indicated their struggles. Anha village is quite small, and the villagers are well acquainted with each other's lives. From the original owner's memories, he recalled the tragic tale of these brothers. For years prior, their parents had been killed by bandits, leading the siblings to be fostered by their uncle in the Yi family. Yi Yun was not their biological child, as the entire village was aware. His adoptive parents, having been childless for years, had come across a frail child lying in the grass, obscured by branches as they returned to the village. Upon approaching, they found the child's breath exceedingly faint, on the brink of death, appearing to have been carelessly abandoned as if deemed beyond saving. This child, around 5 or 6 years old, wore tattered clothing of exquisite fabric. Undeniably of noble origin, it was likely that he had been kidnapped, and the traffickers, believing he would not survive, had discarded him. The couple, longing for a child, decided to bring him home, hoping to adopt him if he could be saved. They took him to Dr. Yi, who performed all the basic procedures. Yet the child showed no signs of awakening. He sighed and shook his head, suggesting that they had done all they could and that fate would decide. Miraculously, after 3 days of slumber, the child awoke, bringing immense joy to the couple who believed he was destined for greatness. They adopted him, renaming him Yi Yun, and registered him as 6 years old in the household registry. 3 years later, Yi Yun's parents welcomed the birth of their son, Yi Chun. Their affection for Yi Yun intensified, as they perceived him as a harbinger of good fortune, treating him as if he were their own flesh and blood. These revelations were gleaned from the idle conversations of the original owner's parents. As Rong Zheng reflected on his recent encounter with Yi Yun, the impression lingered vividly. The very first sight upon awakening in this new world was of this youth, who had come to his aid like a ray of hope in a snowstorm, offering him sustenance and possessing an appearance so aesthetically pleasing that in modern times, Rong Zheng had encountered numerous beloved idols on the grand screen, and having witnessed a few celebrities of remarkable beauty due to their prestigious backgrounds, he could confidently assert that if Yi Yun were to mature with a healthy glow and his exceptionally striking features, he would eclipse even the most celebrated stars. The confluence of these factors inevitably imbued his feelings towards this young man with a distinct significance. Chapter 2. Learning to hunt. After a brief respite, Rong Zheng ambled down the mountainside, savoring the wild fruits and clutching the wild vegetables gifted by Yi Yun. Guided by the memories of his predecessor, he returned home. The humble abode, nestled near the mountain and somewhat distant from the village center, enveloped in tranquility, welcomed him as he pushed open the gate. He surveyed the modest brick and tile house, comprising 3 rooms, the main living area, a kitchen, and a storage space for miscellaneous items and livestock, though the latter had been entirely consumed by his predecessor. The main house housed 3 bedrooms. Entering the kitchen, he splashed his face with water from the basin, examining his reflection. To his surprise, he bore a striking resemblance to his modern self, albeit appearing younger, at 19. He was significantly less aged than his 27-year-old counterpart. This revelation brought him a flicker of solace amidst his bewildering circumstances. Though he had inexplicably traversed time, he had at least regained his youth. Regaining his composure, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Thankfully, rice remained, though the vegetables were all but depleted. After thoroughly cleaning the wild greens, he sought them, enjoying a satisfying meal. Post-repast, he rummaged through the remnants of his savings, discovering a meager sum of a few hundred won, with one tael equating to 1,000 won, barely sufficient to sustain him for 10 days. As night fell, he sat in the yard, gazing at the luminous moon. The silver light cascaded into the courtyard, casting an ethereal glow upon him, accentuating his solitude. Thoughts of his parents and younger brother began to surface. In the modern world, he had been surrounded by abundance. Yet here, he found himself in a state of utter poverty. I must gather my resolve, he reflected, and strategized for the life ahead. Survival of the fittest is the order of the day. With renewed determination, he prepared for rest. Stepping into the room that belonged to his predecessor, he noted the simplicity of the furnishings: a large bed, a wardrobe, and a writing desk cluttered with hand-copied books. As he examined the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone on the desk, he discovered that his predecessor had a commendable hand in writing. His parents had been resolute in their desire to provide for their son's education, demonstrating their deep affection for him. In a typical farming household, an annual income barely exceeded 20 taels, and after deducting expenses for the family, little remained. Meanwhile, his father, relying on hunting, earned approximately 30 taels a year. However, financing an education was an exorbitant endeavor, encompassing tuition and costs for writing materials, particularly paper, which was the most expensive. Altogether, the annual expenditure could easily surpass 10 to 20 taels. Witnessing his predecessor fail the childhood examinations twice had caused his parents considerable anxiety. Their financial situation was precarious, and the surrounding villagers believed it futile to continue supporting Rong Zheng's education. What farmer has the luxury to invest in a scholar? They mused, especially since Rong Zheng had repeatedly failed to pass the childhood examinations, which were regarded as the gateway to the imperial examinations. Consequently, the consensus was that Rong Zheng lacked the aptitude for scholarly pursuits. Old Rong, they would say, your continued investment in this boy's education only tightens the noose around your family's finances. Wouldn't it be wiser for Rong Zheng to learn the art of hunting instead? The expenses for his education are a bottomless pit, and with his repeated failures, it is clear he lacks the talent. Ultimately, the community had lost faith in Rong Zheng's potential to achieve scholarly distinction, and even he himself had succumbed to despair, which explained his prolonged state of dejection. Reading can indeed impoverish an entire family, as ordinary farmers often struggle to afford education. For impoverished peasants, it may take several generations of relentless effort to produce a single scholar. If one possesses exceptional intelligence and passes examinations in a single attempt, the burden is lighter. However, should one's aptitude be less than remarkable, enduring a decade or even several decades of examinations can lead to financial ruin for a farming household. The protagonist, who dedicated himself entirely to his studies, not only reduced his family's labor force, but also imposed significant financial strain on his parents. The pressure they faced was immense. Yet, without the opportunity to pursue education full-time, the prospect of passing the imperial examination appeared utterly unattainable. In this era, the difficulty of the civil service examinations was formidable, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. A scholar who must devote the majority of their time to mere subsistence would find it exceedingly challenging to compete with those hailing from affluent families. In summary, for a family to nurture a scholar, substantial economic resources are imperative. This was the profound despair of the protagonist after the death of his parents. He found himself devoid of financial support, and with his limited aptitude, the imperial examination seemed a distant dream. He resolved to put such thoughts aside, prioritizing rest and early rising, as the immediate concern was to secure income. Tomorrow, he would commence physical training. His delicate physique lacked even a semblance of abdominal strength. Physical health is the foundation of all endeavors, and he decided to temporarily sustain himself through hunting. As a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, he presumed he would excel in this pursuit. As for scholarly pursuits, he thought, once I earn some money from hunting, I shall reconsider education. I will strive to fulfill your high school aspirations in the future. He muttered softly to himself. In this society, the stratification of classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants was distinctly pronounced, and the pursuit of the imperial examination was undeniably vital for social standing. The following day, at dawn, Rong Zheng had already completed a set of martial exercises, fetched a barrel of water, and enjoyed breakfast before seizing his hunting tools and confidently heading towards the mountains. On his way, he encountered his neighbor, Mrs. Rong Zheng, who was just stepping out. Rong Zheng, are you heading the mountains so early? She inquired. She felt a mix of sympathy and frustration for him, as he had been in a state of despair since the misfortunes he faced 3 years prior, despite her numerous attempts to encourage him. Wait, are you truly going hunting? Mrs. Wang's expression shifted to one of shock. You should know that for the past 3 years, you have barely left your home, let alone ventured into the mountains to hunt. However, how could a scholar who struggles with farm work possibly succeed in hunting? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a look of concern creased her face. Indeed, good morning, Annie. I am preparing to venture into the mountains to seek my fortune. Rong Zheng remembered Mrs. Wang fondly. She had always been kind, often bringing food to check on him, offering words of comfort, though he remained resolute in his course. Nonetheless, Mrs. Wang persisted in her hopes for his well-being, unable to bear witness to the decline of the only son of a benefactor. Years prior, Her husband had fallen gravely ill, depleting their savings, and when surrounding relatives refused to lend assistance, they had turned to the protagonist's parents for help. At that time, the protagonist's family was relatively well off among farmers, and his mother, Lin Xiao, maintained a good relationship with Mrs. Wang, ultimately lending her 5 taels of silver. After the husband of Rong Zheng passed away, he lived an additional 3 years thanks to the wealth that enabled his medical treatment. However, he eventually succumbed to the lingering effects of illness, and his frail health, coupled with the arduous toil of farm life, led to his demise. Despite this, the Rong Zheng family remained eternally grateful to the original couple for their timely assistance, considering them benefactors. This gratitude explains why, even as the original owner indulged in a life of oblivion and drink, Rong Zheng felt compelled to check on him occasionally. Upon learning that Rong Zheng was indeed going hunting, Rong Zheng felt a sense of comfort. Regardless of the outcome, this represented a promising beginning. Thus, she offered her encouragement. That sounds splendid. Be cautious in the mountains. It matters not if you do not catch anything. With persistence, you shall improve. With your solid martial foundation, you surely won't return empty-handed. Rong Zheng felt a flush of embarrassment, aware of Wang Zhang's good intentions, and replied gently, "Aunt, I used to drift through life aimlessly, but I have come to realize the importance of living well. Thank you for your unwavering encouragement." With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Zhang responded, Good, good. Your parents, if they were aware, would surely find solace in this." Upon reaching the mountain, he was already breathless, his body far too weak. He recalled the hunting methods his father had mentioned in passing and set about putting them into practice. However, due to the original owner's insufficient physical condition, he only managed to catch a single wild chicken by evening. Phew, at least on the first day, I have broken the 0 harvest. He decided to stew the chicken that night as a reward for himself. Upon returning home, Rong Zheng busied himself with boiling water and preparing the chicken. Soon, the aroma wafted through the air, making him ravenous after a long day. Just as he was about to indulge, a voice called from outside. Rong Zheng, are you at home? Aunt, what brings you here? He asked in confusion, seeing a glimmer of hope for Rong Zheng. Aunt Zheng thought to remind him about the state of his fields, which he had previously ignored. Rong Zheng, you should take some time to check on your fields. The rice seedlings have withered. Even if the rice doesn't thrive, you could plant something else to generate some income. This reminder prompted Rong Zheng to recollect that he had 3 acres of land, which the original owner seldom tended, leading to little harvest and relying on silver to purchase grain for taxes. Yet, he had no experience in farming. In modern times, his mother had cultivated a small patch in their villa's backyard, emphasizing the virtues of green, organic produce. He had assisted her in caring for it, and thus had some knowledge, preventing him from feeling entirely lost. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt. I will go take a look tomorrow. Remembering the chicken simmering in the pot, he added, Please wait a moment. He hurried to the kitchen, filled a bowl with chicken, and offered it to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, drawn in by the enticing aroma and the generous bowl of chicken, hesitated to accept. I only came to inform you. You should keep this chicken to nourish yourself. She insisted on declining and turned to leave. In the countryside, meat was indeed a luxury, with ordinary families only able to afford a few meals featuring it each month. This scarcity was a primary reason why the village children often appeared malnourished. The original owner, being a hunter, had enjoyed more frequent meat meals. Seeing Aunt Zhang's reluctance to accept the chicken, Rong Zheng insisted, Aunt, you brought me food a few days ago. I am grateful for that kindness. Please accept this bowl of chicken as a token of my appreciation. This chicken is far too precious. Aunt Zhang still refused. Could you bring me some wild vegetables tomorrow? Rong Zheng asked, pushing the bowl forward once more, and Aunt Zhang finally accepted. I will leave the wild vegetables at your door. Remember to take them, she replied. All right, he said. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my help. If I can assist you, I certainly will, Aunt Zhang said earnestly. Ah, this too shall pass. Your journey ahead is long. Do come over for a meal sometime. Thank you, Aunt, he replied. That's good, that's good. By the way, regarding the fields, you should go take a look tomorrow. If you need assistance, seek out Wang Zhe from my family. She has 3 children. Her eldest son, Wang Zhe, is a robust man, 3 years older than Rong Zheng, already married with children. The second is her daughter, Wang Fong, who is long since married, while her youngest son, Wang Liang, is 12 and also quite strong. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang, Rong Zheng enjoyed a fragrant breakfast of stewed chicken, tender and flavorful, a delightful experience. His mother, having become a housewife right after graduation, had honed her culinary skills to perfection. He often spent time cooking with her, learning a thing or two. Chapter 3. The Abandoned Fields. After completing his morning exercises, he resolved to visit the fields, reaching them within a 10-minute walk. The farmland was largely concentrated, sprawling along both sides of the main road in the village. It was May, and at this time, the early rice could be harvested in about a month, while the late rice would not be ready until autumn. Rong Zheng raised his gaze to see the rice plants gradually maturing, their heavy ears bowing low. A gust of wind swept through the rice paddies, creating a shimmering, golden-green sea, a promising sign of harvest. After walking a short distance, he spotted his family's 3 acres of rice fields, which were contiguous. Expecting poor conditions, he was nonetheless taken aback by the dire state. The rice seedlings appeared wilted and uneven, with sparse ears and some even dead. Weeds thrived, far surpassing the rice in vigor. The grass had sapped the nutrients from the rice, explaining the unfortunate demise of the plants. It was evident that this patch of rice was beyond salvation, but perhaps he could cultivate some vegetables instead. If tended well, they would suffice for his own consumption. Without hesitation, he decided to uproot the seedlings with a hoe, turning over the soil to plant seasonal vegetables. Uncle Lu, passing by while working in the fields, quickly intervened. "Hey, why are you uprooting everything? Are you discarding all the seedlings? How will you pay the land tax this year?" Indeed, land taxes still existed in this world. From the memories of the original owner, he recalled it was 15, which was quite substantial. Those who achieved the status of a scholar were privileged with tax exemptions, allowing them to avoid taxes on approximately 50 acres. Thus, when someone became a scholar, the villagers would seek to curry favor, hoping to have their lands registered under the scholar's name, becoming their tenants. In the hierarchy of society, it was clear that education held the highest esteem. The original owner's parents had endured significant financial strain to support his studies, motivated by the prospect of escaping their humble beginnings. The rural populace recognized the importance of education, yet many lacked the means. The expenses of a scholar were considerable, making even basic sustenance a challenge for families. Naturally, such considerations fell by the wayside. Rong Zheng contemplated that he could still manage to pay the tax by purchasing a portion from fellow villagers. As the original owner had done before, it should not pose a significant issue. "Uncle Lu, you see these rice seedlings? They are beyond saving." Uncle Lu walked into Rong Zheng's field, gazing down sorrowfully as he sighed repeatedly. "Alas, alas, it is indeed all ruined. Those rice grains will not mature either. Such a pity, such a pity." Rong Zheng, still wielding his hoe and wiping sweat with a towel, remarked, "I neglected it recently, and everything has gone to ruin. I plan to clear this land and plant some vegetables soon. By the way, Uncle Lu, do you have a good seed shop to recommend?" Uncle Lu, aware of the changes in Rong Zheng's family circumstances, felt sympathy for him and eagerly suggested. "The seed shop on the main street of the town has a great reputation and reasonable prices. Everyone in our village prefers to buy seeds from there. It's located at the corner at the end of the street, quite easy to find." "Thank you. I will check it out in a few days," Rong Zheng replied. If the vegetables are well grown, they can be sold. Although it's cheaper, it still provides some income, and with careful tending, it can't go wrong. Concerned that this educated young man might struggle with farming, given his lack of experience, Uncle Lu continued to offer patient advice and guidance. Noticing Uncle Lu's enthusiasm, Rong Zheng set down his hoe and earnestly sought his counsel. After all, the original owner had seldom farmed, preferring to bury himself in books, and thus would not arouse suspicion regarding his lack of agricultural knowledge. Uncle Lu, seeing this scholar seeking his advice, became even more animated in conversation, momentarily forgetting that he had come to work in the field. After Uncle Lu departed, Rong Zheng pondered over his suggestions while hoeing the land, contemplating which vegetables would be best to plant. With only 3 acres, selling the produce might not yield much profit, it would be wiser to grow enough for personal consumption. In this season, options included pumpkins, tomatoes, green beans, leeks, radishes, and scallions. He toiled in the field until noon before returning home, where his immediate priority was to master hunting skills to procure game for sale in the town. He needed the proceeds to cover the land tax, as failing to pay could lead to imprisonment. A criminal record would jeopardize his chances of taking the imperial examination. Upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered a basket filled with fresh eggs, wild vegetables, and homemade pickled vegetables, likely left by Aunt Zhang. Smiling, Rong Zheng took the basket inside. After resting for a moment and recalling the tax burden, he steeled himself to head back up the mountain to hunt. Balancing farming and hunting was crucial, yet the emphasis must remain on the pursuit of game, ensuring that fieldwork did not impede his hunting endeavors. Through yesterday's experiences, he realized that hunting was not as simple as he initially thought. His martial arts background provided him with agility, allowing him to leap into trees for a better vantage point. However, hunting required more than just physical prowess. It demanded strategy. First, he needed to familiarize himself with the terrain and understand where game frequently appeared. Secondly, mastering camouflage was essential to avoid detection by prey. Moreover, he had to closely observe animal tracks and signs to identify the species and implement targeted hunting methods to increase his success rate. Finally, learning to set traps would enable him to catch prey even when he could not venture into the mountains. Reflecting on his earlier failures, Rong Zheng drew upon the fragmented memories of his father, distilling them into a series of important considerations. He was adept at self-reflection, believing that the process of failure offered opportunities for refinement. Nothing could be achieved instantaneously. For the past month, my daily routine has revolved around a simple yet demanding cycle. I rise early to till the fields, return home at noon to rest, and in the afternoon, ascend the mountains to hone my hunting skills. Regrettably, I have not encountered Yiyun again during this time. Perhaps he has been preoccupied with his agricultural tasks. Now that June has arrived, the early rice is ready for harvest, and the fields have become bustling with villagers, their faces illuminating with the joy that comes from a bountiful harvest. Since the moment I first laid eyes on Yiyun, I have been unable to forget the delicate features of this youth. His visage lingers in my thoughts every time I venture into the mountains. It is unavoidable, as he embodies the very essence of my aesthetic appreciation, making it difficult to dismiss the memory. During our last encounter, I noticed that his hands were calloused, a clear indication of the labor he must endure in his home, living under someone else's roof, which surely presents its challenges. Reflecting on this, I find myself concerned for Yiyun. I must devise a reason to visit him soon, for he was the one who shared his meager sustenance with me upon my arrival in this world. The smallest act of kindness deserves to be repaid with great gratitude. I feel a sense of obligation to assist him should he ever require help. In seeking justification for my desire to see Yiyun again, I sense a stirring within my heart, as if something long buried is yearning to emerge, yet I dismiss the thought and shake my head, unwilling to delve deeper. I have never harbored affection for anyone before, and thus I remain oblivious to the nature of this nebulous sentiment. Chapter 4. Yiyun in the early morning. By the great river of Anha village, the villagers gather to wash their clothes. Groups of 2 or 3 engage in lively conversation as they vigorously scrub and beat the fabric, creating a cacophony of sounds that fills the air with vibrancy. The riverbank serves as the village's informal hub for gossip, where tales of family affairs and scandals are rapidly exchanged among neighbors. Today's discussions revolve around Rong Zheng, the scholar who has recently exhibited an unexpected vigor, laboring in the fields and venturing into the mountains to hunt, much to the astonishment of the villagers. Have you heard? Rong Zheng has suddenly transformed. He has become quite industrious. He has cleared the field of withered seedlings, which apparently could not be tended properly, one villager exclaimed. Goodness, has he truly uprooted them? He'll have to spend money to buy grain and pay taxes. I have also seen him daily carrying hunting gear up the mountain. With those spindly arms and legs, I wonder if he can even manage it, another chimed in. Nevertheless, it is commendable that he is willing to work. If he does not, he may not be able to pay the land tax. The Rong family once enjoyed a prosperous status, residing in a sturdy brick house capable of supporting a scholar. Yet now they find themselves in a state of decline. Rong Zheng is a dutiful son. He once exhausted the family's wealth to secure his mother's medical treatment, yet tragically, she ultimately succumbed to her illness. His parents were immensely supportive of his education, which was a costly endeavor, amounting to dozens of taels each year, yet they persevered to provide for him. Had he chosen not to seek treatment for his mother, he would have faced dire consequences, they lamented. A collective sigh echoed among the villagers. Their sentiments varied. Some expressed genuine sympathy, others seized the opportunity for gossip, and a few relished in his misfortune. Regardless of their motivations, the fervor of their discussions remained unabated. Yian had arrived early to wash his clothes, occupying a small space amidst the chatter. Although he could hear every word exchanged, he remained preoccupied with his own tasks, indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. The entire family's laundry, a large basin's worth, was washed solely by him. He was nimble, placing the clothes on a stone, beating them with a pestle, then rinsing them by the river and wringing them out before tossing them into a wooden tub. The motions flowed seamlessly, yet they bore a sense of mechanical monotony. He needed to finish the laundry quickly and return home. Otherwise, Chen Ho-ha would find trivial reasons to cause trouble. Whenever he returned late from work, she would first take it out on his younger brother, Yi Chun, assigning him the heavier tasks, even though he was barely 5 years old. On one occasion, he was delayed while working, prompting Chen Ho-ha to instruct Yi Chun to carry a pot of hot water into the courtyard. Yi Chun, frail and small, lacked the strength for such a task. Midway, the pot tipped, spilling hot water everywhere, some splashing onto Yi Chun, whose delicate skin burned, causing him to cry out in pain. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ho-ha rushed over, striking Yi Chun with a rattan stick, making him curl up and sob uncontrollably. While hurling harsh words, "You can only eat. You can't even handle such a trivial task. Thankfully, the pot is intact. Otherwise, I would have beaten you to death. And your brother, too. Taking so long for a simple job must be shirking work. Bah, both of you are useless." That day, Ian had been sent up the mountain to gather firewood. He slipped and fell, injuring his foot, which delayed his return. When Yi Yun arrived home, he found Yi Chun had been severely punished, and his heart ached with urgency. He dropped the heavy bundle of firewood on his back, and, despite the excruciating pain in his foot, rushed to Yi Chen's side. Chen Ho-ha continued her beating for a few moments longer before relenting, pointing the rattan stick at the two brothers. "Yun, I warn you, if you dare to slack off and return late again, Yi Chen will have to do your work. If he fails, he will feel my wrath." Yi Yun, filled with sorrow and indignation, his eyes reddening and lips trembling, pleaded, "Aunt, I twisted my ankle on the way down. That's why I'm late." However, Chen Ho-ha dismissed his explanation, indifferent to his pain. "Who knows if you're just making excuses to be lazy? Quickly, go boil more water." Ugh, what a nuisance. She tossed the rattan aside and waddled back into the house. Ian hastily wiped away Yi Chen's tears, noticing the redness on his burnt thighs and calves, and immediately took him to cool them under cold water. Fortunately, the water was not freshly boiled, but it still caused Yi Chun searing pain. Yi Chun continued to sob softly, his small chest rising and falling with each breath. Yi Yun, wiping his own tears, embraced Yi Chun, soothing his back. "Little Chun, don't cry. I will return home earlier from now on. Just sit for a moment. I'll boil some hot water, and later we'll visit Dr. Yi to see how to apply the herbal remedy." His hands trembled as he tried to start the fire, failing several times before finally igniting it, watching the flames dance vigorously in the stove. While Yi Chun sobbed quietly beside him, his heart was tormented and heavy with anguish. At that time, he had been living at Uncle Yi's for less than half a year, having just turned 13. His Uncle Yi, named Yi Li Qiang, appeared taciturn, yet was cunning and shrewd, never intervening directly in matters of punishment, leaving all such actions to his wife, Chen Ho-ha, while he observed with a cold gaze. Their eldest son, Yi Yao, was a notorious gambler, roaming the town with a group of ruffians, bullying the weak, while returning home with his hand outstretched for food. Their daughter, Yi Bao, was a year older than Yi Yun, petty and lacking the fortune of her aspirations, yet she relished in flaunting an air of superiority. Both emulated their mother, shouting at the two brothers and treating them as mere servants. In short, the entire household was far from virtuous. For years ago, Yi Yun and Yi Chen's parents were tragically murdered by robbers on the road, leaving behind two young children, one aged 13 and the other merely 4. Their home contained a modest savings of 30 taels and 10 acres of rice paddies. At that time, Uncle Yi feigned sympathy, claiming he would care for the brothers, but instead seized their 30 taels and 10 acres. Initially, his family was somewhat restrained, merely scolding and urging them to work, but gradually they became brazen and abusive. Uncle Yi, perhaps out of a sense of obligation to his deceased brother, refrained from physical violence. Yet his deliberate blindness to the abuse inflicted by Chen Hohat essentially encouraged her mistreatment of the children. To exert greater control over Yi Yun, Chen Hohat would find excuses to harass Yi Chun. Yi Yun was burdened with an overwhelming amount of chores after tending to the fields. He would climb the mountains to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables, only to return home to an endless list of household duties: washing, cooking, and cleaning the yard. The 4-year-old Yi Chun was also made to work. Chen Hohat tasked him with feeding the livestock, which required him to struggle with heavy feeding troughs that he could barely lift, dragging them along painstakingly. The entire family seemed incapable of allowing the two brothers even a moment's respite. Should they pause, trouble would inevitably follow. Yi Yao and Yi Bao mimicked Chen Hohat's domineering behavior, confiscating the trinkets and toys their parents had bought for the brothers, demanding tea and water, and resorting to shoving and tattling on them to Chen Hohat, who would then push them around as well. Chen Hohat even forbade the brothers from dining at the table, relegating them to leftovers, leaving them perpetually hungry despite their heavy workload, with the two occasionally surviving on wild fruits and cold steam buns. Recalling these injustices, Yi Yun hastened his laundry, the sound of cloth being beaten resounding around him. Washing beside him was Minggu a fellow villager who shared a similarly unfortunate fate. He had an elder brother who was a sturdy lad and a younger sister, leaving him in the middle, largely neglected. In their rural community, despite some elevation in status for boys, many still viewed them as inferior, often bestowing meager bride prices upon them. Fortunately, Ming Gu'er's parents did not resort to physical violence, but demanded relentless labor from him, leaving the best food out of his reach while still ensuring he was fed. Their shared misfortunes forged a bond between the two unfortunate boys. They would wash clothes together in the mornings and occasionally venture into the mountains to gather wild vegetables. Ming Gu'er, noticing the bruises marring Yi Yun's arms from the toil, felt a pang of sympathy, having seen them countless times before. Though his own situation was dire, he would occasionally share a steamed bun with Yi Yun and assist him in foraging for herbs when he noticed Yi Yun doing so clandestinely. Yin Gu'er, what do you think of Rong Zheng? He has uprooted all the rice to plant vegetables. What will happen to the land tax? Selling vegetables 1 tea bring in much money. It seems that learned individuals struggle with hunting, which is far more challenging than working the fields, Ming Gu'er remarked, wringing out his clothes, having joined in the conversation as others spoke of Rong Zheng. Yi Yun recalled the last time he saw Rong Zheng at the cemetery, his complexion pale and haggard, with noticeable bloodstains on his forehead. His eyes, though bewildered, did not reflect despair. Perhaps he had come to terms with his situation. Yi Yun replied, "It seems he previously purchased grain from a villager to pay his taxes. Now that he can begin working, it marks a positive start. Indeed, Mingia Aglit, it is certainly preferable to spend the day outside rather than hiding indoors with a bottle." Yi Yun, having twisted the last piece of clothing, replied, "No matter how difficult it gets, we can endure it. I have finished washing up and must return to prepare for gathering wild vegetables and collecting firewood on the mountain. Would you like to join me? Today, we need to go to the town to purchase heavy items, and I have been asked to accompany and carry them back." Ming Gu'er has no part in this outing. He is perpetually relegated to the role of a laborer, burdened with heavy loads on the way home. Yi Yin responded affirmatively, suggesting they would go together next time, then lifted the laundry basin and headed back. Ming Gu'er gazed at the departing Yi Yun, lost in thought for a considerable time. Yi Yun, living under the roof of a relative with his younger brother, outwardly appeared to endure the harsh criticisms and beatings from the Yi family without any overt resistance. Yet, intriguingly, there was not a hint of servitude about him. He seemed innately resilient, impervious to oppression, as if a robust spirit resided within him that could not be subdued. Over the past 3 years, he had secretly harvested herbs to sell, hoping to save enough money to escape with Xiao Chun from their uncle's household. Initially, Yin Gu'er could barely recognize any characters beyond his own name. But in pursuit of herbal knowledge, he stumbled upon an old book on herbs that someone had discarded. The pages were yellowed and faded. He discerned that the illustrations depicted various plants, and he painstakingly compared the indistinct images in the book with the multitude of wild grasses on the mountain. For someone unfamiliar with botany, this task was monumental. However, Yin Gu'er displayed remarkable patience, gathering numerous similar herbs and frequently visiting the town's apothecary to have the apprentice identify them. When the apprentice grew impatient and attempted to dismiss him, Yin Gu'er would remember the herbs that had been recognized and continue to the next clinic. After 3 months of relentless effort, albeit with minimal results, he had successfully identified around 10 common herbs. One day, while foraging for wild vegetables on the mountain, the wife of Dr. Yi spotted Yi Yun with his younger brother, poring over his book. Sympathizing with the duo, she invited Yi Yun to their home and arranged for Dr. Yi to teach him how to identify herbs, promising to purchase his findings at the market price. Ming Gu'er was genuinely delighted for Yin Gu'er, as long as they could forage for wild vegetables together. He would energetically assist the brothers in herb collection. He was uncertain why he felt such a strong desire to befriend Yin Gu'er. Was it the empathy born from their shared struggles, or the admiration he felt witnessing Yin Gu'er's attempts to resist and transcend his circumstances? The reasons eluded him, yet he felt compelled to act in this manner. He understood that he was a person without hope. As he grew older, his parents would likely send him away to the highest bidder, dismissing him as a burden due to his perceived shortcomings. Lacking the courage to effect any change, he had nearly become accustomed to enduring hardship. Chapter 5. Reunion. Unbeknownst to him, Rong Zheng had been in this world for over a month. The 3 acres of land had been tilled, and the household grain was nearly consumed. Fortunately, hunting provided some sustenance when the rice ran low, while chickens and rabbits supplemented their meals. In the first half of the month, his physical condition had faltered under the dual demands of tilling the land and hunting. With the arduous labor requiring ample nutrition, he was willing to indulge in meat, frequently feasting on the game he had captured. As the month drew to a close, he became increasingly adept at hunting, successfully capturing goats, pheasants, and wild rabbits, which he subsequently began to rear. Today, he planned to venture into the mountains once more before taking a few days off to procure supplies in town and tend to his agricultural duties. He first traversed deeper into the forest, where he skillfully shot 2 sparrows with his arrows. Afterward, he checked the traps he had set, and to his fortune, he found a pheasant with an injured leg ensnared within. "This will suffice. I shall head to town tomorrow to sell it all," he mused. As he prepared to descend the mountain, he heard footsteps nearby. Could it be another hunter from a village? This part of the wilderness was home to wild beasts, and only hunters dared to venture here. Other villagers remained outside, foraging for wild vegetables, too apprehensive to delve further. Without investigating further, he turned to leave, only to hear a familiar child's voice. "Brother Yun, there's some spiny grass over there. Let us go." Yi Chun, with his keen eyes, had spotted the spiny grass near a rock and eagerly informed Yi Yun. "Just a moment. Let us finish gathering what we have here first," came Yi Yun's gentle voice. Since their encounter over a month ago, he had not crossed paths with these 2 brothers. Indeed, with the busy farming season approaching, they must be tending to their fields. Rong Zheng had long wished to repay the kindness the brothers had shown him by sharing food and herbs. He had intended to earn some money to buy pastries and other treats, then find an opportunity to visit their home to deliver his gratitude. In this era, while the constraints on young men and women had somewhat eased, the rural areas remained rather insular. If he were to seek them out unannounced, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. He was not particularly afraid of gossip, but was concerned about how it might affect Yi Yun. As fate would have it, he encountered them now. With a wild chicken and sparrows in hand, he approached them briskly. Yi Chun, noticing Rong Zheng striding towards them, timidly called out to Brother Yun. Rong Zheng soon stood before them, bending down to ruffle Yi Chun's hair, smiling, "Hello, little brother." Startled, Yi Chun took a step back. "Yi Yun, upon seeing Rong Zheng, exhibited a moment of surprise, noting how much better he looked compared to their last encounter. The crimson mark on his forehead had scabbed over, and he appeared more robust. Just as Yi Yin was about to speak, Rong Zheng interjected, "There are occasional wild boars in this area. It is best to avoid venturing too deep. You can gather herbs a bit further outside." "We understand," Yi Yin replied. "However, it's challenging to find good herbs without going deeper into the forest. We appreciate the warning and will be cautious." Yi Yin was also reluctant to take risks. He harbored a fear of encountering wild beasts. Yet, the herbs on the periphery had been nearly exhausted, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to find anything worthwhile without venturing further in. Lately, Chen Hohat had been increasingly unreasonable, piling more work upon them and often resorting to harsh treatment. Several times, upon returning from the fields, Yi Chen had been met with Chen Hohat's sarcastic remarks and even physical pushes, which left him utterly infuriated. Rong Zheng sensed a hint of helplessness in Yi Yun's words, but he refrained from probing too deeply at that moment. Instead, he suggested, "If you wish to venture into the depths of the forest for herbs in the future, you can call for me a day in advance. Oh, and if you throw a stone into my courtyard, I will know to come." He handed the wild pheasant and sparrow in his hands to Yi Yun, saying, "This is for you." Yi Yun quickly waved his hand in refusal, but Rong Zheng insisted. "You two brothers saved me when I fainted last time. If the villagers were to see this, it would not bode well. Indeed, it could lead to undesirable rumors." As there were few hunters in the village, and this youth and child were not skilled in hunting, bringing back the pheasant and sparrow could spark all sorts of gossip, which was a thoughtless oversight on his part. After pondering for a moment, he decided it would be best to roast it right here. Recently, he had noticed a cave nearby, with a small river flowing in front of it. Whenever he sought shelter from the rain while hunting, he would retreat to this cave to roast his catch, having left some fire starters and basic seasonings there. Other hunters in the village constructed straw huts on the mountain for convenience, but the original owner's father had not. Possibly because his hunting skills were so proficient that overnight stays were unnecessary. He would return home the same day, or at the latest, by nightfall. Rong Zheng asked, "When do you plan to descend the mountain?" Yi Yin, somewhat puzzled, replied, "We've been here for a while now. It might take us another half an hour to finish. Then I will head to the riverbank to prepare this pheasant. Once it's roasted, I will bring it to you both, so it won't delay your gathering." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Remembering something, he called back, "If you encounter any wild beasts, shout for me. I'm not far and will hear you." Yi Yun hesitated, and as he watched Rong Zheng walking away, he noticed Yi Chen already salivating. Little Chun was far too thin and could barely eat enough at home. His complexion was worsening. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering any further refusals. Perhaps it was the misfortunes that had befallen Rong Zheng that resonated with him, or perhaps he felt pity for Rong Zheng, who seemed to be on the verge of colliding with his own grave. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, he sensed that Rong Zheng was not a bad person. In less than half an hour, Rong Zheng returned with the fragrant roasted pheasant, and the aroma wafted through the forest, reaching both Yi Yun and Yi Chen. Yi Chen was captivated by the scent of the roasted pheasant, unable to tear his gaze away, his mouth watering. Yi Yun, having not indulged in meat for a long time, managed to conceal his hunger for it due to his maturity. Rong Zheng smiled and offered each of them a chicken leg wrapped in large, thick leaves, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Although Yi Chen longed to eat the meat, he hesitated to take it, feeling quite shy. Yi Yin said, "Little Chen, take it and say thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Yi Chen took a bite, and the delectable flavor of the roasted chicken filled his mouth and nose, causing him to squint with pleasure. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, seeing Yi Chen eat so eagerly, instinctively grasped the chicken leg tighter, staring intently at it, his eyes ablaze with desire. He dared not look at Rong Zheng, his heart in turmoil. Noticing that Yi Yun was merely staring and had not yet taken a bite, Rong Zheng furrowed his brow and cautiously asked, "Do you not like it?" No. Yi Yun replied, "I just haven't had chicken legs in a long time." In truth, he and Little Chun could count on two hands the number of times they had eaten meat in recent years, usually only during festivals or when leftovers were brought from their uncle's house. The memories of his parents butchering a chicken for him as a child, treating him with chicken legs flooded back, Yet those moments felt so distant now. Originally intending to bring joy to Yi Yun, the outcome unexpectedly evoked sadness within him. Feeling a pang in his heart, he quickly consoled. "Next time, I shall roast chicken for you. Please eat." Yi Yun lowered his head, taking small bites, a tear escaping as he fought to suppress the impulse to cry, not wishing for Rong Zheng to witness his distress. Yet his heart ached profoundly. Rong Zheng observed the two brothers, their hands calloused from labor. How much work had they endured? He sensed that their lives were far more heart-wrenching than he could have imagined. The brothers appeared significantly darker than their last meeting, their frames even more emaciated, and their complexions were poorer. Yi Yun could hardly conceal the exhaustion in his eyes. Clearly, they should not have ventured deep into the wilderness. Yet they had risked it to forage for herbs. The original owner had only heard his parents casually mention such matters, and, as he had little interest in trivialities, Rong Zheng could only glean a fragment of understanding from scattered memories. Living as guests under another's roof offered little comfort, and the brothers' waxen faces were a stark testament to their malnutrition. He understood that poverty was commonplace in rural areas, with a lack of meat often led to nutritional deficiencies. Yet their pallor was alarmingly severe compared to others. He resolved to inquire with Aunt Zhang next door to ascertain the brothers' circumstances and see how he might assist them. Moreover, upon seeing Yi Yun, he could not help but feel a surge of compassion. Such a strikingly beautiful individual ought to smile more often, rather than languish in fatigue and despair. Their barbecue skills were commendable, and after a hearty meal, Yi Chun burped contentedly. Even the usually composed Yi Yun wore a look of satisfaction. Noticing that they had gathered a sufficient amount, Rong Zheng called for them to leave the woods, cautioning that wild boars roamed here, and the two youngsters would not be able to escape if attacked. Chapter 6. Endure the beating. Upon returning to the main trail on the mountain, Rong Zheng saw Yi Yun carrying a heavy basket filled with vegetables on his back, obscuring the frail form of Yi Chun. In a moment of confusion, he then witnessed Yi Yun skillfully hoist a large bundle of firewood hidden in the underbrush, bending his tall, slender frame under its weight. Rong Zheng was taken aback and urged Yi Yun to set it down, stepping forward to relieve him of the burden. "Why carry such a heavy load? Allow me. You help Xiao Chun with the basket. I'm used to it. I can manage. You go ahead. I will follow Xiao Chun from behind. It's better not to be seen by the villagers," Yi Yun insisted, pressing down on the firewood to prevent Rong Zheng from taking it. At that moment, a stray piece of firewood snagged Yi Yun's sleeve, revealing a series of bruises upon his arm. Rong Zheng's heart clenched at the sight, and in a moment of urgency, he rolled up Yi Yun's sleeve, his expression one of shock. "Have you been beaten at your uncle's house? This is outright abuse." Recalling what he observed, he turned to check Yi Chen's arms, which bore similar marks, albeit fewer. Rong Zheng's swift movement caught Yi Yun off guard, his hands still clutching the firewood, leaving him unable to intervene, while Yi Chun remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. Soon, Yi Chun noticed Rong Zheng's impertinent gaze on Yi Yun's arm. Though young, he understood that something was amiss. He pushed Rong Zheng away, his small frame trembling slightly as he pulled Yi Yun aside, adopting a protective stance. He recognized that Brother Yun was his sole family, the only one who treated him with kindness. Fear gripped him, yet he felt compelled to shield him. In their childhood, Brother Yun had always stood in front of him, enduring the blows meant for him. Within the depths of Rong Zheng's heart, a tempest of anger surged. In this modern era, he could not abide the oppression of the weak or the atrocities of domestic violence. His integrity compelled him to take a stand. As a descendant of a family steeped in ancient martial arts, he felt it was his duty to intervene whenever possible. He inhaled deeply, observing the vigilant expressions of the two brothers before him, and realized he had acted impulsively. It was inappropriate to hastily lift Yi Yun's sleeve in such a manner. That action was a blatant affront in this age. He quickly offered an apology. "Fear not. I did not mean to offend. I was merely taken aback and outraged by the bruises on your arms." "Did your uncle strike you?" Yi Yun noticed the concern in Rong Zheng's eyes. Just moments ago, this man had prepared roasted chicken for them, speaking with a gentle courtesy that created a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. It was his first encounter with someone so genuine, whose natural demeanor disarmed him. Truthfully, He held a favorable impression of Rong Zheng. He stepped aside to allow Yi Chan to move forward, then turned to express his gratitude. Thank you for the roasted chicken. It was delicious. We have not had meat in quite some time. His voice faltered, a lump forming in his throat. Perhaps it had been long since anyone had inquired if he had been harmed. The villagers around them had grown accustomed to such sights. They would express sympathy, yet none would intervene. He no longer harbored hopes of being rescued from their plight. Thank you so much. We must return swiftly. Any delay will earn us a scolding. With a sniffle, he evaded Rong Zheng's gaze and hastily made his way back. Rong Zheng stood for a long while, gazing at their retreating figures, one burdened with heavy firewood, the other carrying a large basket. The midday sun pierced his eyes, painfully bright. In his mind, he replayed Yi Yun's struggle to suppress his emotions. He thought, Yi Yun must be enduring great pain. He resolved to descend the mountain and uncover the truth of the situation. It seemed they were frequently subjected to violence. On the way back, the two brothers hurried down the mountain. Yi Chen asked, is Brother Rong Zheng a good person? Yi Yun remained silent for a long moment. Memories of Rong Zheng flooding his mind. The concerned expression as he warned them not to venture deep into the woods, the gentle smile while handing them roasted chicken, and the fierce gaze that transformed from anger to worry upon learning of their plight. He is a good person, Yi Yun concluded. Upon returning home, Rong Zheng took a wild rabbit to the neighboring Wang family. In recent days, he had been stewing chicken and rabbit, occasionally delivering a bowl to Aunt Zhang, which caused her 5-year-old grandson to beam with delight upon seeing Rong Zheng enter the yard, rushing forward like a small cannonball to embrace his leg. This is a walking feast, Aunt Zhang thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Meat was precious in these times, yet Rong Zheng was generous in sharing. In gratitude, she had her eldest son, Rong Zheng, toil in the field for a day on Rong Zheng's behalf. She believed that since Rong Zheng had pulled himself together, he had become much more amiable. Previously, when he returned from school in town, he seldom spoke to them, giving off an air of arrogance. In truth, he was merely shy and disinterested in idle chatter, resulting in a lack of common ground with the neighbors, and their interactions were limited to mere greetings. The harmony of neighborhood relations relied heavily on the efforts of their parents. Rong Zheng has arrived. Did you have a successful hunt today? Aunt Zhang welcomed them with open arms. Upon seeing her little grandson clinging to Rong Zheng's leg, she playfully chided, Wang Xiaolu, let go at once. As she approached to pry him away, Rong Zheng gently intervened. It's quite all right, Aunt. He is merely a child. He effortlessly lifted Wang Xiaolu, a plump 5-year-old and the sole grandson in the Zhang household, who was cherished dearly by his family. This reminded him of Yi Chun, who was also 8 years old. The perfect age for indulging in affection, with tiny hands already calloused from play. Aunt, this wild rabbit is a gift for Xiaolu, he announced. Oh, that simply won't do, Aunt Wang exclaimed, shaking her head. Such a plump rabbit could fetch 1 or 2 coins. She insisted, hunting is no easy task. You mustn't let us take advantage of your generosity. However, upon hearing that the rabbit was meant for him, Wang Xiaolu immediately protested. Xiaolu wants a rabbit. Xiaolu wants the rabbit. Gently pinching the boy's cheek, Aunt Wang replied, we cannot accept something so valuable. Once again, she declined, emphasizing the difficulty of hunting and suggesting, you should keep it a trade for money. I can fetch you some wild vegetables instead. They're quite fresh. In truth, Rong Zheng sought her assistance. Tomorrow, I plan to head to the town to purchase seeds, as I intend to plant vegetables across 3 acres. I would like to invite Wang Zheng and his wife to help me with the planting. I will be going into the mountains for a few days to hunt, so I won't be able to tend to the fields myself. Would you consider the rabbit as payment for their labor? Rong Zheng had a rough idea of the wages for hiring laborers, estimating around 50 won per person per day. He figured that 2 people could complete the work within 4 days. As for his expedition into the mountains, he planned to venture deeper into the woods, beyond the hills. Relying solely on hunting mountain chickens and wild rabbits would not suffice. The profit was merely meager. He believed that fortune favored the bold, and thus intended to pursue foxes, particularly the elusive white and red ones, whose pelts were rare and highly coveted by affluent families. However, capturing them was a challenge, requiring patience and stealth. often necessitating several days of waiting atop the hills with no guarantee of success. Having honed his hunting skills for over a month, he was not yet an expert, but had gained valuable insights. With his martial prowess, he felt confident that while he might struggle against wild beasts, escaping would not pose a challenge. At worst, he could leap into a tree to evade danger, though he needed to carry sufficient provisions, as one could never tell if the beasts would patiently await his descent. Aunt Wang replied, "It's a trivial matter. I will inform Wang Zhe this evening. We can finish your 3 acres in no more than 2 days, and 150 will suffice. There is no need for the rabbit. Should you require assistance in the future, I would feel remiss not to reciprocate your kindness," he insisted. After some back and forth, Aunt Zhang accepted the rabbit and secured it in a cage. Wang Xiaolu, still cradled in Rong Zheng's arms, squirmed to be set down and dashed over to the cage, joyfully engaging with the rabbit. Seating himself in the yard, Rong Zheng casually initiated a conversation. He mentioned that he had encountered the Yi brothers from the same village earlier that day. They were burdened with a pile of firewood that nearly bent them over. Rural women always delighted in sharing tales of their families and neighbors. With just a nudge, they could weave intricate stories, serving as the village's unofficial news correspondents. Indeed, Aunt Zhang sighed deeply. Those 2 brothers are truly pitiable. Their uncle is nothing short of inhumane. Not only has he seized the savings and land of the Yi family, which rightfully belonged to the children of his deceased brother, but he also neglects to care for them, allowing Chen Ho-hat to mistreat and beat them. You cannot imagine. Chen Ho-hat is so acerbic and vicious, inflicting brutal punishment without any provocation, without needing any encouragement from Rong Zheng. Aunt Zhang continued to speak incessantly about the plight of the Yi brothers. They suffer from hunger and cold, toiling daily like mere beasts of burden. And the tales of their mistreatment ignited a fierce anger within Rong Zheng, who struggled to maintain a facade of calm. I occasionally encounter those 2 brothers while climbing the mountain and share some fruits with them. Their complexions have turned an unhealthy shade of yellow, Wang Zhang remarked sympathetically. Do they have no other relatives in their village? The Yi family consists solely of these 2 brothers. One is Yi Yun's father, and the other is his uncle. Their relatives are neither too close nor too distant. Who would dare to stand up for them? In rural households, having additional mouths to feed incurs significant expenses. At that time, the Yi family's uncle promised to care for these brothers, and since he is their closest kin, the village chief had no choice but to agree. The uncle then usurped their savings and land, making it exceedingly difficult for them to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Who would be willing to support those brothers when they possess neither money nor land? The village chief had remarked several times that the Yi family's uncle was a duplicitous and cunning man, presenting a facade of concern while allowing Chen Ho-hat to continue her maltreatment. A pang of sorrow struck Rong Zheng. He could not remain a passive observer. Yi Yun and Yi Chun had once provided him with food when he first traversed into this realm, a kindness he would remember for a lifetime. Yi Yun, that innocent-eyed youth, did not deserve such suffering. I shall return another time, he said, preparing to depart after acquiring the information he sought. Come for dinner tonight? No, I must head to town early tomorrow and need to prepare accordingly. Then wait a moment, Aunt Zhang said as she hurried to the kitchen, returning with wild vegetables and cured meat. The stir-fried cured meat is delightful. Take some home and savor it. My pickling skills are quite commendable. Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude and accepted the offering. Chapter 7. Shopping in the town the following morning, Rong Zheng dealt with the wild chickens, hares, and goats, neatly placing them in his basket before heading to the village entrance. The village was a considerable distance from the town, requiring a 2-hour walk. Most villagers opted to wait for a bullock cart at the village's edge. In those days, oxen were precious commodities, and only 2 households in the entire village owned bullock carts, one belonging to the village chief and the other to the Yi family. The landlords, on the other hand, utilized horse-drawn carriages. The bullock cart was rather rudimentary, being merely a wooden cart pulled by a single ox, accommodating around 10 passengers, with each paying 3 for the ride. In the evening, the bullock cart would return to the village from designated stops, picking up passengers at about the same time. Today, Only the village chief's son was driving the bullock cart at the village entrance. Before boarding, Rong Zheng paid 3 won and found a seat. The other passengers regarded Rong Zheng with astonishment. The village was small, and nearly everyone was aware of the upheaval in his family. Given that Rong Zheng was one of the few educated individuals in the village, he naturally attracted even more attention. Recently, rumors circulated that he had altered his ways, rising early to work the fields and spending afternoons hunting in the mountains. A stark contrast to his previous habits of drunkenness and despondency. As I observe individuals confidently bearing baskets adorned with their catches, I cannot help but regard them with newfound admiration, my scrutiny intensifying. However, Rong Zheng remains unperturbed, comfortably seated and allowing others to gaze upon him. When he encounters familiar elders, he greets them with courtesy, calling them uncle and aunt. The village chief's son, Yi Tianyu, a tall and robust figure, occupies the position at the front of the ox cart and is quite the conversationalist. Rong Zheng, it has been over a month since I last saw you in town. I see your basket is brimming with spoils. Brother Tianyu, I have spent the past month learning the art of hunting. Alas, this trade is challenging for a novice. Having never engaged in such endeavors during my scholarly pursuits, it has only been after a month that I have managed to procure a modest amount sufficient to scrape by. I hope, with a feigned sigh, Rong Zheng seizes the opportunity to present himself as a hapless hunter, averting any suspicion. In reality, owing to his background in martial arts, he has captured game amounting to twice what his basket holds. Given that a scholar unaccustomed to arduous labor could not possibly achieve such a bounty in merely a month, he can only afford to take a fraction of his catch to sell, while the remainder sustains him. Well, considering it's just the beginning, this yield is quite commendable. Yi Tianyu reassures him. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the uncles and aunts in the cart join the conversation, and soon enough, the ox cart arrives in town. In contrast to the impoverished village, Yuanyuan town boasts a degree of prosperity, with a multitude of shops lining the streets. Money houses, taverns, restaurants, garment stores, blacksmiths, bookshops, tea houses, grain merchants, and cosmetic vendors, an overwhelming array that dazzles the senses. Neatly arranged stalls line the shop fronts, their vendors calling out to passers-by, creating a lively atmosphere. Rong Zheng finds himself enchanted by this vibrant ambience. He recalls hearing from the original owner's father that wild game fetches a better price at larger restaurants. If unsold, one must resort to the stalls on the main street. Guided by memory, he makes his way to the heart of the main street, arriving at the Yefeng building, the town's largest restaurant. A glance inside reveals it teeming with patrons and a cacophony of chatter. He approaches a waiter to inquire, and upon learning that he bears mountain goods, the waiter summons the manager. Manager Lee inspects the game and finds it quite satisfactory, as patrons willing to dine at Yefeng building are inclined to indulge in wild delicacies. He agrees to purchase all of it, 2 wild rabbits, 2 pheasants, and 1 mountain goat, for a total of 8 taels. After accepting the payment and expressing his gratitude, Rong Zheng prepares to depart. Wait, calls Manager Lee. In the future, feel free to bring any fine catches here. We will gladly accept them at fair prices. Having noticed Rong Zheng's unfamiliarity, he refrains from unnecessary chatter. Forming a favorable impression and considering a long-term collaboration, Rong Zheng readily consents, appreciating the convenience of a centralized location for sales rather than the hassle of a stall. With the earnings in hand, he decides to indulge in breakfast at a wonton noodle shop, having yet to eat that day, and feeling quite famished by now. Rising early had left him too lazy to prepare his own meal, and now that he is in town, he must sample the local fare. He selects a bustling stall, reasoning that a crowd indicates quality. As he gazes upon the steaming wonton noodles, his appetite awakens. The wonton skins are thin and filled generously with meat, a testament to the integrity of the establishment. No wonder so many patrons are gathered, eagerly awaiting their turn. After indulging in a hearty meal, he proceeded along the main street, passing a bun shop where he decided to purchase several buns for his lunch and to bring some for Yi Yun and the others. Madam, I'll take 6 meat buns. Each bun cost 2 coins, totaling 12. The shopkeeper promptly wrapped them in oil paper and handed them over. Rong Zheng paid the 12 coins. placed the buns in his basket, and continued on his way. He entered a rice shop and bought 5 pounds of white rice, as he could hardly tolerate the mixture of brown rice and white rice. Brown rice was much cheaper, and in the countryside, people tended to mix them together for cooking to save costs. The previous household had done so as well, but after a month of that, he had grown weary of it. After purchasing the rice, he turned to the neighboring grocery store, where he gathered salt, dried chili peppers, bay leaves, and other seasonings. While paying, he noticed some pastries on the counter and picked up a box, which was priced at 20 coins. For a farming family, pastries were quite a luxury. Ordinary families were reluctant to buy them, believing it better to save the money for meat. The shopkeeper, eager to make a sale, chimed in, "Sir, your total comes to 60 coins. These pastries are delectable. Many customers purchase them, and if you come later, they might be sold out. If they're delightful, I'll be sure to return." Rong Zheng readily paid. Lastly, he sought to buy vegetable seeds and made his way to the corner of the street where he found the seed shop recommended by Uncle Lu. "Shopkeeper, what vegetable seeds are good to plant at this time?" The shopkeeper approached the shelves and enthusiastically pointed to the labeled seeds, introducing them: pumpkins, cabbages, radishes, tomatoes. He gestured to another section. "Oh, garlic sprouts and chives are also quite suitable. Sir, our seeds have an excellent reputation, with many loyal customers. I assure you will be satisfied." Rong Zheng picked up a handful of seeds for closer inspection and found them plump and well-colored. "Shopkeeper, I intend to plant 3 acres of vegetables, based on your recommendations, plus some chili peppers and green beans. Please assist me in gathering a selection. Do you have a preference for any particular type?" "No, just a variety for the 3 acres. "Very well. I shall prepare 2 packs of each for you. Since you're buying in bulk, I'll throw in an extra pack of garlic sprouts. That'll be 12 coins in total." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Upon leaving the seed shop, Rong Zheng proceeded to a clothing store, where he bought 2 sturdy linen outfits suitable for hunting, as traversing the woods could easily lead to tears for branches. After some consideration, he decided to acquire an additional set of everyday clothing. The shopkeeper graciously guided him to the section for regular attire. As he looked up, he noticed a striking light blue satin long shirt prominently displayed, clearly intended as a showcase for the shop. The collar was adorned with golden thread, and the body featured exquisite silver cloud embroidery. To enhance the effect, the outfit was paired with a dark blue belt embellished with a translucent white jade pendant, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. He inadvertently thought of Yi Yun. This attire would suit her perfectly. Though slender, she was tall and possessed striking features, and if she were to wear this, she would resemble a refined young noble. "Sir, this outfit is for young men. Please look over here for something more masculine." The shopkeeper, noticing Rong Zheng's captivated gaze on the young men's attire, offered a gentle reminder, then suddenly realized, perhaps you wish to buy for your spouse? And began to enthusiastically recommend it. "I must tell you, this ensemble is the pride of our establishment, with only 3 sets available each month. You may feel the fabric. It is soft and comfortable." Upon hearing the name husband mentioned by the proprietor, it resonated in Rong Zheng's ears like a stone cast into water, creating ripples of emotion. In this world, a young man may possess the appearance of a male, yet still be capable of marrying and bearing children. In modern times, Rong Zheng has never experienced romance, dedicating himself entirely to the study of martial arts. As the 31st heir of the Rong family, he began managing affairs alongside his father at an early age, being groomed for succession. Regardless of gender, he has yet to encounter anyone who stirs his heart. This does not imply he is averse to love. Perhaps he simply has not met the right person. From the very first glance, a young man named Yi Yun took root quietly in his heart. With striking features and captivating eyes, seeing him always brought an involuntary joy, and he would imagine how splendid Yi Yun would look in beautiful attire. Undeniably, he harbored a vague affection for Yi Yun, which upon reflection, may have stemmed from the legendary notion of love at first sight. With this thought in mind, after 27 years of solitude, Rong Zheng suddenly felt an urgency to express his feelings to Yi Yun. Pursuing someone requires boldness. Moreover, remembering Yi Yun's mistreatment at Uncle Ye's home ignited a surge of anger within him. He must swiftly remove him from such a household. The one he cherishes deserves to be well cared for. Amidst these swirling thoughts, the shopkeeper finally noticed that the customer had been lost in contemplation during his lengthy recommendations. "Excuse me, sir?" The shopkeeper interrupted Rong Zheng's reverie. "I apologize. I'm not yet married to a husband. Perhaps soon I shall be." He turned to another shelf, gesturing towards a long robe. "Could you kindly fetch that dark blue long robe for me?" "Certainly. Our garments are exceptionally comfortable, sir. Once you wear them, I assure you will be satisfied. We are a time-honored establishment, known for our reputation." The proprietor instructed the attendant to wrap the clothing, totaling 1 tael and 21. "I will waive the 21 for you. You need only pay 1 tael. The ready-made garments are rather costly. Previously, the original owner's mother would buy fabric to make clothes for the entire family, saving a considerable amount. Alas, Rong Zheng lacks the skills for sewing and must reluctantly purchase ready-made clothes instead. Chapter 8. Master Zhao. The final stop was the Qingyun Academy, the only one in town. Situated away from the bustling marketplace in a quiet, secluded area. Relying on memory, Rong Zheng navigated several turns before finally arriving. The academy, constructed of green bricks and tiles, was guarded by a doorkeeper who recognized Rong Zheng and ushered him inside. Upon entering the academy, the first sight was a spacious courtyard, enveloped in green willows, with an ancient well at its center, the water crystal clear. Following the courtyard was a series of flower-adorned entrance gates and covered walkways on all sides. Passing through the entrance, one encountered a row of halls, including classrooms for students, the master's resting area, and a study. The overall atmosphere was serene and elegant. The doorkeeper asked Rong Zheng to wait in the walkway, saying, "I shall report to Master Zhao. Please wait here." Few in the countryside could afford an education, with the student body primarily hailing from the town. There were 3 masters at the academy, and the previous master of the original owner was Master Zhao Yuan. At the age of 25, had passed the scholar's examination. After failing to pass the higher examination as he grew older, he returned to the town to serve as a master. Zhao Fuzi is a stern and upright individual who steadfastly refuses to accept bribes. Coming from a farming family, he is acutely aware of the challenges faced by rural students in pursuing their education, as many are impoverished and often exhaust their family's finances. Although there may be some affluent families in the town, they are but a minority. Students have already paid fees for their education at the school, and thus he has publicly stated his commitment to treating all students equally without the need for personal gifts. Having not attended classes for several years, Rong Zheng prepares to seek out Zhao Fuzi to apologize and discuss his desire to resume his studies. Upon hearing from the doorman that Rong Zheng has arrived, Zhao Fuzi furrows his brow, knowing that both of Rong Zheng's parents have passed away and that he has observed a 3-year period of mourning. It is now time for him to return to his studies. "Show him in," Zhao Fuzi instructs. The doorman promptly acquiesces and soon escorts Rong Zheng to Zhao Fuzi's presence. He bows respectfully and greets. Student Rong Zheng respectfully salutes you, Master Zhao. Zhao Fuzi responds, "You have observed 3 years of mourning for your parents, and now you wish to return to school?" "Yes, Master, I intend to return to my studies in 3 months. In September, I have come today to seek your approval. To enter the school, the consent of the Master is essential. During these 3 years of mourning, have you maintained your studies at home?" Rong Zheng admits, "Aside for the initial sorrow of losing my parents, which rendered me despondent for a time, I eventually regained my clarity. After completing my farm chores, I made it a point to read, lest I forget what I had previously learned." He speaks this with a composed demeanor, though internally he feels a tinge of shame. The original owner of his body had languished in despair for 3 years, indulging in alcohol and neglecting his studies. He intends to convey this to Zhao Fuzi to leave a favorable impression and avoid rejection. This revelation indeed garners Zhao Fuzi's sympathy and a modicum of admiration. In his eyes, had Rong Zheng failed the 3 entrance examinations without making an effort, he would have been disinclined to accept him. "Do you plan to participate in the entrance examination next February?" Rong Zheng had come specifically with the intention of preparing for the examination. He recalls the subjects involved, and he is reasonably diligent. Reflecting on the examination questions, He believes the original owner's failures stem from a lack of comprehension and rigid thinking. He tentatively inquires, "Master, do you believe I stand a chance next year? It is indeed a positive development that you have returned to the school. I do not wish to discourage you, but I must speak plainly. Your absence over the past few years may have caused some degree of unfamiliarity. However, even if you do not pass, participating in the examination will reacquaint you with the testing environment and the nature of the questions." Very well. Point taken. Zhao Fuzi continues straightforwardly. You have failed the entrance examination thrice. Thus, you must invest more time in your studies than others. Why not begin attending classes now? Another direct remark, implying that one must work harder if they are not as quick-witted. To be candid, I am presently the sole occupant of my household, and I need to manage family affairs over the next 3 months before I can dedicate myself to my studies. Although I will not be attending school during this time, I will diligently review my materials and practice writing at home. He has resolved to spend these 3 months reflecting on his learning progress. Despite having some memory, he recognizes that the original owner had deficiencies in comprehension, and Rong Zheng must take the necessary time to clarify his understanding. More critically, he must first earn a living and resolve issues concerning the Yiyun family, discovering there is much to be done. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's understanding deepened, and his sympathy grew. He advised, "Return and thoroughly study the books you have copied before. Whenever you encounter difficulties, take notes, and I shall address each one for you when you come to class." The original owner had previously borrowed books related to the examinations to transcribe them. Books here are quite expensive, costing several taels of silver each. To economize, ordinary peasant youths would lend and share copies among themselves. Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude respectfully. "Mr. Zhao concluded with a reminder, diligence in study is essential. Only through effort will there be rewards. Remember this, my student." Mr. Zhao was pleased with Rong Zheng's earnest demeanor. He observed that upon their latest meeting, Rong Zheng's disposition had changed. Previously, the young man had been timid and hesitant, lacking in poise and etiquette. Now, he exuded composure and grace. Perhaps the experience of losing his parents, coupled with the passage of 3 more years, had contributed to his newfound maturity, Mr. Zhao mused. "Now, go to the steward of the academy and settle your fees." The academy employed a dedicated steward to manage its affairs, charging 2 taels every half year as tuition. After bidding farewell to Mr. Zhao and completing his payment, Rong Zheng contemplated purchasing some paper to practice calligraphy and made his way to the distant bookstore. At the bookstore, there were 2 types of paper, yellow and white. Yellow paper cost 3 per sheet, while white paper was 6 double the price. Rong Zheng purchased 30 sheets of the more economical yellow paper, spending 91, a sum that a rural laborer might not earn in a day. The expenses of education were evidently exorbitant. He then selected a calligraphy workbook. The original owner's handwriting had been overly rigid and lacked character. As a modern academic prodigy, he understood the significance of possessing exquisite penmanship for examinations. Grading teachers faced an immense workload each day. To leave a lasting impression, one's writing must be neat and aesthetically pleasing. Coming from a lineage of traditional martial artists, great emphasis was placed on nurturing the hearts and minds of the younger generation. The process of practicing calligraphy served not only as a means of honing writing skills, but also as a crucible for cultivating one's mindset. Through repeated practice, a person would gradually develop a calm and composed demeanor. Those engaged in martial arts are particularly averse to impatience, and his elders hoped that through calligraphy, Rong Zheng would cultivate his spirit. Thus, from a young age, he was encouraged to practice writing. Initially, he focused on regular script, later studying clerical script as well. With his technique becoming increasingly refined, he even composed the couplets for his family's spring festival celebrations. With aspirations for the imperial examination, he knew he must delve into the local calligraphic styles, carefully studying and replicating exemplary works while integrating his own insights from practice. He thus acquired a brush, ink, and workbooks, which together cost over a tael. In another section of the bookstore, he noticed a collection of narrative tales. Out of curiosity, he began to browse and inquired of the shop assistant, which narrative tale is currently the most popular. The assistant produced a volume and handed it to Rong Zheng, saying, "Esteemed guest, This is the latest narrative, the East Wing Chronicles, highly favored by ladies and young gentlemen, often selling out. Rong Zheng quickly perused its pages, discovering it recounted the tumultuous love story between a scholar and a young lady. He browsed through several best-selling storybooks, most of which revolved around romantic tales and discussions typical of women's entertainment. It became evident that the primary audience for these narratives was women and young men. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Having read numerous popular male-oriented novels in modern times, characterized by diverse themes such as immortality, monster slaying, and even Lovecraftian horror, he contemplated emulating the latter. If he could craft a compelling narrative aimed at a male demographic, it could potentially become a bestseller, yielding substantial profit. Yet, a wave of despondency washed over him, for he lacked the skill to write novels. Mere ideas without execution amounted to nothing. Chapter 9. The Storyteller with a Heavy Heart. Rong Zheng completed his transaction and was about to exit the bookstore when he heard a tall young man, dressed in a faded long robe and possessing a gentle demeanor, imploring the shopkeeper, "Master Sun, can we negotiate? Would you please take another look at my manuscript?" Master Sun shook his head, refusing. "You should seek other bookstores. This work simply does not fit our collection." The young man persisted. "Could we print a dozen copies to gauge the response?" Master Sun waved his hand dismissively, explaining that even printing one copy would incur significant costs, and if it failed to sell, he would face a considerable loss. "I hope you can understand, Mr. Feng." The young man's expression fell, realizing the futility of his request. He then asked, "Master Sun, I devoted a considerable amount of time to this story. Could you offer me some feedback?" Seeing that the young man had ceased his entreaties, Master Sun paused for a moment and replied, "The content of your manuscript aligns well with current trends, and your choice of words is quite appropriate. Frankly, it is well written. However, there are already plenty of such stories in the market. If enthusiasts wish to read this kind of tale, they tend to favor works by established authors, believing in their quality. For your manuscript to stand out, it needs more originality before we can consider publishing it." His words were a mix of encouragement and discouragement. Mr. Feng could only accept this with resignation, expressing his sincere gratitude before departing. Rong Zheng followed him to a short distance from the entrance and called out, "Good sir, my name is Rong Zheng, and I am an avid reader. I overheard your conversation with Master Sun while purchasing some reading materials." The young man, puzzled, inquired, "What is it you want?" "I wish to read your manuscript," Rong Zheng replied. Sensing the young man's potential misinterpretation as a thief, he quickly added, "Rest assured, I do not write stories. Rather, I have some innovative ideas and am seeking a collaborator." The young man regarded him with skepticism, remaining silent. Rong Zheng continued, "Do you have time? There is a tea house nearby. I would like to treat you to tea and share my thoughts." The young man glanced at the unsold manuscript in his hands, contemplating his dire financial situation at home. Listening wouldn't he hurt? After all, one might find opportunities in unexpected places. "May I ask your name?" "My surname is Feng, with the given name one," he replied. Pouring a cup of tea for him, Rong Zheng began to narrate a story rooted in Lovecraftian mythology, delving into ancient beings, extraordinary supernatural abilities, and the incantations of ritualistic magic, weaving a tapestry of intrigue. Initially, Feng Xianwen approached the matter with a casual curiosity, merely listening for amusement. However, as he delved deeper into the narrative, he found himself increasingly captivated. When Rong Zheng concluded the first part with the protagonist's demise, Feng was left yearning for more, eagerly inquiring whether the protagonist had truly met their end. Noticing Feng's evident interest in the tale, Rong Zheng felt a sense of relief. He was uncertain if he could persuade Feng to transform this story into a script. Yet witnessing his fascination suggested a promising possibility. Taking a sip of his tea, which had grown lukewarm, he remarked, "Fear not, the character has not perished. This is merely a fragment of the entire narrative. I seek an individual to articulate the complete story. If you are inclined, might I request to peruse the script you possess to ascertain the potential for collaboration?" Feng's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment. Initially, he had been reluctant to share his own script. Now, confronted with such a captivating and original tale, he could not help but inquire about its continuation, feeling a twinge of guilt for the suspicion of borrowing ideas. He presented his script, stating, This is not my inaugural attempt at a script. I penned one a year prior, which was even published with the assistance of publishing house. He intended to convey to Rong Zheng that his ability to write was not lacking, merely overshadowed by a lack of recognition and innovative themes, compounded by financial constraints that prevented self-publishing. In any case, he aspired to secure a partnership with Rong Zheng. Rong Zheng meticulously examined the manuscript, which consisted of a modest stack of paper detailing a love story that lacked originality yet exhibited decent prose. Upon finishing, Feng, eager to gauge Rong's opinion, queried, "What do you think?" Rong Zheng smiled gently. "To speak candidly, Zhao, I am not particularly adept at scriptwriting. I merely harbor some ideas in my mind." This was the truth. He was simply an avid reader of online literature, having never authored a novel himself. However, the familiarity with numerous plots allowed him to recount them with relative ease. Yet the story you just shared is undeniably compelling. Zhao, possessing the ability to narrate a tale does not equate to the skill of writing one. Inspiration does not automatically yield script. Moreover, the intricacies of plot construction, character dialogue, and narrative flow require considerable study, which I have no time for as I prepare for the imperial examinations in February. Thus, I do not intend to write a script at this time. Rong Zheng's words were meant to alleviate Feng Xuanwen's apprehensions. The notion of having ideas, yet seeking another to write them, was indeed peculiar. So, how do you envision our collaboration? The story comprises approximately 8 parts. What you just heard was the first. If you could transcribe it, we may approach a publishing house together. Should they express satisfaction, I shall then divulge the second part. By the way, how long do you think it would take you to write this section? About 2 months, I suppose. And if it yields profit, how shall we divide the earnings? What if the publishing house declines to take a cut? Crafting a script incurs costs, and materials like paper and ink are exceedingly expensive. I am currently utilizing leftover supplies for my studies. How about a division of 70-30? I would take 30, while you would receive 70. Any profits or losses will adhere to this ratio, as I merely provide the concept while the writer bears the burden of labor. Just as Feng Xianwen was about to agree, he suddenly recalled his financial limitations and hesitated to voice his concern. Might you be able to cover your portion of the costs up front? I fear you might misconstrue my intentions as an attempt to deceive you. So I wish to clarify my circumstances. The young man is named Feng Xianwen, and he is 20 years old, residing in Lihua village. He achieved the status of a Tongsheng at the tender age of 17, with aspirations to become a Xiuzai. Unfortunately, his father met with an untimely death the same year. Overwhelmed by grief, his mother, already frail, saw her health decline further. The expenses for her monthly medication were substantial, and with 3 younger siblings to care for, he became the family's mainstay. Abandoning his studies, he toiled during the day and spent his nights writing stories, using the leftover paper from his school days. The new manuscripts he penned failed to garner interest, leaving him in a state of despair. Upon encountering Rong Zheng, he listened intently to his imaginative ideas. Despite the inherent risks, he realized he had little else to generate income. With his mother's medication running low and no extra funds for the following month, he felt compelled to take a chance and muster the courage to ask Rong Zheng for an advance. Understanding the challenges at hand, Rong Zheng decided to lend him a small sum, to which Feng Xianwen expressed his profound gratitude, assuring that he would not squander the money and promised to complete the work within a month. Rong Zheng trusted his judgment of character, believing Feng Xianwen to be an upright individual. Should he betray that trust, it would simply be deemed a miscalculation on his part, a failed investment. Chapter 10. Revealing affections. By the time he returned home, it was already noon. Rong Zheng took the seeds he had purchased to the Wang family, where Wang Zhe happened to be present. Upon seeing Rong Zheng, he smiled and remarked, "Last night, my mother mentioned that you intend to hire my wife and me to cultivate some vegetables. I estimate that 3 mu of land could be sown in just 2 days." Rong Zheng handed over the seeds, explaining, "I plan to hire you for 4 days to manage the field. Once the seeds are planted, they will require watering daily, and I will be in the mountains for several days with an uncertain return date. I fear the seeds may dry out in the sun." After a moment's thought, he proposed, How about I pay you 200 when to water the plants morning and evening? Wang Zhe was taken aback. That is far too much. 150 when will suffice. Watering for an hour each day will be manageable, and we can assist you easily. Besides, you have already gifted us a rabbit, which Lola loves. If you feel that amount is excessive, you may have us water for a few additional days. With that, he handed over the 200 won and turned to leave. Wang Zhe called after him. All right then, rest assured, I will take good care of it. Eager for the work, they were more than happy, as opportunities for income in the rural areas were scarce, and neighbors typically managed their own tasks. After leaving the Wang household, he returned home to heat the meat buns he had brought from town, wrapping them in several layers of cloth along with the pastries before heading straight up the mountain, eager to see Yiyan. Utilizing his keen hearing, he quickly located his two brothers in a secluded part of the woods, one foraging for wild vegetables while the other was digging up medicinal herbs. Upon seeing him, Yiyan felt a mix of emotions. The last time they had met, after learning of his beating, he had displayed anger and sorrow. He too had become an observer, growing accustomed to the unfolding events over time. In Yiyan's heart, he sensed that Rong Zheng was different from others. To claim that he held no expectations would be disingenuous, since realizing his feelings for Yiyan. Each encounter filled Rong Zheng with joy. Quickly eat these meat buns before they cool, and do try the pastries as well. He gazed intently at Yiyan, his future groom, growing increasingly enchanted by his handsome features. Those eyes, that nose, those lips, every aspect aligned perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. No wonder he found himself unable to forget him. Every time he encountered beautiful garments in town, thoughts of Yiyan would resurface. Yiyan pondered why he was treated with such kindness, yet the steady gaze of Rong Zheng left him somewhat flustered. The twinkle in those charming, peach blossom eyes made his face flush and his heart raced. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling a sense of urgency to look away. At that moment, Yichen approached, his previous wariness of Rong Zheng dissipating. Brother Yun had assured him that Rong Zheng was a good person, and he placed his trust in that sentiment. Moreover, children are often acutely aware of people's attitudes. Having endured the coldness of his uncle's family, he recognized the kindness Rong Zheng extended towards them. Noticing Yiyan's distraction, Rong Zheng refrained from taking the buns and pastries, instead offering them to Yichen. Little Chun, take these and eat over there. I wish to speak privately with your brother for a moment. Yichen observed that Brother Yun remained silent, yet did not object. So he took the food and moved aside. I will be exploring deeper into the wilderness beyond this mountain for the next few days, perhaps 4 or 5 days. Though it remains uncertain, Rong Zheng stated. Upon hearing this, Yiyan turned, frowning. That area is perilous. Hardly anyone ventures there. Even skilled and experienced hunters refrain from going. I have heard tales of hunters from neighboring villages who disregarded warnings and ventured across the mountains, only to never return. You have only been hunting for a little over a month. You are hardly seasoned. Ah, is this your way of showing concern for me? Rong Zheng teased him lightly. Do you truly intend to go? Ye yun pide sit. Disregarding Rong Zheng's pide fultone. Rest assured, my skills are commendable. Even should I encounter ferocious beasts, I am more than capable of fleeing safely. But I do not wish for you to go, Yin expressed, a mix of frustration and distress bubbling within him. He did not want Rong Zheng to take such risks, yet he felt powerless to voice any further objections. After all, he was not someone who could dictate Rong Zheng's choices. Seeing Yi Yun's brow furrowed deeply, Rong Zheng felt an urge to smooth it out with his hand, but restrained himself, fearing it might startle him. Instead, he shifted the topic. Do you wish to leave your uncle's family? Yi Yun managed a bittersweet smile. It is not so simple. We have nowhere else to go. Do you trust me? I will certainly assist you. When I return, I will resolve this matter for you. Rong Zheng had indeed contemplated strategy, which involved navigating through the complexities and encouraging them to separate. The brothers had no claim to the inheritance, but Yi Qin did. Once separated, the land that rightfully belonged to Yi Yun's family would be reclaimed. As for their living arrangements, he could arrange for them to stay in town temporarily until a new house was built, confident in his ability to manage the situation. At present, however, the most pressing concern was to secure financial resources. While money may not solve every problem, a lack of it could lead to dire circumstances. Why do you wish to help me? Yi Yin inquired, uncertain of how Rong Zheng would address the issue, but curiosity tugged at him. He gazed into Rong Zheng's eyes, seeking an answer, even though he himself struggled to articulate the anticipation that brewed within. Sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow around them. The golden rays of sunlight cascaded upon Yi Yun, illuminating his face and rendering him more vibrant. In that moment, Rong Zheng felt as though Yi Yun's gaze held an enchanting power over his very soul. He retracted his previous smile, his eyes now focused and tender. "It is simply because I cherish you." "Cherish me?" He said. "He cherishes me?" These words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred Yi Yun's heart, leaving him in a state of tumult. There was surprise, joy, and a profound sense of bewilderment. No one had ever expressed such affection towards him, and he found himself at a loss for words, remaining silent for an extended period. Rong Zheng observed Yi Yun's expression and realized that he did not resent his forthrightness. Initially, he had intended to confess his feelings only after Yi Yun distanced himself from his uncle's family. Yet perhaps the atmosphere was just right. Or perhaps it was the brilliance of Yi Yun's eyes and the sunlight that stirred his heart, compelling him to act. Regardless, the impulse to reveal his affections was overwhelming. He longed to tell Yi Yun that he cherished him. "Take your time, wait for my return, and do not be afraid." In Rong Zheng's eyes, a lack of rejection was the most affirmative response. He called for Yi Chun, only to find that Yi Chun had yet to eat, prompting him to urge both of them to enjoy their meal. Yi Chun, aware of Rong Zheng's kindness towards them, shyly smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Rong." It seemed evident that the future brother-in-law would be easy to win over. Yi Yun gazed at the still warm meat bun in his hands, a delicacy he had not savored in years. He often subsisted on tough, stale buns accompanied by wild vegetables, nearly forgetting the taste of meat buns. He turned to see Yi Chun eating with satisfaction, a pang of bitterness coursing through him. The very person who had just professed his feelings was treating them with such generosity that it felt like a dream. Unable to suppress the moisture in his eyes, he lowered his head and took small bites of the meat bun, its softness and flavor mingling perfectly with the filling, a delight beyond compare. After they finished their meal, Rong Zheng assisted them in gathering wild vegetables and chopping wood, escorting them back to the main road on the mountain. Watching their hunched figures, he thought to himself, "I must hasten to remove Yi Yun from this situation." Chapter 11. Jealousy under the blazing sun. Yi Yun took Yi Chun to the fields to work, drenched in sweat. During the busy farming season, Chun Ho Hot would insist on sending them to toil in the fields, deriving a sense of satisfaction from watching them labor like oxen. As noon approached, the two took a respite in the shade, nibbling on cold buns alongside simple side dishes. "Brother Yun, I reckon Brother Rong has already crossed the mountain and delved into the deeper woods by now. Indeed, he likely set off early this morning. I hope Brother Rong returns safely. He is truly a wonderful person," Yi Chun replied, his words slightly muffled as he chewed. "Surely." Yi Yun, preoccupied with concern for Rong Zheng, responded absent-mindedly, his focus elsewhere. Upon their return in the evening, they found that their uncle's family had already finished their meal, leaving no leftovers for the brothers. Chun Ho Hot, lounging with her legs crossed, ordered as soon as she saw Yi enter the house, "We've eaten, so you'd best clean up the dishes in the kitchen. And do not touch the pork belly. If any is missing tomorrow, you will face the consequences." Chun Ho Hot's youngest daughter, Yi Bao, was idly picking her teeth while casting a disdainful glance at Yi Yun. She harbored a strong dislike for him, for during the time her uncle and aunt were still around, they had raised Yi Yun quite well. Naturally, Yi Yun was blessed with striking good looks, making him a favored companion among his peers, who preferred his company over hers. In her heart, she felt a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Yun's face. Believing he deserved his misfortunes, having caused the death of his parents, he had now fallen to the ignoble position of their servant. Yi Yun acknowledged her presence, and, taking Yi Chun by the hand, proceeded to the kitchen to help with the chores. As he washed the dishes, faint voices from the main room reached him. It turned out Yi Bao was pleading with Chun Ho Hot to arrange a marriage proposal. "Mother, I've recently noticed that Rong Zheng has changed remarkably. He has become quite handsome. Please help me propose to him." In rural society, it was customary for families to begin matchmaking for their children starting at the age of 16. Yi Bao, now 18, found her mother reluctant to part with her, believing that the local men were unworthy of her precious daughter, thus delaying any proposals. Yi Bao was of average beauty, but over the past few years, with Yi Yun and Yi Chun serving as her aides, she hardly had to toil in the fields or endure the elements. This sheltered life had allowed her complexion to surpass that of the village girls. As the adage goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. Moreover, their family had amassed some wealth by appropriating 30 taels from Yi Yun's family, allowing Chen Ho-Hat to afford new clothes and jewelry for Yi Bao. Dressed up, she resembled a town lady, attracting the attention of the village men. Yet, she held them in contempt, viewing them as mere country bumpkins, dark, unattractive, and exceedingly coarse. A few days prior, she had encountered Rong Zheng returning from the town, clad in a deep blue long robe, his tall, lean figure exuding an air of charm and elegance that captivated her. Unlike the local gentry, he had received an education, making him even more appealing in her eyes. Good looks are of little use if one is impoverished, unable to afford a meal, having sold off most of their land, leaving only 3 acres, and merely indulging in drink. Chen Ho-Hat thought, observing her daughter's infatuation with dismay. He has changed significantly. He no longer drinks, and has reportedly become quite adept at hunting, with rumors of his plentiful catches. If I marry him, I could enjoy meat at every meal. And of course, I would still honor you and father, Yi Bao mused. Most importantly, since his parents have passed, I would be the one in charge, living a life of ease. For days, Yi Bao's thoughts lingered on Rong Zheng's visage, growing fonder with each passing moment. He was indeed the most handsome man in the village, a figure she would be proud to showcase. However, hunting was a perilous profession relying on luck. The dangers of encountering wild beasts loomed large. A single misstep could lead to death, and should he survive in a half-alive state, he would become a burden. The thought of divorce and remarriage was daunting, as it would not be as favorable as her first union. Seeing that she could not sway Chen Ho-Hat, Yi Bao grew anxious. I don't care, I want to marry Rong Zheng. He is far more handsome than any young man in the town, and our children will surely inherit his good looks. Oh, foolish girl, Chen Ho-Hat replied. You are my beloved daughter. How could I ever harm you? I will ensure you find a worthy match. By the way, your brother knows people in town. Perhaps you could marry there. But Yi Bao was no fool. She recognized her brother Yi Yao's ineptitude, his lack of ambition leading him to return home every few months for money, while her mother treated him like a treasure. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing such honesty could provoke her mother's ire. Chen Ho-Hat, seeing Yi Bao silent, spoke earnestly to console her. My dear Bao, you are still young. In time you will understand that wealth outweighs beauty. Regardless of how skilled Rong Zheng is at hunting, he remains a mere peasant with little land to his name. If you marry him, you will be serving him. Your mother has raised you to be pristine and delicate. You cannot let despair take hold. You must at least aspire to marry into a family of landowners. Recalling that Yi Ho, the second son of the village landlord, had visited several times bearing gifts for Yi Bao, she inquired, by the way, does Yi Ho have feelings for you? Yi Ho, true to his name, was robust and solidly built. The thought of his large, round face made Yi Bao feel slightly uncomfortable, and disinterestedly she replied, I do not like him. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was washing the dishes, eavesdropping on their conversation, his thoughts wandering. He perceived that since Rong Zheng's transformation, his demeanor had become increasingly refined. He held his head high, exuding an air of confidence and charm. Recalling the moment when Rong Zheng had earnestly professed his affection for him, with those captivating peach blossom eyes reflecting his own image, Yi Yun felt a swell of joy within. Rong Zheng had even brought delicious treats for him and his brother, promising to help them escape the clutches of their uncle. After the passing of their parents, the past 4 years had been a harsh existence under someone else's roof, enduring constant scorn and hardship that left them walking on eggshells. Never had anyone treated them with such kindness as Rong Zheng did. The thought of such a remarkable person harboring feelings for him filled Yi Yun with elation. Yet, upon hearing that Yi Bao also liked Rong Zheng, who was known for her discerning taste, he felt a twinge of resentment. Indeed, As he improved, it was only natural that many would take a liking to him. This realization led Yi Yun to begrudge Rong Zheng's good looks and the attention he attracted. His thoughts shifted, and he began to feel disheartened, scrubbing the dishes with increased vigor. Why must you attract so much attention to the detriment of the innocent dishes? Brother Yin, what troubles you? Yi Chen, seated on a low stool tending to the fire and steaming buns for their dinner, noticed Yi Yun's agitation. Chen Ho Hot had decided they would not dine at the main table and insisted they eat in the kitchen, claiming they would dirty the main room, which was merely a guise for her disdain. Yi Yun shook his head, exhaling deeply, realizing he had been lost in thoughts of Rong Zheng. Chapter 12. A bountiful harvest long before dawn. Rong Zheng traversed a great mountain, arriving at a remote wilderness where few dare to tread. He maintained a vigilant watch of his surroundings as he cautiously proceeded, the sound of birdsong filling the air, occasionally interrupted by the roars of wild beasts. After walking for most of the day without sighting a fox, he leaned against a tree to rest. While hunting may yield quicker rewards than tilling the land, fortune was not guaranteed on every venture, and wandering alone in such desolation was quite disheartening. A faint, hissing sound suddenly pierced the silence, causing Rong Zheng to abruptly open his eyes. He beheld a serpent, as thick as a small arm, stealthily slithering through the leaves on the ground. Without hesitation, he drew his knife and leaped forward, plunging the blade directly into the creature's vital spot as it lunged with its flickering tongue, killing it instantly. In the depths of the mountains, even the snakes were formidable. On the first day, he managed to catch only one snake. As dusk settled, he kindled a fire within a cave, preparing to continue his endeavors the following day. The next morning, after a patient search, he discovered the tracks of a red fox. He remained in hiding for an entire day, and on the third morning, he finally succeeded in shooting the cunning creature with an arrow. In pursuit of the fox, he fortuitously stumbled upon a deep pool of water, where he captured 2 wild soft-shelled turtles. Having spent over 3 days in the mountains, his haul was commendable. 2 large turtles, 1 red fox, and 1 snake. His journey was not in vain. On the 4th day at dawn, he began his return under the moonlight, reaching the village just as the sun began to rise, where he encountered several villagers. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his disheveled appearance from days of rough living without a bath, he knew he must appear quite unkempt. Uncle Wang, a villager, greeted him warmly. Rong Zheng, you're back from hunting. We haven't seen you for several days. It seems you were in the mountains for quite a while. Rong Zheng edged away slightly, eager to avoid imposing his odor upon the man. Indeed, Uncle Wang, you're out early to gather firewood? Yes. I must collect enough wood to last through the winter. By the way, what did you bring back? Uncle Wang stretched his neck to peer into Rong Zheng's backpack. His eyes widened in surprise. Ah, this red one is a red fox. It's been years since I've seen a hunter in our village catch one. You've done remarkably well. After a few moments of praise, Rong Zheng, wishing to avoid further delay, interrupted. I'm quite foul-smelling and must return to wash up. Uncle Wang, initially eager to continue the conversation, saw Rong Zheng's urgency and wished him well instead. As he watched Rong Zheng depart, he murmured to himself, who would have thought that the former scholar, Rong Zheng, could hunt so skillfully? To have captured such a rare red fox so swiftly, it's truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to Rong Zheng, news of his successful hunt spread from Uncle Wang's lips throughout the village by noon. In Anha Village's gossip network, whispers circulated. That lad, Rong Zheng, possesses an extraordinary talent for hunting. In less than 2 months, he has managed to capture a red fox. The pelt alone could fetch a handsome sum, perhaps dozens of taels. That is a year's worth of income for an ordinary family. Do not envy him. Red foxes are exceedingly rare. Most people seldom encounter them, and given their cunning nature, they are quite difficult to catch. Not only is he handsome, but he is also remarkably capable. Some villagers recalled hearing that the nearby forests had become devoid of foxes. Could he have ventured deeper into the wilds? That area is home to ferocious beasts like tigers. Wasn't he, it his father, who met his demise at the jaws of one of those monsters while daring to tread there? Regardless of whether he truly traversed to that perilous side, it was evident that he had returned with a bountiful harvest. Indeed, if he had journeyed into those uncharted depths and returned alive, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Although Rong Zheng possesses merely 3 acres of land, his remarkable hunting prowess makes him a desirable match for young women, as marrying him could grant them the fortune of daily meat consumption. The villagers began to chatter, and some aunts and uncles contemplated the prospect of marrying their sons and daughters to Rong Zheng. Previously, they had dismissed the idea due to his lack of wealth and his penchant for drinking, along with the belief that a scholar, slender of limb, was incapable of hard labor. However, in just over a month, he had not only toiled in the fields, but also ventured into the mountains to hunt, reaping rewards that amounted to several dozen taels of silver, far exceeding what they could earn in a year farming. More importantly, Rong Zheng was literate. Should he improve his station, even if he ceased hunting, he could find respectable work as an accountant in town. As the women pondered this, they felt compelled to seize the opportunity of marrying off their daughters to a promising candidate like Rong Zheng. They hastily concocted excuses to depart, returning home to discuss with their daughters the importance of acting swiftly when a suitable match presented itself. Meanwhile, Rong Zheng remained blissfully unaware of his newfound popularity as one of the village's most sought-after suitors. He hurried home, washed himself, and then made his way to the town. He first visited various taverns to gauge prices before arriving at Yufeng Lu, where the proprietor, Li, was astonished to see him. "Brother, you have quite the catch. This snake is impressively thick, and the gallbladder is a rarity. 2 fat turtles, too. I can offer you 8 taels for the snake and 10 for the turtles, totaling 18 taels." Noticing Rong Zheng's hesitation, he quickly added, "Brother Rong, if you add just 1 more tael, Yufeng Lu is the finest tavern in town. No other establishment can match our prices." Having compared offers from other taverns, which ranged from 16 to 18 taels, Rong Zheng accepted Li's generous offer. When Li handed over the money, he noticed a red fox in the basket, his eyes widening. "Is this not a red fox? Its fur is exquisite. Your skills are remarkable. Having caught a red fox is no small feat. This pelt could fetch a high price in the capital." He praised Brother Rong. "This fur is valuable. I suggest you inquire at the largest clothing store in town, Qiu Yinge. Their backers are said to be influential figures who can afford a good price. What do you reckon this fox pelt is worth, Mr. Li?" Li held up 2 fingers, stating, "At least 20 taels. I once visited the capital and saw a red fox fur made into collars selling for up to 50 taels. Ultimately, the fox was sold to the tailor at Qiu Yinge." The proprietor, Zhou, caressed the red fur with delight, proclaiming, "If this is fashioned into a collar, the ladies of the capital will surely adore it. I can offer 25 taels." Rong Zheng found this offer comparable to Li's estimation and completed the transaction readily. As he departed, Zhou encouraged him to return with any fine pelts in the future, assuring him they would pay well and guarantee satisfaction. This venture into the mountains earned him a total of 44 taels, a worthwhile endeavor despite the hardships faced. Typically, selling wild chickens and rabbits would yield only a few taels at a time, while goats, though pricier, brought in only 5 taels each. Common game was easy to catch, but not particularly valuable. After calculating his savings, he found his total to be 50 taels, quite satisfactory indeed. Fortune favors the bold, he mused, contemplating the need for further expeditions. Little did he know of the troubles awaiting Yi Yun. Chapter 13. The Vicious Family. Just yesterday, Yi Yun witnessed her cousin Yi Yao, who had not returned for over 2 months, slumped against the wall in a crooked posture, his legs carelessly draped over the dining table. Chen Ho Hat, his mother, hovered nearby, fussing over him. "My son, you haven't come home in 2 months. Your mother has missed you dearly. Oh dear, you've lost so much weight. Is the work in town too arduous?" Yi Yao responded perfunctorily to Chen Ho Hat's incessant chatter, his impatience evident in his furrowed brow. Yi Yun Sukol Fut Inyardli. Yi Yao was indolent and had been dismissed from his job as a porter in town for pilfering goods to sell. He had deceived their uncle and aunt, claiming he was still working as a porter. In truth, he spent his days in town, idling with a group of ruffians, engaging in petty thefts, and frequently visiting gambling dens. This information, relayed by fellow villagers who had worked alongside him, was met with disbelief by Chen Ho Hat, who scolded the informant for spreading rumors. Consequently, the village whispered about the family, reveling in the prospect of their inevitable downfall. Over the years, Yi Yao returned home every few months, each time with his hand out for money. Chun Ho-hat, in her foolish affection for her son, would surreptitiously give him money when Uncle Yi refused. Yi Yao skillfully manipulated Chun Ho-hat, knowing she expected him to earn a better life in town, often regaling her with grandiose tales of wealth. This time, he had undoubtedly returned after losing money at the gambling house. Why did it take you so long to wash your clothes? Are you being lazy again? You've been working slower and slower. It took you half a day to gather wild vegetables. Don't think I'm unaware of your idleness. If it weren't for the fact that your parents passed away and I took you in out of kindness, you've grown up to be so lazy. As Chun Ho-hat's gaze fell upon Yi Yun, who had just returned to hang out the laundry, her demeanor shifted instantly, launching into a tirade against her. Yi Yun remained silent, continuing her task. Chun Ho-hat was like that. She would shout when she was in a foul mood, scold when work was slow, and vent her frustrations on them upon returning home, even blaming them for her own misfortunes, sometimes finding reasons to chastise them for no apparent cause. In short, Yi Yun and her brother Yi Chun were her favorite targets. She would scold them whenever she wished, pushing and shoving them, pinching their arms until they turned bruised, and at times striking them with a vine whip, treating them as her punching bags. Yi Yun advised Yi Chun to keep his distance from her, to avoid arguing with her, and if beaten, to run away. However, Yi Chun soon discovered that Chun Ho-hat was exceedingly petty. If he fled from a beating, she would deliberately seek ways to torment them further, especially targeting Yi Yun. Thus, Yi Chun ceased to run away and simply endured the abuse. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun was filled with rage and despair, shedding silent tears as she gazed at Yi Chun's sleeping face that night. In their youth, Yi Yao and Yi Bao had been equally cruel. Once, they attempted to snatch the longevity lock from around Yi Chun's neck, a cherished heirloom given to him by their deceased parents when he turned 1. Yi Chun would speak to the lock before sleep, believing, as Yi Yun had told him, that this would allow their parents to hear him. The young Yi Chun, still too innocent to grasp the finality of death, did not understand that his words would never reach them again. Yi Chun clutched the longevity lock tightly, unwilling to part with it. The two assailants pushed him to the ground, with Yi Yao triumphantly stepping upon his diminutive frame, declaring, "Humph, disobedience warrants punishment." Yi Bao, standing nearby, joined in the torment, delivering a couple of kicks for good measure. When Chun Ho-hat returned, Yi Yao feigned being knocked down, sitting on the threshold and wailing, claiming that Yi Chun had recklessly collided with him. Yi Bao stoked the flames, embellishing the tale to sound entirely believable. Observing her precious son on the ground, shouting in distress, Chun Ho-hat wasted no time in seizing a slender branch to strike Yi Chun. She failed to consider how the frail Yi Chun could possibly have harmed the robust Yi Yao. The sharp pain of the branch against his skin caused Yi Chun to sob uncontrollably, his cries drawing the attention of neighbors, some of whom intervened, pulling Chun Ho-hat away. "Children are innocent. Stop this. You could injure him severely. Have you no compassion, Chun Ho-hat? My goodness, you're beating him so mercilessly that he is bleeding. This is truly vile. You might just beat him to death." Chun Ho-hat discarded the branch, rebuking the onlookers for their meddling, insisting that Yi Chun was a rebellious child intent on ruining her family's only heir. Upon Yi Yun's return home, he found Yi Chun weeping, his body marred with bloodstains. He scooped him up, his eyes reddened as he glared at Chun Ho-hat, a chill running down her spine in that moment. That night, Yi Yun tenderly applied medicine to little Chen's wounds, tears blurring his vision as he suppressed his sobs, turning his head away, his hands trembling. "Brother, can we go home? I don't want to stay here," Yi Chun implored. Yi Yun found himself at a loss for words, contemplating for a long while before saying, "Little Chun, our parents are gone. I lied to you before. They can no longer hear you." He gently stroked Yi Chun's back, his voice choked with emotion. "Let them have the longevity lock. We must keep our distance from them and avoid any confrontations. Do you understand?" He reached to untangle the longevity lock from Yi Chun's grip. Yi Chun's sobs turned into hiccups, the burden of living under someone else's roof weighing heavily upon him. Holding the longevity lock and speaking to his deceased parents brought no solace, and, at his tender age, he began to grasp the meaning of death, yet clung to a flicker of hope, now cruelly extinguished by his brother's words. "I promise I will take you away from here, little Chun, be good." Yi Yun felt a profound sense of guilt and sorrow. They could not afford to sever ties just yet. Little Chun was only 4, and their solitary existence was fraught with peril should they attract the attention of unsavory individuals. This was why, when their uncle's family plundered their savings and appropriated their land, he offered no resistance. They were far too young, especially little Chun. Safety lay in the presence of adults. Eventually, Yi Yun relinquished the longevity lock to Yi Yao. From that point onward, whenever he ventured out for work, especially if he anticipated a lengthy absence, he brought Yi Chen along. One day, he fortuitously stumbled upon a discarded herbal manual from a clinic. Gazing at the blurred illustrations, he painstakingly identified the herbs in the mountains, repeatedly bringing them to the clinic and enduring disdainful glares while beseeching the apprentice to discern their usefulness. He harbored dreams of secretly selling the herbs to earn money, hoping that once he had saved enough, he and little Chun would grow old enough to escape this life. At this moment, Chen Hohat noticed that Yi Yun was still hanging up clothes and had not responded to her. In a fit of anger, she stormed into the courtyard and pinched his arm fiercely. "Brother Yun, the more you grow up, the less you understand the importance of respecting your elders. Can't you hear me calling you? Hurry up and cook, you ungrateful wretch." She spat on the ground, then went to butcher Yi Guang's house to buy 2 pounds of pork, claiming it was for her son Yao to supplement his diet. She then disdainfully tossed 30 when onto the ground. Yi Yun, accustomed to her ways, chose not to engage in a quarrel. He understood that the more one argued with Chun Hohat, the more fervently she would retaliate. Thus, he picked up the coins and went out to purchase the pork. That evening, after dinner, Yi Yun tidied up the kitchen and took Yi Chun back to the storage room outside the courtyard. Chun Hohat forbade the brothers from staying in the main house at night, claiming it disrupted their family's harmony, and considered it a favor that they were allowed to stay in the storage room. In truth, she found their presence bothersome and wished to drive them away. The storage room was exceedingly rudimentary, small and drafty, with hard wooden planks. To make it more comfortable for his brother to sleep, Yi Yun found some dry straw to lay down, but it offered little warmth. During winter, he would have to dig out their clothes and pile them on themselves, or they would spend a sleepless night. "Brother, tomorrow is your birthday," Yi Chun said softly, looking up at Yi Yun, who had grown significantly taller than him. He then produced a grasshopper from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yun. The mention of his birthday reminded Yi Yun that he had been rescued and brought back in July, and his parents had celebrated that day as his birthday. Since their parents had passed away, he had not celebrated his birthday again. Every year on this day, his brother would weave a grasshopper as a birthday gift for him, and Minggu would give him the remaining coins he had wrapped in a red envelope, knowing that Yi Yun desired money the most. Yi Yun accepted the grasshopper and affectionately ruffled his brother's hair, smiling. "Thank you for remembering, Xiao Chun." At that moment, he thought of Rong Zheng, who had been in the mountains for 2 days. Would Rong Zheng wish him a happy birthday if he knew? He found himself increasingly missing Rong Zheng. As the brothers conversed, muffled sounds of an argument drifted from the main room. "You wasteful son, how could you owe so much money to the gambling house?" Uncle Yi slammed his palm on the table, unable to contain his reproach. Chun Hohat, unable to defend her eldest son this time, exclaimed Ma Yao, "Weren't you working as a porter in town? How could you end up in a gambling house? This amounts to 80 taels. How are we supposed to repay this?" Yi Bao, watching from the side, was utterly shocked. 80 taels was no small sum, especially owed to a gambling house. If this news got out, how would he find a suitable match for himself? That good-for-nothing Yi Yao should have just died outside. Yi Bao seethed internally, cursing Yi Yao in his heart. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Their parents favored Yi Yao, and if he spoke out, he would surely receive a slap. Uncle Yi kicked Yi Yao to the ground, cursing under his breath, but keeping his voice low to avoid family shame. Chun Hohat sighed heavily, also lamenting Yi Yao's lack of ambition. Yi Yao knelt on the ground, pleading, "Father, mother, you must help me repay the debt. The gamblers have threatened to sever my hand if I do not repay them. And how will I provide for you in your old age? They have also threatened to come after our family. Surely, you do not wish to bring shame upon us before the entire village." Upon hearing this, Uncle Yi kicked him, but Chun Hohat hurriedly intervened. He was their only son, after all, and they needed him for their future care. 80 taels was a substantial sum for an ordinary farming family. Their combined savings amounted to only 50 taels, which included 30 taels pillaged from Yi Yun's family 4 years prior, most of which had already been squandered. To repay the debt, they would have to borrow money, which would mean tightening their belts in the future. Chen Hohat felt a pang of anguish at the thought of having to produce such a large sum all at once. Consequently, she struck Yi Yao fiercely, her complaints spilling forth incessantly. Yet, despite the turmoil, Uncle Yi was aware that he had only one son. He did not want this scandal to become the talk of the village. If the debt collectors made a scene at their door, they would be forever humiliated. He slapped Chen Hohat in exasperation, saying, "This son of yours has been spoiled rotten by you. Do you have any shame left? Hand over the money." "But we don't have that much. We are still short 30 taels, even after repaying everything. Should we borrow from relatives?" Chen Hohat sighed deeply, realizing that they would have to forego meat in their diet, not to mention delaying Yi Bao's dowry. Hearing this, Yi Bao felt a sense of urgency. Now, her own dowry was at stake. At 17, she had begun to entertain suitors last year, but she had been reluctant to serve another family, so she had not been in a hurry. Now, however, the implications for her own future filled her with anxiety. She understood that her parents were in a furious state of mind, and it was clear they were determined to deplete their savings to settle Yi Yao's debts. She could only stifle her anger, knowing that expressing it might lead to her being punished as well. "Who would lend us such a large sum?" "Be quiet," Uncle Yi snapped, irritated beyond measure, not wanting to hear any more from Chen Hohat. He advanced and kicked Yi Yao again, saying harshly, "Once the debt is settled, you will remain here in the village to work the land. Entertain no thoughts of gallivanting into town. If you dare to run away, I will break your legs." "I will borrow some from my family," Chen Hohat suggested. "What can your family possibly lend? I heard recently that your eldest nephew had to sell off his son to gather the dowry. Borrowing from the villagers will only yield at most 10 taels, leaving us still short by 20. If all else fails, we may have to sell land. 2 mu should suffice." The mention of selling land sent Chen Hohat into a frenzy. They could not sell their land, for it was their lifeline. Why not sell the land left behind by your deceased brother? They have 10 mu, don't they? But that land was meant for Yi Chun, and selling it would require his consent, and the village head would have to be consulted. Uncle Yi had intended to sell Yi Chen's land all along. He would never sell his own. Nevertheless, even if it were Yi Chen's land being sold, it would still pain him, as those lands were technically under his name and he was the one tending to them. Those 2 brothers are living off our hospitality. Do you think they would object? Seeing that they could avoid selling their own land, Chen Hohat began to speak nonsensically, forgetting entirely about the 30 taels pillaged from Yi Yun's family all those years ago. Uncle Yi cast a glance at Chen Hohat, implying that he would leave the matter in her capable hands. This man was particularly shrewd. Whenever there were unpleasant tasks to be done, he would let Chen Hohat take the lead while he observed from the sidelines. Previously, he had watched as Yi Yun and Yi Chun were beaten, offering only a few nonchalant remarks without ever intervening. At that moment, Yi Bao's voice rang out. "Father, mother, I have a solution to make up for the 20 taels." Upon hearing his father mention selling off his brother, his cunning eyes sparkled with a thought. He waited until his parents had calmed down somewhat before interjecting. Chen Hohat's eyes lit up at this. "What is your plan?" "Yi Yun is 17 this year and is of marrying age. As his closest uncle and aunt, you can naturally assist him in finding a suitable match, and the bride price will naturally be in your hands. Nowadays, marrying off a daughter or a son can fetch as much as 15 taels." After a brief pause, Bao cleverly added, "If we were to wed him to some wealthy widower, we could negotiate an even higher bride price." Uncle Yi found this idea appealing. It spared him the need to sell land, and he was inclined to support any plan that seemed favorable. Yet, he feigned hesitation, but Yi might not agree to this. In his mind, he believed that matrimonial arrangements were ultimately decided by parents and elders. As his only uncle, he was subtly suggesting that it was Chen Hohat's fiery disposition that should take on this dubious task. As expected, Chen Hohat charged ahead. "There's no way he can refuse. We have supported these 2 brothers for over 4 years now. Do they intend to remain here indefinitely?" She conveniently overlooked the fact that their family had extracted a total of 30 taels from Yi Yun, occupying their 10 acres of land. All the arduous labor at home fell upon Yi Yun, with even Yi Chun learning to cook and help around the house, while also toiling in the fields alongside Yi Yun. Ultimately, Chen Hohat decisively stated, "I will handle Yi Yun's situation. Whether he wants to or not, he will marry." Uncle Yi, who had already intended for Chen Hohat to play the villain, had no objections. Yi Bao felt that the family's finances might ease a bit, believing that a dowry would soon be returned, and he would not be left behind as an old bachelor, expressing his satisfaction with the plan. As for Yi Yao, he was indifferent. He merely wished to repay his gambling debts. He was being pursued by the gambling den's creditors in town and had no choice but to return home to hide. Yi Yin resided in a storeroom near the entrance of the courtyard. Thus he could not clearly hear the commotion from the main house, only catching the sounds of scolding, which was likely due to Yi Yao returning home for money, a common occurrence. He was unconcerned with the family's affairs. He had saved over 5 taels and anticipated reaching 10 taels within a year. Next year, he intended to leave this place with his brother and reclaim their 10 acres of land. As for the money taken from them years ago, he deemed it a lost cause. The thought of leaving next year brought him a sense of new beginnings, and he felt a surge of happiness. Filled with hope, he gradually drifted into slumber, unaware that his family intended to marry him off to a wealthy widower, effectively pushing him into a dire predicament. Chapter 15. The unfortunate betrothal. Chen Hohat acted swiftly, seeking out the village matchmaker, Zhang, early in the morning. After deliberation, they arranged for Yi Yun to be matched with a wealthy widower from the neighboring village, Gu Tai, who was in his 40s. Upon learning that Yi Yun was only 17, the matchmaker was delighted and offered a bride price of 20 taels, stipulating that, to avoid any drawn-out delays, the arrangement must be finalized and delivered that very day. Chen Hohat was utterly delighted and called out to Yi Yun, who was preparing to work in the fields. "Yi Yun, you need not labor today. Hurry and tidy yourself up. I have arranged a fine marriage for you with Gu Tai from the neighboring village. He may be older, but he knows how to cherish a person. You will surely live a life of comfort with him." Yi Yun had heard of Gu Tai, a man notorious for his violence towards his wives. 3 previous spouses had fled from his wrath, and the villagers whispered that he must be impotent, taking his frustrations out on them. At that moment, her complexion turned ashen, and she clutched her garment tightly, her body trembling in trepidation. "I refuse to marry. I must care for Xiao Chun," she declared. "Refuse? At 17, do you intend to sponge off us for life?" Chen Hohat retorted impatiently. "I do not live for free. After my parents passed, they left me 30 taels and 10 acres of land," Yi Yun countered. "I toil daily in the fields, wash, clean, cook, and even gather firewood and wild vegetables. I do not live without contributing." This infuriated Chen Hohat, her expression darkening as her voice turned sharp. "Oh, how remarkable! You dare to speak back. If it weren't for our family providing shelter for you and your brother, you would have frozen to death outside. And as for your meals over the years, how long can you survive on the meager scraps your parents left behind?" Yi Yun, desperate to defend herself, exclaimed, "You only allow me and Xiao Chun to eat leftovers. And it hardly costs anything. Our clothes are all quite worn. The money my parents left is sufficient for our needs." Upon hearing this, Chen Hohat's anger escalated. "How ungrateful you are, you ungrateful wretch. I swear raising a dog would be more rewarding than raising you." With that, she lunged at Yi Yun, striking her fiercely across the face. Yi Yun was caught off guard, and her cheek immediately swelled from the blow. The assault was swift. Yi Chun, who had been standing nearby, witnessed his sister being struck and, summoning his courage, pushed Chen Hohat away, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Yun. The hefty Chen Hohat stumbled backward, landing painfully on the ground, her face contorting in rage as she bellowed, "You little brats, how dare you push me? I will make you pay." Struggling to rise, she grabbed a wooden stick from the corner and advanced threateningly. Yi Yun, Sansing Dangyet, turned pale and instinctively pulled Yi Chun aside to evade her. However, Yi Chun did not retreat. Instead, he charged at Chen Hohat and bit her arm. Years of enduring her insults erupted within him, and he cried out, "My sister will not marry. My sister will not marry." Chen Hohat let out a horrific scream. Her voice, usually loud, now echoed with agony as she bled from the bite, wailing like a slaughtered pig. Realizing that the once small Yi Chun had grown taller and could inflict real pain, she felt a twinge of fear and called for Yi Yao from inside the house. Her loud summons compelled Uncle Yi, who had been deliberately hiding, to emerge while Yi Yao rushed out. Upon seeing his mother in distress, he rushed forward to forcibly drag Yi Chun away, raising his foot to kick him. Yi Yun hurriedly rushed to stop Yi Yao. However, the strength of the younger brother was no match for that of the man. Moreover, Yi Yao had been raised with abundant care and indulgence, growing tall and robust. With a forceful shove, Yi Yun fell heavily to the ground, pain coursing through him as he struggled to rise. In desperation, he pleaded, "Please do not harm Xiao Chun." Yet, Yi Yao paid no heed to his words. As Chun Ho Hot regained her composure, she shouted from the sidelines, "Yer, beat this wretch to death for daring to bite me. Look, he has drawn blood. This is an abomination, truly defying the heavens." Yi Yao viciously kicked Yi Chun. At merely 8 years of age, lacked the strength to resist, and was soon left unable to rise, uttering, "Brother Yun will not marry." Seizing the advantage, Chun Ho Hot picked up a wooden stick and vented her fury upon Yi Yun, warning, "You will attend this marriage, whether you wish to or not. I have already accepted the betrothal gifts. Should you refuse, I shall end your life." Beaten and in excruciating pain, Yi Yun's eyes filled with despair, rendering him speechless. The commotion had drawn the attention of nearby villagers, who rushed over to ascertain the situation. Upon witnessing the scene, they began to voice their objections. "What is happening here? Stop the violence. Someone may die. Ho Hot, the child is innocent. How can you be so ruthless? What a wicked family, assaulting their own nephew. Even if they have previously mistreated him, this is beyond cruel." They claim to be disciplining the child, but a child should not be subjected to such brutality. A few adults, unable to bear the sight, quickly intervened to separate Chun Ho Hot from Yi Yao. Chun Ho Hot, the villain, cried out first, "I only sought a good match for Yi Yun, urging him to marry. This ingrate does not appreciate my efforts and accuses us of mistreatment. Let the people judge." She wailed, "It is a sin. After raising them with such care, they now turn against me, more vicious than a snake." Yi Yun interjected, "The match you found for me is the old widower Gu Tai from the neighboring village, who has driven away several suitors." Upon hearing this, the villagers recognized Chun Ho Hot's misdeeds, who in the area did not know of Gu Tai's cruelty. At over 40, he could easily be Yi Yun's father, and marrying him would be a path to ruin for Yi Yun. As the tide of public opinion began to shift in Yi Yun's favor, Chun Ho Hot grew anxious and argued vehemently. "Others have changed for the better. Age brings compassion. I even postponed my own daughter's engagement to advocate for Yi Yun. Yet this ungrateful wretch is still discontent." Meanwhile, Ming Ger, having heard of Yi Yun's predicament, rushed over and joined the crowd, his heart heavy with anxiety upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Yun's bashful confession about Rong Zheng expressing affection for him just days prior. Without hesitation, he turned and ran toward Rong Zheng's home. As Rong Zheng approached his house, he spotted a slender boy anxiously pacing outside the gate. Curiosity piqued. He watched as the boy's face lit up upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Hurry! Brother Yun is in trouble." The boy was understandably apprehensive, aware that Yi Yun had only recently begun to interact with Rong Zheng and uncertain if he would offer assistance. Fortunately, upon hearing the news, Rong Zheng's expression changed, and without delay, he set off. Ming Ger quickly caught up, briefly explaining the situation. Hearing the details ignited a blaze of anger within Rong Zheng, and he sprinted faster than before. Minggu hastened to catch up, his strength depleted, and upon stopping to catch his breath, he looked up only to find that Rong Zheng had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 16. Public Proposal upon his arrival. Rong Zheng witnessed Yi Yun declaring her intention to separate from the family, as she took Yi Chun away from Uncle Ye's home. "Look at these two heartless wretches, utterly devoid of conscience. For over 4 years, our family has provided them with food and shelter, and now they wish to sever ties," Chun Ho Hot lamented, crying out in despair. "There has been no free handouts. When my parents passed, they left behind 30 taels of silver and 10 acres of land. You took all the money, and it is you who tilled the fields." Chun and I have always worked hard. We did not live off charity, Yi Yun countered. He understood that the family would never return the 30 taels. He merely sought to reclaim the land. Chen Ho Hat, upon hearing this, was incensed and continued her wailing. What a sin it is to be burdened with two ravenous, heartless creatures. You shall not even dream of taking the land. As she spoke, she shoved aside the villagers who tried to restrain her, raising a stick threateningly towards Yi Yun, exclaiming, "I'll beat you to a pulp, you scoundrel." Rong Zheng's eyes narrowed with cold fury as he rushed forward, seizing the wooden stick and, with a forceful thrust, sent Chen Ho Hat sprawling to the side. She fell, dazed and crying out in pain. Seeing his mother being assaulted, Yi Yao charged towards Rong Zheng, fists flying in anger. However, Rong Zheng reacted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Uncle Yi, witnessing the violence inflicted upon his wife and son, quickly intervened, shouting for them to cease. Chen Ho Hat, momentarily forgetting her tears, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Yun, fuming. "How dare you, you shameless wretch? No wonder you refuse to marry. You've been enticing men all along, and now you bring them to our home to beat us. Disgraceful." Her words were filled with vitriol, utterly unbearable to hear. At that moment, Village Chief Yi arrived in a hurry, his brow furrowed as he shouted for silence. Taking in the chaotic scene, with several individuals injured, he commanded, "Get the injured inside." Yi Yun fell to his knees before the village chief, his eyes pleading, "Chief, we wish to separate. I will take Shin away from Uncle S home." The village chief, having witnessed the hardships of these two children over the years, understood their plight. Yet, the question of where they would reside after separation loomed large. One was a young man, the other still a child. If they ventured out alone, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, inviting calamity they could not withstand. With a troubled expression, he replied, "Yingo, you must think carefully. If you separate, where will you and Chin go? Your old home is no longer habitable." The situation had unfolded so unexpectedly that Yi Yun was unprepared, feeling lost and overwhelmed. His eyes dimmed with despair, and in that moment he felt utterly helpless. If they did not separate today, tomorrow would surely be more challenging. Chun Ho Hat had already entertained the notion of marrying him off for money, and if this occurred once, it could happen again. Could he simply remain passive in the face of such adversity? Yet, with no place to go, where could he and Chun possibly turn? Life was already so arduous. He had gritted his teeth to endure. Yet why did hope remain so elusive? Was this truly fate? His heart was engulfed in desolation. Seeing Yun Ji's silence, Village Chief Yi sighed deeply. Chun Ho Hat stood nearby, immensely pleased, having foreseen that the two brothers would not concoct any schemes. With one brother accompanied by a child, how could they possibly survive on their own in the outside world? This also justified her habitual harshness towards them. What could the village chief do? He was not in a position to shelter the two brothers. Noticing the hesitation on Yi Yun's face, Yi Chun knelt down and said, "I want to leave with Brother Yun." Although he was young, he was precocious, vaguely aware that he could not remain in this home any longer, as Brother Yun was to be married, and he did not wish to stay here any further. Rong Zheng gazed at Yi Yun, who knelt with a bruised face, and his heart ached painfully. To hell with the rumors. He squatted down and earnestly looked at Yi Yun. "I truly wish to marry you and will cherish you for a lifetime. Would you consider marrying me?" Yi Yun looked at Rong Zheng with tear-filled eyes, as if seeing a lifeline, and gently nodded. The crowd was taken aback by Rong Zheng's declaration, having never witnessed such a bold proposal. Particularly Yi Bao, who had been an observer, felt a surge of jealousy as she realized that the man she had her eye on was publicly declaring his intention to marry that wretched Yi Yun, transforming her countenance entirely. "Today, I kindly ask you all to bear witness. I, Rong Zheng, and Yi Yun share mutual affection and shall soon wed. I invite all villagers to join us in celebrating this joyous occasion. From this day forward, I vow to care for her for the rest of my life." He turned to the village chief, saying, "Village Chief Yi, as the leader of the village, we trust in your benevolence and fairness. According to the laws of our dynasty, child abuse can be reported to the authorities." Rong Zheng's words were not mere bluster. He was merely highlighting the possibility of seeking legal recourse, knowing that even upright officials struggle with family matters. His assertion was intended to compel the village chief to facilitate their separation. The village chief, initially flattered, felt a twinge of panic at the mention of legal action. He was just an ordinary citizen, and the officials were formidable figures, often avoided by the likes of him. It had indeed been said that Rong Zheng had changed. His demeanor now exuded an authoritative presence, and his words were both reasoned and compelling. Before he could speak, Uncle Yi interjected, "Rong Zheng, what are you doing meddling in our affairs? This is a matter for our family, not for outsiders like you." Rong Zheng's expression darkened as he coldly regarded him. "I am now Yi Yun's future husband, and I must be involved in this matter. Do you believe I would hesitate to take legal action against you?" Uncle Yi shrank back in fear, his lips trembling. The village chief glared at Uncle Yi and Chen Ho-hat, his expression grim, and declared, "Do you wish to take this to the authorities? Today, we shall divide the household." Pointing to a young man, he commanded, "You, go fetch Uncle Yi-san. Let him serve as a witness." Uncle Yi-san, the third in line, held a respected position within the Yi clan and was universally referred to as San Shu Gong. Upon his arrival and witnessing the plight of Yi Yun and Yi Chun, he sighed repeatedly and remarked, "Let be divided." The division meant reclaiming the assets left by Yi Yun's family. Years ago, Uncle Yi had, under the guise of caring for his nephews, transferred the 10 acres of land from Yi Yun's family into his own name, promising to return it when Yi Chun turned 16. The village chief stated, "Then I shall preside over this matter. Yi Yun and Yi Chun will separate from Uncle Ye's household, with San Shu Gong serving as a witness." He continued, "After Yi Yun's parents passed away, they left behind 30 taels and 10 acres of land, which are to be returned today and recorded in Yi Chen's name. As for the silver, half shall be returned. The remainder will serve as compensation for the care provided over the years." Do any dissenting voices arise? Upon hearing that she must relinquish both the silver and the land, Chen Ho-hat became indignant, exclaiming, "Is this not an act of bullying? For over 4 years, Yi Yun and Yi Chun have not had to worry about food or clothing. Such provisions require substantial funds, and given their youth, they have been unable to contribute in any meaningful way, living off others' generosity. Now, you wish to reclaim the silver? Is there no justice in this world?" With a torrent of baseless accusations and unreasonable arguments, she stirred up chaos. Uncle Yi, upon hearing of the demand for reimbursement, grew increasingly displeased and fell silent. At that moment, Ming Ger, with his small voice, interjected, "You speak falsely. Brother Yin and little Chun have not lived without labor. They work tirelessly every day, and you even beat them." He rolled up the sleeves of Yi Yun and Yi Chun, revealing bruises and fresh wounds. The villagers who had gathered began to condemn Chen Ho-hat's family, and the scene erupted into further discord. Becoming the target of scorn, Chen Ho-hat threw a tantrum, disregarding the dust beneath her, rolling on the ground and repeatedly shouting a few phrases, slander, bias, and threats of death. Uncle Ye's face darkened with fury. He slammed his palm on the table and pointed at her, declaring, "Silence. If you do not cease, I shall have Qiangzi, Uncle Yi's son Yi Li Qiang, divorce you. A shrew such as you disturbs the peace of the household and deserves to be cast aside." As a respected elder of the Yi family, his authority instilled a sense of fear in Chen Ho-hat, compelling her to quiet down. Village head Yi, weary of Chen Ho-hat's antics, glared at Uncle Yi, his tone harsh. "You must handle this matter. Should you refuse to comply, Rong Zheng will take your family to court. He is educated and well-versed in the law, far more than you are. How will you defend your actions in the public arena? Moreover, what you have done is utterly disgraceful." Feeling the weight of the situation shift onto him, Uncle Yi had no choice but to concede. Witnessing her husband's capitulation, Chen Ho-hat, who had previously been throwing a fit, sprang to her feet and began to strike Uncle Yi fiercely. Frustrated and feeling cornered, he retaliated with a slap, commanding her to be silent. After a tumultuous scene, they finally managed to reclaim 15 taels of silver and 10 acres of land. As village head Yi departed, he remarked to Rong Zheng, "I have heard that you have pulled yourself together. This is commendable. How do you plan to arrange for the two brothers, Yi Yun and Yi Chun, to reside?" To which Rong Zheng replied, I will have them stay at an inn in the town for the time being. Pleased to see that Rong Zheng had a solution, village head Yi expressed his confidence, saying, You are a good person. Since you have publicly sought Yi Yun's hand in marriage, I admire your courage and honesty. The two brothers have endured much hardship. Please treat them kindly. With a pat on Rong Zheng's shoulder, he turned to leave. Thank you, village head, Rong Zheng replied, assisting Yi Yun in gathering their belongings. Although he intended for Yi Yun to first tend to his wounds, Yi Yun insisted on finishing the task at hand. Upon entering their modest dwelling, a cramped wood shack containing a simple wooden bed, its far corner cluttered with firewood, clothes, and miscellaneous items, Rong Zheng felt a pang of sorrow. Their living conditions were dire. Ming Ger, helping with the cleanup, muttered under his breath, This family is heartless. They treat you so poorly yet desire to consume everything your parents left behind. Both the money and the land. It is utterly detestable. Chapter 17. Preparations for marriage. As the group departed from Uncle Ye's home, Chun Ho-Hot continued her tirade, but no one paid her any heed. Rong Zheng first took Yi Yun and Yi Chun to the village to seek assistance from Dr. Yi. The elderly couple felt a pang of heartache upon seeing the brothers injured. Once they understood the situation, they scolded the Yi family for their inhumanity. Dr. Yi said, Yin, it may be for the best that you have separated. Things will improve in time. If you still wish to gather herbs to sell, I'm always willing to buy from you. Rong Zheng arranged for Yi Yun and Yi Chun to temporarily stay at an inn in the town. Observing the swollen side of Yi Yun's face, he expressed his sorrow. I will ensure that such events do not recur. Rest here peacefully. I will arrange a date for our marriage and come to fetch you. Yi Yun looked at Rong Zheng, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you for helping me today. I truly did not know what to do. Had you not appeared, I would have inevitably had a compromise. It was merely a matter of time. Although the world was not in chaos, a 17-year-old youth and an 8-year-old child, without money and homeless, would not be allowed to leave by the village chief and clan elders. While there was some shelter at the Yi family's home, being alone in the world could lead to bullying or even being sold into servitude. It was precisely due to Rong Zheng's assurance that he was able to separate smoothly today. His heart brimmed with gratitude towards Rong Zheng, feeling a sense of security in his presence. Rong Zheng stepped closer to comfort him, softly saying, Do not worry. I am here with you. Yi Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He lowered his gaze, tears streaming down his cheeks, his voice trembling. I was truly terrified today, afraid of being forced into marriage, unable to care for little Chun, feeling unworthy to our deceased parents, destined to live a life devoid of hope. He trembled as he spoke, his voice faltering. He had never felt so desperate before, and the mere recollection filled him with dread. It is all right. I will always be by your side, Rong Zheng reassured him, embracing Yi Yun and gently kissing his cheek, continuously soothing him. It's all right, it's all right. After Yi Yun had wept, he gradually calmed down, realizing he was still leaning against Rong Zheng and feeling a sudden shyness. Unsure of where to place his hands and feet, he contemplated pushing Rong Zheng away but felt reluctant, ultimately allowing him to hold him. How wonderful it was. They were about to be married, and this man cherished him. And yes, he too held affection for him. Noticing Yi Yun's spirits lifting slightly, Rong Zheng raised his hand to wipe away his tears, gazing deeply into his eyes. Yun, it is not easy for me to fall in love. You're the first and will be the last. As I promised when I sought your hand, I will be by your side for a lifetime. He solemnly made this vow. Yi Yun looked at Rong Zheng, whose expression was earnest, and slowly replied, I like you too. The dark days he had endured were finally coming to an end, and Rong Zheng was like a beam of light illuminating the path ahead. Brother Rong? Brother Yin? Their tender moment was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Yi Chun, who had been left downstairs to eat, entered, saying, I finished my meal and came to check on you since you have been up here for so long. Rong Zheng said to Yi Yun, when I leave, I will have the waiter bring you a meal. You can eat in the room. He took out 5 taels and placed them on the table, addressing Yi Yun. Expenses in this town can be considerable. Here are 5 taels for you. If you do not wish to dine out, you can eat with little Chun at the inn, and have the waiter bring it up. With a gentle touch, he stroked Yi Chen's head, assuring him that he and Brother Yun would stay for a while. and he would soon take them home. "I have money. You can take it back," he said. Yi Yun, concerned that Rong Zheng might lack the funds for the marriage proposal, hastily declined. "Take it. After all, you will manage my finances from now on." Rong Zheng teased with a playful smirk. Flustered by the teasing glimmer in his peach blossom eyes, Yi Yun quickly averted her gaze. Upon returning to the village, Rong Zheng first sought out someone to select an auspicious date, settling on a day 10 days hence. Next, he approached Wang Zhangshi, requesting her assistance in planning the wedding details. 10 days later? The timeline is a bit tight. We must begin preparations today. There are no elders at home, so I would appreciate your guidance. Do you wish for a grand celebration or something simpler? Today, Brother Yun has faced some grievances. The incident was sudden, and my proposal was rather hasty. I intend to host a grand celebration and invite the entire village when we marry. Wang Zhangshi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Rong Zheng wished to honor Brother Yun with a lavish affair, fearing that people might mock Yun for being hastily married off. Reflecting on the child's plight, she decided not to mention any costly matters and contemplated for a moment. For a grand affair, it would likely require 50 tables, with each table serving 6 dishes, 1 meat and 5 vegetables, costing about 100 won per table, and the wine would amount to roughly 5 liang. "Aunt, let us go with 2 meat and 4 vegetables," Rong Zheng suggested. "That might cost around 6 liang." At this point, Wang Zhangshi was astonished by Rong Zheng's grand plans. Not only would he host the entire village, but he also sought 2 meat dishes, which were quite expensive. Calculating the expenses, she realized the wine costs would surely add at least another liang. Rong Zheng estimated the labor costs, placing 10 liang on the table. "Aunt, just 2 meat and 4 vegetables. I would appreciate your help in managing the banquet, from purchasing ingredients to hiring help. Is this 10 liang sufficient?" "That's more than enough. I will ensure everything is handled properly." "Thank you, Aunt. I will be grateful in the future." "Don't mention it. I'll have Wang Zhe and Wang Liang come to assist. You can rest assured. I will go find the village chief and ask him to be the officiant." Since Rong Zheng had no elders in his family, Yi Yun could not turn to her unscrupulous uncle. The village chief resided in the finest house in the village, a grand abode built of blue bricks. Rong Zheng approached and knocked on the door. It was answered by the chief's young son, around 12 years of age. Hearing that they were looking for his father, he ushered them inside while calling out. Upon seeing Rong Zheng, the village chief had the boy pour tea, likely anticipating his purpose, which was to discuss the marriage with Brother Yun. "Have you chosen a date to marry Brother Yun?" Rong Zheng nodded in affirmation, briefly outlining the date and banquet details, expressing his wish to have the chief serve as the officiant. The village chief readily agreed. "By the way, have you selected someone to conduct the marriage ceremony?" "Not yet. Do you have a recommendation, chief?" "You could consider Aunt Zhong at the end of the village. She is quite experienced and typically handles weddings in our village." "Thank you for the suggestion, chief." Seeing Rong Zheng's commitment to hosting a grand banquet for Yi Yun filled the village chief with appreciation. Initially, he had expected them to hastily marry in simplicity, but he was pleasantly surprised by Rong Zheng's thoughtfulness. That child had suffered greatly, and escaping from the clutches of her unscrupulous uncle to find someone like Rong Zheng was indeed a stroke of fortune. It is truly remarkable how much Rong Zheng has transformed. His speech is now measured and graceful, and his entire demeanor has undergone a striking metamorphosis, particularly considering his astonishing financial prowess. To host a wedding that accommodates the entire village is no small feat, a fact that cannot be overlooked. The village chief finds himself compelled to regard Rong Zheng with newfound respect. He recalls that despite Rong Zheng's failure to pass the imperial examinations thrice, the future remains uncertain. And thus he curiously inquires, "Do you plan to continue your studies?" "Indeed, I intend to return to the academy for further lessons in due time," Rong Zheng replies. "That is splendid to hear. Your parents wished for you to pursue the path of the civil service, to study diligently and seize every opportunity," the chief expresses, envisioning the pride it would bring to the village should Rong Zheng achieve the status of a scholar. With Rong Zheng's current bearing, the chief senses that he is destined for remarkable success. Rong Zheng then sought out Aunt Zhong, and after a fruitful discussion, he embarked on another trip to the town. armed with the wedding shopping list she provided. He purchased red candles, decorative paper, and 2 sets of ceremonial attire, contemplating the tattered clothing of Yi Yun and Yi Chun. He decided to procure new garments for both. Anticipating a household of 3, he also acquired bedding, daily necessities, and furniture. That evening, as he lay in his home, exhaustion washed over him. The wedding preparations were rushed, and with no elder to guide him, he had much to manage. Yet, he found joy in the thought of Yi Yun joining him in life, eagerly anticipating the union. Modern parents, if they were to learn of their child marrying at such a young age, would surely be delighted. In times past, they often jested that his dedication to practicing calligraphy and martial arts might lead him to a life of solitude. Chapter 18. Marriage Time Flies. And today marks a day of great celebration. From the early hours, Rong Zheng's home buzzed with excitement, filled to the brim with guests. The Wang family arrived to assist, with Mrs. Wang bustling about, organizing the banquet, ensuring that the hired help prepared meals, set tables, and washed dishes. Aunt Zhong efficiently managed the wedding proceedings. Some recorded the monetary gifts, others adorned the house with celebratory paper, while others greeted the bridal procession and scattered lucky money. Due to a rift with her uncle's family, Yi Yun was brought back to the village early that morning to prepare at the Wang residence. The air was alive with the chatter of adults and the laughter of children, all imbued with a joyful spirit. The sound of drums and the shrill notes of the swana heralded the arrival of the bridal sedan chair. Clad in a resplendent red groom's outfit, Rong Zheng approached the sedan with a heart brimming with excitement, lifting the curtain to reveal a vision of vibrant youth. A cerulean hairpin adorned his sleek, dark hair, and his eyes, clear as water beneath long lashes, sparkled with life. His already exquisite features, enhanced by this adornment, radiated an enchanting beauty that left Rong Zheng momentarily spellbound. It was only when Aunt Zhong playfully chided, "Groom, do not linger. Quickly carry your bride inside to pay your respects," that he snapped back to reality. Gently, he lifted Yi Yun in his arms, and amidst the chorus of congratulations, he confidently crossed the courtyard into the main hall. After performing the ceremonial rites, he took Yi Yun by the hand and led her to their new abode. "I shall go pour the toasts. You rest here. Soon, I will send Minggu in to keep you company," he assured her. On the table, there were also some snacks. If one felt hungry, they could indulge. Yi Yun gazed at her husband, who stood tall and remarkably handsome before her heart brimming with joy. She had always known that Rong Zheng was good-looking, but today, clad in a resplendent red attire, he exuded grace and elegance, his demeanor radiating nobility, while his charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with a captivating smile. He would soon be her husband, and her eyes could not conceal their delight. Rong Zheng, momentarily breathless, found it increasingly difficult to resist the urge to remain with her. He had no desire to step outside to greet the guests. Lowering his head, he gently kissed Yi Yun's forehead, his gaze tender as he whispered, "Be good and wait for my return." Once Rong Zheng stepped out and secured the door, Yi Yun took a moment to survey their new home. The room was spacious, with a large bed adorned with red bedding, a dressing table decorated with an intricately carved copper mirror, and a chair nearby. Close to the entrance stood a brand new wardrobe, while by the window was a desk laden with books and writing materials, suggesting that Rong Zheng often spent his time reading and writing there. As she was observing, Minggu entered the room. "Yinggu Rong Zheng asked me to keep you company. Have you eaten? I brought a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, generously topped with meat. Eat it while it's hot." Minggu placed the bowl on the table and offered Yi Yun chopsticks, smiling. "Yinggu how wonderful. Rong Zheng is truly a good man. Look how thoughtfully he arranged your new home, and he went to great lengths for your wedding. Nearly everyone in the village is here, and they all envy you." As Yi Yun ate the noodles, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I know he treats me well," she replied softly, sensing her impending tears. Minggu quickly added, "Today is your joyous occasion. Do not cry." Yi Yun sniffed, nodded, and after a few more bites said, "Minggu you will also find happiness in the future. Yes, when I marry, you must come." Minggu felt uncertain about whether he would ever find a good match himself, but did not want to burden Yi Yun with his thoughts. "Minggu, remember to visit me often. We can wash clothes and forage for wild vegetables together." Of course. The two spoke and laughed, their joy echoing through the room. At the banquet, Rong Zheng graciously accepted the villagers' well wishes, politely toasting to each one. As he intended to settle in this community, it was essential to establish good relations with the villagers. Although there were many guests, and despite his commendable tolerance for alcohol, he was grateful for Rong Zheng's assistance in drinking. By the end of the feast, he began to feel the effects of intoxication. His face flushed. Noticing that there was still a considerable amount of food left, Rong Zheng instructed the villagers who had come to help to take it home. The villagers were delighted, their expressions filled with gratitude as they hurriedly packed up, eager not to disrupt the newlyweds' romantic evening. After arranging for Yi Chan to stay in a bedroom, Rong Zheng staggered back to the bridal chamber. Yi Yun, seeing that Rong Zheng was already somewhat inebriated, hurried over to support him and dabbed his face with a damp handkerchief. "Husband, let us share a cup of wine." Shyly, Yi Yun took the wine cup and emptied its contents. As she gazed closely at her husband's flushed face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, Rong Zheng's heart raced, his throat dry and parched. This was truly overwhelming. He shook his head to regain clarity. "The kitchen has already prepared hot water. I reek of alcohol. I shall wash up first. If you're tired, rest for now." He stepped out of the room, worried that Yi Yun might be concerned about Yi Chan, who was in another room. "I will call him to wash up shortly. You need not worry." Yi Yun nodded slightly, his cheeks flushed from the intense gaze of Rong Zheng, which felt almost predatory. Earlier that day, he had perused the booklet entrusted to him by Aunt Zhong and was aware that the wedding night entailed acts of intimacy. With this thought, he covered his face with his hands. After freshening up, he returned to his room and found Yi Yun sitting obediently at the edge of the bed, his hands nervously fidgeting with the bedding. Rong Zheng chuckled softly as he took a seat beside him, gently clasping his hand, reassuring him that there was no need to be afraid. They would not consummate their marriage tonight. He did wish to, but Yi Yun was merely 17 and, due to prolonged malnutrition, was frail and delicate. Holding him felt almost painful, and he thought it best to nourish him well before indulging in such intimacy. Not consummating? Yi Yun looked up at Rong Zheng in surprise, a hint of disappointment creeping into his expression. "Did he find me undesirable?" The husband's gaze dropped, revealing his displeasure. Rong Zheng embraced him tenderly, saying, "Do not let your thoughts wander. I hold you dear. Once I pass my examinations next year, we shall consummate our union. But what if you do not succeed?" Yi Yun blurted out, immediately regretting his words, fearing it would upset Rong Zheng. He quickly added, "That is not what I meant." "Oh, so my husband is eager to consummate our marriage." Observing the tension in Rong Zheng's demeanor, he teased him to lighten the mood. Indeed, Yi Yun playfully pushed Rong Zheng away, exclaiming, "Stop saying such things. All right. It is I who wish to consummate our marriage. My husband is merely anxious for me." He jested. "Who is anxious?" Yi Yun, now annoyed, turned his back on Rong Zheng, ignoring him. After some coaxing, Yi Yun finally agreed to speak. They shed their outer garments and lay down together, with Rong Zheng holding his husband, adorned in white nightwear, gazing at his exquisite features. Yi Yun appeared somewhat anxious, licking his lips, which glistened and looked irresistibly soft. What would it feel like to kiss them? Noticing Rong Zheng's burning gaze, Yi Yun's face flushed, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in early spring, exuding a charm that was both delightful and alluring. Rong Zheng felt a surge of desire and slowly leaned in closer. Yi Yun, with his innocent and bright eyes, wondered why Rong Zheng was drawing so near when they had agreed not to consummate. "Close your eyes," Rong Zheng gently urged. Yi Yun complied, allowing Rong Zheng to kiss him. Initially, Rong Zheng merely brushed his lips against his beloved's, tenderly caressing his dark tresses. Gradually, the temperature in the room began to rise. As Yi Yun, still shy, glanced at Rong Zheng's eyes, filled with tenderness and desire, he felt as though he were being scorched, diverting his gaze momentarily before returning it, softly calling out, "Husband, such a good boy. Now rest," Rong Zheng replied. Outside, the moonlight was hazy, and the flickering red candles illuminated the room, enveloping the newlyweds in a warm embrace as they gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 19. The little steward before dawn, Yin opened his sleepy eyes to discover he was nestled in Rong Zheng's arms, who was still fast asleep. He quietly observed his husband's serene visage, daring to reach out and touch his handsome face. The memory of their passionate kiss from the previous night made his ears burn with warmth. Wasn't his husband simply breathtaking? As Yin awakened, Rong Zheng stirred as well. Being a martial artist, he was particularly alert to even the slightest movements. Feeling bashful, Yi Yun's husband refrained from teasing further, fearing it might provoke irritation. "Sleep a little longer. I shall prepare breakfast," he urged gently. Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. In this village, he had seldom witnessed a man entering the kitchen to cook, as it was typically the wives who attended to such duties. He hurriedly attempted to rise, exclaiming, "I will get up and cook now." Rong Zheng, however, tucked him back into bed, saying, "Be good. You were busy with the wedding yesterday and must rest a bit longer." But husbands generally do not enter the kitchen. They would be laughed at," Yi Yun protested. "That is the case for others. Your husband wishes to cook for you," he replied, gazing at Yi Yun with tenderness before swiftly pressing a kiss to his forehead and dressing to leave. Bubbling with joy, Yi Yun felt fortunate to be Rong Zheng's husband. The memory of their passionate kiss from the previous night made his face flush, prompting him to bury his head beneath the covers. In the morning, Rong Zheng prepared a simple porridge accompanied by a dish of stir-fried wild vegetables. Noticing that the villagers had brought numerous eggs as a wedding gift, he fried one for each person. In rural weddings, it was customary for guests to present eggs and homegrown vegetables, embodying simplicity. As he set the food on the table, he noticed Yi Chun hurriedly emerging from the room, his hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep, anxiety evident in his voice. "I apologize. The bed was too comfortable, and I overslept." It was Yi Chen's first night in a spacious room, and the soft bedding had lulled him into deep slumber, making him fear Rong Zheng's displeasure. "I will rise early to make the fire next time," he promised, recalling how he used to wake with his brother Yun to help with the morning chores. Yi Yun wished to let his younger brother sleep longer, but Chun Ho-Hot disapproved, scolding him indirectly. Observing Yi Chen's anxious demeanor, Rong Zheng felt a pang of sadness. The boy was merely 8 years old, and his long-term dependence on others had made him sensitive and cautious. Unbeknownst to himself, he was unconsciously trying to appease Rong Zheng, fearful of inciting discontent. "Good morning, Xiao Chun," Rong Zheng said with a smile. "Quickly wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." He placed the dishes on the dining table, then turned to see Yi Chun still nervously trailing behind him. Sighing, he bent down to ruffle the boy's hair. "We are family now. There is no need to be so formal. Relax a bit and go wash up for breakfast." "Thank you, Gu-Fu," Yi Chun replied. For reasons unknown, Rong Zheng found the term Gu-Fu somewhat peculiar. "From now on, call me Rong Gu," he suggested. Yi Chun nodded in agreement and hurried off to wash up. At the dining table, Yi Yun gazed in astonishment at the thick porridge made solely from white rice, devoid of any coarse grains. In ancient rural households, porridge was usually a thin mixture of brown and white rice, often accompanied by steamed buns and vegetables. Such richness was a luxury unheard of. Noticing his husband as surprise, Rong Zheng deduced his thoughts. Drawing from the memories of the original owner, he explained, "We must eat well to have the energy to work. Henceforth, our porridge and rice will be made from white rice, and it must be thick. You two are still growing, and you cannot afford to eat poorly." Yi Yun felt a twinge of regret. But such richness is quite costly. Rong Zheng delicately placed a pair of wild vegetables into Yi Yun's bowl, inquiring, "Can you bear to let your husband go hungry?" The mere mention of husband caused Yi Yun's cheeks to flush with warmth. She hurried to explain, "I am not one to squander our household's resources. Do not worry. Please eat before it cools. Look at Xiao Chun. He is relishing every bite." Observing the frail Yi Chun earnestly savoring his meal, Yi Yun conceded that Rong Zheng's words held merit, and she began to eat contentedly. After they had nearly finished, Rong Zheng remarked, "I rise early each day to fetch water and tend to the vegetables as a means of physical exercise. I've been pondering that Xiao Chun should join me in rising early as well." Just as he was about to continue, after Yi Chun took his last sip of porridge, Yi Yun's chopsticks came to a halt. Fearing that Rong Zheng intended to burden Yi Chun with excessive tasks, treating him like a servant, She recalled the hardships of their past, her heart racing with anxiety as she glanced at Rong Zheng. Noticing her fright, Rong Zheng swiftly clarified his unfinished thought. I possess some martial arts skills, and starting tomorrow, Xiaoqin will train with me in self-defense, beginning with morning stances. This will not only bolster his health, but also equip him for protection. Having observed Yi Qin's self-deprecating demeanor that morning, Rong Zheng had conceived this idea, hoping that through martial training, he could instill confidence in him. Before his time travel, Rong Zheng had devoted himself to mastering martial arts. Now, having embarked on a different life, he was inclined to explore new endeavors. With his decision to pursue the imperial examination, he recognized the necessity of focusing his efforts on suitable candidates, and without a doubt, Yi Chun was his primary choice, being his brother-in-law. Naturally, if Yi Chun showed no interest, he would not impose, yet basic self-defense skills were essential. After hearing Rong Zheng's earnest explanation, Yi Yun felt embarrassed for her misunderstanding. How could someone as kind as Rong Zheng treat them poorly, unlike the family of her uncle? Xiao Chun, quickly express your gratitude to Brother Rong, she urged. Yi Chun looked at Rong Zheng with bright eyes and said, Thank you, Brother Rong. Once they finished their meal, Yi Yun eagerly gathered the dishes and busied herself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Rong Zheng retreated to his room, diligently sketching plans for a new house. Envisioning a grand structure with blue bricks and large tiles, for the winters here were harsh, often blanketed in heavy snow. He intended to install a grand fireplace in the main hall, both aesthetically pleasing and functional, while the bedroom would feature a heated Kong, ensuring warmth during the cold nights, thus providing a comfortable living environment. While preparing for his upcoming marriage, he also approached the village chief to purchase approximately 2 acres of vacant land in front of their current residence, as land for building was far more valuable than farmland, costing him a total of 10 taels. The village chief, astonished at Rong Zheng's boldness in acquiring land, could hardly contain his amazement. This was no ordinary feat. Not only was he organizing a grand wedding, but he was simultaneously purchasing land to construct a house, clearly indicating his ambition to build something substantial. As he drafted the contract for Rong Zheng's signature, he repeatedly praised, With Yi Yun by your side, you shall surely lead a prosperous life. You are commendable. Your parents, watching from above, would also be pleased. That very day, the village chief accompanied Rong Zheng to the government office to finalize the paperwork, solidifying the acquisition of the land for their future home. Soon, Rong Zheng emerged with the design blueprint, calling for Yi Yun and Yi Chun, who were busy polishing the furniture. Yi Chun, having spent his days either laboring at home or assisting his brother in the fields, possessed a reserved demeanor and often felt a sense of inferiority. Lacking friends in the village, he seldom ventured out, opting instead to lend a hand to Yi Yun. I plan to complete the new house before winter. This is my preliminary design. Please take a look. Are we really building a new house? Yi Yun exclaimed in surprise, peering down at the drawings, while Yi Chun leaned in with wide eyes to catch a glimpse. Indeed, my dear husband, our entire family is now discussing the structure of our new home. Rong Zheng patiently elaborated on his vision. The house will consist of 5 main rooms, with the central hall flanked by 2 adjoining rooms on either side, designated as the east and west wings, followed by the kitchen and a storage room. The hall will feature a symmetrical layout with 2 rooms on each side. The left will house the master bedroom and study, while the right will accommodate the secondary bedroom and guest room. These 5 rooms will be interconnected by a corridor, and the entire structure will be encircled by an expansive courtyard, ideal for cultivating flowers and plants. Yi Yun gasped. This house is twice the size of the village chief's. It could rival even the landlord's estate. Even young Yi Chun, despite his tender age, recognized the grandeur of the house, his mouth agape in astonishment. This will require a substantial amount of money, Yi Yun remarked. Already calculating with her fingers, I brought back 15 taels from Uncle S' house. And I have 5 taels from selling herbs, totaling 20 taels. Fear not, I shall manage, Rong Zheng assured them. Let's first see if there are any additions. Yi Yun, noticing Rong Zheng's calm demeanor, momentarily set aside her concerns about finances and pondered, could we possibly include a bathing area in the house? Of course, he replied. I had indeed overlooked that detail. Our sons cannot simply wash themselves by the river or in the yard like men do. Designing a dedicated bathing area will be much more convenient. He made the necessary adjustments to the blueprint, incorporating the bathing area. After reviewing the revised plans, Yi found them to be quite satisfactory, yet her worries about insufficient funds lingered, causing her brow to furrow. Observing her anxious expression, Rong Zheng shared his intentions. I still have 20 taels left. Take this for now. Tomorrow, I will venture into the mountains to hunt, and should return in 3 to 4 days. Afterward, I will contact the master craftsman to commence construction. All of this for me? She asked, surprised. Naturally, from this moment on, you shall be our little steward. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the money, not hesitating to express, I promise I won't spend it frivolously. Rong Zheng smiled silently, secretly hoping to earn more so that his husband might indulge a little. Yi Chen, witnessing his brother receiving the money, felt a surge of joy, his lips curling upwards. Though young, he possessed a maturity beyond his years, attuned to the emotions of those around him. This was also why Rong Zheng had called him over to listen. The child had a tendency towards introversion, and involving him in family decisions would foster a sense of belonging, reassuring him that his brother now held the reins of their household finances without the need for undue caution. The scars of childhood can linger throughout one's life, and Rong Zheng aspired to effect positive changes while time still permitted. Chapter 20, A Preference for Togetherness at Noon. It was once again Rong Zheng who took to the kitchen, preparing a delectable stew of pig trotters, filling the entire house with an irresistible aroma that tantalized the senses. After being simmered, the pig trotters become exquisitely tender, imbued with a rich gelatinous quality, and their fragrant, delicate flavor lingers in one's memory. Yi Yun and Yi Chun savored every bite with great satisfaction. Rong Zheng's culinary skills are commendable, effortlessly conquering his spouse through the allure of gastronomy. He also served a bowl to Mrs. Wang Zhang next door, requesting her and her husband Wang Zhe to continue overseeing the vegetable garden for a few more days, offering 40 yuan a day, primarily for watering in the morning and evening. Simultaneously, he entrusted Mrs. Wang Zhang with the occasional supervision of his spouse and young Chun, as he would be away in the mountains for several days, concerned about any potential mishaps at home. In his eyes, his spouse still resembled a child. Mrs. Wang Zhang readily agreed, appreciating Rong Zheng's consistent support for their family. It was a modest source of income for her son and daughter-in-law, and watering the plants was hardly a daunting task. Upon returning, Rong Zheng mentioned this arrangement, prompting Yi Yun to offer, I can water the vegetable garden at home. The 10 mu of land inherited from Uncle Yi remained uncultivated due to Chun Ho-Hat's obstinate antics on the day of the division, claiming that their rice seedlings were planted in the fields and would be harvested this year, to be returned next year. In truth, most of the planting was done by Yi Yun and Yi Chun, but she found it unnecessary to engage with such shameless individuals, merely insisting on collecting this year's land tax. Yi Yun believed she could manage Rong Zheng's 3 mu of land, and thus felt no need to hire help. Rong Zheng, however, could not bear the thought of his spouse toiling away, especially during the sweltering months of July and August, which marked the peak of the farming season. He had already hired someone, viewing it as a means to foster good neighborly relations, for the Wang Zhang family was quite amiable, and they could benefit from mutual visits. But what shall I do? Yi Yun queried, feeling somewhat disheartened as a diligent person accustomed to heavy labor, sensing a lack of purpose. Rong Zheng chuckled softly, his heart aching for her. Stay busy at home, tidy up a bit, and patiently await my return. These tasks will be completed swiftly. Concerned about being deemed superfluous, Yi Yun cautiously suggested, perhaps I shall gather wild vegetables and herbs to sell. It could supplement our household expenses. We have many expenditures for building the house. No, you must refrain from venturing into the mountains for herbs. It is far too perilous. We have 3 mu of land for vegetables sufficient for our needs, so there is no necessity for you to climb the mountains to gather. Aware of Yi Yun's restless spirit, he sighed, tidying up the home is not burdensome, is it? In Rong Zheng's perspective, while household tasks may seem trivial, they could be quite exhausting. Reflecting on the arduous days his spouse endured, farming, foraging for wild vegetables, chopping firewood, washing, cooking, cleaning, and caring for younger siblings, Each day was a relentless cycle of labor, often governed by the whims of others, filled with anxiety and solitude in moments of distress. His heart ached for her, and he gently brushed her petite nose, saying, "When we build our house, there will be much to accomplish. In the future, Chun must study, and you too shall learn to write. Will you support Chen's education?" Yi Yin was taken aback. Financing an education was akin to the expenses of constructing a home. She felt that Rong Zheng was treating them exceedingly well now, providing meat, intending to teach Chen martial arts, and planning to build a spacious home together. The ease of their current life was something she had never dared to dream of before. Indeed, after I complete the examination next February, Chen's education will become a priority. I intend for him to attend school. If Yi Chun is able to pursue his studies in the future, it would undoubtedly be a cause for joy. Do you wish for Xiao Chun to take the imperial examination? Perhaps not. It primarily depends on what Xiao Chun enjoys doing. If he wishes to take the examination, he may do so, and if he prefers other pursuits, he should follow that path, whether it be studying or martial arts. Both serve merely to provide him with a broader array of choices in the future. Yi Yin found Rong Zheng's considerations to be exceptionally thoughtful. He then heard Rong Zheng continue. "For now, I will first tutor him in basic literacy. You must also learn, when it comes to household purchases, the young steward must wield significant authority over the accounts. More importantly, you are interested in herbal medicine, are you not? Then you must certainly learn to read." Yi Yun's face flushed. "How do you know about my interest?" "I heard from Dr. Yi that you secretly sold herbs to him. He mentioned that he has taught you the basics of pulse diagnosis and symptom observation, saying you are quite clever and that you have a genuine interest. Am I correct?" To be honest, Rong Zheng admired Yi Yun. At such a tender age, he had the responsibility of caring for his younger brother, engaging in numerous chores for the Yi family, and occasionally enduring punishment, yet he never relinquished his quest for alternative paths and opportunities. A seemingly fragile person, he exhibited remarkable resilience. However, the medical establishment does not accept young men. Yi Yun's voice fell, feeling disheartened. While he was pleased that Rong Zheng valued his aspirations in medicine and would teach him to read, he questioned the utility of his own learning. Since the current emperor ascended the throne and married a young man as his consort, various decrees have been enacted to improve the status of young men, such as prohibiting discrimination during hiring, permitting trade, and allowing education. The status of young men has improved, enabling them to attend schools for literacy, yet few can afford it. Education is a costly endeavor, typically only accessible to wealthy families. Additionally, some conservative schools and teachers remain reluctant to accept them. Currently, a few prominent families even choose to marry young men as heads of the household. Young men from esteemed lineages sometimes find opportunities to work as teachers in academic institutions. Yet such opportunities remain scarce. Prejudice still pervades society, restricting the actions of young men and rendering their progress exceedingly challenging. Most people still believe that they should remain at home, managing domestic affairs and serving their husbands, thereby intentionally or unintentionally excluding them from many professions. To alter the entrenched perceptions of those around them is indeed a Herculean task. However, when one person, then another, and countless others persistently strive forward, it becomes merely a matter of time. Rong Zheng took Yi Yun's hand, gazing into his eyes earnestly, and said, "Yi Yun, do you know? In truth, there are no paths in this world. When many walk, it becomes a path. Pursue your interests with hope, and I shall always accompany you." Sometimes, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. His words were not intended to compel Yi Yun to become a pioneer of change, but were simply meant to encourage him to pursue his passions. Yi Yun raised his gaze, fixating on Rong Zheng. "If I study medicine, I may not have time to manage household affairs properly. Would you not think me a poor husband? Of course not. If you desire to study medicine, then pursue it. If you prefer to manage the household, do so. I merely wish for you to live comfortably. The shackles of society are already burdensome enough for young men. As his husband, he would not impose additional constraints upon Yi Yun." At that moment, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled like stars, and he found Rong Zheng to be exceptionally unique. He could not articulate the nature of this uniqueness, yet did not hinder his heart from swelling with joy for Rong Zheng. In truth, it was a divergence in thought and belief, for Rong Zheng hailed from the modern era. Noticing the adoring gaze of his husband, Rong Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Yi Yun's willingness to marry him was largely a result of circumstances. Perhaps there were feelings involved. But the primary motive was a desire to escape the oppressive days of his past, a sentiment that was entirely understandable. Rong Zheng had longed for Yi Yun to genuinely cherish him from the depths of his heart, rather than merely submitting to societal expectations with a lowered gaze. He yearned for an equitable relationship between them as husbands, and only when Yi Yun gradually opened his heart and expressed his true thoughts could they achieve genuine harmony. Chapter 21. Smile Before Dawn. As darkness enveloped the outside world, Yi Yun sensed the stirring of Rong Zheng rising and thus awakened himself, reaching for his outer garment. Rong Zheng intercepted him, saying, "You need not rise so early. Sleep a while longer. I will tidy up briefly and set off." Today marked the day he would venture into the mountains for hunting, necessitating an early departure to traverse the long and arduous path. Yi Yun had already sat up and shook his head, donning his outer clothes as he declared, "I wish to see you off." Observing Yi Yun dressed and stepping off the bed, Rong Zheng ceased to press the matter further. He proceeded to the courtyard to wash up, then took up his backpack. Yi Yun emerged from the kitchen, extending a cloth bag filled with provisions. Rong Zheng accepted it, gathered his hunting tools, and, shouldering his large backpack, made his way to the door. Turning back, he said, "I am leaving. I shall return in 2 or 3 days. Remember to secure the courtyard door. It is still early, so return for a bit more rest." With that, he strode out, quickly merging into the night. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, Yi Yun stood at the courtyard gate, gazing intently at the receding figure of Rong Zheng, a tinge of loneliness blossoming in his heart. Once Rong Zheng was no longer in sight, he secured the gate but found that sleep eluded him. His thoughts immediately drifted to Rong Zheng, conjuring images of their interactions over the past few days leading up to their marriage. He recalled Rong Zheng joyfully presenting the design plans for their new home, inquiring about their opinions. Rong Zheng candidly revealing the family's finances and affectionately referring to him as the little steward. Rong Zheng earnestly stating that the young master could study and learn medicine. No one had ever treated him with such tenderness and kindness as Rong Zheng did. How could he not think of him? "My husband, do return safely." Yi Yun sighed, and to stave off further wandering thoughts, he busied himself. After hastily washing up in the courtyard, he added firewood and boiled water in the kitchen, then began preparing breakfast for himself and Xiaochen. As dawn gradually broke, Yi Yun diligently wiped down the tables and chairs in the house, organizing the various odds and ends in the drawers. He noticed that Rong Zheng had a rather casual approach to the placement of household items. Although everything was neat, it lacked categorization. Thus, he meticulously arranged everything for Rong Zheng's convenience. Yichen emerged from his room, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes. He had been sleeping so comfortably these past few days. Although Brother Rong had insisted that he rise early to practice stances, it was not much earlier than the hardships he had endured previously. "Brother Yun, you are up quite early today," Yichen remarked, observing the seemingly busy Yi Yun. Brother Yong set off early into the mountains, and I arose early to see him off. By the way, breakfast is warming in the kitchen. You can eat once you finish washing up. Remember to heed Brother Yong's advice and practice your horse stance for half an hour after eating, Yi Yun reminded. Understood, Yi Chun replied obediently, eager to learn martial arts. For Brother Yong had said that mastering such skills would enable him to protect himself and those around him, sparing them from harm. Xiao Chun, I am heading to the river to wash clothes. Please keep an eye on the house. I will prepare lunch upon my return, Yi Yun instructed before taking a wooden basin to the village riverbank. Upon arrival, she found Minggu washing clothes and waved him over. Others at the river greeted Yi Yun warmly. Yingge here to wash clothes? They called. Yingge is indeed diligent. He has always been industrious. A true blessing for whoever marries him. Although Yi Yun felt slightly out of place, she responded to each greeting. Previously, he had been silent and shy, focused solely on completing his tasks quickly, fearing that Chen Ho-Ha would find fault with him, leaving no room for idle chatter or gossip. Since Brother Yong had hosted a feast for the entire village, everyone realized he was a generous and courteous man, providing a lavish spread of 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, which allowed everyone to feast heartily. Consequently, some of the more outgoing villagers sought to engage with Brother Yong and Yi Yun, eager to cultivate a good relationship. Who would have imagined that the boy who had once endured relentless torment and abuse from his uncle's family, bearing the scars of past beatings, just half a month ago nearly fell victim to his unscrupulous uncle's plans to marry him off to an elderly widower? Now, he was wed to the village's only scholar, a skilled hunter of striking appearance, and, most importantly, he had organized such a grand wedding. Clearly a man who valued his spouse. Such a fine gentleman is a rarity indeed. The village women lamented their missed opportunities to marry their daughters or sons to Brother Yong. Yingge, do you know? The news of your marriage to Brother Yong and the feast you hosted for the entire village was quite sensational. Everyone praises Brother Yong for treating you so well and giving you face. The young ladies and lads eyeing potential partners envy you, Minggu remarked while wringing out his clothes. Yi Yun smiled shyly, her joy evident in her eyes. Minggu was momentarily dazzled by her smile. She had seldom smiled before, and even when she did, it was often overshadowed by a cloud of gloom. Now, her eyes sparkled with life and vitality. Yingge, I'm truly happy for you, he said. Minggu, you too shall find someone who suits you, she replied. I am nearly 17, yet my mother hasn't begun to seek a match for me. They wish to keep me home to work. Mingji's tone was tinged with bitterness. His mother only worried about his elder brother and younger sister, only remembering him when it was time for chores. He was merely a few months younger than Yi Yun, who had already become someone else's spouse, while he had yet to even begin courting. To claim he felt no disappointment would be disingenuous. In this era, young men and women who reached 18 without a marriage proposal were regarded as old bachelors and spinsters, and as the years passed, finding a suitable partner became increasingly challenging. Yi Yun observed that Minggu was visibly disheartened, and he instinctively understood the difficulties his friend faced at home, feeling a pang of sorrow for him. He reached out to pat Minggu's hand, attempting to divert the conversation. Do not be disheartened. Things will improve. By the way, do you have time to come to my house for dinner today? I shall prepare something delicious for you. Previously, they seldom visited each other, as both were entangled in unfortunate circumstances, one living under the charity of others, and the other neglected by his parents. How could one extend an invitation under such conditions? However, now that Yi Yun had a new home, he was eager to invite Minggu, who was indeed his closest friend in the village. Today, I need not work in the fields. I shall finish my chores swiftly and have time to spare. Yet, recalling that Yi Yun was a married man, he hesitated. Would it be inappropriate for me to visit? What would your husband think? Not at all. Rong Zheng is a wonderful person. Furthermore, he's gone hunting in the mountains these past few days. It is just me and Xiao Chen at home. Do come. Very well. I shall prepare lunch for them, and then come find you. I will cook stir-fried pork with chili, Yi Yun replied. Rong Zheng, fearing that he might be reluctant to eat meat, had bought 2 pounds of it to keep at home, asserting that it would spoil if left uneaten, a waste indeed. Today, it would serve as a delightful treat for Minggu. Upon hearing of the meat dish, Minggu felt even more anticipation. I have taken on some sewing work. Shall I bring it along to your home? Would you like to join me? Yi Yun was skilled with needle and thread, having mended his brother's clothes stitch by stitch. Nonetheless, he had limited time for such tasks, as his days were consumed with farming and foraging for herbs and wild vegetables. Conversely, Minggu excelled in this craft, often receiving work from the village boys who brought tasks from the town, earning a bit of pocket money. Although his parents were biased against him, as long as he completed his chores, they tended to ignore him. Very well, I shall join you, Yi Yun thought, wishing to embroider a handkerchief for Rong Zheng. The two shared laughter and conversation for a while. Chapter 22. The outcome at Uncle Ye's home, a short distance away. Yi Bao was washing clothes. Her gaze fixed on Yi Yun's radiant smile, her teeth clenched in frustration. Ever since Yi Yun had left with Yi Chun, she had been burdened with the household chores, waking early to wash the family's garments, cooking meals, and bringing food to her parents working in the fields, continuing her labor until the afternoon. The sun bore down mercilessly, and she contemplated sneaking back home, but her mother would berate her if she did. When Yi Yun was present, her mother rarely scolded her, but now her words turned harsh. The atmosphere at home was persistently oppressive. Yi Yao had incurred a debt of 80 taels of the gambling house, and there was no money to repay it. Initially, they planned to sell Yi Yun's land, but their scheme backfired. After Yi Yun caused an uproar, he divided the family assets, taking both the money and the land with him. They had believed Yi Yun to be vulnerable and that Yi Chun, being young, could not stray far from their home. Yet unexpectedly, Rong Zheng appeared, not only securing the village chief's approval for their separation, but also taking Yi Yun away. This turn of events was enough to infuriate the entire family. Consequently, Uncle Yi had become increasingly irritable, often erupting in anger towards Chen Hohat. Previously, when she faced adversity, she would trouble Yi Yun and Yi Chun. Now that the two had left, she could only vent her frustrations on Yi Bao. The situation had taken a dire turn, as the debt collectors had come knocking at their door. Chen Hohat, emboldened by her fiery disposition, recklessly shouted at the collectors, slamming the door and declaring her inability to repay. However, the collectors, seasoned in such confrontations, were undeterred by her obstinacy. With a swift kick, they broke down the courtyard door and stormed in, forcefully pushing Chen Hohat to the ground, paying no heed to her desperate cries. The leader of the debt collectors commanded 2 of his men to enter the main house, dragging out the hiding Yi Yao, whom they proceeded to beat mercilessly. Yi Dabo, typically domineering at home, felt a pang of anguish as he witnessed his son being battered and begging for mercy, yet he lacked the courage to intervene. Meanwhile, Yi Bao cowered in fear at the side, too terrified to utter a sound. Seeing her son in agony, Chen Hohat struggled to rise and intervene, but was swiftly restrained on the ground, unable to move. The leader, observing that they had inflicted sufficient punishment, glared menacingly and began to intimidate them. "Will your family repay the debt or not?" Yi Dabo stammered, knowing well that the sum amounted to a staggering 80 taels. He blamed Yi Yao for his foolishness, believing that a good beating would suffice to settle the matter. He could not fathom that these men would resort to murder. Head of the household, quickly pay them. Yao might be beaten to death. Chen Hohat cried out, her desperation mounting. As she noticed Yi Dabo hesitating, her anger flared. "You wretched man, if our son dies, I will have no qualms about confronting you." In the midst of the chaos, someone called for the village chief. Upon hearing of the incident, the village chief silently cursed Yi Yao for bringing such trouble upon the village, disrupting its peace. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Nevertheless, as the head of the village, it was his duty to intervene. Even before entering, he could hear Chen Hohat's incessant shouting and soon laid eyes on the battered Yi Yao lying on the ground, barely conscious. A half-dozen menacing debt collectors loomed in the courtyard, creating an intimidating scene. What a sin, the village chief thought, chastising himself. He spoke up. Debts should be collected through proper means, not through violence. The leader of the collectors, recognizing the village chief, softened slightly. "We intended to settle this amicably, but this family shut their door, hoping to evade their obligations, leaving us no choice but to resort to such measures." He pointed to Yi Yao. "This man owes 80 taels to Hong Yun gambling house, and thought he could hide at home without repaying." The village chief, realizing the collector was a reasonable man, acknowledged the principle of repaying debts, which had been upheld throughout history. He found himself in a quandary. "Li Chong, this cannot continue. You must repay them. Let Yao learn from this experience and become a better person." Yet, Yi Dabo remained obstinate, unwilling to pay, mumbling that they did not possess such funds. The village chief, seeing through Yi Dabo's excuses, suspected he was merely hoping the chief would drive away the collectors. Infuriated, he shouted, "Do you wish to witness Yi Yao being killed right before your eyes?" The leader of the collectors, growing impatient with Yi Dabo's vacillation, barked at his subordinate, "Take his son outside and cut off his hand." The village chief quickly intervened, warning, "If this continues, I will have to report this to the authorities." Turning to Yi Dabo, he scolded, "Hurry and bring forth the money, unless you truly wish to forsake your son." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Uncle Yi was momentarily taken aback. He hastily returned 40 taels of silver, promising to gather the remaining amount in a few days. The creditors reluctantly agreed to postpone their collection, but not without issuing a stern warning that should the debt remain unpaid, they would resort to vandalizing the house and seizing valuable possessions. Once the creditors departed, the village head dismissed the gathering crowd and quickly made his exit, unable to bear witness to the family's misfortunes. News of the incident swiftly spread throughout the village. It became clear why there had been such insistence on marrying off Yi Yun to the elderly widower Gu Tai. The intention was to utilize the bride price to settle debts. Such cruelty was bound to invite retribution. Previously, the Yi family had treated Yi Yun's two brothers as mere servants, particularly the vicious Chun Ho Hat, who would often unleash her wrath upon them. Their malevolence had finally caught up with them. It was rumored that they still owed 40 taels. Goodness, 40 taels. That was equivalent to years of income for us. Yi Liqiang would have to forfeit his lifetime savings to cover this. It served them right, this wretched family. I had warned Chun Ho Hat about her son associating with a gang in town and frequenting gambling dens, yet she dismissed my concerns as slander. Now look at the outcome. Yi Yao had tarnished our village's reputation. Daughters from other villages were now hesitant to marry here. At that moment, Yi Bao observed Yi Yun, who radiated happiness, in stark contrast to her own family's turmoil as they fretted over how to repay Yi Yao's debts. Overcome with jealousy, she carelessly soaked her clothes and returned home with a wooden basin. Little did she know, upon her early return, she overheard her parents discussing plans to marry her off as a concubine to the corpulent second son of a landlord. The shock struck her like a thunderbolt. This man had previously shown her undue affection. He was both grotesque and corpulent, evoking a sense of revulsion in her. How could someone as beautiful as she be wed to such a person? She cast aside her clothes and rushed inside to confront her parents. To her dismay, Chen Hohat no longer indulged her as before. Her son took precedence over her daughter. I have already accepted the bride price. You will marry, whether you like it or not. We have treated you well. At least we haven't sold you off, which would fetch a higher price, Chen Hohat asserted. Am I to be grateful for that? Yi Bao retorted. We raised you all these years, and now you expect me to serve the family? Besides, the landlord's family is the best in our village. Marrying there ensures a comfortable life. A comfortable life? That's a life as a concubine, and he is both fat and ugly. I refuse to marry him. Seeing Chun Hohat unmoved, she turned to her father. Father? Is it truly so easy to find someone else? The landlord is offering 25 taels as a bride price. This could help us purchase less land to repay the debt. Uncle Yi, feigning ignorance of his daughter's pleas, merely replied as he turned away, Listen to your mother. The engagement is settled. Ye bao vip bitterli, kursing. Why doesn't Yi Yao just die outside? Chen Ho Hat could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her son, not even her own daughter. She raised her hand and struck Yi Bao sharply across the face. Enraged by her mother's heartlessness, Yi Bao lunged at her, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle, creating quite a scene. Chapter 23. The master builder. These events were gradually recounted to Yi Yun by Minggu, who had come to assist her with sewing in the past few days. After hearing this, Yi Yun refrained from making any comments. Accompanied by his younger brother, he had established a new home with Rong Zheng and wished only to savor the present moment. As night descended, the luminous moon hung high in the sky, its silvery rays piercing through the darkness, illuminating the courtyard with a bright glow. Yi Yun sat quietly in the yard, bathed in moonlight, gazing towards the entrance, pondering that Rong Zheng might not return until tomorrow. With a sigh, he lowered his head, concentrating on embroidering a handkerchief. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, followed quickly by a knock on the door and calls. Rong Zheng had returned, and a smile spread across Yi Yun's face as he hastily set down his needlework to open the door. Upon seeing his eager husband, Rong Zheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, deeming the days spent in the wilderness worthwhile. I prepared dinner for you, he announced. Just something simple will suffice. Has Xiaoqing gone asleep? These past few days, I've started practicing the basics you taught me. I've been quite tired from practicing during the day, and I've been going to bed early at night. Yi Yun replied, while taking the hunting tools from Rong Zheng's hands to place them on the ground. The tools were stained with the blood of the prey and appeared rather filthy. Rong Zheng insisted Yi Yun not handle them, and requested his assistance in fetching a basin of water to wash his face, feeling dusty and disheveled after traversing the mountains. He wondered if his husband would find him unappealing. Drawing from previous experiences, Rong Zheng had made a commendable catch this time, securing 2 red foxes, a young deer, and a wild rabbit. He intended to keep the rabbit for breeding, planning to hunt another for a mate. Rabbit meat was delectable, especially the spicy rabbit head, the mere thought of which made his mouth water. After quickly washing his face and setting aside the prey while cleaning his tools, he took a swift bath in the courtyard once Yian had prepared hot water. When he entered the house, he found Yian bringing out a steaming bowl of noodles. "The noodles are ready, come eat," Yian called. Life had changed significantly since marrying his husband. After a long day's labor, returning home to a considerate partner serving warm noodles was a heartwarming experience. All physical fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by profound happiness. After finishing the meal, Yian urged Rong Zheng to hurry inside and rest, while he tidied up before preparing for bed. Approaching the bedside, he found Rong Zheng had already closed his eyes, lost in slumber. Observing his weary face, Yian gently lay down on the opposite side of the bed and fell asleep as well. Under the tranquil night sky, the moonlight flowed like water, and the air was imbued with the serenity of the night, instilling a sense of peace within. The next morning, Rong Zheng awoke to find Yichen already practicing martial stances in the courtyard, offering him a few words of praise. Yichen, drenched in sweat, joyfully called out, "Brother Rong, very good, keep practicing." Rong Zheng encouraged before shouldering a large basket filled with the day's catch and setting off toward the town. After several days of trekking through the mountains, he felt quite fatigued, opting to ride in an ox cart instead. He headed straight to Yufeng Lu to sell the young deer, where manager Li paid him 15 taels. Then he went to the clothing store, Qiu Yunge, to sell the 2 red foxes, receiving further praise from manager Zhou. "Brother Rong, your hunting skills are remarkable. In such a short time, you've captured 2 red foxes. Here's 50 taels, keep it well." Rong Zheng regarded his earnings of 70 taels with satisfaction, feeling his efforts of lying in the grass for several nights in pursuit of game had not been in vain. As he passed by a jewelry shop, his gaze was drawn to a delicate water blue headband that swayed gracefully at the entrance. He imagined this headband adorning his flowing black hair, envisioning how splendid it would look. With Leaf Yun's refined features, such a light-colored accessory would complement him beautifully. Without hesitation, he purchased it as a gift for Leaf Yun. Continuing down the street, he indulged in the enticing aromas wafting from the food stalls and acquired an assortment of pastries and candies, all meant for his beloved and little Chun. After completing his shopping, Rong Zheng veered off the main street into a narrow alley, proceeding until he found Master Zheng, the builder recommended by the village chief. Master Zheng was notably tall and had a cheerful disposition. Upon receiving the design blueprint from Rong Zheng, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Marvelous! The design of this fireplace and heated kong is simply exquisite. Just imagine, this fireplace is both aesthetically pleasing and functional, providing comfort while dining or resting in the winter. And the heated kong will keep one warm while sleeping during snowy nights. Living in such a house would make winter far more bearable." He studied the blueprint with great admiration and inquired, "Brother Rong, would you be willing to sell me this design? I intend to use it for constructing homes, and I am certain future homeowners will appreciate it. How much are you asking? A reasonable price would certainly make it worthwhile, and I hope the locals can benefit from it as well, for in this era without central heating, warmth in winter relies solely on shivering. How does 20 taels sound?" He proposed. "That works, but I've already mentioned this design to the village chief, who will likely promote it within the village." "That's fine. I'm not limited to business only with your village. This design can be used for building houses for affluent families, and the profits will undoubtedly be substantial." "Very well. You may take the blueprint," Rong Zheng agreed. "Brother, you are quite agreeable. I shall commence construction according to your design. By the way, do you wish for us to handle everything here? This includes building materials and labor. The building materials encompass bricks, tiles, timber, and so forth. As for labor, we have the main construction workers and helpers. The main workers will handle the tiling, while the helpers will manage brick transportation and waste removal." "Yes, please handle everything." Rong Zheng believed it best to leave such professional matters entirely to them, as it would save him considerable effort. He had neither the time nor the desire to involve himself in the minutiae of construction, especially as he wished to venture into the mountains again for hunting and saving money. Moreover, he did not want Li Yin to tire herself with the trivialities of building. Overseeing progress occasionally would suffice, and even if it cost a bit more, it would be worthwhile. If we handle everything, we will provide you with a detailed list of material costs for your review, and labor fees will be agreed upon in advance. Rest assured, our construction team has been working in the town for over a decade, and our reputation speaks for itself. Our clientele comes solely through word of mouth, ensuring our credibility. Rong Zheng smiled. I naturally trust you, which is why I sought you out. Now, Master Zheng, based on your experience, what would be the approximate total cost for this house? The material cost will be around 40 taels, and labor costs about 60, totaling no more than 100 taels. Having sufficient funds, Rong Zheng continued. How long will the construction take? Master Zheng contemplated for a moment, just over a month. Do you wish to begin construction now? We currently have availability, as our prior project was postponed due to the homeowner's circumstances, leaving us with an opening. Rong Zheng felt this was fortuitous. Then, Master Zheng, let us commence work the day after tomorrow. Upon contemplating the construction of a house, I inquired whether it was necessary to provide meals for your construction team. No. We will bring our own provisions. You need only concern yourself with supplying us with drinking water. After a thorough discussion and the signing of the contract, Rong Zheng handed over 30 taels as a deposit before taking his leave. Chapter 24. The delivery. By the time I returned home, it was already afternoon. Rong Zheng first placed the sweets and pastries on the dining table and called for Yi Chun to join him. Yi Chun joyfully scampered over, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Rong. Faced with an array of confectionaries, he hesitated momentarily before selecting a piece of osmanthus cake, which he happily began to nibble on. You mustn't indulge in too many sweets daily. They can harm your teeth, Rong Zheng cautioned, concerned about Yi Chen's well-being. Yi Chen nodded obediently. Previously, he often went hungry, but since arriving at Brother Rong's home, he enjoyed ample meals, daily servings of meat, and now an abundance of sweets and snacks. Yi Chen genuinely felt that Brother Rong was remarkably kind. Observing Yi Chen's growing ease around him and his improved spirit, Rong Zheng felt a surge of happiness. This child, long subdued by the pressures of elders, bore a deep-seated insecurity that rendered him timid. Rong Zheng was determined to help Yi Chen emerge from his shell. The next step was to find him companions. Children should not remain cooped up indoors, but should venture outside to play and bolster their self-confidence. At that moment, Yi Yin emerged from the kitchen and noticed the plethora of food on the table. Why did you buy so much? Take your time enjoying it. Little Chen loves it. And Yin, you should try as well. Many people buy these pastries, and they taste delightful. Rong Zheng offered a piece of steamed cake to Yi Yun's lips. The steamed cake, with its enticing tea-hued, semi-transparent appearance, was indeed tempting. Yi Yun, surprised by Rong Zheng's sudden gesture, blushed and protested. Little Chen is right here. Rong Zheng, unabashed, replied, We are all family. Go on, eat. Look, even little Chen is smiling at you. With a slight blush, Ian opened his mouth to taste, and as his delicate pink tongue brushed against the pastry, it inadvertently grazed Rong Zheng's finger. The soft sensation made Rong Zheng's breath catch, conjuring memories of their wedding night. When he had kissed Yi Yun, feeling that same softness, an unforgettable experience. The steamed cake was delightfully smooth and resilient, bursting with a refreshing sweetness, leaving Yi Yun utterly satisfied, oblivious to the peculiar expression that had crossed Rong Zheng's face. Clearing his throat, Rong Zheng pushed aside distracting thoughts and shifted his gaze from Yi Yun, saying, The matter of the house construction has been settled. The estimated cost for the house will be around 100 taels. Such an expense. Yi Yun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. That amount represents 5 to 6 years of income for an average farmer. He understood that the house was substantial, but he had not anticipated such a hefty price tag. Even Yi Chun, who had been seriously chewing, stared at Rong Zheng in astonishment, his mouth agape. After all, he and his brother had toiled for over 2 years to earn a mere 5 taels, and now a new house required 100. Seeing their shocked expressions, Rong Zheng elucidated, The house is quite large, and I have also included a fireplace and a heated calm. The walls of our home will be high, and the price is reasonable considering all these factors. But we do not have enough money, Yi Yun replied, his concern evident. Sufficient. During this trip to the town, I earned 90 taels, said Rong Zheng, casually recounting the profit from selling game and the income from selling blueprints. This house must be built well, ensuring that Yi Yun not only enjoys good meals, but also has a comfortable place to live. Listening to this, Yi Yun couldn't help but marvel at Rong Zheng's ability to earn money. Who would have thought that the blueprint for the house would be so valuable? It seems that being educated makes a significant difference. Reflecting on his husband's promise to teach him to read and write, he felt even more delighted, realizing the immense value of education and his determination to study diligently. Unbeknownst to Rong Zheng, his beloved husband was silently resolved to excel in his studies. He called Yi Yun back to the room and handed him the remaining 60 taels. As Yi Yun received the heavy pouch, he found it hard to believe he had never held so much money before. Excluding the 30 taels given as a deposit for the house, their savings now approached 100 taels, an astonishing amount. Observing his husband's greed for wealth, Rong Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Once Yi Yun finished counting and carefully placed the pouch in the wardrobe, covering it with clothes, Rong Zheng produced a delicate water blue hairband from his pocket. Gazing affectionately at him and saying, Yun, this is for you. Isn't it expensive? Yi Yun immediately recognized the value of the hairband. The silk felt smooth to the touch, and the embroidery was simple yet elegant. He hesitated to wear it, as it was the most precious gift he had ever received. Rong Zheng did not respond verbally. Instead, he smiled and took the hairband, guiding Yi Yun to the mirror where he meticulously tied it into his dark hair. His husband looked so beautiful, and he was more than willing to assist. This must be what they call the joys of the boudoir. Seeing Rong Zheng's focused expression in the mirror made Yi Yun's smile widen uncontrollably, just as he was basking in happiness. He felt a heated gaze circling around him through the reflection. After the hairband was secured, Rong Zheng found himself entranced by the sight of his husband, whose brows were gently arched and whose face bore a smile. Having such a handsome husband was indeed a test of one's composure. Yi Yun, feeling shy, dared not meet Rong Zheng's eyes. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he sought to look away. However, Rong Zheng was already in motion, swiftly pulling Yi Yun close and kissing him fervently. But still broad daylight. Yi Yun thought of escaping, but Rong Zheng held him tightly, rendering escape impossible. No worries. The door is closed, and no one will know, he coaxed in a husky voice. His husband was irresistibly tempting, and he couldn't help but nibble on Yi Yun's rosy lips, refusing to let go. Yi Yun, overwhelmed by the kiss, soon surrendered to his husband's desires. Their breaths intertwined, and the air was filled with a sweet tension. After a long while, as they prepared to leave the room, Yi Yun bashfully called out to Rong Zheng, shoving a pure white handkerchief he had embroidered recently into his embrace before quickly departing. Rong Zheng's lips curled into a grin as he held the handkerchief, a mischievous smile playing on his face. It seems I must purchase another hairband next time. Chapter 25. The commencement of construction early the day after tomorrow. A knock echoed through the courtyard, accompanied by the boisterous voice of Master Zheng calling out for people. Rong Zheng opened the door to find a bustling construction crew of about 20 individuals, each equipped with tools, followed by several carts laden with blue bricks, tiles, and timber. Brother Rong, lead us to the site where you intend to build the house. We shall commence work today. Rong Zheng opened the door with a warm greeting. Good morning. Everyone, please follow me. He called out to the back. Yun, have you boiled the water? I'll come back to fetch it shortly. He then led them to a spacious area not far ahead. All right, I'll set it aside to cool. It's hot today, so it will be convenient to drink whenever needed. 2 days prior, Yi Yun had already heard Rong Zheng mention that construction would commence today, so he had started a fire early in the morning to boil water. With a large construction team, several pots would certainly be necessary. Yi Chun, having finished his basic training, was drenched in sweat and brimming with excitement. They were truly building a house. The current living conditions were already much improved compared to before, and soon they would reside in an even larger home. He had listened to Brother Rong describe the new house's general appearance, which promised to be more impressive than the village chief's residence, igniting a thrill within him. Master Zheng first allowed the others to rest and prepare while he took a few capable assistants to survey the land. After a round of discussions, they formed a thorough plan. Experienced and highly capable, he called out to rally his team, swiftly organizing the construction details and directing everyone into action. Over 20 individuals were engaged in various tasks, some surveying the land, others breaking ground, some laying foundations, others clearing debris, and some transporting materials. Rong Zheng observed their professional methods with great satisfaction. Entrusting the project to the construction team was indeed a relief. Their efficiency was commendable, and their work was systematic, justifying the higher fees they charged. After watching for a while, he hurried back home to bring the hot water. In the heat, everyone will be thirsty and in need of hydration. As he entered the house, he found Yi Yun had already cooled the water and divided it into 2 buckets. Preparing to carry them, Rong Zheng approached and took over, saying, "I'll handle this. Would you like to come with me or stay here?" "I'll come with you," Yi Yun replied. "Very well." He called out to the young Yi Chun, who had just emerged from the house. "Take care of the house. We shall return shortly." Watching Rong Zheng carry the buckets away, Yi Yun felt a warm sweetness in his heart. Rong Zheng never allowed him to do heavy work and always naturally took over. His affection revealed in the little details. "Dear masters, if you are thirsty, come here for some water," Rong Zheng shouted to the crowd, gesturing towards the buckets. Everyone responded with gratitude. "Thank you." Master Zheng approached Rong Zheng to discuss the general construction plans. Noticing Yi Yun nearby and the closeness between the two, he deduced they were partners. "Brother Rong, is this your spouse?" "Indeed, Yun, this is Master Zheng, the chief supervisor of our house." Yi Yun graciously chimed in. "Master Zheng, the stove at home is always hot. You are welcome to come over for lunch." Master Zheng laughed heartily. "Brother Rong, you are fortunate to have such a considerate and capable spouse. To have him as my partner is indeed my blessing," Rong Zheng replied proudly. Yi Yun felt a surge of happiness and playfully shot a reproachful glance at Rong Zheng. Observing their interaction, Master Zheng thought the couple shared a commendable bond. After confirming some practical details with Master Zheng, Rong Zheng took Yi Yun back home. On their way, they encountered several villagers who were curiously peering towards the construction site. Some inquired, "Rong Zheng, have you hired a construction team from the town to build your house?" Today, a construction team comprising dozens of workers entered the village, creating quite a commotion that astonished the villagers. Out of curiosity, they gradually gathered to witness the spectacle. Typically, when homes are built, villagers seek assistance from familiar faces, as affording such a grand construction team is beyond their means. Rong Zheng explained, "Indeed, without elders at home and little knowledge about house construction, I thought it best to hire a skilled master from the town." A villager remarked bluntly, "Ah, that must cost quite a bit." The straightforwardness of the villager caught Rong Zheng momentarily off guard, yet he smiled and replied, "Not too much." The implication was clear. He was reluctant to disclose the details. It is a common human tendency for most to wish that others do not surpass them in fortune, and Rong Zheng was no exception, choosing to withhold the truth to avoid inciting envy. However, the grand undertaking of erecting a new house had become rather conspicuous, and he suspected it might already be a source of jealousy. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, confident that he would eventually rise even higher. Upon returning home, Yi Chun had already come out to greet him, inquiring, "Brother Rong, is the construction going smoothly?" "Yes, the construction team is quite professional. In just over a month, our family will be able to move into the new house." Yi Yun was also in high spirits today and cheerfully told Rong Zheng, "You've been busy all morning. I'll prepare lunch." With that, he headed to the kitchen, showcasing his culinary skills honed over the years while cooking for the Yi family. Rong Zheng, hearing that he had hired a construction team from the town, was approached by Wang Zhangshi, who had also heard the news about the building project. Accompanying him was his 12-year-old son, Wang Liang, eager to join the excitement. "Yes, the work begins today." Noticing Wang Liang, Rong Zheng remarked, "Little Yang has come too." Turning to Yi Chun, he added, "Xiao Chun, please go inside and grab some candies to share with Wang Liang." Upon hearing there would be treats, Wang Liang's eyes sparkled with delight. For rural families, candy was quite a luxury, often scarce for an entire month. Many villagers believed it wiser to save money for meat instead. Wang Zhangshi observed his son, who was practically drooling, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he had initially come merely to inquire about the construction, but now found himself in line for a snack. Children are naturally drawn to sweets. Yet overindulgence can lead to dental issues, as Yichun had experienced. Sensing Wang Zhangshi's discomfort, Rong Zheng deftly shifted the topic. "Aunt, what brings you here? I heard the village buzzing with news, so I thought I'd come confirm and see if there was anything I could assist with." This morning, when the construction team arrived, Wang Tian was out, so I didn't realize your house was already under construction. "Thank you, Aunt. I've entrusted the entire project to the master. I just need to oversee the progress and provide them with water." "That's good to hear. Having them handle everything makes it easier." Rong Zheng, ever since you've picked yourself up, you seem to have grown remarkably, becoming more composed in your endeavors. Now, you're achieving great things, building a substantial house. Your parents would surely be smiling down from above. As she spoke, tears glistened in Wang Zhangshi's eyes, her voice thick with emotion. Witnessing the profound transformation in Rong Zheng filled her heart with warmth. Since the passing of his parents 3 years ago, Rong Zheng had often secluded himself at home, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and rarely mingling with the villagers, leading many to believe he had completely given up. At that moment, she felt a deep concern that Rong Zheng might remain in a state of despair indefinitely, as he was the sole son left by Rong Man and Lin Xiao. This couple had generously aided her husband during their lifetime, and she had always hoped for their son to thrive. Thus, she frequently visited to encourage Rong Zheng and brought him food. "Aunt, do not worry. I shall live well and cherish my life with my husband," Rong Zheng reassured her. He recognized Wang Zhangshi as a person of great gratitude and kindness, and such a good soul truly deserved appreciation. Meanwhile, Yichun was indulging in candies with Wang Liang, an extroverted child who soon engaged in lively conversation, although it was mostly him speaking while Yichun listened. Children, after all, share candies and quickly become familiar with one another. As Wang Liang left with Wang Zhangshi, he invited Yichun to play the next day. Yichun looked at Rong Zheng with hopeful eyes, and of course, Rong Zheng agreed. He encouraged Xiao Chun to share his candies with Wang Liang, envisioning that Xiao Chun could make a friend. With Wang Liang's cheerful disposition and good intentions, he would surely find more companions in the village. Chapter 26. Teaching Yichun. Rong Zheng had been mostly at home recently, yet he remained exceedingly busy. He began his mornings practicing calligraphy and reciting texts before dawn, knowing that if he wished to take the imperial examination, he must exert himself diligently. He could not afford to slacken his efforts. After breakfast, he took Yichun to the river to fetch water for the vegetables. He had specially commissioned a carpenter in the village to craft 2 small buckets tailored for Yichun. "Xiao Chun," he explained, "fetching water is a task requiring both physical strength and keen concentration. It will enhance your power, endurance, and coordination, fundamental skills for martial arts. Now give it a try." He gestured toward the small buckets on the ground, signaling Yichun to begin. Having experienced Rong Zheng's attentive guidance in recent days, Yichun held an unwavering trust and admiration for him. He focused, bent down, and exerted himself to lift the 2 buckets of water. However, the weight was indeed substantial. It took several attempts before he managed to stand, his face contorted in discomfort. Rong Zheng chuckled and asked, "Are you feeling exhausted?" Yichun nodded. "Brother Rong, it is quite heavy. I can hardly move." "Then let us set it down for now. Fetching water also requires technique. Observe my demonstration closely." As he spoke, Rong Zheng illustrated the proper posture, bending his waist and taking large strides forward. "Now, give another go." Yichun mimicked Rong Zheng's stance, lifting the water and bending his waist, barely managing to keep pace beside him. "Xiao Chun, you must learn to explore techniques that allow you to exert yourself with greater ease. This will take some time." During the process of fetching water, Yichun sought a comfortable position, gradually finding his rhythm, and his steps quickened with joy. At that moment, Rong Zheng's voice resonated again. "Do not rush. You must start steadily. There is still a considerable distance to the vegetable patch. If you become too hasty, you will find it difficult to continue." Yichun slowed his pace, yet he was already panting and drenched in sweat. "Xiao Chun, slow down further. Your breath is too erratic. which will increase your burden. Now, follow my lead. Inhale, exhale. Concentrate your breath. Mastering one's breath is a crucial foundational skill. Remember, a tranquil heart leads to steady breath, and steady breath ensures stable movements. Yi Chun turned his head, adjusting his breathing according to Rong Zheng's guidance. And soon he discovered that his breath was no longer chaotic, allowing him to quicken his pace without exhaustion. Rong Zheng observed Yi Chun's transformation, recognizing him as a promising martial arts talent, endowed with both intelligence and diligence. Each day, he steadfastly practiced his stances, never faltering. Although fetching water was arduous for a novice, Yi Chun, despite the exhaustion that caused sweat to sting his eyes, persevered as long as Rong Zheng did not call for a halt. The villagers in the fields began to gossip upon witnessing this scene. Was Rong Zheng marrying Yi Yun merely to augment his household's labor force? Every morning, Yi Chun was tasked with carrying water to irrigate the crops. Initially, it was thought that constructing a grand home for the two brothers was a noble gesture, but the villagers speculated ill of his intentions, viewing his treatment of his brother-in-law as servitude. Such rumors were unfounded. In rural areas, which child does not toil? Yet, none were as severe as Rong Zheng, who seemed relentless, urging Yi Chun even as he gasped for breath. Had Yi Yun married only to enjoy a life of comfort, forsaking her brother? Was she truly enjoying her fortune, or was her lot now more burdensome than when she resided with her uncle? As the conversation progressed, some began to revel in their misfortune. It was inevitable. Certain villagers, already envious of the lavish wedding Rong Zheng threw for Yi Yun, now felt even more resentment upon seeing him erect the most impressive house in the village. Previously, they had witnessed Yi Yun rise before dawn, enduring a life of toil and abuse. Her engagement to Rong Zheng had felt as if she were being coerced, with little choice but to accept, lest she be wed to an abusive widower. Sympathy for Yi Yun existed, albeit in limited measure. Some, suffering in poverty, found solace in the knowledge that others endured even greater hardships. Misery loves company. Thus, the truth of human nature unveiled itself. Now, however, the village's most unfortunate boy had married the most handsome man, one who was educated and who celebrated their union with an extravagant wedding and a grand home. He had transformed into an object of envy for the unmarried girls in the village, provoking jealousy among many. With Rong Zheng's true nature now revealed in the perceived mistreatment of his brother-in-law, some speculated that Yi Yun might not be far from similar treatment. The villagers, eager to find fault, added embellishments to their tales. In truth, Rong Zheng's family remained oblivious to the whispers, and even if they heard, they had no need to concern themselves with such trivialities, preferring to close their door and enjoy their lives in peace. Upon returning home after their labor, both boys were soaked in sweat, and Yi Chun's small face was flushed from exertion. "I have prepared hot water. You should rest a moment before bathing," Yi Yun gently remarked, as she consistently ensured they had warm water ready each day. "All right," Rong Zheng replied, instructing Yi Chun to change clothes first. As he watched Yi Chun depart, he took his husband's hand and shook it affectionately, saying, "My dear, how considerate of you." Though he wished to embrace him, the odor of sweat deterred him from getting too close, so he settled for holding hands instead. Yi Yun noticed that while Rong Zheng exuded confidence and composure in public, he displayed a playful intimacy at home, often caressing Yi Yun's hands and occasionally teasing him until his cheeks burned with embarrassment. "Go wash up. I will fetch you clean clothes. We must visit the construction site together shortly," Yi Yun urged, as Rong Zheng lingered. "Have you not called your husband today?" Rong Zheng continued to act coy. Yi Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, blushed and called out husband. Only then did Rong Zheng reluctantly caress his partner's small hand a few times before turning to enter the kitchen. Yi Yun had no objections to Rong Zheng asking Xiao Chun to fetch water early in the morning. He did not perceive it as Rong Zheng exploiting his younger brother. This was because he understood that Rong Zheng genuinely cared for them. During the past half-month at home, Rong Zheng had been cooking almost daily, ensuring they enjoyed fine meats at every meal, while the household was continuously supplied with an abundance of candies and preserves. Even Ming Ger, who occasionally visited, often remarked on the delightful fare, exclaiming how fortunate they were. Xiao Chan practiced his basics in the morning, played with Wang Liang and other friends in the afternoon, and returned home to study. He noticed that Yi Chen's complexion was gradually improving, and he appeared much more spirited. Each time he returned from play, his face beamed with smiles. The former feelings of inferiority and timidity were slowly dissipating. Moreover, Yi Chen was quite fond of being close to Rong Zheng, looking up to him with admiration. Whenever he accompanied Rong Zheng to the construction site, he walked tall and proud. Yi Yin was indifferent to the village gossip. The kindness Rong Zheng showed them was something they experienced daily. In truth, it was not only Yi Chen who was undergoing changes. Yi Yun's transformation was also evident. He had become more literate, and thanks to borrowing medical texts from Dr. Ye's family, he could comprehend some of the content. With good food, restful sleep, and a manageable workload, his complexion visibly brightened. One day while washing clothes, Ming Ger observed Yi Yun smile and remarked in surprise, "Brother Yun, you seem to look more handsome. Your complexion has become rosy." It was clear that Rong Zheng had treated Yi Yun well, nurturing him to become increasingly vibrant. Ming Ger felt a twinge of envy and was genuinely happy for him. Yi Yun had always possessed handsome features, but in the past, his pallor and reserved demeanor lent him a somber appearance, overshadowing his striking looks. Now that life had improved, his nutrition had kept pace, and with Rong Zheng's daily affection and care, he smiled more often, naturally becoming more radiant. Chapter 27. Publishing the story half a month had passed. Standing at the construction site, Rong Zheng surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard walls were now tall, and 5 rooms were beginning to take shape. Some craftsmen had already started laying tiles on the roof, and it was evident that the house was nearing completion. The presence of many workers made a significant difference. Under Master Zheng's organized supervision, the new home was over halfway built, and Rong Zheng was extremely satisfied. After reviewing the progress of the house, Rong Zheng set off for town. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Feng Xianwen. Upon arriving at the tea house, he ordered a pot of tea and some food while he waited. As he sipped his tea, Feng Xianwen hurriedly entered from outside. "Brother Rong, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Feng Xianwen said, clasping his hands together, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He had walked to and from town to save a few coins for his mother's medicine, and under the sweltering heat, he was drenched in perspiration. Awkwardly wiping his brow, "It won't be long now. Xianwen, please take a seat and have something to eat." Rong Zheng greeted warmly from now on. "Just call me Rong Zheng." "All right." Feng Xianwen handed over a stack of manuscripts, saying, "This is the script written based on the story you told." Rong Zheng accepted it and began to read through it carefully. It must be said that Feng Xianwen possesses commendable literary prowess. He has adeptly infused the exhilarating elements of Rong Zheng's storytelling into his narrative, expanding upon them significantly. The characters are richly developed, and the plot is vivid and captivating. Setting down the manuscript, he exclaimed, "Excellent, very well done. Let us proceed to Yuanjing bookstore to discuss the publishing matters with Manager Sunday," observing Rong Zheng's satisfaction. Feng Xianwen felt a sense of relief. He found Rong Zheng's depiction of the Cthulhu style to be remarkably unique, and the story he provided refreshingly original. The more he wrote, the more enthralled he became, eager to hear the remainder of Rong Zheng's tale. The two hastily finished their meal and made their way to the bookstore. Upon locating Manager Sun, they broached the subject of publishing the manuscript. Manager Sun, familiar with Feng Xianwen, did not hold particularly high expectations for his work, believing him to possess talent, but lacking in original ideas. Nevertheless, as a businessman, he welcomed all inquiries. After briefly perusing a few pages of the manuscript, he found himself flipping through them at an astonishing pace. After a considerable time had passed, he declared, "Good, very good. The story is remarkably innovative. I have never encountered such an enthralling narrative. This is no ordinary manuscript. Not only would it appeal to female readers, but I believe it would also captivate male audiences." Manager Sun was thoroughly impressed and applauded enthusiastically. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Previously, Feng Xianwen's manuscripts did not exhibit this style. What had prompted such a significant transformation, leading to the creation of such an exceptional story? Feng Xianwen candidly replied, "The story was conceived by Rong Zheng, and I have crafted it into a manuscript. Understanding dawned on Manager Sun, and he stroked his beard, acknowledging that the collaboration between the two was indeed commendable. Rong Zheng then spoke. The inspiration for this work came from my extensive reading of Peculiar Discussions. This book will be grounded in the Cthulhu style, with key elements including horror, mystery, and the supernatural. While the Cthulhu style may not be novel in contemporary online literature, it can undoubtedly become a selling point in this ancient context. I trust Manager Sun's discernment in recognizing this opportunity. Terms such as great old ones, mythical creatures, primal essence, chaos, extraordinary beings, and outer gods flooded Manager Sun's mind, and he realized that this new thematic approach to novels would likely incite a fervent wave of interest, presenting a tremendous commercial opportunity. Overjoyed, he remarked, "This genre of storytelling is unprecedented, intriguing, and exhilarating. Should this book be published and displayed in my shop, it will undoubtedly attract numerous customers, yielding considerable profits. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Without delay, the three engaged in discussions about the particulars. Manager Sun inquired, "I see that this manuscript is not yet complete. Should we wait until the remaining story is finished before publishing?" Rong Zheng responded, "The narrative is divided into 6 parts, with each part comprising 1 volume. We can proceed to print this manuscript first." "Very well, but despite the story's undeniable brilliance, we are still unsure of customer reactions. Therefore, I propose we initially print 200 copies to gauge the response. What do you think?" Feng Xianwen was taken aback. 200 copies? Typically, a new manuscript is first printed in 100 copies, and only renowned authors can afford to print 200, given their established reputation and minimized risk of loss. I did not anticipate Manager Sun's confidence in this manuscript. "Indeed, Mr. Rong and Mr. Feng, your book shall be sold in my establishment. The store will charge a fee to cover production costs and sales expenses, which will amount to 20% of the total revenue." He turned to Feng Xianwen and continued, "You have collaborated with us before and understand the conventions. Typically, we take a 30% share, but I am willing to concede 10%. The price is exceedingly fair." In an effort to retain them, Master Sun offered remarkably favorable terms, akin to those reserved for popular authors. Based on his experience, he was confident that the publication of this book would garner significant attention, and it was imperative to seize the opportunity for profit. Feng Xianwen nodded at Rong Zheng, acknowledging the truth that only popular tales merited such concessions. "Very well, let us place it here for trial sales. I have another idea. I wish to engage the storyteller at Wanyu Tower to disseminate this narrative for a fee." Upon hearing Rong Zheng's proposal, Master Sun and Feng Xianwen were perplexed. Why reveal the story to the storyteller? If everyone flocked to hear the tale, who would purchase the book? Their expressions reflected their disapproval. In reality, this was a marketing strategy, utilizing the storyteller as a means to advertise the novel, thereby increasing awareness and uncovering potential customers. Rong Zheng elaborated on his reasoning. Master Sun was increasingly astonished. This was an excellent idea that could attract a larger audience. How had he not thought of it before? He regarded Rong Zheng as exceptionally astute, not merely an ordinary scholar. He could not help but hold him in higher esteem. This individual possessed insight and intellect, a rare talent indeed. Truth be told, he entertained the notion of inviting him to work. Upon learning that Rong Zheng had yet to pass the preliminary examination, he was somewhat bewildered, but his social acumen prevented him from probing further. He believed that someone as clever as Rong Zheng would inevitably succeed in his studies. He considered that with Rong Zheng's perspective, knowledge, and eloquence, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Eager to cultivate a connection, his tone became increasingly courteous and respectful. "There is no time to waste. I shall draft the contract immediately and instruct my staff to expedite the printing. It will be completed in 5 days, and you may come to collect a copy and discuss its feasibility with the storyteller." After signing the contract and exiting the bookstore, Feng Xianwen could scarcely believe the esteem with which Master Sun regarded this tale. Not only was the initial print run substantial, but the profit sharing was also considerable. He felt as if he were dreaming. He was immensely grateful that he had agreed to collaborate with Rong Zheng after hearing his insights, which had led to the opportunity to write this story. Observing Feng Xianwen still in a state of shock, Rong Zheng cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. We must assess the sales." Though he said this, both were aware that Master Sun, having operated a bookstore for many years, had undoubtedly developed a keen eye for quality. Even if it did not sell exceptionally well, it would likely still perform adequately. Chapter 28. The Hunt for Wolves with the house nearing completion. Rong Zheng ventured once more into the deep mountains, likely for the final time this year, to hunt. Next month, he would be attending classes at the academy, and the journey to the mountains was lengthy, leaving little opportunity for further excursions. He traversed the hills and valleys with ease, already well acquainted with the terrain. After searching for traces of foxes, he quickly spotted a white fox and, after lying in wait for a day, successfully shot it. Fatigued from his exertions, he leaned against a large tree to rest, lost in thought when, suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. Had it not been for his martial training and keen hearing, he would have found it difficult to detect. He instantly became alert, discreetly discerning the source of the sound emanating from a nearby, concealed thicket. There a colossal wolf lurked in the shadows, its massive head low and its eyes narrowed, poised to strike. Wolves are typically pack animals, hunting cooperatively. This realization sent a jolt of apprehension through Rong Zheng as he began to discern whether there were other wolves nearby, coordinating a hunt against him. Fortunately, he discovered that it was the only one, significantly increasing his odds of survival. Excellent, if it seeks to hunt me, then I shall turn the tables and hunt this formidable wolf instead. He feigned ignorance, gripping the knife tightly in his hands, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed as if oblivious, intending to lure the wolf into making its move. After a considerable time, the wolf, sensing that its prey appeared completely unaware, cautiously approached, its gaze fierce as it bared its sharp fangs. Suddenly, it lunged toward Rong Zheng, aiming to sever the human's throat in one swift bite. However, Rong Zheng reacted with remarkable agility, springing up and thrusting his knife toward the wolf's eye. The wolf skidded to a halt, the blade grazing its side. The atmosphere grew tense as man and beast faced off. Upon realizing it had been detected, the wolf's eyes turned icy and sharp, and it let out a ferocious growl, advancing again with lightning speed. Rong Zheng, a skilled martial artist, was far from sluggish. He rolled to evade the wolf's attack, simultaneously grasping its tail and yanking it forcefully to the ground. In a swift motion, he plunged the knife into the wolf's abdomen. The creature yelped in pain, struggling briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the earth. After a quick cleanup, Rong Zheng placed the wolf in his backpack. Successfully hunting a wolf was a commendable achievement, as most hunters would avoid such a dangerous adversary. If in a pack, they would be even more formidable. Thus, wolves are considered rare commodities in the marketplace. This particular wolf, so immense, would surely fetch a handsome price from affluent households. The pristine wolf pelt is a coveted rarity, highly sought after by the wealthy for crafting quilts or bedding, both warm and aesthetically pleasing, suitable for luxury items. Moreover, the wolf's thigh bone, known as the wolf's hip stone, is exceedingly precious. It is rumored to possess mystical properties that ward off evil, dispel nightmares, and attract wealth and fortune. Nobility often collects these as opulent decorations, showcasing their grandeur. Additionally, wolf fangs, particularly those of fine quality, hold significant value. Some individuals prefer to present them as gifts to esteemed families, a gesture that commands respect. Having acquired such a massive wolf, which was quite heavy on his back, Rong Zheng resolved to hasten to the town to expedite the sale. He meandered through the affluent residential area, approaching a grand estate. Just as he was about to knock, a young master, around 17 or 18 years of age, emerged, followed closely by a dutiful servant. The young master, slightly plump and clad in luxurious brocade, exuded an air of opulence. Noticing Rong Zheng at the entrance, he was about to inquire about his business when his gaze fell upon the colossal wolf in the backpack, astonished. "Did you capture that?" he exclaimed. Rong Zheng nodded affirmatively and, seizing the moment, inquired, "Might I ask if you are interested in purchasing this wolf?" The young gentleman, named Huang, he was taken aback upon hearing this. He scrutinized Rong Zheng and realized that the individual before him appeared to be of a similar age, possessing a rather distinguished appearance. To have hunted a wolf, he must possess remarkable skills. Wolves are rare creatures, and few dare to hunt them, even with wealth. Acquiring one is a challenging endeavor. Upon learning that Rong Zheng intended to sell the wolf, Huang Yi did not hasten to leave. If you have one for sale, please come in. Being youthful and curious about wolves, he invited Rong Zheng inside for a discussion. He turned to instruct a servant to summon the housekeeper to the front hall, stating that someone wished to sell a wolf. As Huang Yi walked, he complimented, "Your skills are impressive. Capturing such a large wolf must not have been an easy task." "Indeed, it required some effort," Rong Zheng replied, noticing that this affluent young man was amiable and engaging. "May I ask your name and age? You seem to be around my age." "My surname is Rong, and my given name is Zheng. I am 19 this year." "Ah, you are 2 years my senior. I am Huang Yi, 17 years old." "Rong, brother, what a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Rong Zheng," he responded. Huang Yi observed that Rong Zheng's demeanor was quite commendable, neither servile nor arrogant, leaving him with a favorable impression. "If you hunt another wolf in the future, feel free to visit my home. We are always interested in purchasing them." His family was engaged in commerce and was not lacking in funds, capable of acquiring as many wolves as needed. "I may not have time for more hunting, as I must attend school next month," said Rong Zheng. "Oh, the Qingyun Academy? What a coincidence. I attend there as well," Huang Yi exclaimed. "Indeed, it is the only school in town," he added, feeling a sense of kinship and speaking with increased enthusiasm. The process of selling the wolf proceeded smoothly. The housekeeper of the Huang residence, witnessing his young master conversing amiably with the hunter, sensed a budding friendship and thus offered a price slightly above market value, ultimately settling on 100 taels. Satisfied with his earnings, Rong Zheng contemplated having the white fox fur he possessed fashioned into a scarf as a gift for Yi Yun. In winter, it would provide warmth, and Yi Yun had recently appeared more radiant. The snow-white fur would undoubtedly complement his elegance. He visited the tailor shop, Chiyun Pavilion, and inquired with Master Zhou if he could assist in the crafting. Master Zhou's face fell with regret upon hearing that Rong Zheng was not selling the fur. He confirmed multiple times, even offering to increase the price by 5 taels. However, Rong Zheng was resolute in his desire to create a scarf for his beloved partner. "Very well, but the processing fee is not inexpensive. How does 8 taels sound?" "Agreed. It'll take a few days to complete. I shall return in 10 days. You are truly devoted to your partner. Such generosity is rare. 8 taels is a considerable sum that many impoverished families might not save in a year. Yet you willingly spend it for your beloved." "Thank you, Master Zhou." Upon returning home, Rong Zheng shared the details of the wolf sale and handed Yi Yun 90 taels. Yi Yun's brow furrowed upon hearing this. After all, it was a wolf, a fierce wild beast. Noticing faint traces of blood on Rong Zheng's attire, he disregarded any shyness and instinctively began to tug at Rong Zheng's clothing, confirming whether he had sustained any injuries. "Yun, are you teasing me?" Rong Zheng remarked, amused by Yi Yun's unprecedented boldness. "Let me see. Are you hurt?" In the past, Yi Yun might have blushed and shied away from such inquiries. But now he was consumed with concern for Rong Zheng, especially regarding that small trace of blood, which tightened his heart with anxiety, fearing that Rong Zheng might have been bitten by the wolf. Seeing the persistent worry etched on his husband's face, Rong Zheng grasped his hand and reassured him, "Truly, there is no cause for concern. The bloodstains are merely from the time I hunted the wolf. I am unscathed." He gently caressed his husband's forehead. "I'm frightened," Yi Yun confessed, his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. It was the first time he had encountered someone so caring, and the thought of Rong Zheng coming to harm filled him with dread. Rong Zheng embraced his husband tenderly, soothing him until his emotions settled, before presenting him with a heavy purse of coins. After carefully stowing away the substantial purse, Yi Yun felt a sense of disbelief. They had spent 100 taels on building their home, and now Rong Zheng had nearly recouped that amount. Their family savings had once again soared to 100 taels. This realization brought both shock and immense joy to their hearts. Watching his husband finally break into a sweet smile brought a sense of delight to Rong Zheng. "Yes, we must earn even more. He spoke of his plans for the future. Next month, I will be attending school, so I will only have time to hunt occasionally on the nearby mountains. Yes, yes, study diligently, and I shall take care of the household. Yi Yun replied with utmost seriousness. I naturally trust you, Yun. By the way, let us hold off on sending Xiao Chun to school for now. He has become more cheerful lately. Let him play at home with his friends from the village. I will teach him reading and writing at home until he has a solid foundation before sending him to school. I believe it is necessary for him to stay home for an additional year. Xiao Chun feels insecure, and pushing him into school too soon may yield adverse effects. Moreover, I wish for him to train in martial arts for a year to develop a strong physique and avoid being bullied. I will follow your advice, Yi Yun replied obediently, trusting that his husband's decisions were always prudent. Noticing his husband's gentle demeanor, Rong Zheng felt a playful urge arise within him. Do you truly intend to heed my words? As Yi Yun nodded, feeling quite obedient toward his husband, he was taken aback when Rong Zheng added, Then remember to be compliant when I wish to kiss you. Do not shy away. This statement brought a deep blush to Yi Yun's cheeks. He too did not wish to evade, yet Rong Zheng's kisses left him breathless, only releasing him when he could hardly catch his breath. Though Rong Zheng appeared composed and serious in public, he relished teasing his husband in private. Chapter 29. The rabbit is so adorable in the afternoon. Rong Zheng sought out Master Zheng, the builder, to discuss arrangements for the new house's courtyard. The design of his courtyard was exceptionally spacious, with plans to allocate half of it for growing vegetables and flowers, while the other half would serve as a recreational area. He envisioned constructing a gazebo in the leisure zone, where they could enjoy the breeze and sip tea. Beside the gazebo, he intended to transplant a jujube tree, providing both beauty and fruit. Additionally, he contemplated building a livestock shed outside the courtyard, considering the possibility of purchasing cattle or horses in the future. Even if they did not acquire any, it could serve as a pleasant shade. Master Zheng, upon hearing this, readily agreed to commence the work in the next couple of days. After finalizing the courtyard arrangements, Rong Zheng took a moment to inspect the vegetable garden, where the crops were thriving with vitality. The cabbage thrives with remarkable rapidity, its verdant leaves glistening with dew. The cucumbers fare well, too, as Yun Yun has constructed a trellis of bamboo for the vines to gracefully ascend, yielding several cucumbers of varying shapes, some straight and others gently curved at the tips. The tomatoes, however, remain unripe, dangling like small green lanterns from the branches. The spring onions flourish abundantly, standing in neat rows, vibrant and lush. Rong Zheng harvested a large cabbage, several cucumbers, and a small handful of spring onions. Upon returning home, he found Yun Yun feeding a handful of wild rabbits, 5 or 6 of which had recently been caught in the mountains. Inside the cage, plump little white rabbits were eagerly munching on fresh green grass, their 3-part mouths opening and closing rhythmically, occasionally using their tiny paws to wipe their noses, appearing adorably clumsy. Rong Zheng approached, observing the increasingly fair complexion of his husband, which radiated a natural rosy glow. Yun Yun, already youthful and strikingly handsome, bore no blemishes even at such close proximity, prompting Rong Zheng to involuntarily pinch his cheek. The flesh was soft and smooth, a delightful sensation to the touch, making it truly pleasurable to squeeze. Yun Yun turned his head, glaring at Rong Zheng with feigned annoyance. Rong Zheng pretended to be nonchalant, his gaze drifting over Yun Yun's lips, perhaps pausing for a second before shifting his eyes an inch upward to his nose, and finally resting on his eyes, softly exclaiming, "How adorable these little rabbits are!" Although he spoke of rabbits, his eyes remained fixed on Yun Yun, his voice flowing like a mountain spring, his gaze growing ever more profound. Feeling the intensity of Rong Zheng's stare, Yun Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, and his heart raced. He turned his head away to evade Rong Zheng's gaze, poking at the rabbit's soft fur with his fingers. Seeing his husband shy, Rong Zheng gently kissed Yun Yun's warm cheek. Startled, Yun Yun glanced around nervously, fearing he might be seen. The low fence of their yard barely reached his waist, allowing passers-by to easily glimpse the scene within, and he worried that someone might just happen to catch sight of them. Realizing there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief, Anxious that Rong Zheng might continue his bold displays of affection outside, he quickly dashed into the house. The day's playful teasing of his husband had been accomplished. Rong Zheng, watching Yunyun's hurried retreat, laughed heartily, declaring, "Today, I shall prepare spicy rabbit meat for Yiyun." Yunyun did not turn back, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He recognized that Rong Zheng truly dedicated effort to his cooking, crafting dishes that were fragrant and delectable, and generously adding oil, leaving one salivating. He and Xiaoqing often found their appetites insatiable, eating more than ever before and gaining noticeable weight. Rong Zheng selected the plumpest wild rabbit, skinning and gutting it, rinsing the insides several times before cutting the meat into large chunks. He then seasoned it thoroughly and allowed it to marinate. Once Yunyun felt the warmth in his face subside, he joined Rong Zheng in the kitchen, assisting by washing the cabbage and spring onions, and neatly chopping the cucumbers, ginger, and garlic, placing them into bowls for Rong Zheng's convenience. Rong Zheng heated oil in a pan, adding the marinated rabbit meat and frying it until golden brown, then setting it aside. Next, he added ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, fennel, and herbs to the pan, letting them release their fragrant aromas. Before adding the rabbit meat back in for a vigorous stir-fry, incorporating a splash of cooking wine to eliminate any gamey odor, and covering the pot to let it simmer for a while. Rong Zheng meticulously monitored the heat, and after a while, he lifted the pot lid. Observing that the sauce had thickened adequately, he added chopped scallions and gave it a quick stir for even distribution. Finally, he plated the steaming rabbit meat, its golden hue glistening with a rich, savory sauce. At that moment, Yichen rushed in from outside. "Brother Rong, Brother Yun, today I went to the riverside with Wang Liang and the others to catch fish," Yichen exclaimed, lifting a small bucket to show Rong Zheng and Yi Yun the 3 or 4 little fish inside. Upon hearing this, Rong Zheng felt a twinge of concern for the child's safety near the river. While continuing to cook, he asked, "Were there any adults present?" "Brother Wang Zhe was with us. He took us along," Yichen replied. "That's good. Just be careful not to go near the swift waters. It's dangerous." He turned to admire the fish in the bucket, praising, "Little Chun, you did well catching these. Tomorrow, I'll have Brother Yin cook you some fried fish." Yichen beamed with pride at the compliment. Amused by his delight, Yiyun encouraged him to wash his hands and get ready for dinner. Yichun then carried the small bucket outside, having specifically come into the kitchen to share his fishing success. That evening, Rong Zheng prepared 3 dishes, a generous bowl of rabbit meat, stir-fried bok choy, and a refreshing cucumber salad. "Wow, it smells wonderful," Yichun exclaimed as he finished washing his hands and sat at the table, the enticing aroma of the rabbit meat making him feel quite hungry. "Let's dig in. Eat plenty, little Chun," Rong Zheng said, feeling quite confident in his culinary skills. He served a piece of rabbit meat to both Yi Yun and Yi Chun. The rabbit meat was tender, spicy, and savory, leaving a delightful aftertaste that made everyone crave more, resulting in the family devouring an extra bowl of white rice. Later that evening, Rong Zheng held his soft, fragrant husband close and said, "The house will be finished in 10 days. Today, I sought Master Zheng's assistance to tidy up the yard, leaving a patch for vegetable planting. We can grow some greens, tomatoes, and peppers in the yard. Next year, we'll have to plant rice in the fields, so we want to have room for vegetables." Yi Yin responded happily. "Growing vegetables is wonderful. They're both visually pleasing and edible, plus it's convenient to pick them right from home." Rong Zheng agreed. Indeed, it's easy to care for. Just water them as needed. As for whether they would plant rice in the fields next year, Rong Zheng had not yet come to a decision. He personally leaned towards not planting it, as he was not skilled in that area, and it seemed unreasonable for his husband to toil alone over a dozen acres. Moreover, he couldn't bear the thought of losing the effort put into nurturing Yi Yun's health. "We could decide next year. There's no rush for now," Rong Zheng continued. "By the way, how about we all go to town tomorrow? I'll take you to a tea house to listen to some stories." Having been married to Yi Yun for 2 months, and with Yi Yun mostly residing in the village, Rong Zheng planned to introduce his husband to the town for some leisure, shopping, sipping tea, and enjoying storytelling. He felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Yun, who had to shoulder numerous responsibilities at such a young age while caring for his younger brother, living a life fraught with uncertainty. Yi Yun was still young and deserved to explore and broaden his horizons. Rong Zheng also envisioned taking Yi Yun to many more places in the future, sharing the beauty of the world together. But those plans were for another time. Listen to stories? Yi Yun queried, puzzled, as he had never had the time for entertainment before and was unfamiliar with what storytelling entailed. Once upon a time, a storyteller stood upon the stage, captivating the audience with his tale. How delightful it would be to savor a meal while listening to his enchanting words. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After the storytelling, we planned to procure furniture for our new abode. Given that our current residence contains some outdated furnishings, should we transfer them? Rong Zheng pondered for a moment and concluded that it was unnecessary to move all the old items. He remarked, "Let us take only the new furniture we acquired for our wedding. The rest shall remain, as we will need to purchase most anew." Yi Yun, though aware of the expenses, found reason in his logic and nodded in agreement, especially since their savings were plentiful at present. As their conversation waned, the two gradually succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber accompanied by the serenade of cicadas. Chapter 30. A stroll and a story in the early morning after breakfast. Rong Zheng tidied the dishes and instructed Yi Chun and Yi Yun to return to their room to change for their outing. Yi Chun soon emerged, clad in the white brocade attire Rong Zheng had gifted him. A ribbon of azure silk adorned his waist, presenting a fresh and clean appearance. With brows like swords and eyes resembling obsidian, his youthful visage had blossomed under Rong Zheng's guidance, standing tall and resembling a young gentleman. Today, he was particularly exhilarated, for his elder brother had informed him that they would be visiting a tea house to listen to stories, an experience he had never encountered before, igniting his innate curiosity. Rong Zheng felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Yi Chen's positive transformation. His demeanor had become increasingly confident and less timid. At that moment, Yi Yun also emerged from the chamber, dressed in a pale blue satin long robe, embellished with a translucent white jade pendant at his waist. The silver cloud patterns on the hem shimmered brilliantly, and his raven locks cascaded to his waist, secured by a light blue ribbon that danced in the breeze. His refined features, accentuated by a dash of vermilion at his brow, exuded an elegant charm, reminiscent of a noble gentleman, a truly delightful sight. Rong Zheng mused that the long robe suited Yi Yun perfectly. He had envisioned this very appearance when he first laid eyes on the garment in the tailor's shop. Such beauty, captivating and mesmerizing, was indeed a sight to behold. As the trio made their way through the village, they turned heads among the villagers. Once frail, both Yi Yun and Yi Chun now appeared vibrant and well-dressed, resembling the young lords of the town. Standing alongside Yi Yun, Rong Zheng formed a striking couple. Previously, some villagers had observed Rong Zheng asking Yi Chun to fetch water for the vegetables, speculating on his marriage to Yi Yun and the incorporation of a younger brother into their home as an additional labor force, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of future misadventures. However, upon witnessing the harmonious bond among the three, the rumors dissipated into thin air, revealing a life of contentment. "Rong Zheng, you're dressed so splendidly. Are you heading to the town?" inquired a few curious villagers. "Indeed, the construction of our new home is nearing completion. Today, I intend to take my husband and brother to procure some essentials," Rong Zheng replied. "Oh, I see. Speaking of a new house, I passed by the other day and couldn't help but admire its grandeur. It truly is impressive and enviable. Living there must be quite comfortable," they responded. "Yi Chun seems to have grown sturdier. He appears much healthier than before. Ah, there's no need to dress so finely for a trip to the town. Are you visiting relatives?" A villager, filled with curiosity, remarked, especially noting how impeccably attired this family of three appeared, suggesting they were not merely out for shopping. Some individuals, rather straightforward and unreserved, did not hesitate to pry for more details. Rong Zheng smiled and replied, "Annie, we plan to purchase some items in town before heading to the tea house to listen to a story." Listening to stories? That's an entertainment exclusive to the town folks. "Rong Zheng, you are truly becoming more accomplished," the villager responded. Rong Zheng smiled politely, engaging with the chattering villagers as they passed by. The trio had arrived in town by ox cart and first reached the bustling main street, alive with the morning market's hustle and bustle. Rong Zheng naturally took hold of Yi Yun's hand, their fingers intertwined, guiding him forward. Yi Yun glanced at his handsome husband beside him, and then at their joined hands, feeling a slight flush in his ears. After a leisurely stroll, Rong Zheng treated them to some candied hawthorn skewers. Yi Chun joyfully munched as he walked, dutifully staying close to his elder brother Rong. Yin also took small bites, his pink tongue licking the bright red candied hawthorn, causing Rong Zheng to catch his breath for a moment. With a playful smile, he asked, "Won't you let your husband have a taste?" Upon hearing this, Yin instinctively offered the skewer to Rong Zheng, only to realize he was feeding Rong Zheng, which made him feel a bit shy. He quickly glanced around, relieved to find that no one on the street was paying attention to their actions, and urged, "Hurry and eat." Seeing Yi Yun's bashful demeanor amused Rong Zheng, who deliberately held on to the skewer until Yi Yun, looking anxious, pushed it toward his mouth, finally granting him a reprieve. Rong Zheng then led them to the distant bookshop to find Sunday manager Sun handed Rong Zheng a printed storybook, saying, 200 copies have been printed. Whether they sell well will depend on the next month. Here's one for you. The cover of the book bore the title The Realm of the Extraordinary, the very work Rong Zheng co-published with Feng Xianwen. Grateful, Rong Zheng realized that Yi Chun and Yi Yun were still using his old writing instruments. So he decided to buy each of them a complete set, along with a large stack of paper. During their conversation, Manager Sun was astonished to learn that Rong Zheng was purchasing these writing materials for his husband and brother-in-law. Such items were quite precious. Many ordinary families wouldn't even support their men in studying, let alone their sons. Rong Zheng not only encouraged his husband to practice writing, but also supported his brother-in-law's education. What a devoted spouse he was. Entering the bookshop for the first time to buy writing materials, Yin realized the paper was far from cheap. A small quantity cost over 3 taels. He had previously heard that the expenses of studying could equal a year's income, and witnessing it firsthand, even though it was for himself and his brother, made him wince at the cost. As they exited the bookshop, his heart was filled with gratitude, and he whispered to Rong Zheng, "Thank you." Rong Zheng smiled and replied, "What is there to thank? You and I are partners, and Yi Chun is your brother, as well as my brother. We are family." Indeed, Yin thought, his heart brimming with joy. Rong Zheng's unwavering generosity in providing for their writing needs made him feel immensely content to have such a husband. 3 individuals strolled along the main street, proceeding until they reached a corner. Rong Zheng turned sideways and glanced upward, where he beheld a crimson plaque inscribed with the elegant, flat strokes of the script Wanyu Tower. The entrance stood wide open, with occasional groups of 2 or 3 individuals huddled together, making their way inside. Aware that this establishment was the largest tea house in town, Rong Zheng ushered the other 2 within. As they entered, a young waiter promptly approached them, his demeanor warm and welcoming. "Good sirs, are there 3 of you?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Please step inside." Upon entering the grand hall, Rong Zheng raised his gaze. The tea house boasted 2 levels, with a storytelling stage at the center of the ground floor. Surrounding the stage were tightly arranged tea tables, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Though not completely filled, the hall thrummed with energy as patrons savored their tea and engaged in cheerful conversation. The aroma of dishes mingled with a lively ambience. Drawing one closer, waiters, balancing trays in their hands, weaved through the crowd, attending to the guests. Above, the second floor was open in the middle, encircled by a gallery with neatly arranged private booths, modernly referred to as VIP rooms. The clientele on the upper level appeared to be of a more refined sort, dressed in finer attire reminiscent of affluent families, ladies and gentlemen of high society. Guided by the waiter, Rong Zheng and his companions navigated through the tables and settled in a spot near the storytelling stage. They ordered tea and the house specialties: pork knuckle, stir-fried cauliflower, mapo tofu, and a plate of osmanthus cake. "Are you hungry? Let us eat while we listen to the tale," Rong Zheng said, pouring tea for his companions to enjoy while it was still hot. Having spent a considerable time meandering through the main street, they were nearing noon and felt quite famished. So they eagerly began to eat, relishing each bite. Suddenly, A sharp sound of a clapper resonated from the central stage, capturing the attention of the hall's patrons, who gradually lifted their gazes. A middle-aged man clad in a gray-black long gown ascended the stage, appearing to be in his 40s, with neatly combed hair interspersed with silver strands. One hand struck the clapper while the other stroked his beard. Esteemed guests, the story is about to commence. Upon hearing this, the chatter dwindled, and soon the hall fell silent as patrons set aside their bowls and chopsticks, applauding in anticipation. The middle-aged man, smiling gently, nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Today, we shall recount the tale of the handsome scholar Ning Kai and the delicate female, ghost Lu Qian. The audience erupted into applause once more, with some even whistling in approval. The storyteller, known as Yin Shan, struck the clapper again, raised his right hand to signal for quiet, and once the audience had settled, he began to weave the narrative. The story begins with the scholar Ning Kai, while en route to his examination, inadvertently wandered into the ghost forest. Ning Kai had devoted himself to his studies from a young age, possessing exceptional knowledge and a countenance fair as jade. By the age of 16, he had attained the status of a Xiao, and by 18, he was already a Jiren. On this particular day, brimming with confidence as he headed for the imperial examination, he encountered an unexpected turn of events. Yin Shan paused momentarily, surveying the eager expressions of the audience, and satisfied continued. Along the way, he was beset by bandits. As a refined scholar, he was ill-prepared for such a confrontation, and thus he fled in haste, with the bandits in hot pursuit. In a life-or-death moment, Ning Kai ran with remarkable speed, seeking refuge in a forest shrouded in mist, resembling an enchanting maze. However, he paid no heed to the peculiarities and plunged headlong into its depths. Upon discovering that he had evaded the relentless pursuers behind him, he realized he could no longer find his way back. In just a few words, he captivated his audience, drawing them into the tale, so much so that they neglected their conversations and listened intently with great enthusiasm. Yin Shan took a sip of water to moisten his throat, just as he was grappling with the search for an exit. A strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the white mist ahead. She was slender, with long, raven-black hair cascading effortlessly over her shoulders, and her enchanting phoenix-like eyes sparkled with life. Yin Shan's demeanor was calm and assured, his voice rich and resonant, alternating between deep and powerful tones and soaring, impassioned heights, enchanting the patrons below. Even Yi Yun and Yi Chun set aside their meals, absorbed in the storyteller's narrative. As the tale reached its thrilling climax, cheers erupted from the audience, further heightening their excitement. This storyteller was indeed exceptional and evidently well received. If he were to agree to endorse a product, the impact would surely be remarkable. After a considerable time, applause erupted around him, signaling the conclusion of a story. The audience set down their bowls and teacups, clapping in appreciation. Yin Shan rose and bowed in gratitude. Thank you all. Today's tale concludes here, and we shall continue next time. With that, he descended from the stage. Rong Zheng summoned a waiter to convey a message to the storyteller. The waiter accepted the tip with enthusiasm and readily agreed. Shortly after, Yin Shan invited Rong Zheng to join him, instructing Yi Yun to enjoy their meal while he was away. I have heard you possess excellent recommendations for tales. Yin Shan assessed the young man before him, noting his youthful appearance, handsome features, and extraordinary demeanor. Rong Zheng clasped his hands in respect. Indeed, sir, I am Rong Zheng. This is a storybook I co-published with others, and I wish to request that you narrate it here in the Forget Worry Pavilion. Oh, I am rather discerning when it comes to storytelling. I may not find it to my liking, Yin Shan replied, accepting the book without reservation. His willingness to entertain Rong Zheng's request stemmed from the promise of 1 or 2 silver coins for narrating a specified story. Earning an additional silver piece would be a welcome boon, given that his earnings for storytelling in the pavilion were merely 3 silver coins a month. Naturally, this was contingent upon the quality of the story. If it were to adversely affect the establishment's business, the owner would certainly object. Moreover, he had no desire to tarnish his own reputation for the sake of a minor gain. He gestured for Rong Zheng to take a seat and began to peruse the book, initially with a casual demeanor, which soon shifted to one of focused attention. After reading a significant portion, he paused to exclaim, "This story is remarkably novel. I have never encountered anything like it. Indeed, it incorporates elements of modern Cthulhu mythology, which you have certainly not heard before." Rong Zheng thought, observing the storyteller's satisfied expression. There was a high likelihood of success. "What are your thoughts, sir?" Yinshan inquired. "I'm willing to give a try. However, let me be frank. Despite its novelty, I fear that the patrons may not embrace it. I shall narrate a few sections first to gauge their reaction." He closed the book and continued, "Young brother, you must understand that my storytelling must take into account the preferences of the audience. If it proves popular, I will complete the tale. However," he paused to scrutinize Rong Zheng, "if it does not resonate, I shall have to abandon it." Rong Zheng understood perfectly. The storyteller needed to build his reputation. "I have one more request. I hope you will mention at the beginning and end of your narration that this storybook is available for purchase at the Yuanjing bookstore." Yinshan was hearing such a request for the first time. The stories he recounted were either peculiar anecdotes from the common folk or popular tales he had selected from the bookshops. No one had ever paid for a tale like Rong Zheng did, asking merely to mention where it could be purchased. Noticing Yinshan's confusion, Rong Zheng explained that in this era, the concept of advertising was virtually non-existent. He expressed his desire to make the tale more widely known, stating that the story was still incomplete and that if it sold well, he would continue writing. To be frank, this request was also aimed at enticing potential customers to purchase the tale, thereby expanding its market. Yinshan immediately found this idea quite appealing, as it opened up new avenues for him. He realized that by assisting Rong Zheng in promoting this story, if the book sold well, it would attract more writers seeking his services, thus providing him an opportunity for additional earnings. Who would refuse the chance to earn more? Consequently, he readily agreed. "I understand now. I shall certainly mention it. I appreciate your efforts, and rest assured, having accepted your payment, I will do my utmost." Rong Zheng left a couple of tales with him before taking his leave. Upon seeing Yi Yun and Yi Chun nearly finished with their meal, he called for the waiter to settle the bill and departed with them. On the way, Yi Yun appeared curious, and Rong Zheng did not conceal the matter, briefly explaining the situation. Will this approach ensure the tale sells well? He pondered. For now, it was uncertain, but it was worth a try. Rong Zheng was hesitant to make any guarantees. "Let's go check the furniture for the new house." Upon arriving at the carpenter's furniture store, the owner recognized that Rong Zheng's family intended to purchase an entire house's worth of furniture, and his keen eyes sparkled with delight. This was a significant client who required careful attention. The owner eagerly recommended items, serving tea and extending warm hospitality, all in an effort to retain this esteemed customer. "Do you provide home delivery?" inquired Rong Zheng. "Certainly, dear customer. Given your substantial purchase, we can deliver directly to your home and arrange everything according to your specifications." They selected an assortment of suitable beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs, while the owner beamed with satisfaction. At the time of payment, as the owner calculated the total, he remarked, "Dear customer, the total comes to 10 taels and 101. We shall waive the change. You need only pay 10 taels. Additionally, since you have purchased many items from our store, we will give you an extra chair. Everything will be delivered to your home on the specified day. We welcome your next visit." The owner presented the bill to Rong Zheng, who found no issues and then turned to Yi Yun. The owner was taken aback as he witnessed Yi Yun confidently retrieving 10 taels from his purse. He was astonished, realizing that it was the husband who held the financial reins at home, a clear sign of affection. Indeed, the husband was quite striking. It was no wonder. Chapter 32. Moving into the new house, the house was completed as scheduled, and Master Zheng's construction team had proven exceptionally reliable. During the inspection, Rong Zheng repeatedly praised, "The house has been built excellently. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Brother Rong, we are here to do our job and shall be responsible. You can absolutely trust our craftsmanship. You will find it quite comfortable. I have faith in your skills." Rong Zheng explored every corner of the new house, and it was indeed quite impressive. The fireplace and the heated bed had been crafted precisely according to the blueprints, with even some details that were not specified in the drawings being thoughtfully added by Master Zheng. The necessary gaps were left, and all construction debris had been cleared away. Satisfied with the payment, Master Zheng departed with his crew. At the entrance, curious villagers gathered around the most magnificent house in the village, eager to catch a glimpse inside. Rong Zheng graciously opened the door and invited them in to take a look. Ever since the construction began, the villagers had been subtly detouring to observe. Intrigued by the appearance of the grand house, a throng of people surged inside, examining every detail and offering continuous praise. This courtyard is spacious enough, and there's even room for planting vegetables. How convenient it will be to have fresh produce. Is this the fireplace the village chief mentioned? It looks splendid. The chief showed us your plans for a fireplace in the main house for warmth in winter, and indeed, it is both beautiful and practical. The heated bed looks excellent too. We're planning to build one in a few days as well, as it will make winter nights much more comfortable. Oh my! The kitchen is quite large. There's ample space for 10 people to work simultaneously. Hiring a construction team makes all the difference. Everything is so well organized and beautifully executed. In the future, when I have wealth, I shall certainly hire a construction team for peace of mind. Perhaps you should rest early. In dreams, anything is possible. This house certainly appears expensive. The villagers, increasingly envious, mused about the comfort of living in such a grand home. Some villagers wished to foster a good relationship with Rong Zheng's family for future benefits, sensing that he was destined for great things. Rong Zheng, when do you plan to move into your new home? Do you require any assistance? Indeed, if you need our help, please do not hesitate to ask. Rong Zheng shook his head. He did not wish to make a grand affair of it. With classes at the school approaching, he had little time to spare. As long as his family was comfortable in their new home, he planned to host a simple gathering. 3 tables to invite neighbors and elders, warm the house, and share a meal before moving in. A straightforward celebration would suffice. Have you found a good routine? Yes, I have. Once the villagers had departed, Rong Zheng, along with Yi Yun and Yi Chun, tidied up the new house. Yi Chun, excitedly carrying a small bucket, dashed about, marveling at the spaciousness of the house and courtyard, envisioning how he could run circles in delight. Practicing martial arts in this courtyard will be exhilarating. It feels as though I am in a dream, Yi Yun remarked softly, gazing around at the vastness of the new home. He had never imagined he would live in such a splendid house. The days of huddling with Xiao Chun in a dilapidated woodshed, living in fear and struggling to survive, now felt like a distant memory. Despite being just over 2 months ago, Rong Zheng's kindness had been abundant and immeasurable. Noticing Yi Yun's reflective expression, Rong Zheng paused his cleaning and approached him. I promise to provide you with a better life. He playfully tapped the tip of Yi Yun's nose, adding, the villagers say you are my little lucky star. Marrying you has made my life increasingly prosperous. For the next 3 days, Rong Zheng busied himself with the move. Rong Zheng instructed Yi Yun to set aside the belongings, while he personally handled the heavy and cumbersome items. They traversed back and forth between the new and old houses, with the newly purchased furniture arriving in the interim. Rong Zheng directed the movers to place the furniture in its designated spots. Under the blazing sun, golden rays poured into the study, where Rong Zheng meticulously arranged the ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone, placing the books one by one onto the custom wooden shelves. At last, he possessed a study of his own. He exhaled, relieved that he could now rise early to read without disturbing his husband's rest. As he tidied up, his stomach rumbled, prompting him to roll down his sleeves and head towards the kitchen. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafted from within, intensifying his hunger. The meal is almost ready. Go wash your hands and call Xiao Chun to come out for dinner. He is reluctant to leave his spacious room, Yi Yun remarked while stirring the dishes. All right, he replied. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table, exchanging satisfied glances that sparked spontaneous laughter. From that moment on, they resided in their new home. After dinner, Rong Zheng mentioned hosting a simple meal for the elders and neighbors in 2 days to warm the house, to which Yi Yun readily agreed. Wang Zhangshi arrived with her family, bringing gifts that included a pound of pork belly, preserved meat, and eggs. She surveyed the grand house, her eyes moist, and grasped Rong Zheng's hand, saying, Rong Zheng, your aunt is truly happy for you. You are becoming more accomplished. Wang Zhe, noticing his mother in tears, quickly added, Mother, today is a joyous occasion. You should smile more. Wang Zhangshi responded, "Oh dear, let me help in the kitchen first." A total of 5 tables were set, inviting the village chief and the elders of the Yi family, who had lent a hand during Yi Yun's family division and were notable figures in the village. The village chief, admiring the large house, patted Rong Zheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. This house is twice the size of mine. It's truly remarkable. Now that Yi Yun has married you, she can look forward to a prosperous life." Rong Zheng smiled and invited the village chief to take a seat. Minggu's family was also invited, as Yi Yun had formed a bond with him. It would have been inappropriate to invite only Minggu. Despite his family being somewhat unpopular, they were not entirely detestable, and it was merely a matter of courtesy. Since Yi Yun's life had been improving, Minggu's family felt compelled to engage in conversation before and after meals. They heard that Rong Zheng intended to continue his studies, and if he were to succeed academically, it would be extraordinary. Thus, Minggu's parents encouraged him to cultivate a closer relationship with Yi Yun, even suggesting that he take his sister along to play with her. However, Yi Yun paid little attention to the sister, who soon lost interest and ceased her attempts. Realizing that Minggu was the only means to foster ties with Rong Zheng's family, his parents treated him with greater kindness, urging him to maintain a good rapport with Yi Yun. They also allocated some household chores to their son and daughter, rather than solely burdening Minggu. Additionally, they invited the 2 neighboring families from a new house, knowing that Rong Zheng would rely on them to look after Yi Yun and Yi Chun during his absences. Though only 5 tables were set, Rong Zheng put considerable thought into the meal, offering a variety of 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. In this lively gathering, everyone raised their glasses, exchanging words of congratulations. Chapter 33. Letting Go. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was quite different for Uncle Ye's family. As Rong Zheng's reputation in the village grew day by day, coupled with his provision of heating methods using fireplaces and kangs, the villagers' perception of him underwent a significant transformation, with even Yi Yun receiving abundant praise. Ever since Yi Yun married Rong Zheng, his ability to generate income had soared. In just 2 months, they had hosted an extravagant wedding and now erected the most magnificent house in the village. Yi Yun was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Never before had they witnessed such prowess from Rong Zheng, who had truly transformed from an ordinary individual into someone remarkable. The villagers began to whisper that Yi Yun was a reincarnation of a lucky star, greatly benefiting her husband. Simultaneously, they could not help but mock Uncle Ye's family. The Yi family truly lacks this kind of fortune. With Yi Yun as a lucky star, they should be thriving, yet they remain stagnant like mud that cannot be lifted from a wall. Look at the consequences of mistreating a lucky star. Indeed, wasn't it true that the last time they sought repayment, they ended up beating Yi Yao, reportedly injuring his leg to the point where he now limps? And as for Yi Bao, she had become a concubine for the landlord's son. Yi Liqiang, Yi Yun's uncle, and Chen Ho Hot were truly heartless. That was their own daughter. And to avoid selling their land, they sent her off in a small sedan chair to become a concubine, a fate that would subject her to lifelong disdain. Thus, mistreating others would surely lead to dire repercussions for them. Many village women, who had long been displeased with Chen Ho Hot's sharp tongue, would openly criticize her while doing laundry, showing her no respect. Enraged, Chen Ho Hot would slam down her laundry basin and shout, yet no one paid her any heed, continuing as if undisturbed. Uncle Yi also faced scorn in the village. Former acquaintances, seeing Rong Zheng's flourishing life, sought to ingratiate themselves with him and kept their distance from Uncle Yi, reluctant to engage in conversation with someone they deemed malicious, who mistreated his own nephew and usurped others' possessions. This family endured a barrage of cold remarks in the village, returning home to vent their frustrations upon one another. With Yi Yao's injury preventing him from doing heavy labor and Yi Bao's marriage to the landlord leaving her disheartened, both children were reluctant to maintain contact with their parents. Uncle Yi pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Ho Hot, shouting, "It's your cruelty towards our nephew that has brought unrest into our home. Are you satisfied now?" Chen Ho Hot retorted loudly, "You hypocritical waste. You were most eager to claim Yi Yun's money. Yet did you ever raise your voice when you beat Yi Yun and Yi Chen? Your false compassion is the worst of all." Indignantly, she pointed at her limping son. It was your refusal to lend money for the debts that resulted in our son's broken leg. I will not stand for this. The two exchanged insults before escalating into a physical fight. Yi Yao, unable to bear the sight, attempted to intervene, but his parents were so caught up in their anger that they forcefully shoved him to the ground. Such scenes played out almost daily, with neighbors often witnessing and discussing the family's turmoil with great interest. At this moment, Yi Yun was in the kitchen stoking the fire, while her husband skillfully wielded the spatula to stir fry. Today, Minggu mentioned the continuous fighting within Uncle Ye's family. Hearing about their perpetual state of unrest should have brought her joy, yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a heaviness in her heart. This family treated him and Xiao Chun with relentless scorn and abuse, inciting a profound hatred within him. However, since becoming entwined with Rong Zheng, his days have unfolded with a tranquil comfort, gradually dissipating that animosity. Although the bitterness has faded, something still lingers in his heart. The painful memories of his past remain like an invisible tether, binding him in a state of quiet dread. He harbors a subtle anxiety, fearing that this newfound happiness is merely a fleeting dream, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. In truth, he and Xiao Chun share a similar history, having endured years of torment that ultimately left him with psychological scars. He experiences anxiety and a lack of security. Yet at 17, his emotions are not as overt as a child's, and he has learned to mask them. Nevertheless, as a devoted husband, how could Rong Zheng remain oblivious to his struggles? Thus, Rong Zheng frequently expresses affection, endeavoring to draw him out from the shadows. If one cannot let go of the past, they cannot stride into the future. Noticing that Yi Yun was distracted while tending to the fire, Rong Zheng inquired, "My dear husband, what occupies your thoughts?" Yi Yun's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Thinking of you," and a blush crept across his cheeks. He quickly moved to serve the dishes, eager to escape Rong Zheng's intense gaze, thinking to himself, "How fortunate I am to have you." Left alone in the kitchen, Rong Zheng mused, "Why does my husband flirt and then vanish?" Today marks Yi Chen's birthday, for which Rong Zheng prepared a sumptuous feast. Before the meal, Yi Yun presented a pair of shoes he had crafted himself to Yi Chen. Observing Xiao Chen's vibrant spirit, a stark contrast to his previously listless demeanor, Yi Yun felt a surge of warmth and affection, gently ruffling Xiao Chen's hair, saying, "Happy birthday, Xiao Chen." The little boy's face blossomed with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Yun." After this birthday, Yi Chen would turn 8, and Rong Zheng discussed with Yi Yun the idea of celebrating at home. Given the village's prevalent poverty, extravagant birthday celebrations were rare, as ostentation might provoke discontent. Additionally, Xiao Chun had many playmates now, and it was essential not to alienate him. Rong Zheng handed over a rectangular brocade box, exclaiming, "Xiao Chun, happy birthday. This is my gift. I hope you like it." Upon opening the box, Yi Chen discovered a small short sword. Crafted from pure iron, the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a greenish hue, and the hilt bore an engraved golden star, glistening brilliantly. "This sword is stunning," Yi Chen exclaimed in delight, lifting it with ease, finding it perfectly balanced. Rong Zheng had recently begun teaching Yi Chen the fundamentals of swordplay, albeit using a branch as a substitute. He recognized Yi Chen's remarkable aptitude for martial arts. Despite his youth, his capacity for understanding was impressive, and most importantly, Yi Chen's passion and dedication to the discipline were evident. Interest is the foremost driving force. Although Rong Zheng initially hoped Yi Chen would inherit his martial skills, he never intended to impose it upon him. If Xiao Chun exhibited disinterest, he would certainly not insist. However, should Xiao Chun embrace this path, he would gladly impart all his knowledge. Watching Xiao Chen's excited expression, Yi Yun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The sword was a personal design by Rong Zheng, custom-made by a blacksmith, costing 5 taels of silver. Upon hearing this price, Yi Yun found it exceedingly extravagant. Yet Rong Zheng insisted, "Xiao Chun has talent and is diligent in his training. This is a reward he rightfully deserves." As Yongzheng observed Yi Chen's earnest dedication, he remarked, "For now, you can only practice with a branch. Once you pass my assessment, you shall wield this short sword in earnest." Thank you, Brother Yong, Yi Chen replied, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will strive to shine as brilliantly as the stars in the future. Rong Zheng bent down, gazing sincerely into Yi Chen's eyes, offering his heartfelt blessings. Yi Chen nodded vigorously, unaware that the blade he received on his 8th birthday would accompany him through life and death in the years to come, propelling him forward with unwavering courage. Who could have anticipated that this once timid and self-doubting child would one day conquer the world? Before bedtime, Rong Zheng presented a pure white scarf he had commissioned for Yi Yun. During the wolf hunt, we also captured a white fox. With winter approaching, I had it fashioned into a scarf for you. Do I have a gift too? Yi Yun inquired, to which Rong Zheng unfolded the scarf, carefully draping it around his beloved's neck. The fox fur, pristine and soft, enveloped Yi Yun, accentuating the delicate beauty of his face. Yi Yun murmured, "Why not sell the white fox? It is worth a fortune." Indeed, it could fetch over 20 taels, yet Rong Zheng chose to spend his money on this scarf. Deeply touching Yi Yun's heart, nothing mattered more than bringing joy to his beloved. Rong Zheng pulled Yi Yun in front of the mirror, softly asking, "Do you like it?" Yi Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded. "I like it. Thank you, my husband. Cheer up. This is all real, not a dream." In that moment, the shadows buried deep within Yi Yun seemed to dissipate under the warmth of sunlight, and tears flowed freely. Those days of walking on thin ice still lingered in his heart like shackles, evoking unease at the mere thought. Now, those chains were suddenly lifted as Yi Yun collapsed into Rong Zheng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Forget them. They're no longer part of your life," Rong Zheng gently soothed, running his fingers through Yi Yun's long hair. "I am here. Let the nightmares of the past fade into oblivion." Chapter 34. Attending school before long. The day arrived for attending classes at the academy. The morning session commenced at the hour of Chun, precisely 8 o'clock, concluding at 3 in the afternoon, after which students could choose to remain for self-study. Some scholars, finding the commute unnecessarily time-consuming, opted to pay for accommodations at the school. Rong Zheng, however, had no such intention. He believed that walking daily would strengthen the body, for life thrives on movement, and a healthy physique is the foundation of rigorous study. In truth, he simply wished to see his beloved husband every day. Rising early, he first fetched water to tend to the vegetables. Recently, he no longer required little Chan to carry water, having begun to teach him the basic sword movements, albeit with a branch as a substitute for the sword. Upon returning home from the fields, he found his husband had prepared breakfast. After eating, Rong Zheng went to change his clothes. When Yi Yun entered, he noticed the belt on the table had yet to be fastened. Approaching, he wrapped his arms around Rong Zheng's waist, meticulously tying the belt, his fingers deftly forming the knot, and smoothing out the wrinkles of Rong Zheng's attire with gentle strokes, ensuring his sleeves were neatly arranged. Today was the day his husband would attend school, and he needed to look presentable. Yi Yun's height barely reached Rong Zheng's mouth, and, as he focused intently on adjusting Rong Zheng's clothes, his gaze lowered, long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. The naturalness of his movements revealed the blush blooming on his cheeks, for the first time being attended to while dressing. Rong Zheng's handsome face radiated a smile that seemed to emanate from the depths of his heart. He cooperatively spread his arms wide, facilitating his husband's movements. As it was his husband's initial experience assisting someone with their attire, he inevitably appeared somewhat clumsy yet diligently earnest, embodying the essence of a devoted partner. A playful sensation fluttered within Rong Zheng, akin to a soft kitten gently pawing at the strings of his heart, evoking profound emotions. He leaned in closer to his husband's rosy ear, playfully nipping at it before tenderly caressing his neck, then releasing his hand and whispering affectionately, "Thank you, my dear, for arranging my garments." The tactile sensations on his ear and neck were strikingly vivid, especially with the low, alluring voice that caressed his ears. In that fleeting moment, Yi Yun shivered, his entire being tingling with a delightful numbness, rendering him too bashful to lift his gaze. After a while, Rong Zheng's attire was finally arranged impeccably, and bidding farewell to his husband, he set off for the academy. For an ordinary person, the journey on foot would take nearly 2 hours. However, due to his martial training, He could traverse the distance in less than an hour, utilizing his lightness of step and brisk pace. Upon arriving, he found a classroom already populated with a scattering of scholars. As he searched for an empty seat, a voice resonated, "Brother Rong, over here, sit with me." It was none other than the gentleman Huang Yi, whom he had encountered during the wolf sale, waving enthusiastically from a seat towards the back. After Rong Zheng approached and settled down, Huang Yi began to chatter incessantly. "It's been over 3 months since the semester began. Why have you only just arrived? I had matters to attend to at home, which delayed my coming. It seems we are truly fated to meet. By the way, are you planning to take the tongshi examination next year?" "Yes, I intend to." "That is splendid. We can support each other." "Indeed, we can." Huang Yi was quite the chatterbox, his lively conversation flowing effortlessly. Rong Zheng held a favorable impression of Huang Yi. He was an optimistic and cheerful young man, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. With such an engaging classmate by his side, the days of study would certainly not be dull. Speaking of mutual support, it brings to mind the 3 essential steps before the tongshi examination. The first step involves local endorsement, where the village chief and neighbors confirm the accuracy of the candidate's personal information, including age, place of origin, physical characteristics, and the lineage of 3 generations. The second step requires the candidate to find 4 others to participate in the examination together, forming a group of 5 for mutual endorsement. This procedure is designed to further solidify the endorsement system and prevent collusion among candidates and local residents for cheating. The 5 endorsed individuals must guarantee that there are no issues such as impersonation, concealment of death, substitution, or unclear backgrounds. If any discrepancies arise concerning one person, none of the 5 may sit for the exam. Should any cheating occur during the examination, all 5 would be held accountable. The final step necessitates that the candidate secures a recommendation from a Lingsheng, a top-ranking scholar who receives monthly provisions from the government. Typically, the top 5 in the county can become Lingsheng. The restrictions have since been relaxed. If a Lingsheng cannot be found, the candidate may seek endorsement from the teacher at their academy to affirm that all provided information is accurate, thus qualifying them for the examination. At that moment, Teacher Zhao entered the classroom, and a hush fell over the students. As the ancient said, to review the old is to know the new. Before we begin the lecture, I will conduct a brief recitation check. Those whose names I call, please stand. He surveyed the room from the podium and paused momentarily upon noticing Rong Zheng's presence. "Please do not call my name. Do not call my name." Huang Yi felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, having been so engrossed in play the previous day that he neglected his studies. Noticing Master Zhao's gaze fixed upon his seat, he grew anxious, fearing his name might be called. With closed eyes, he silently prayed for mercy. Rong Zheng observed Huang Yi's reluctant demeanor, finding it amusing. He was indeed a character. "Rong Zheng, please recite the Xingyu Guanxuan." As Master Zhao called out Rong Zheng's name, Huang Yi wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, exhaling softly in relief. Today, only one student would be called to recite, and he had successfully evaded scrutiny. Rong Zheng stood up composedly, his speech steady and articulate, flawlessly delivering the text with a fluidity akin to flowing water, devoid of any hesitation. He had diligently crafted a reading schedule for himself, encompassing copying, recitation, poetry reading, and essay writing, having focused intensely on the Xingyu Guanxuan as it was a crucial content for the second examination. He had memorized it thoroughly. Reciting well is commendable, but the essence lies in understanding. Share your insights. The crux of study lies in contemplation and comprehension. Rote memorization is futile. Rong Zheng was acutely aware of this principle and thus responded with ease. Upon concluding his recitation, Master Zhao appeared quite satisfied. Despite Rong Zheng's absence from class for the past 3 months, it was evident he had not been idle. He was indeed a teachable student. "Your understanding is profound. You may take your seat." After surveying the room, he added, "Today, we shall analyze this scripture." During the midday break, Rong Zheng approached Master Zhao with a respectful inquiry regarding his recent essay. Master Zhao, known for his stern demeanor, exhibited considerable patience towards earnest learners. Upon receiving Rong Zheng's work and glancing at it, he was taken aback. "Your handwriting has undergone a remarkable transformation." is robust and graceful, exuding the aura of a master. After experiencing multiple failures in the child examination 3 years prior, Rong Zheng had earnestly resolved to refine his calligraphy, diligently studying the works of various renowned calligraphers. Your exquisite handwriting speaks volumes about your unwavering dedication to your studies. To transform one's style to rival that of the masters is no small feat. It requires years of perseverance. Clearly, Rong Zheng is resolute in his ambition to achieve success in the child's scholar examination. Master Zhao pondered deeply, attributing Rong Zheng's remarkable script to his foundational practice prior to his time travel, which enabled him to develop a style that harmoniously blended the mainstream aesthetics of the current dynasty with his personal flair within just 3 months. As Master Zhao began to read Rong Zheng's essay earnestly, he was filled with astonishment. This is commendable, with expansive thinking, a clear intent, and astute analysis. However, he pointed out, there's a slight shortcoming here. His finger traced a particular example in the text, indicating that it was not sufficiently representative and needed to be closely tied to contemporary circumstances. Through Master Zhao's guidance, Rong Zheng recognized that his analytical approach had unconsciously leaned towards modernity, failing to emphasize the political style of the current dynasty, resulting in examples that lacked compelling relevance. Different dynasties may adopt vastly different policy ideologies. Attending school to study is indeed wise. With Master Zhao's assistance in identifying shortcomings, he could clearly discern his weaknesses and swiftly address them. With less than 6 months remaining until the examination, it was imperative to allocate time wisely. Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude to Master Zhao for his insights, remaining humble and eager to learn. Zhao Fuzai observed his respectful demeanor and continued, "Overall, your essay demonstrates a unique analytical perspective and rigorous logic, qualities that are indeed rare. Subsequently, you focused on current affairs, enabling you to draw upon exemplary instances with ease." Later, Rong Zheng sought Zhao Fuzai's guidance on classical texts and poetic compositions. Zhao Fuzai provided meticulous explanations, and during their discussions, he regarded him with renewed admiration. Feeling as if he were conversing with a different individual, it appeared that the profound changes at home over the past 3 years had fostered significant growth in the youth, elevating the depth of his contemplations. "Please trust your instincts." In conclusion, with earnest gravity, he remarked, "Rong Zheng, you have transformed considerably. 3 years ago, you were taciturn and somewhat proud, lacking depth in your scholarly pursuits. Now, your progress is evident. Prepare diligently for the upcoming examination, for the opportunity this year is substantial. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I shall certainly strive to excel." Chapter 35. The tale's grand success on this day. It was the birthday celebration of Chen Zhubu's cherished youngest daughter, Chen Yuling. In his affection for her, Chen Zhubu organized a modest birthday gathering at their home. Chen Yuling invited her close friends for a delightful reunion, and thus, in the courtyard of the Chen residence, 7 or 8 elegantly attired young ladies and gentlemen frolicked in a pavilion, sharing fruits and pastries while engaging in lively conversation. A round-faced girl in a lake green dress remarked, "Yuling, after this birthday, you shall be 16. Will your parents arrange a marriage for you?" Chen Yuling replied, "Not so soon. My mother is reluctant to see me wed at such an early age, saying she wishes to keep me for a couple more years." How wonderful! Once married, one must tend to household affairs, and there are countless matters to oversee each day. This was a married woman lamenting. Managing a household is truly exhausting. I scarcely have time to read tales anymore. Speaking of tales, some time ago, I visited Yuanjing bookstore, where the proprietor, Sun, fervently urged me to purchase a particular tale. What was it called? Chen Yuling pondered, resting her chin on her hand. After a while, she exclaimed, "Ah, yes. It was titled The Realm of Wonders. I've been so busy these days that I haven't had a chance to read it." "What? You actually acquired that tale?" A young man clad in a blue robe exclaimed in surprise. He quickly inquired, "Might I borrow it to peruse? I went to Wang Yulu for tea with my brother yesterday, and I heard the tale's narrator speak of it. It was riveting. However, they only recounted 3 segments that day, and my brother and I were eager to know what happened next." We immediately went to the bookstore mentioned by the storyteller, hoping to purchase this tale to discover the conclusion, but alas, it was sold out, and we must wait 5 or 6 days for a new supply. Is the tale truly that captivating? Chen Yuling asked. Another girl interjected. Indeed, it is. I brought it home and read it. The concept is remarkably novel, featuring ancient deities ruling the world, mythical beings, and ordinary individuals gaining extraordinary powers through transformation. She enthusiastically introduced the tale, concluding, Heavens! This is undoubtedly the most innovative tale I have ever encountered. After a brief pause, she earnestly asserted, As long as you share my admiration for the Moon Lord, we shall be good friends. Several others echoed in agreement. Praise the Moon Lord. Praise the Moon Lord. The protagonist of this tale is none other than the Moon Lord, a recurring theme emphasized by Rong Zheng, who insisted it be included in the narrative. Many young ladies and gentlemen, upon reading or listening to this tale, have developed a profound affection for the protagonist, and it has gradually become a trend within their circles. Whenever the subject arises, they proudly assert, As long as you admire the Moon Lord as I do, we shall be good friends, to indicate that they have already engaged with this narrative. Chen Yuling, feeling a surge of curiosity, thought to herself, I must take a look at this. She turned to the gentleman who had previously borrowed books from her and said, I estimate I can finish it in 2 days. I will lend it to you then. Ligur eagerly replied, That is settled then. It's incredibly captivating. Even my older brother, who usually finds such tales trite, has expressed a desire to read it after hearing about it. The ladies then transitioned to another topic of conversation. The following afternoon, as Chen Yuling's brother, Chen Yujia, returned home from school, he noticed his sister engrossed in her book, completely oblivious to his entrance. He approached quietly and exclaimed, Little sister, what are you reading? Startled from her reverie, Chen Yuling gasped and placed a hand over her heart to calm herself, grumbling. I was reading a tale. Why scare me like that? Chen Yujia glanced at the title of the book, The Mysterious Realm, and remarked, This title is quite intriguing. Brother, let me tell you it's marvelous. It depicts a fantastical world that is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Chen Yuling had already read a substantial portion and was reluctant to set it aside, eager to finish. What is so captivating about this tale? Is it merely another story of talented scholars and beautiful maidens? No, this tale is entirely different. Never mind, you wouldn't appreciate it. Seeing his sister so enraptured, Chen Yujia reached for the book to glance at a few pages. Soon, he too was captivated and continued to flip through it. Chen Yuling, anxious, urged, Aren't you just going to read for a moment? Hurry and return it to me. However, Chen Yujia, lost in the narrative, had no intention of relinquishing it. Thus commenced an amusing battle for the book between the siblings. One day, during their midday break, Huang Yi and Rong Zheng engaged in some gossip. Rong Zheng, did you know that someone in the school has been discreetly discussing a tale called The Mysterious Realm? They say it is as novel and peculiar as its title suggests, and that the bookstore has sold out of copies. I wonder if it truly is that captivating. My cousin has been mysteriously praising the Moon Lord. Remembering he had yet to introduce his cousin to Rong Zheng, he added, By the way, my cousin S. name is Chen Yujia. He is a student of Master Lin next door. I will introduce you both soon, and the three of us can form a study group before the exams. Upon hearing the familiar title, Rong Zheng's expression shifted slightly. Initially expecting decent sales, he was surprised to learn that it was now a topic of conversation at school. The unexpected popularity suggested promising sales indeed. Very well, I shall find a couple more people to join us. Huang Yi, unaware of Rong Zheng's reaction, assumed he was solely focused on his studies. This made sense, as Rong Zheng was exceptionally talented in writing, with Master Zhao frequently praising his essays. Having such an academic overachiever nearby put Huang Yi under considerable pressure. He noticed that in the brief moment they spoke, Rong Zheng had already completed a piece of scripture. This person, who surpasses you in talent, is even more diligent. Huang Yi felt a surge of motivation and decided to abandon the gossip about the tale. He approached Rong Zheng earnestly and asked, Rong Zheng, please share with me your secrets for writing. Rong Zheng believed there was no need for secrecy. Assisting others was a noble endeavor. Thus, he set aside his book and patiently shared his writing techniques with him. Huang, upon hearing this, praised the method enthusiastically and declared, "Brother, thank you. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal at Yuelong Tower, and I'll invite my cousin so that you both can make each other as acquaintance." A month later, Rong Zheng and Feng Xianwen were summoned to Yuanjing bookstore, where manager's son, with a face full of wrinkles from laughter, presented them with a ledger to calculate their profit share. This time, the novel has sold nearly 400 copies, a record-breaking sales figure. After deducting costs, we have made a profit of 100 taels, of which I will take 20, leaving the rest for you. He handed them a pouch of money. Given the expensive paper of the era, few in the town could afford such leisure reading, making the sale of 400 copies quite a success. Rong Zheng opened the pouch before him, counted the coins meticulously, and smiled. A delightful partnership. Feng Xianwen, still in shock, realized that this was nearly twice the sales of previously popular novels. A truly astonishing feat, manager's son remarked. The reason we sold so many copies in less than 3 months is largely due to the storyteller you found at the tea house for promotion. Previously, most buyers were young ladies, but now even some gentlemen have come out of curiosity. Turning to Rong Zheng, he expressed regret. If I didn't know you were studying for exams, I would have loved to recruit you for work. Thank you for the compliment. Manager's son inquired, by the way, when do you plan to release the next novel? Many have been asking about the continuation of the story. Feng Xianwen snapped back to reality, saying, Rong Zheng and I have already discussed it this morning. We are currently writing and expect to bring it to you for review by mid-next month. That would be splendid. Upon leaving, the two divided the earnings as previously arranged, with Rong Zheng receiving 24 taels and Feng Xianwen 56. Feng Xianwen handed over 2 taels, saying, This is the 1 tael I borrowed from you earlier, and the other is for the storyteller. Rong Zheng accepted without hesitation. Feng Xianwen solemnly cupped his hands in gratitude. Rong Zheng, I truly appreciate you. You have no idea how significant this money is for me. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke of his mother, who had long suffered from illness. Unfortunately, with many siblings at home, they barely managed to eat, leaving little for her medical care. They could only afford inexpensive remedies with minimal effect. His mother, worried about the family's burden, silently endured her suffering, unwilling to speak of it. Yet the family was aware, feeling powerless, having barely managed to repay borrowed money from relatives, with no further options. They could only pretend ignorance. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Rong Zheng was shocked to learn of the depth of Feng Xianwen's struggles and comforted him. Now you can find better medicine for your mother. She will recover. He placed a reassuring hand on Feng Xianwen's shoulder, adding, If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. He felt that Feng Xianwen was a person worth befriending, upright, filial, grateful, and responsible. Feng Xianwen once again bowed in thanks. Chapter 36. Poetic Courtyard. It was early November, and outside, snowflakes danced gracefully like feathers, swirling in the air. Despite the chill, the atmosphere was invigorating. Rong Zheng sat by the window in his study, pen in hand, composing poetry as per the assignment given by his teacher. Previously, he was not adept at composing poetry. However, owing to his prior memorization of numerous verses before his journey, combined with the original owner's memories, the poems he crafted were passable, neither remarkable nor deficient. Master Zhao's assessment of his work was that it was sufficiently structured and conventional, yet lacking in spirit, insufficient to impress the examiners. He advised Rong Zheng to observe the nuances of daily life, to capture inspiration as it arose, and to apply it to his poetic compositions, thereby refining his word choice and enhancing the thematic depth of his work. This approach, which emphasized the significance of the minute, was more accessible for Rong Zheng than penning ornate verses. After all, he lacked a profound literary foundation. In attempting to craft exquisite poetry akin till he buys the sun shines on the incense burner, creating purple smoke, gazing afar. The waterfall hangs before the river was utterly fanciful. He had contemplated the possibility of directly transcribing the verses he had memorized, but swiftly dismissed such an idea. For should he inadvertently mirror another's work, it would be indefensible. In ancient examinations, plagiarism was deemed a form of cheating, leading to disqualification and even public humiliation, a punishment of considerable severity. Consequently, Rong Zheng resolved to be pragmatic, dedicating himself to the practice of poetry, believing that diligence could compensate for his shortcomings. In a moment of contemplation, he set aside his brush and gazed out the window, where the plum blossoms in the courtyard caught his eye. Against the backdrop of pristine white snow, the plum buds appeared faintly rosy, resembling delicate little pom-poms, exuding a fragile yet elegant beauty. The slight irritation he had felt due to a lack of poetic inspiration gradually dissipated upon witnessing this scene. A verse he had memorized surfaced in his mind. The plum must concede 3 parts of white to the snow, yet the snow cannot surpass the plum's fragrance. Recalling others' poetry seemed far easier than crafting his own. He sighed deeply. The 2 plum trees had been specially brought back by Yi Yun, intending for Rong Zheng to behold the blossoms after his studies, alleviating the weight of fatigue and stress. He observed how Rong Zheng practiced martial arts in the courtyard before dawn, then retreated to the study to read and write, and after returning from school, would persist in studying late into the night, day after day. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his husband's arduous, scholarly pursuits, wishing to do something, however trivial, to lighten his spirits. After admiring the plum blossoms for a while, and finding his thoughts still sluggish, Rong Zheng decided to step out of the study and into the courtyard. Yi-chan was practicing swordplay with a branch in the snow, his movements still somewhat awkward, lacking fluidity, yet the child was wholly engrossed, unaware of Rong Zheng's approach. He repeated his motions again and again, the branch in his hands becoming increasingly obedient. Despite his youthful visage and unrefined technique, his expression was solemn, exuding a sense of earnestness. It seemed that mastery was merely a matter of time. Rong Zheng watched for a moment without disturbing him, then turned towards the gazebo in the courtyard. His gentle husband, clad in a thick cotton robe and adorned with a fluffy white scarf around his neck, sat quietly, engrossed in sewing, deftly handling the needle and thread with unwavering focus. Rong Zheng felt reluctant to let his husband strain his eyes on the clothing, suggesting that they could purchase ready-made garments. Yet his husband insisted on personally crafting a set for him. A pot of hot tea simmered on the stone table, steam rising and swirling in the air, the aroma wafting pleasantly. Upon hearing Rong Zheng's footsteps, Yi Yun set down his needlework and stood up, pouring a cup of steaming tea. "Are you weary from studying?" he inquired. Just taking a break," came the reply. Rong Zheng stepped forward and took Yi Yun's hand, which felt cold in the chilly air. Why not engage in needlework inside the main room, where the fireplace crackled warmly? He raised a hand to gently caress his husband's increasingly smooth face, tidying the wayward strands of hair blown by the wind. He wished to observe the snow in the courtyard. "Just be careful not to catch a chill," he cautioned. "I will," Yi Yun replied. "Beloved, Dr. Yi has asked if I would accompany him on his rounds. What do you think?" Rong Zheng had spent a night clinging to Yi Yun, kissing him until he was dizzy, his eyes slightly reddened and glistening with unshed tears. During their private moments, he insisted that Yi Yun call him husband, or else he would have to endure the consequence of kissing. Yi Yun had gradually adapted to this, his initial shyness fading with time. Recently, after Rong Zheng left for school, Yi Yun had been accompanying Dr. Yi to learn about herbs and had made some progress in practicing calligraphy, now able to comprehend the characters on prescriptions and understand some basic ailments and the necessary remedies. He assisted Dr. Yi in various tasks and even learned to prepare medicinal concoctions, leading a fulfilling life. Dr. Yi, who had always felt sympathy for Yi Yun's plight, was pleased to teach him, especially since he had made considerable progress in literacy. With his own son, now practicing medicine in the town, he had no fear of Yi Yun usurping his livelihood. Yesterday, observing Yi Yun's eagerness to learn, Dr. Yi could not help but inquire, "Would you be interested in occasionally accompanying me on my rounds?" Yi Yun was thrilled at the prospect, instinctively nodding, but then recalled his status as a married man and asked, "Would the villagers have any objections?" "Humph, if they do not wish to be treated, they can seek help from the town clinic." Dr. Yi scoffed, understanding Yi Yun's unspoken concerns. In the entire village, he was the sole doctor. Residents typically avoided the long journey to the town for minor ailments, especially given the exorbitant medical fees. As a physician, he believed in the benevolence of healing and felt that the pursuit of medicine should transcend gender. He was relatively progressive in his views regarding a young man studying medicine. Thank you, Dr. Yi. I will discuss this with Rong Zheng. Yes, do inquire. In this era, the husband is paramount. Dr. Yi, noticing that Yungu had nearly daily opportunities to study medicine, almost forgot that he was married. However, he believed that Rong Zheng would surely acquiesce. This man was exceptionally indulgent toward his husband, not requiring Yi Yun to toil in the fields, and even went so far as to provide a large goat to facilitate Yi Yun's medical studies. He feigned reluctance at first, only to be rebuked by the elder matriarch of the household. Doctor Yi quietly defended his actions. Accepting the gift not only reassured Rong Zheng, but also ensured that little Sun's son could enjoy fresh goat's milk, a double benefit. Moreover, having accepted the goat, he was committed to providing Yi Yun with a thorough education. As the glare from his wife silenced him, it became clear that when Yi Yun broached the subject, Rong Zheng wholeheartedly supported the idea. It is indeed a good opportunity. Practical experience is essential for accumulating knowledge. Yet he reminded, but it is cold now, so do take care to keep warm. I will, Yi Yun replied, cheerfully picking up his needle and thread to continue his work. Rong Zheng lifted his teacup, the warmth of the hot tea spreading through him, bringing a sense of profound comfort. Gazing upon the enchanting snow scene, the courtyard exudes an aura of tranquility and warmth. His spirit stirred. Inspiration surged forth, prompting him to return to his study. With pen in hand, he pondered deeply, and soon verses flowed onto the paper with effortless grace. Chapter 37. A tumultuous connection before class commenced. Rong Zheng submitted his poem to Master Zhao. After perusing it twice, Master Zhao commended, "Excellent, excellent. Your poetry is increasingly approaching a higher caliber." He pointed to a specific line, suggesting a modification to one character. After a contemplative pause, he declared, "Indeed, change it to Neo. This elevates the imagery to a more profound level, simple yet resonant." Rong Zheng softly recited the line several times, exclaiming, "Master, your insight is remarkable. The choice of this character is exquisite. Your poetry is inherently splendid. My mere modification merely adds a touch of embellishment. Would you permit this poem to remain in our academy?" Noticing Rong Zheng's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "The academy is currently renovating the walls, and we several masters wish to adorn them with poetry. I believe your composition, with its unpretentious language yet rich spirit, would be a fitting choice." Rong Zheng respectfully bowed, replying, "It is my honor." Master Zhao felt immense satisfaction, believing that Rong Zheng, with his extraordinary talent, could contend for the top position in the forthcoming examinations. Previously, the academy's most promising student was Su Qi, taught by the neighboring Master Lin. Yet Master Zhao naturally favored his own pupil and harbored high hopes for Rong Zheng. During class, Master Zhao presented Rong Zheng's poem as an exemplary model, offering further praise. Huang Yi, filled with envy yet complex emotions, sat nearby. As a less accomplished student, he felt the weight of immense pressure. Moreover, the diligent scholar beside him devoted every spare moment to study, particularly focusing on areas where he struggled. One lunchtime, as they were eating, Rong Zheng abruptly paused with his chopsticks, lost in thought. Huang Yi curiously inquired, "Why have you stopped eating?" Rong Zheng suddenly exclaimed, "I just realized how to revise the final line of my poem." It became apparent that he was contemplating modifications to his work even during meals. This dedication and perseverance surely contributed to his rapid progress within such a brief span. After joining forces with Rong Zheng, Huang Yi found himself inspired and made notable advancements, albeit less conspicuously than Rong Zheng. Upon leaving school, Huang Yi clapped Rong Zheng on the back and cheerfully declared, "Brother, well done. With a bit more effort, you might very well surpass Su Qi from next door." Rong Zheng smiled in response, having heard of Su Qi's reputation. The teachers regarded him as a formidable contender for the top position. Let us first focus on passing the exam. As for the rank of first, who would desire it? We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. At that moment, Chun Yujia hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, "Cousin, Rong Zheng, Trouble has arisen. Wei Xing, who agreed to mutually support us, has decided to withdraw and no longer wishes to form a bond. What prompted this sudden change? Huang Yi asked anxiously. The teachers are about to finalize the list for mutual support. Chen Yujie glanced at Rong Zheng, hesitating slightly as he explained. He claims that since Rong Zheng has failed the examination 3 times, he fears being tainted by bad luck and has decided to step back. He stated that with Rong Zheng involved, there is no place for him, and he can easily find someone else to replace Rong Zheng. Finally, he cursed, clearly infuriated by this person who seemed intent on causing trouble. Huang Yi slammed the table with force and exclaimed in anger, "Let that treacherous person roll away." Then, in a hushed tone, he added, "I too have failed the exam twice. I feel quite offended. Yet now, familiar students have mostly formed their connections. And if we seek out someone unfamiliar, it will require time to inquire and understand. Will we have enough time?" Chen Yujie spoke with concern. Listening nearby, Rong Zheng understood that Wei Xing's change of heart was a deliberate attempt to exclude him, but he could not recall when he had offended this person or anyone else. Was Wei Xing merely acting on someone else's instruction? He truly did not anticipate such turmoil. He addressed the two. "I apologize for involving you both. Wei Xing is targeting me, and I am willing to withdraw." "What are you saying? We are friends. Furthermore, we disdain to associate with such petty individuals." Huang Yi immediately asserted his stance. "Indeed, the actions of such a small-minded person are truly contemptible. It is also my fault for not seeing through him before bringing him into our circle," Chen Yujie remarked. "Cousin, what about Fang Ziheo? He is one of the mutual connections. I haven't had the chance to find him. I will go call him." After hearing the situation, Fang Ziheo furiously denounced Wei Xing for being untrustworthy, immediately stating he would not withdraw. He speculated, "I suspect this matter is related to Su Qi. Wei Xing is close to Su Qi and might be trying to curry favor with him." Seeing the confusion on others' faces, he clarified, "Recently, there have been rumors among the scholars that Rong Zheng is favored to contend for the top position. When Su Qi learned of this, his expression changed. Wei Xing usually follows him around like a loyal dog. He likely wants to ingratiate himself, hence setting obstacles for Rong Zheng." Rong Zheng inquired, "Is this Su Qi's instigation?" Fang Ziheo shook his head. "I am unsure, but it undoubtedly relates to Su Qi. If he had no such intention, would Wei Xing engage in such futile efforts?" He whispered, "Besides, Su Qi is the nephew of our county's educational commissioner. The educational commissioner, formerly known as the supervisor of education, is the head of local education, responsible for matters such as organizing examinations, issuing educational policies, and grading papers. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he will serve as the deputy proctor for the county examination, and his grading suggestions carry significant weight. The county magistrate, as the chief examiner, will undoubtedly consider the educational commissioner's recommendations with utmost seriousness. In brief, the commissioner's authority can influence the ranking of candidates." Chen Yujie suggested, "Let's not dwell on this any longer. We should think about whom to approach for our mutual connections." Rong Zheng proposed, "Perhaps we could seek assistance from Master Zhao, who has the list of this county examination as candidates. He should know who has not yet formed connections, and his recommendations would be trustworthy." How did I not think of that? They wasted no time and hurried to address the matter. The 4 of them approached Master Zhao to explain the situation. After reviewing the list, Master Zhao recommended a certain individual named Mu Han, a student of Master Wang. "I have heard of Mu Han from Master Wang. He is introverted and has few friends at school. His family is engaged in commerce, and his background is untainted." Mu Han, who was worried about not having anyone to connect with, readily agreed. As Huang Yi bid farewell to Rong Zheng, he assured him, "Do not worry. Chen Yujie will find someone to further investigate Mu Han's background." "Yes, thank you." Rong Zheng was aware that Chen Yujie's father was the chief clerk, making such inquiries a breeze, and he felt no cause for concern. With the issue resolved, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. To One's surprise, "Despite your remarkable abilities, you have failed the childhood examination 3 times. Huang Yi was quite astonished upon learning this today. It is truly difficult to conceive that a scholar of Rong Zheng's caliber could encounter such setbacks, living perpetually in the shadow of this academic prodigy. He found a fleeting sense of superiority and playfully nudged Rong Zheng's shoulder, jesting, "How come you've never mentioned it?" Rong Zheng, however, remained silent, considering it an unremarkable matter, not worthy of public proclamation. Chapter 38. The boar hunt time flew swiftly, and soon the year-end approached. During class, Master Zhao meticulously reviewed the examination content and procedures, emphasizing a series of crucial points. He concluded with, "This semester has reached its end. I wish you all great success in your endeavors." He then privately summoned Rong Zheng, his eyes gleaming with approval. "I have observed your diligent efforts these days. Your progress is truly astonishing. Prepare well for the examination. Your chances are substantial." With a respectful bow, Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude to the master. Upon returning home, Yi Yundao informed him, "This morning, the village hunter Yi Lin came looking for you. He mentioned he discovered traces of wild boars in the mountains and inquired if you would like to collaborate on the hunt." Wild boars are massive and ferocious creatures, exhibiting great aggression when provoked. Typically, ordinary hunters seek partners to enhance their chances of success while ensuring greater safety. Having spent the past few months engrossed in studies, aside from a modest income of over 20 taels from storytelling, there had been no significant earnings. With only about 100 taels remaining in savings, the upcoming examination in the county would entail considerable expenses. As the new year approached, hunting wild boars could help alleviate the cost of purchasing meat. Setting aside his books, he went to discuss the hunting schedule and strategies with Yi Lin. Yi Lin resided at the village's edge, a tall and robust young man in his 20s, with thick eyebrows and keen eyes. His household was small, comprising only his mother, a younger brother, and a sister, the eldest of whom was merely 12 years old. Since the passing of their father, he had self-taught the art of hunting to provide for his family, enduring numerous injuries in his early attempts. As his skills improved, their circumstances gradually improved, allowing them to live a moderately comfortable life in the village. After some deliberation, the two agreed to venture into the mountains the following day with knives, arrows, and other tools. Yi Lin remarked, "I heard you've caught a red fox. That is quite impressive." "It was merely good fortune," Rong Zheng replied. "I haven't seen a fox in the back mountains for several years." "Have you ventured deeper into the wildwoods?" Yi Lin was eager to ascertain the fox's whereabouts, contemplating whether he possessed the capability to hunt it. Understanding Yi Lin's intentions, Rong Zheng candidly stated, "Indeed, foxes are nearly absent in the back mountains." After a brief pause, he cautioned, "While there may be foxes in that area, I have encountered wolves and tigers there, which are formidable opponents. It was only due to his martial prowess that he dared to venture there. Were Yi Lin not a practitioner of martial arts, he might not return." With this said, Rong Zheng trusted that, having hunted for several years, Yi Lin would grasp the risks involved. Upon hearing about the tigers, Yi Lin recognized that it was beyond his capability. He had previously been chased by wolves, narrowly escaping with his life. If faced with a tiger, the outcome would likely be dire, prompting him to abandon the thought of pursuing such a hunt. As they conversed, they arrived at their destination. Yi Lin had already scouted the area and quickly located the approximate whereabouts of the wild boar. He concealed himself in the grass, poised to drive the boar into a predetermined spot, while Rong Zheng ascended a tree to await an opportunity to strike. An hour later, the unmistakable grunting sounds of the boar echoed nearby, and soon enough, a robust boar swaggered into view, its thick fur bristling. Seizing the moment, Yi Lin launched a surprise attack. The boar immediately raised its formidable bristles, bared its tusks, and charged at Yi Lin, who swiftly turned to flee, leading the beast beneath the tree where Rong Zheng awaited. Rong Zheng deftly cast a vine down, ensnaring the boar in its grasp. The creature, driven to frenzy, thrashed violently, its ferocity instilling fear. "I've set a wire enclosure over there to tire it out," Yi Lin shouted as he reached Rong Zheng's side. However, the boar's wild struggle threatened to snap the thick vine, and should it escape, recapturing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Rong Zheng passed the vine to Yi Lin, instructing him to secure it to a tree stump before drawing an arrow from his back. With precision, he aimed at the boar's eye. The arrow flew true, striking its mark. The boar let out a mournful howl, its pain exacerbating its frenzy, causing it to rampage until its strength waned, collapsing onto the ground. Yi Lin brandished his blade, delivering the final blow to the beast. Rong Zheng, your archery is remarkable. To hit in the eye is no small feat. Yi Lin finally comprehended why Rong Zheng could hunt foxes. His skill was indeed extraordinary, complemented by the strength he had just demonstrated in subduing the boar. Yi Lin realized he could never match Rong Zheng's prowess in venturing into the depths of the forest on the opposite mountain. He found himself pondering how this scholar had acquired such martial skills, but soon dismissed the thought as inconsequential. The wild boar was a formidable specimen, likely weighing close to 300 pounds, and the two men hoisted it down the mountain with a sturdy stick. Upon returning to the village, they were surrounded by villagers, who exclaimed, "Well done, you two. You've caught such a massive boar, surely over 300 pounds. We won't have to worry about meat for the new year. Are you selling this pork? If so, I'll rush home for money. Let us sell some here. We're too lazy to trek to the town," Yi Lin shouted. "We'll butcher it in the village. If anyone wants to buy, come to the gazebo in front of Rong Zheng's house around the afternoon hour, between 3 and 5. We'll be selling at 25 on a pound." The two had agreed beforehand that they would each keep 20 pounds of meat, selling the remainder. Given their shared rural ties, they decided to set a favorable price. Upon hearing this, the villagers realized it was 8 when cheaper than the town's price and eagerly rushed home for money, asking them to reserve their portions. Rong Zheng chuckled, "Uncles and aunts, it's first come, first served." As they neared the entrance, Yi Lin had already come out to greet them, and Rong Zheng instructed him to heat water in the kitchen. Yi Lin was scheduled to work on sewing with Ming Gu today. Ever since Ming Gu had fewer chores at home, he had devoted more time to honing his craft, improving his skills significantly. A clothing store in the town had been placing monthly orders with him. Upon discovering their son, Ming's remarkable talent for sewing, his parents were overjoyed, realizing that he could earn a substantial income of around 1 or 2 taels each month from making garments. They ceased insisting that he labor in the fields and encouraged him to create clothes for sale, albeit with a requirement to submit 600 when each month. Ming, who had a genuine passion for needlework, felt a sense of fulfillment and pride as he beheld his creations prominently displayed in the town's most visible tailor shop, an emotion beyond words. In the past, he had acquiesced to his fate as a boy, overlooked by his parents and rendered transparent by his elder brother and sister. Before his marriage, he toiled tirelessly for his family, and after, it seemed he would merely shift his efforts to serve his husband's family, as if destined for a life of servitude. Was this truly his only path? He had experienced confusion and helplessness, yet when he observed Yi Yun striving to escape from dire circumstances and silently resisting, he felt a magnetic pull toward her resilience. He pondered how remarkable it would be to possess such tenacity as Yi Yun. Now, his life had taken a turn. The inner sense of achievement instilled in him newfound confidence. Unbeknownst to him, his awakening self-awareness dawned like the first light of day, gradually dispelling the shadows that had cloaked him, transforming him into a figure of brightness. It was during this pivotal moment that Yi Lin noticed Ming carrying a wild boar alongside Rong Zheng into the courtyard. Yi Lin inadvertently glanced up to see a young man seated in the pavilion, his visage clean and radiant, holding a needle and thread drawn to their commotion. In that fleeting exchange of glances, Yi Lin's heart raced, entranced, akin to stars tumbling into the vast night sky, stirring ripples of emotion. He stood there, momentarily frozen. "Ling Gu, why are you standing still? We need to move the boar over there," Rong Zheng reminded him, gesturing forward. As Yi Lin regarded the sizable creature weighing several hundred pounds, he realized how cumbersome it truly was. Why was Yi Lin simply standing there? "Oh, right," he replied, snapping back to reality. By the time he set the boar down and looked again, the young man had already put down his needle and thread and approached him. Yi Lin's ears flushed with warmth, and his gaze became evasive. Is the young man coming to speak with me? How shall I respond? I must leave a favorable impression to entice a matchmaker. The young man had a clean appearance. Surely, their future children would be equally charming. However, Brother Rong, this wild boar is quite large. Do you need my assistance? Ming inquired, his focus entirely on the boar, neglecting Yi Lin. No need. I will give you a few pounds of meat to take home later, Rong Zheng replied. That one tea do. I cannot accept meat without compensation. It is too precious. I will return home to fetch money to buy it. Ming called out to Yi Yun in the kitchen. I shall return shortly with money for the meat. You can keep the sewing supplies at your home. With that, he departed. Yi Lin belatedly realized he had overthought the situation, feeling awkwardness wash over him. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling deeply as he began to prepare for slaughtering the pig. By the time he finished, Rong Zheng had already set up a stall beneath the awning. Rong Zheng handled the butchering while Yi Lin managed the finances. Villagers gradually gathered around the stall, forming a line to purchase meat. Rong Zheng, please give me the heart and lungs of the pig. I would like 3 pounds of pork. I want 1 pound. I enjoy eating pig ears. I'll take those. As the sales dwindled, Ming Gu finally arrived, requesting 4 pounds of meat from Rong Dage. Please cut me 4 pounds, he said, handing over the money to Yi Lin. Just as Rong Zheng was about to offer a half-price deal, suggesting he could simply record it as a debt, Yi Lin, with a stiff demeanor, bluntly stated, "We're almost sold out. It's half price." Ming Gu, bewildered, glanced at Rong Zheng, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to reclaim half of the money. Rong Zheng cast an odd glance at Yi Lin. His desire to offer a discount stemmed from Ming Gu being a close friend of Yi Yun, yet Yi Lin's unsolicited action was truly perplexing. The previous customer, who had just left, felt quite hurt, noting the stark disparity in treatment. Once all was sold, each person earned 3 taels of silver. Chapter 39. The new year the pork weighed over 20 pounds, of which Rong Zheng reserved 5 for their own consumption, while the remainder was to be cured into preserved meat. Aware of Wang Zhongshi's unparalleled expertise in making cured meat, Yi Yun brought a pound to seek her guidance. Wang Zhongshi welcomed her warmly, meticulously outlining the steps, and as they parted, she cautioned, when smoking the cured meat, be sure to add some pine branches and citrus peels for enhanced aroma. Upon completing the cured meat according to Wang Zhongshi's method, preparations for the new year commenced, starting with a thorough cleaning. The 3 of them labored throughout the day, tidying both the interior and exterior of their home, dusting furniture, and washing dishes. Rong Zheng noted that the spaciousness of the house, while a blessing, also posed challenges, as the myriad of small tasks made the cleaning rather tedious. Although his physical stamina had improved significantly over recent days, the exertion left him feeling quite drained. Next came the preparation of New Year goods. Rong Zheng took Yi Yun and Yi Chun to the town, where they perused and purchased rice, flour, meats, candies, lanterns, firecrackers, and New Year paintings. He also bought each of them a new set of clothes, opting not to buy for himself, as Yi Yun was making him a new outfit to wear during the festivities. He did not purchase couplets, confident in his own calligraphy skills, having penned a pair himself. On their way home, their basket brimmed with goods, and even Yi Chun carried a considerable load. On New Year's Eve, Rong Zheng affixed the couplets to the front door and hung a red lantern above it before bustling into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast for the reunion dinner. Yi Chun dashed outside to play with his friends, having received special firecrackers designed for children, safe yet festive. Rong Zheng typically allowed him this freedom, provided he completed his daily martial arts and calligraphy tasks. Balancing study with play was essential. One nurtured personal growth while the other relaxed the spirit, each complementing the other. Meanwhile, Yi Yun ventured into the fields to gather vegetables. Recent heavy snowfall had left many crops frozen, so she diligently stripped away the damaged outer leaves to salvage the tender ones within. Anticipating a few days without access to the fields during the new year, she aimed to harvest enough to last through the winter. Upon returning home with a large basket brimming with vegetables, she found Rong Zheng plucking chicken feathers beside a roaring fire in the kitchen, where a rich and unique aroma of pork bone soup wafted through the air, enticingly filling the courtyard. Yun, you might want to taste the soup to check if it's seasoned well. It has been simmering all morning. All right. Yi Yun lifted the lid of the pot, revealing a meticulously crafted soup that simmered and bubbled, releasing white steam as the ingredients melded together, resulting in a rich and robust color. He took a spoon, blew on it to cool the broth, and tasted a sip, exclaiming, "Ah, the flavor is delightful, perfectly balanced, and truly exquisite." The fire did not need to blaze so fiercely, so he moved the firewood to another stove. In the evening, the feast was abundant. Poached chicken, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish, stir-fried cabbage, braised pork, and a hearty pork bone soup. After enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, Rong Zheng retreated to the study to continue his reading, as the exams loomed ahead, necessitating a consistent study routine. At the stroke of midnight, the village gradually erupted in the sound of firecrackers. Both Rong Zheng and Yi Yun awoke, for there was an ancient custom of staying up to welcome the new year. However, feeling somewhat fatigued from his studies, Rong Zheng decided to retire early. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, another year was ushered in. This marked Rong Zheng's first New Year's Eve in this world, and he found himself reminiscing about his modern parents and younger brother, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Yi Yun, still half asleep, noticed the expression on Rong Zheng's face and asked, "Are the firecrackers too loud?" Gazing at his beloved partner nestled in his embrace, Rong Zheng kissed his forehead, holding him tighter, and whispered to Yun, "Happy New Year." Yi Yun buried his head deeper into Rong Zheng's chest and replied, "Husband, Happy New Year." In the days following, villagers came and went, visiting friends and relatives, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. With no close elders to visit and some tension between Yi Yun and his uncle's family, they had few houses to pay New Year's visits to. The couple, accompanied by Yi Chun, only visited the village head's home, the Wang and Zhang families next door, and Dr. Yi, who was somewhat of a mentor to Yi Yun, deserving of their New Year-esque greetings. On the fourth day of the New Year, Yi Yun suggested making dumplings at home. He poured warm water into the flour, mixing it thoroughly before kneading it into a smooth dough. With practiced skill, he rolled the dough into thin, round wrappers. Rong Zheng took on the task of preparing the filling, mixing several pounds of minced meat with a small amount of vegetables, finally chopping them and adding aromatic seasonings. He then included a handful of homegrown scallions, quickly producing a generous bowl of filling, enough for a substantial number of dumplings. As Yi Yun brought over the dumpling wrappers, a bit of flour dusted his delicate face, prompting Rong Zheng to smile and gently wipe it clean. Lacking the skill to shape the dumplings himself, he observed and attempted to learn, though his efforts paled in comparison to Yi Chen's. Yi Yun expertly took a dumpling skin, placed a scoop of fresh meat filling in the center, folded the skin over, and pinched it tightly, each dumpling resembling a crescent moon, uniformly sized and beautifully crafted. In contrast, Rong Zheng's dumplings were either overly plump or disappointingly flat. Yi Chen's fared better, though they were on the smaller side, resembling caterpillars curled up. The completed dumplings were piled on a bamboo sieve, forming a small mountain of dumplings. With so many made, they couldn't be stored for long, so they decided to send some to the Wang and Zhang families. Rong Zheng selected the dumplings Yi Yun had crafted and placed them into a large bowl. Feeling too embarrassed to choose his own oddly shaped creations, he handed the bowl to little Chun, saying, "Here, Chun, take this to Grandma Zhang." As they neared the end of the dumpling-making session, Yi Yun washed his hands and dried them on his waist, then began to kindle the fire for boiling water. When the water reached a rolling boil, he deftly added the freshly made dumplings. The skins gradually became translucent, floating to the surface, indicating they were nearly cooked. With agility, Yi Yun scooped the dumplings out and placed them into a bowl. Gazing at the steaming dumplings, Rong Zheng picked one up and brought it to his lips. The homemade filling was generous, a mouthful of succulent meat, rich in flavor, both fragrant and firm, leaving a lingering taste. Your uncle's family has already returned the 10 acres of land, and by the end of the month, spring plowing will commence. Shall we hire farmers to tend to the fields this year? Rong Zheng discussed with Yi Yun. As he was inexperienced in farming and needed to prepare for the county examination, it would be too burdensome to have Yi Yun toil alone over a dozen acres. Hired farmers refer to the laborers in rural areas, whether long-term, monthly, or temporary workers. They often possess little to no land, and thus rely on working for others to make a living, assisting with tasks such as plowing, harvesting, sowing, and planting. In the village, the Yi family has employed several hired farmers specifically to manage their fields. Are we not farming ourselves? No, we will hire people for all the work. I recall that Yao Zhijing's family at the end of the village has hardly any land. Perhaps we can inquire if he is willing to help. Yin was familiar with that family. 2 years prior, Yao Jijing had fled with his wife and children to Anha village during a famine, and the village chief had taken them in, allocating them 3 acres of barren hillside. They were not granted arable land, as it was scarce in the village. And for those who had fled, receiving hillside land was already a stroke of fortune. In farming households, lacking land equates to a lack of income, leading to a life of hardship for them, relying solely on the couple taking odd jobs for villagers. However, most tasks in the village could be performed by the villagers themselves, leaving little need to hire others. Yao Jijing contemplated transporting goods to the town, but long-term hunger had weakened him. The cargo at the ferry was heavy, and without a strong physique, he could not undertake such work. Thus, life at home was arduous, often leaving them hungry, their 4 children frail and emaciated. "I will inquire if they are willing," Yin said, having grown increasingly poised in social interactions since joining the medical visits. Some narrow-minded villagers occasionally commented on him, suggesting he ought to remain at home managing household duties. But he paid them no heed. "Well, it should be 70 won a day. If they perform well, we can continue to employ them next year." Yin nodded, having no objections to Rong Zheng's decision. Chapter 40. The county examination. The county examination is set to take place on the 8th day of the 2nd month. It is an examination conducted by the local government, presided over by the county magistrate, who serves as the chief examiner. Held annually in February, it consists of 5 sessions, with the first 3 occurring on consecutive days, followed by the last 2 being held in one day. The subjects include the 8-legged essay, poetry and prose, and strategy discussions. This examination represents the initial stage for the candidates, known as the Tongsheng. In this dynasty, the examination process is divided into 3 stages: the county examination, the prefectural examination, and the provincial examination. Candidates must pass the county examination to qualify for the prefectural examination, which is considered an advanced level of the county examination. Only upon successfully passing the prefectural examination may one be entitled to the designation of. In comparison to modern assessments, the county examination is akin to a high school entrance examination, while the prefectural examination resembles the college entrance examination. However, those who pass the prefectural examination are generally equivalent to graduates from prestigious universities. It appears that to become, one must overcome significant challenges, as it necessitates passing 8 examinations, 5 from the county and 3 from the prefectural level. Moreover, the title of merely marks the initial identity of a scholar. Only after passing the Tongshi may one qualify to participate in the formal imperial examination. In other words, Rong Zheng has yet to even touch the threshold of the formal imperial examination, with a long and arduous journey ahead. On the morning of the 7th day of the new year, Yi Yun meticulously placed the essential stationery for the examination into a basket, checking it 3 times to ensure everything was in order. She then prepared a change of clothes for Rong Zheng and packed some food for him to eat on the way. Today, Rong Zheng would embark on his journey, accompanied by 4 fellow candidates, to the county town. Yi Yun gently embraced her husband and whispered, "I will wait for your return at home." The town was not far from the county, approximately an hour's journey. Huang Yi's family owned a spacious horse-drawn carriage, allowing all 5 of them to ride together comfortably. His family, engaged in trade, was affluent, and the carriage was opulent, with soft cushions providing a pleasant ride. Upon arriving at the county town, they headed straight to the inn they had reserved, conveniently located just a 15-minute walk from the examination site. This arrangement had been meticulously arranged by Huang Yi's family, with cost to be shared among them. The inn was well situated, albeit expensive, charging 200 won per day, totaling over a tael for their 6-day stay. Truth be told, Rong Zheng felt a pang of regret at the expense, but there was little he could do. After all, this was the annual county examination, drawing students from over 10 surrounding towns, and merchants naturally seized the opportunity to raise prices. As long as the increase was not excessive, the county officials welcomed it, as it stimulated the local economy to some extent. After finishing their meal, the 5 returned to their rooms to rest. The inn's conditions were quite satisfactory, with soft bedding and hot water service provided to the rooms. Rong Zheng requested hot water from the attendant and enjoyed a comforting bath. He then sat by the window, perused some books, and mentally reviewed the examination content before lying down to sleep. On the following morning, after a hearty breakfast and resolving personal matters, they gathered their examination materials and proceeded to the examination hall. The venue was set within the county office, with a large canopy erected at the entrance. They arrived early, and the examination hall was not yet open to the public. However, many candidates had already gathered outside, forming an orderly line, engaging in hushed conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the hall opened and the chatter ceased. A county official stood at the entrance, calling the roll in a loud voice. Rong Zheng quietly awaited his turn in line. Anha Village, Qingyan Academy, Rong Zheng. Upon hearing his name, Rong Zheng stepped forward to the entrance of the examination hall. Two tall officials, acting as security, conducted a thorough search of Rong Zheng to prevent candidates from bringing in any written materials. One of them inspected the contents of his basket, checking the stationery and food. As the examination would last an entire day, candidates were permitted to bring simple provisions. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, the officials allowed Rong Zheng to enter. Inside, examiners continued calling names, and candidates proceeded one by one to the central hall to receive their examination papers. Rong Zheng found that his assigned seat number was 80. Locating his spot where each candidate had a desk of their own, he placed his basket down and arranged his examination tools. After all candidates were seated, the county official loudly outlined the examination rules. After a while, an assistant struck a gong, announcing the official start of the examination, while another assistant held up the board, displaying the examination questions for all to see. Rong Zheng began to fill in his name, place of origin, seat number, and other examination details. Once completed, he cast a cursory glance over the answer sheet, which was adorned with red lines forming grids, containing 12 lines per page, with each line accommodating 20 characters. The examination hall provided 2 sheets of plain paper for students to draft their responses. The first session was the main examination, primarily assessing the 2 essays from the 4 books, a poem composed in 5-character 6 rhymes, with precise stipulations regarding the writing format, and a total word count not exceeding 700 characters. Such writing conventions were diligently taught by the scholars of the academy. Rong Zheng took a deep breath, reread the questions thrice, and then commenced formulating his answers. After some time, he penned his thoughts on the draft paper, outlining key points before mentally traversing the logical structure once more, and then carefully transcribing his responses onto the answer sheet. At noon, the proctor struck a gong, signaling a break for the examinees to refresh themselves with some sustenance. After a morning of intense mental exertion, Rong Zheng felt ravenous. As he munched on a flatbread, he continued to contemplate how to compose the next poem, having already completed the essays on the 4 books, leaving only the second question to address. Once the break concluded, Rong Zheng had devised a plan, and his responses flowed smoothly in the afternoon session. He finished writing ahead of time, meticulously reviewed his answers, and then set down his pen, awaiting the collection of papers. After a while, the proctor struck the gong again, indicating that the examination time had elapsed, and all candidates were to cease writing. Rong Zheng noticed several individuals in the examination hall whose faces had turned pale, their hands trembling as they lamented, "Alas, I misinterpreted the question. My poem is still lacking 2 lines. Oh, how difficult it is to conjure the words. I'm finished. Upon exiting the examination hall, the 5 of them gathered and returned to the inn, refraining from discussing the examination content to avoid disrupting the next session. The second examination, referred to as the preliminary review, tested 1 essay from the 4 books, a discourse on moral philosophy, or the classic of filial piety, as well as a memorization of approximately 100 words from the sacred edicts. During the memorization, no corrections were permitted, and the formatting requirements were exceedingly stringent, intended to evaluate the rigor of the candidates. Rong Zheng observed a reduction in the number of candidates for this session, as those who had failed the first examination were eliminated. After the first session, the examiners would conduct a preliminary review of the answer sheets, swiftly dismissing candidates who demonstrated clear failures, such as poor handwriting or non-compliance with the writing norms, issues easily discerned at a glance. Only those who passed the preceding examination were eligible to continue to the next, Thus, the number of participants would dwindle progressively. The content of this examination posed no challenge to Rong Zheng, who had practiced extensively and wrote with remarkable ease. The third examination, known as the secondary review, encompassed similar topics to the first and second sessions, but elevated the difficulty, assessing another essay from the four books or scriptures, a piece of legal poetry, a poem composed in 5-character 8 rhymes, and the first 2 lines of the sacred edicts. Rong Zheng remained confident, his thoughts flowing seamlessly onto the paper. The fourth and fifth examinations, referred to as the consecutive review, were conducted in a single day, covering nearly all topics from the previous 3 sessions, including the 8-legged essay, scriptures, poetry, and parallel prose, presenting the greatest difficulty yet. Rong Zheng pondered deeply, ultimately taking considerable time to complete his writing, yet still finishing ahead of the collection deadline. After exiting the examination hall, Rong Zheng let out a sigh of relief. The consecutive 4 days of testing had indeed been exhausting, draining a significant amount of his mental energy. Upon seeing Rong Zheng, Huang Yi began to voice his grievances. It was quite challenging. I barely managed to finish each paper just in time. How'd you fare? Rong Zheng smiled and replied, not too bad. Huang Yi expressed envy. You seem so composed. I'm feeling rather down. We want to be able to return to the town today, so let us set off tomorrow morning. All right, Rong Zheng agreed. At that moment, Chen Yujia also emerged, wearing a smile that suggested a satisfactory performance. Let's go out for a nice meal. It's on me. I've been cautious about my diet these past few days, eating very lightly for fear of an upset stomach during the exams. After waiting for the other 2 to join them, they returned to the inn together, where Chen Yujia generously ordered a feast of signature dishes. The strain of the recent examinations had left them physically and mentally drained, but now that they were finally over, a collective sense of relief washed over them. They engaged in lively discussions about the tests while indulging in their meal, temporarily setting aside their concerns about the results. For now, the exams were complete, and all they could do was patiently await the announcement of the results. Chapter 41. Hiring agricultural laborers during Rong Zheng's examinations. Ian attended to matters concerning the hiring of agricultural laborers at home. He made his way to the remote residence of Yao Jizheng at the village's edge. Upon arrival, he observed Yao Jizheng's wife, Ding Shi, busily sorting firewood, presumably to sell in the town. She was selecting the best pieces to bundle together, as most villagers would gather their firewood from the mountains and rarely purchased it. Upon noticing Yiyun, Ding Shi appeared slightly puzzled, yet continued her work, aware that they needed to transport the firewood to town by afternoon. What brings you here, Yingo? She inquired. A child of about 5 peeked curiously around the doorframe. Ying Yiyun. The child wore worn clothing that seemed ill-fitting, likely hand-me-downs from older siblings. Ding Shi, in her 30s, bore the marks of prolonged labor. Her face was lined with more wrinkles than women of her age, making her appear over 40. Ian approached the yard and said, Aunt Ding, with spring plowing approaching, we have 13 acres of land and would like to hire laborers for farming. I noticed your family does not own any land, so I wanted to see if you would be interested. Really? Ding Shi exclaimed in disbelief, quickly rising to confirm his words. Without any rice paddies, their family relied on odd jobs to afford grain, but opportunities in the village were scarce, and they were unable to work in town. They aspired to labor for landlords. Yet those landlords already had stable laborers, leaving them overlooked. Life was exceedingly difficult. During the new year, they couldn't even afford meat, and their rice supply was dwindling. The youngest child would salivate at the scent of meat, crying out in despair. They had no desire to celebrate the new year, consumed instead by worries about what the future would hold. Ian nodded, affirming, yes, Aunt. Ding Shi's eyes, dulled by years of toil, sparkled with hope as she discarded the firewood in her hands, eager to invite him inside. This was a splendid opportunity. A long-term job tending to over 10 acres of land meant they could earn a considerable amount of wages. However, in her moment of joy, she hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yiyun was dressed in new clothes and carried himself with the grace of a young gentleman. The dimness of their home was palpable, with the youngest child clad in tattered garments, peering curiously inside. It was indeed a sight that evoked embarrassment, making it difficult to invite anyone in. Fearing the disdain of potential employers and the loss of this rare opportunity, she diligently retrieved 2 stools from within, bringing them into the sunlit courtyard, which appeared somewhat more presentable. After wiping the stools with her sleeve, she invited Yi Yun to take a seat. Following that, she washed her hands and dried them on her clothing, pouring a bowl of boiled water for Yi Yun, as their poverty rendered them devoid of even tea leaves. Her expression turned slightly awkward. "We seldom have visitors, and there are no tea leaves. Here, please have some water." Yi Yun accepted the water and began. "I discussed with my husband, and we can offer 70 won per person per day. Goodness, that is quite a generous wage. To think that landlords pay laborers only 65 won a day. This is an additional 5 won, Ding Shi said, her respect for Yi Yun growing. "How many people do you intend to hire?" This was crucial. With only a limited amount of land, an excess of workers would dilute the labor, reducing both the days they could work and the wages earned. "Just you and Uncle Yao for 13 acres. Ding Shi's face lit up with joy. Their household seldom had extra hands, and the 2 of them could easily manage the land. Next year we might finally have some stability. Perhaps we can even afford meat during the holidays," she thought, her heart aching for her undernourished children, wishing for a better life for them. "Rest assured, Yungur, Uncle Yao and I will work diligently, and you will not waste a single coin on idleness." Naturally, she was trustworthy. Just then, Yao Jijing entered, shouldering a heavy load of firewood, followed by his 2 sons, around 13 or 14 years old, each carrying their own bundle. Behind them trailed a daughter of about 8 or 9, clutching a basket, likely having gone to the mountains to gather mushrooms and wild fruits. Yao Jijing was a simple, honest man with a dark complexion. Upon seeing his wife smiling and engaged in conversation with Yi Yun, he felt a flicker of confusion. Ding Shi had not smiled in days. During the new year, they couldn't even afford meat, and the atmosphere at home had been heavy with despair, with thoughts of selling one of their children lingering in their minds. Yet, they could not bear to part with any of them, so each simply ate less, surviving one day at a time. After he set down the firewood, Ding Shi called him over, her joy bubbling forth as she shared the news of being hired as laborers. Yao Jijing, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement. A light shone in his eyes as he respectfully exclaimed, "Thank you, master." The contract had not yet been signed, but the prospect was already exhilarating. He yearned for this opportunity. Yi Yun interjected, "Uncle Yao, here's the situation. The contract will be signed upon my husband's return. If you trust my word, you may begin assisting with the fields right away. You can keep track of your work at my home, and we will settle the wages monthly." Certainly, master. We trust you completely. Tomorrow, we shall come to your fields and ensure they are tended to beautifully," Yao Jijing replied eagerly. "If the fields are well taken care of and yield plentiful harvests, we will continue to seek your assistance next year," Yi Yun added. "Absolutely." The following day, Yao Jijing and Ding Shi took up their hoes and sickles and went to work in Yi Yun's fields. Villagers from the neighboring land, observing their labor, remarked, "Old Yao, has the Rong Zheng family hired you both to till their fields?" Yao Jijing wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled, saying, "Indeed, from now on, Rong Zheng will be our master." "Master? Does this imply a long-term employment?" The villagers continued to inquire. "Have all their fields been entrusted to the 2 of you for management?" Yao Jijing replied, "Yes, they have entrusted us with the management of their 13 acres of land." "Ha! There will be much to do ahead." He felt a surge of joy within, for such a favorable arrangement held great significance for their family. They must dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to ensure their master's satisfaction. The villagers were astonished, exclaiming, "How extravagant! Only Ye's family in this village can afford to employ laborers for the long term. Rong Zheng must have considerable funds at his disposal." Soon, the discussion about Rong Zheng's family resumed among the villagers. "Did you hear? Rong Zheng has begun hiring laborers for the long-term management of his fields. Is that true? Goodness, he must have quite a bit of money to afford that. Indeed, this is quite extravagant for our village. His stature may rival that of the landowners. Riva? Perhaps in the future, he may even surpass them in prestige. He is the only scholar in our village. And I heard he recently went to the county for an examination. If he succeeds in obtaining a degree, he will become an official. Come now. Such words are overly ambitious. He has attempted the examination several times and has yet to succeed. Whether he will pass this time remains uncertain. Yes, this is his fourth attempt. Isn't it? Alas, Rong Zheng does seem rather dull in his studies. Why don't you give it a try? You can hardly recognize a few characters yourself, yet you dare to call him dull. Oh, come now. Even if Rong Zheng passes this time, he would only be a student. That hardly qualifies him as a gentleman. I have heard there are many students in the town. Such a status would not impress them. It is only in our rural area, where scholars are scarce, that they are regarded with such awe. Chapter 42. I miss you. Rong Zheng returned to the village from the county, and before he could enter his home, Yichen rushed out to greet him, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother Rong." He then called out to the courtyard, Brother Rong is back." Rong Zheng affectionately patted Yichen's head, noticing his slightly damp hair and sweaty appearance, indicating he had just been practicing martial arts. His face flushed with exertion. "It seems little Chun has been diligently practicing," he praised. "Yes, Brother Rong, I heed your words. I practice every day and also diligently practice my writing," Yichen replied, beaming with pride. "You've returned." Yi Yun hurriedly emerged, his expression animated as he beheld Rong Zheng, who had been away for 6 days. Since their marriage, they had never been apart for such a length of time. Rong Zheng stepped forward, gently embracing Yi Yun, playfully nibbling on his ear as he whispered, "I missed you." Yi Yun's heart raced, and he quickly glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby. Fortunately, the only onlooker was Yichen. Yichen remarked, "You're used to it. Are you tired? I will prepare water for you right away. You can eat after your bath." Yi Yun knew Rong Zheng was particular about cleanliness and always took a bath upon returning from school. Seeing that Yi Yun did not push him away, Rong Zheng reluctantly released him, saying, "Thank you, my dear husband." "Yes, wait until evening," Yi Yun said as they sat down for dinner. He casually mentioned that they had hired laborers for the farm, and Rong Zheng, confident in Yi Yun's capabilities, replied, "I will draft a contract tomorrow. We shall invite Yao Jijing to the village chief's office to affix our fingerprints and seal it." "Good." As they conversed, Wang Zhangshi became aware of Rong Zheng's return and, holding a bowl of freshly made wontons, approached with her little grandson in tow. "Look, I've just made wontons today," she said. Ian accepted them gratefully, replying, "Thank you, Aunt." Wang Zhangshi then turned with concern and inquired, "Rong Zheng, how did the exam go?" "It was satisfactory," he replied. After a brief exchange, Wang Zhangshi departed. Soon after, the village chief strolled over, for there was but one scholar in the village, and, as the village head, he felt it necessary to inquire, "How did you fare in the examination?" "It was acceptable," came the response. The chief chuckled, giving Rong Zheng's shoulder a friendly pat before engaging in conversation for a while longer before taking his leave. At last, the night grew deep and quiet. Upon returning to his room, Yin found his husband removing his outer garments by the bedside. An irresistible urge surged within Yin, and he gently pushed his husband against the wall, leaning in to tenderly nibble at his lips. In that moment, the intoxicating scent of Rong Zheng enveloped Yin, quickening his heartbeat as he breathed in the essence of his beloved. After a while, Rong Zheng drew back slightly, teasingly brushing his lips against Yun's while whispering, "My dear, have you missed me?" Yun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How could he not miss him? Yet, he felt too shy to be as forthright as Rong Zheng, merely responding with a soft Rong Zheng, unwilling to let him off so easily. Pressed for clarification, "What does mean?" "I'm asking you, have you missed me?" Knowing he wouldn't be released without an answer, Yin stammered, I missed you." He felt his own face burning, as though it could boil an egg. Rong Zheng chuckled softly, leaning in closer until they were almost touching, then with fervor, he captured Yi Yun's lips in a deep kiss. On this winter night, the atmosphere around them felt unusually warm. After what felt like an eternity, Rong Zheng finally released Yi Yun. Leaning against the wall, Yi Yun's eyes were glazed, his breath quickened, and his chest rose and fell gently. The corners of his eyes tinged with a seductive blush. Rong Zheng, amused, pressed his fingertip against Yi Yun's flushed eyelid, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The following morning at breakfast, Yi Chun blinked his wide eyes in surprise and asked, "Brother, why are your lips injured?" He assumed it was due to the cold. dry weather causing chapped lips, and advised, remember to apply lip balm. Previously, he and his brother had suffered from cracked, bleeding lips during winter, which was quite painful. Their older brother had bought them a transparent lip balm specifically for this purpose, and after daily application, their lips no longer cracked. As Yi Yun bit into a flatbread, he felt embarrassed at Yi Chen's inquiry and replied evasively, I forgot to apply it. How could he face anyone in such a state? It was all Rong Zheng's fault for always nibbling on him. Just remember to apply it today, Yi Chun urged with concern. Yi Yun buried his head lower, pretending to focus on his flatbread, mumbling in agreement. Rong Zheng watched his shy husband with amusement, thinking how endearing he was. He then shifted the topic, saying, Little Chun, this year you can attend the school in town. Would you like to go? Yi Chun hesitated, for he was not keen on going to school. He preferred practicing martial arts at home. Moreover, none of his friends in the village were attending school, and he would have to make new friends. However, if his older brother wished for him to go, he would obediently comply. Sensing Yi Chen's uncertainty, Rong Zheng gently probed for his thoughts. Yi Chen, finding Rong Zheng to be quite amiable, candidly expressed his thoughts, fearing that Rong Zheng might take offense. He added, Brother Rong, if you wish for me to attend school, I shall diligently pursue my studies. Little Chun, you are still quite young. Thus, it is best to engage in what you enjoy for the time being. However, in a year or two, you must indeed attend school to encounter different individuals and experience various matters. As your horizons broaden, you will have a multitude of choices in the future. Yi Chun, though somewhat bewildered, nodded earnestly, understanding that Brother Rong had his best interests at heart. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, who had been listening quietly, felt that Rong Zheng was genuinely kind to them, guiding Yi Chun as if he were his own younger brother. In the county town, the deputy examiner, Su Huaqing, was diligently grading examination papers. Seated across from him were two fellow examiners who assisted in the evaluation. The examiners, with heads bowed, meticulously reviewed their assigned papers. Upon encountering what they deemed to be superior submissions, they would mark them with a blue pen, denoting a recommendation. If a paper was deemed exceptional, they would indicate a high recommendation and provide reasons, subsequently presenting it to Su Huaqing. This process is referred to as recommending papers, colloquially known as issuing papers. Only exceptionally outstanding submissions receive high recommendations, from which the top candidate, the first place in the county examination, is selected. Su Huaqing, taking the examined papers into his hands, could not conceal his fatigue from days of grading. Rubbing his eyes, he began to scrutinize the papers carefully, casting a glance at the suggestions from his fellow examiners. After a moment of contemplation, he marked a recommendation, signifying his approval of their suggestions. He organized the graded papers into two categories, recommended and highly recommended. Once all papers were graded, they would be presented together to the chief examiner, Pei Guangshan, the county magistrate. As the magistrate, overseeing numerous affairs, he could not possibly review every single paper. He would only examine those that were highly recommended, carefully determining the top 10 candidates, especially the first place. The remaining recommended papers would generally be overseen by the educational authorities, requiring only sporadic review. Suddenly, Su Huaqing's attention was drawn to a highly recommended paper, the handwriting strikingly impressive, strong, fluid, and elegant, exhibiting unique personal flair, truly remarkable. However, relying solely on the handwriting would not suffice. He continued to examine the content, his eyes widening in astonishment. This paper was undoubtedly among the very best. Nearing the conclusion of the grading process, it was, without a doubt, the most exceptional submission thus far. Just as he prepared to inscribe his recommendation, he hesitated. Once this paper reached the magistrate, it would likely secure the top position, as this candidate's ability was overwhelmingly superior to that of others. However, this year his own nephew, Su Qi, also participated in the county examination. Although the names on the papers were concealed, he recognized Su Qi's handwriting, having taught him since childhood. He had no intention of showing favoritism. After all, Su Qi was also a capable child, and his paper had already been classified as highly recommended. Had it not been for the exceptional paper in his hands, Su Qi would have had a significant chance of clinching the top position in this county examination. Achieving first place in a county would bring considerable renown, positioning him as a formidable contender for the next round of provincial examinations. After all, the provincial governor would also prefer to see talented individuals emerge from his jurisdiction. The term Little 3 Yuan refers to candidates who achieve the top position in the county, prefectural, and provincial examinations. Attaining this distinction, while not as prestigious as the true 3 Yuan of the imperial examination, remains a celebrated tale passed down through generations. The future of a family inevitably hinges upon the achievements of its next generation. Given Su Qi's exceptional talents, he stands as the most promising candidate among his peers to participate in the imperial examination. His eventual ascension to a government position will be pivotal in elevating the entire family to greater heights. After careful consideration, Su Huaqing chose not to submit his most outstanding examination paper for evaluation. Instead, he categorized it under the recommendation section. He harbored no concerns that the county magistrate would uncover his subtle maneuvering. With over 60 recommendation papers, the magistrate would only scrutinize a select few, primarily focusing on those of higher recommendation. Unfortunately, the fate of the less fortunate candidates would be left to chance. Chapter 43. The announcement of county examination results. County Magistrate Pei Guangshan sat at his desk, his expression grave as he meticulously reviewed the submitted examination papers. There were 2 stacks, one for high recommendations and another for general recommendations. His attention was predominantly on the high recommendation papers, and he swiftly identified the top candidate. Subsequently, he selected several papers from the recommendation stack to ensure that the examiners had not overlooked any discrepancies. Quite satisfactory. Indeed, the reviewers were all seasoned experts, and their evaluations were largely unanimous, revealing no errors. He closed his eyes and gently massaged his temples, wearied from a day of grading. After organizing the papers, he prepared to delegate the subsequent tasks related to the announcement of results. Send for Master Qian Shumian, he instructed. At once, came the prompt reply. Soon, Qian Shumian arrived. Sir, what are your orders? Pei Guangshan replied. The papers have been graded. Please take them and prepare for the announcement. Understood. Having concluded their official business, the two engaged in casual conversation. Pei Guangshan spoke with a hint of disappointment. This year's papers did not present any particularly striking answers. Coming from humble beginnings, he had always been aware of the struggles faced by the lower classes. Through the imperial examination, he had the opportunity to serve as a county magistrate, dedicating himself to the welfare of the people. He aspired to effect tangible change for those under his jurisdiction. The questions he devised for this county examination were closely related to the practical lives of the populace. Yet, most candidates' responses, while adhering to a standard format and citing classical references, were disappointingly superficial, failing to address the core issues at hand. It was understandable, he thought, as these scholars were still in the preliminary stages of their examination journey, naturally lacking the depth of insight required to produce profound work. Nevertheless, disappointment lingered. Qian Shumian, having served under Pei Guangshan for many years, understood the magistrate's yearning for exceptional talent. However, he found it curious that, as a fellow examiner, he had encountered one particularly outstanding paper that he marked for high recommendation, emphasizing its significance with bold underlining. Based on his understanding of the county magistrate, it seemed highly probable that the candidate behind this exceptional paper would emerge as the top scorer. Yet, Pei Guangshan appeared to remain unsatisfied, sighing deeply. The answers in that paper were indeed remarkable, especially the writing, which was strikingly beautiful and unforgettable. Thus, Qian Shumian broached the subject of this noteworthy paper. Pei Guangshan expressed confusion. I did not find anything in the high recommendation stack that could be considered truly exceptional. The two exchanged glances before commencing to peruse the examination papers laid before them. Qian Shumian picked up the paper currently designated as the top submission and shook his head, stating it was not the one. After examining the highly recommended submissions, he soon found a correct one, distinguished by its elegant handwriting that stood out amongst the numerous commendable scripts. Sir, this is the one, he declared, extracting the paper and presenting it. Pei Guangshan received it and noted that the paper bore a blue mark indicating high recommendation, yet lacked the official seal from the academic authority. signifying that the examiner did not regard this submission as top tier. As he continued to read, he could not help but exclaim, "The calligraphy is vigorous yet graceful, truly captivating. It rivals that of renowned calligraphers, possessing a remarkable flair." Upon a meticulous review, his eyes sparkled with appreciation. The poetry resonated with life, brimming with vitality. The prose was solidly grounded in classical elegance, eschewing ostentation. It undoubtedly belonged to the highest echelon of submissions and deserved to be recognized as the foremost. Nearby, Qian Shumian hesitated, pondering the reason for the examiner's oversight. Pei Guangshan then unearthed the previously designated top paper, reading the name inscribed upon it aloud, Su Qi. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow, pondering the coincidence of the surname. Qian Shumian remarked, "I once visited the examiner's residence. Su Qi appears to be his nephew." Pei Guangshan responded with indignation, "Ah, that explains everything." Both were astute individuals, well aware of the intricate dynamics at play. To ensure the examiner had not manipulated other submissions, thus compromising fairness, Pei Guangshan diligently reviewed all the recommended papers overnight, confirming their integrity. He delegated the announcement of the county examination results to his subordinates. Ultimately, he awarded the top honor to the deserving candidate, relegating Su Qi outside the top 10. Originally poised for second place, Su Qi's rank was altered to 11th due to his uncle's dubious interference. Pei Guangshan summoned the examiner and, with a forceful gesture, slammed the overlooked paper alongside Su Qi's before him, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses?" Upon seeing the papers, the examiner's expression darkened, and he knelt in supplication. Over 20 days had elapsed since the county examination concluded, and the day of results had finally arrived. During this period, Rong Zheng had concentrated on preparing for the forthcoming provincial examination, confident that he would pass the county examination without any unforeseen complications, such as the mastery of scholar. Early in the morning, Yi Yun accompanied Rong Zheng to the town. Although Yi Chun initially intended to join them, he opted to remain home, considering the throngs expected to gather. The county examination results were to be displayed in every town, and by the time Rong Zheng and Yi Yun arrived, the officials had already posted the list on a bulletin board, obscured by a red silk cloth. A crowd had gathered, forming multiple layers around the announcement site. Concerned for Yi Yun's safety amid the crush, Rong Zheng positioned himself at a distance. Clang, clang, clang. An official struck a gong, proclaiming, "The county examination results are now to be announced." As he pulled the silk cloth away, excitement surged through the crowd, many pushing forward and shouting, "The results are out! The results are out!" Yi Yun, filled with anticipation, clenched his hands tightly and tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the list. But the tall figures in front of him completely obstructed his view. Rong Zheng, equally anxious, was confident in his performance but uncertain of his ranking. He raised his gaze from above, swiftly locking onto his name, which stood out remarkably. At the pinnacle of the list, it read, "First place, Rong Zheng, exam number 80. He exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at his husband beside him, who was eagerly jumping to catch a glimpse. With a gentle chuckle, he grasped his husband's waist and lifted him up, causing Yi Yun to gasp in surprise. Rong Zheng then urged, "Quick, look." Yi Yun momentarily forgot his shyness about being noticed in the crowd. The most pressing matter was to see the list. Elevated in the air, his vision cleared, and he soon spotted Rong Zheng's name, which he could easily recognize as he had learned a fair number of characters. Overcome with excitement, he leaned down to share the news with Rong Zheng, but before he could speak, he heard Rong Zheng say, "Shoo, we'll talk about it later." Yi Yun promptly halted his words, yet a smile spread across his face. As he set Yi Yun down, he said, "Let us head home." At that moment, someone in the crowd, unable to read, boldly inquired, "Sir, who is the first-place winner?" The constable replied with a smile, "Rong Zheng. He is the top scholar from our town." "What does top scholar mean?" Someone pressed on. The constable explained, "It means the first place in this county's exam." "Who is Rong Zheng? Is he here?" Another voice called out, prompting the crowd to look around and search. Being the top scholar of the entire county was indeed a remarkable achievement, and curiosity about his appearance ensued. Meanwhile, Rong Zheng had taken Yi Yun's hand and gradually walked away, leaving behind only the silhouette of their figures. Chapter 44. Delivering the good news, Rong Zheng and Ian hurried back to their village, knowing that each year when the top scholar emerged from the county exams, the magistrate would send constables to deliver the good news and rewards to encourage the student to strive further. This privilege was exclusive to the top scholar. Those in second place or lower received no such honor. This was why the education official, Su Huaqing, had risked submitting Rong Zheng's exam paper for recommendation, hoping to enhance the chances of his nephew, Su Qi, claiming the top position. People would only remember the first place. Being second or last was virtually indistinguishable from obscurity. As for why he did not simply eliminate Rong Zheng's paper, it was because the examiners had given it a high recommendation, and if he disagreed, the stark difference in their scores would necessitate the paper being submitted for the magistrate's judgment. Upon returning home, Rong Zheng shared the delightful news with Yi Chun, who, brimming with excitement, raced around the courtyard several times, wielding a branch that whistled through the air. He had heard his brother mention that the top scholar represented the best performer, and he was thrilled for his elder brother. At that moment, two imposing constables rode into Anha village on their majestic horses, capturing the attention of numerous villagers. The villagers held a certain apprehension towards officials, as they rarely encountered them throughout the year, only seeing them during tax collection at year's end. The constables inquired, "Where's Rong Zheng's home?" One villager pointed the way and boldly asked, "May I ask what brings you, sir, to seek Rong Zheng?" He wondered if the official had come to address some wrongdoing. The constable responded with a smile. "Rong Zheng from your village has secured the title of top scholar in this year's county exams. We are here to deliver the news and present his reward." Some villagers, unaware of what top scholar meant, asked their neighbors, "What is a top scholar?" "It's South the first place winner, the best in the entire county," replied a knowledgeable villager. This news spread like wildfire among the villagers gathered by the roadside. The entire county's first. How impressive that is. Rong Zheng truly has a bright future ahead. The announcement of the top candidate emerged here, and our village basked in its glory. Come, let us follow and take a look. Thus, a throng of villagers trailed behind the constables, making their way towards Rong Zheng's residence with great enthusiasm. Soon, the constables arrived at Rong Zheng's doorstep, one of them calling out loudly, "Where is Rong Zheng?" With composure, Rong Zheng stepped forward to greet the constables, clasping his hands in salute and declaring, "I am Rong Zheng." The constable surveyed Rong Zheng from head to toe, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He was handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. With a smile, the constable conveyed, "Congratulations on achieving the top candidate position. We come on behalf of the magistrate to deliver the good news and a token of reward." Another constable stepped forward, presenting a red brocade box to Rong Zheng, exclaiming, "The magistrate bestows upon you 20 taels of silver and a complete set of scholarly implements as encouragement." His voice resonated, echoing throughout the vicinity. The constables maintained a courteous demeanor. After all, he was the top candidate, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would certainly advance to the provincial examination, promising a bright future ahead. "I express my gratitude to the magistrate, and I also thank both of you for delivering the joyous tidings," Rong Zheng replied, while bestowing each constable with a tael of silver. The constables, clutching the silver ingots, wore even broader smiles, thinking to themselves, "It is no surprise that he has achieved the top candidate position. His generosity is remarkable." Unbeknownst to him, the village chief had arrived at Rong Zheng's side, beaming with pride as he exclaimed, "Rong Zheng, splendid job. Congratulations. I specifically had someone bring firecrackers to celebrate." With a wave of his hand, a villager ignited the firecrackers. The emergence of a top candidate from the village was a matter of great honor for the entire community, and as the village chief, he felt a sense of pride. Upon hearing the news, he promptly set aside his hoe and hurried over with the firecrackers. The sound of crackling firecrackers filled the air, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary festivity. Rong Zheng invited the officials inside for tea and refreshments, but the constables waved their hands dismissively, saying, "Now that the good news has been delivered, we must take our leave. Safe travels, esteemed officials." They called out as the two constables mounted their majestic steeds and rode away. Once the officials departed, the villagers surrounded Rong Zheng, offering their heartfelt congratulations, to which he graciously responded. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and Rong Zheng returned indoors, preparing to take a moment's respite. At the doorway, the voice of Wang Zhangshi rang out. Having heard the news, she hurriedly brought gifts of cured meats and a rooster, saying, Rong Zheng, congratulations. You have achieved great success. Thereafter, neighbors began to arrive one after another, bearing gifts of congratulations. Even the hired farmer, Yao Jijing, came with his wife, presenting a basket of fresh eggs, saying, Congratulations, master. These are from our own chickens. I hope they meet your liking. Yi Yin took out sweets and treats from her home to entertain the visiting villagers, meticulously sealing red envelopes to include in the return gifts. This was a customary practice in the village. When someone brought gifts, a small portion was to be reciprocated, along with red envelopes tucked inside. On the following day, Rong Zheng attended school, where his classmates extended their congratulations. Huang Yi approached and patted Rong Zheng heartily on the shoulder, declaring, I knew you were exceptional. You achieved the top candidate position in one go. Let us celebrate with lunch. Rong Zheng had noticed Huang Yi's name on the list yesterday, ranked in the middle, and felt happy for him. You did well too. I placed 35th, which I find quite satisfactory. This is my third attempt, and at least there is a noticeable improvement. My parents are overjoyed, rewarding me with a considerable amount of pocket money. Over 70 students passed the county examination this time, with 35 achieving commendable results. Huang Yi remarked. All our classmates have succeeded. Chen Yujie ranked 18th, Muhan 52nd, and Fang Zihao 70th. That's splendid. For the upcoming provincial examination, we can't continue to support one another, replied Zhao Fuzi. Upon seeing Rong Zheng approach, Zhao Fuzi beamed with delight, proud to have nurtured a top candidate, whose reputation had grown, leading to inquiries about apprenticeship opportunities. You performed exceptionally well. With your current grades, persisting in your efforts will surely ensure your success in the provincial examination. Rong Zheng humbly responded. All credit is due to your wise instruction. It is through your guidance that I have made such progress. Zhao Fuzi felt immense satisfaction. You are both intelligent and diligent, speaking with poise and confidence. Compared to 3 years ago, your demeanor has transformed remarkably. Were it not for your unchanged appearance, I would almost doubt your identity. Indeed, the truth has been revealed. Rong Zheng, on guard, feigned a tone of despondency. 3 years ago, my family encountered a tremendous upheaval, and my parents passed away in quick succession, leaving me alone to navigate life. Your parents would surely be proud of you from beyond, Zhao Fuzi reassured him. At noon, he invited Huang Yi and his companions to lunch at Yefeng Tower. Muhan, however, was unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. Huang Yi raised his teacup, as they needed to attend classes later. Thus, they toasted with tea. Come, let us congratulate the top candidate. Fang Zihao and Chen Yujie also lifted their cups in celebration of Rong Zheng. Thank you all. Rong Zheng expressed gratefully. Huang Yi took a bite of food and mumbled, I heard Wei Xing was eliminated in the 3rd round of the county examination. Given his ill intentions, he deserves it, Chen Yujie retorted. Fang Zihao sipped his tea. It was somewhat surprising that Su Qi ranked 11th. Our teacher had previously believed he had the potential to contend for the top position. Chen Yujie suddenly lowered his voice, covering his mouth. It might be related to his uncle. I heard from my father that the county magistrate dealt with the educational affairs, and it seems a change in personnel is forthcoming. Rong Zheng was taken aback. What happened? The exact reasons are unclear. The magistrate has kept it discreet, Chen Yujie replied. Could he have assisted Su Qi in cheating? Fang Zihao speculated. Rong Zheng shook his head, analyzing. That seems unlikely. If cheating were involved, Su Qi's results would most likely be invalidated. Huang Yi dismissed the irrelevant conversation. Enough of that. Come, let us eat, and make Rong Zheng's fortune dwindle. Well, that's not necessary, Rong Zheng replied. Chapter 45. Provincial examination in the blink of an eye. April arrived, and Rong Zheng set off for Fuzhou to participate in the provincial examination. This examination, presided over by the governor, is akin to a modern mayor's assessment, with questions and testing methods similar to those of the county examination, albeit with heightened difficulty. At the initial hour of the morning, as the sky began to brighten, the gates of the examination hall slowly opened in the dawnlight. When Rong Zheng reached the entrance, a burly guard, armed with a broad blade, stepped forward to conduct a more thorough search. The guard's movements were brusque, his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding an undeniable authority. Just then, a sudden gasp disrupted the tranquility before the examination hall. It turned out that another guard, also conducting searches, had swiftly drawn his blade and severed the hem of a candidate's garment. Immediately thereafter, the guard deftly sliced open the seam, revealing a tiny slip of paper hidden within, densely inscribed with handwriting. The cheating note fluttered to the ground as the guard moved. The discovered candidate's face turned ashen, his eyes widened in terror, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel in supplication. However, the guard remained unmoved, summoning two colleagues and coldly declaring, "This individual is found in possession of cheating materials. Take him away for processing." The two guards approached without hesitation, shackling the candidate and escorting him out of the examination hall. The entire process was swift and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. As for the punishment that awaited the candidate, all present could only speculate. The candidates waiting in line observed the scene, their expressions ranging from pale to grave, with some even displaying flickers of fear in their eyes. Rong Zheng mused, noting the zero tolerance for cheating. It was evident that the current court held the fairness and seriousness of the imperial examination in the highest regard. "Inspection complete. You may enter the examination hall," announced the guard who was searching Rong Zheng. Quickly adjusting his attire, Rong Zheng stepped into the hall. Shortly thereafter, a young lantern-bearer approached, guiding Rong Zheng into the examination area. As he walked, Rong Zheng surveyed his surroundings. The expansive venue featured a pathway paved with cobblestones, flanked by rows of examination cubicles, each separated by walls akin to modern partitions, ensuring that each candidate was afforded privacy and independence during the examination process. In stark contrast to the county examination venue, which merely housed desks and chairs in a single large hall, this imperial examination hall boasted significantly superior facilities with an orderly layout. After leading Rong Zheng to the designated cubicle, the young lantern-bearer departed. Inside the cubicle, a simple table was set up, equipped with writing implements, ink, and specialized paper for the examination. Behind the table lay a somewhat thin blanket, provided by the examination hall. Aside from the designated materials, no personal items were permitted. He touched the blanket, noting its slight dampness. It was early April, and the nights were quite chilly. With such a meager covering, one could easily catch a cold. It was indeed a struggle for those in poor health to endure the rigors of the imperial examination. The examination comprised 3 sessions: the classics, miscellaneous essays, and policy discussions, primarily focused on the 4 books and 5 classics. The first 2 sessions each spanned a day, while the third extended over 2 days. During these 4 days, candidates were confined to their cubicles, allowed 3 breaks each day when meals and fresh water would be provided, should one need to relieve themselves. Designated examination personnel were tasked with guidance and supervision. Rong Zheng felt a pang of embarrassment. Frankly, the cubicle was exceedingly rudimentary, and the sleeping space appeared painfully cramped. At a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he would have to curl up to fit comfortably. Moreover, going several days without bathing would certainly lead to an unpleasant atmosphere in the examination hall. As the resounding clang of the gong signaled the commencement of the examination, Rong Zheng focused his mind and contemplated the questions for an extended period. He then dipped his brush in ink and immersed himself in writing with fervor. At last, on the afternoon of the 4th day, Rong Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He had completed his exam. His performance surpassed that of the previous county examination, flowing effortlessly. After lowering his head to review the test paper and confirming its accuracy, he pulled the small bell beside him, preparing to submit his answers. After a short while, 2 individuals approached, carrying a box, and collected his paper. They scrutinized everything on the desk before taking it away. Upon exiting the examination hall, even without a mirror, Rong Zheng was acutely aware of his own haggard appearance. Confined within such a narrow cubicle, he could hardly stretch his legs, making restful sleep a challenge. Without good health, one truly struggles to compete. Other candidates gradually emerged as well. That room was too cramped. I woke up with aches in my back and waist. This is an examination, and yet one yearns for comfort? Lee, how did you fare with the last essay? I found myself straying from the topic towards the end. The palace exam is significantly more challenging than the county exam. I nearly ran out of time. Me too. As the deadline approached, I hastily wrapped up my writing. I suppose I'll have to return next year. Rong Zheng refrained from joining the discussion. He still felt confident about this exam, which was merely the concluding stage of the imperial examination. If he could not manage this, he might as well abandon the path of the imperial examinations altogether. After the group returned to the inn and had a meal, Fong Zihao, sporting a mischievous smile, proposed an enticing suggestion. Gentlemen, why not seize this opportunity to experience the splendor of the brothels in the capital? It is said that the beauty and scenery there far exceed those of our small town, making it an ideal locale for literary souls seeking inspiration. Upon hearing this, Chun Yujia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by the proposal. Even the usually reticent Mu Han displayed a rare flicker of hesitation and curiosity. However, Huang Yi wore a troubled expression. His father had forbidden him from venturing into such places until he had achieved scholarly success, threatening to break his legs otherwise. Rong Zheng shook his head in refusal, stating, I already have a husband at home, so I shall not go. Fong Zihao attempted to convince him, saying, if we don't speak of it, how would your husband ever find out? Besides, it is well known that scholars are often inclined towards romantic escapades. Rong Zheng merely smiled serenely, once again declining the invitation, and turned towards his room. Having chosen a lifelong companion, he felt it imperative to remain loyal. This was his principle. He did not wish for any discord between them due to such matters. The previously hesitant Huang Yi, upon seeing Rong Zheng's refusal, also decided against going and caught up with Rong Zheng, sighing, it seems I am not sufficiently romantic as a scholar. I wonder if they will ridicule us. Rong Zheng replied, in my view, a scholar's charm is not displayed in brothels, but rather in their writings, in the talent that flows between the lines. Huang Yi pondered this for a long while, sensing that Rong Zheng's character was unlike anyone he had encountered before. Chapter 46. Troubles in Pursuit of Wealth. Upon returning from the capital, Rong Zheng visited the Yuanjing bookstore, where Feng Xianwen had been waiting for him. The shopkeeper's son personally brewed a pot of exquisite Longjing tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Upon seeing Rong Zheng, his eyes brightened, and he immediately invited him to take a seat. This individual has achieved the top position in the county examination, and it is certain that his future prospects are promising. He deserves a warm welcome. Feng Xianwen had completed the story provided by Rong Zheng back in February. The Realm of the Uncanny comprises 5 volumes in total. Although a 6th was initially planned, the sales plummeted dramatically after the 4th installment, leading to a premature conclusion of the series. This fantastical tale, infused with Lovecraftian elements, once captivated the entire town, becoming a favorite topic of discussion during leisure hours due to its unique premise. However, other storytellers began to grasp the Lovecraftian writing style after reading the earlier volumes of the Realm of the Uncanny, and they started to emulate it, even seeking out storytellers to promote their own works. These writers competed fiercely for advertising space, and Yin Shan, the storyteller at Wuyo Building, capitalized on the opportunity, grinning widely, feeling quite astute for agreeing to narrate the tale provided by Rong Zheng. Indeed, he had seized a business opportunity. As the number of imitators increased and the reader's novelty began to fade, sales dwindled, necessitating a premature conclusion to the Realm of the Uncanny. Rong Zheng had anticipated this. The initial success stemmed from the novelty of such fantastical elements, which initially attracted attention. However, as more works of this genre emerged, competition intensified, and readers inevitably experienced aesthetic fatigue, leading to diminished sales. Furthermore, the number of individuals in the town who could afford to purchase these tales was limited to those from relatively well-off families. Most farmers were illiterate and would not buy such stories. Clearly, the target demographic for these tales was inherently small. Hence, this was not a sustainable source of income. He was content to have made a profit. Previously, Feng Xianwen had expressed his intention to continue his studies, determined to pursue the imperial examination in 2 years. Thus, he considered the earnings from this tale to be nearly concluded. Manager Sun poured each of them a cup of tea and stated, "The profits from the 5 volumes amount to 400 taels. I will take 20%, which is 80 taels, and the remaining 320 taels will be given to you." This was indeed a commendable outcome, generating profits exceeding those of 90% of the best-selling tales on the market within less than a year, which was quite impressive. He was exceedingly pleased, and more importantly, this book had inadvertently enhanced the reputation of the Yuanjing bookstore. The market is ever-changing. Rong Zheng accepted the pouch of money and counted it in front of Manager Sun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Manager Sun inquired, "Do you have any plans for another tale? We can discuss it in advance." He was eager to create the next blockbuster story. Feng Xianwen gently shook his head, candidly admitting, "I wrote tales due to financial constraints. But now that I am more comfortable, I intend to return to my studies and sit for the provincial examination in 2 years." Manager Sun displayed a look of regret, but understood his choice. The path of a scholar is undoubtedly more promising than that of a storyteller, who would not wish to elevate their social standing through education. If he possessed the talent for study, he too would have aspired to take the imperial examinations, and thus he refrained from saying more. Rong Zheng was already aware of Feng Xuanwen's decision and remained silent. After they left the bookstore and divided the money, Rong Zheng receiving 96 taels and Feng Xianwen 224 taels. Feng Xianwen, filled with sincerity, insisted on treating Rong Zheng to lunch at Yefeng Building. At the dining table, Feng Xianwen smiled and said, "Congratulations on securing the top spot in the county examination. How did you fare in the provincial examination? It is acceptable. I shall also participate in the imperial examination 2 years hence." He took a bite of his dish and inquired about your forthcoming plans. "Since my mother began using expensive medicinal herbs, her condition has markedly improved, alleviating a heavy burden from my heart. My younger siblings can now manage the affairs of the fields. I intend to set aside a sum of money and then journey alone to the capital to pursue my studies, dedicating myself to preparing for the examination. Indeed, the capital is truly a splendid place for learning. However, the cost of living is high. Had I not earned some money from writing, I would have never been able to go. In the past, our family's financial situation was dire, and I never envisioned the possibility of studying in the capital." Feng Xianwen raised his glass once more. "Rong Zheng, thank you. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. This is the fruit of your own efforts. And besides, I too have share in this. It's the outcome of our collaboration. No need for thanks." Feng Xianwen found Rong Zheng to be a commendable individual, a friend worthy of deepening bonds. He proposed, "Will you accompany me to the capital? If we study together, we can look out for one another." Rong Zheng gently shook his head, "Not for the time being." "Why not? Do you not realize that the capital is home to many renowned scholars, far superior to the teachers in our town? The academic atmosphere is rigorous, and the overall caliber of students is significantly higher. Engaging with them would certainly expand your connections and elevate your prospects." Feng Xianwen, grateful for Rong Zheng's past assistance, could not resist urging him further. "There are matters to attend to at home, making it difficult for me to leave at present." Rong Zheng declined gracefully, raising his glass. "Brother Feng, as we part today, I am unsure when we shall meet again. I wish you all the best." "Thank you." Observing Rong Zheng's reluctance, Feng Xianwen ceased his persuasion and downed the contents of his cup. At this moment, Rong Zheng indeed had no intention of pursuing studies in the capital. Their family savings amounted to just over 100 taels. Upon arriving in the capital for the examination, he discovered it resembled a modern second or third-tier city, with daily expenses considerably high. Even renting a modest place far from the city center would cost nearly 10 taels a month. Not to mention the tuition fees for the academy and the expenses for educational supplies. Their meager finances could hardly sustain such costs. The path of a scholar from a humble background is fraught with challenges, with numerous financial realities presenting themselves. If he were to go alone, it might be feasible to find a job in the capital and manage to study for a few years. However, with a spouse and younger brother to support, The cost of living for three would be significantly higher. He could never entertain the thought of leaving his spouse alone in the village, as the distance to the capital was far too great for his peace of mind. After bidding farewell to Feng Xianwen, Rong Zheng strolled slowly along the bustling main street, contemplating his future livelihood. Hunting, perhaps? Yet, such opportunities are rare, largely relying on luck, fraught with risks and uncertainties, and not a sustainable plan. His martial skills are commendable. Perhaps he could work as a bodyguard? Yet, this would require extensive travel, leading to prolonged absences from home, which is undesirable. Selling candied hawthorns, or perhaps flatbreads at 2 coins each, quick to sell, quick to vanish, or fresh wild fruits, sweet and delightful, tempting passers-by not to miss out. Just as he was lost in thought, the lively calls of street vendors on either side of the street jolted him back to reality. Listening to the vibrant cries of the market stalls, a new idea surged within him. Perhaps he could venture into commerce. What should one sell? In order to possess both uniqueness and allure? Chapter 47. Braised duck in the evening. Wang Zhe's wife, Tao Miao, approached with a bowl of meat in hand. She bore an unremarkable appearance, her face slightly darkened by the sun, yet her smile radiated simplicity. Spotting Xiao Chun, who was playfully waving a branch in the yard, she inquired, "Where's your brother Yun?" "In the kitchen," replied Yi Chun, pausing his activity to call out, "Brother Yun, Sister Tao has arrived." Ye Yun emerged, drying his hands on an apron. "Sister Tao, what brings you here?" "Brother Yun, we slaughtered a large duck today, and my mother-in-law asked me to bring you a bowl." As she reached the doorway, she cheerfully handed over a generously filled bowl of duck meat. "Your family S. Rong Zheng just returned from the capital after a strenuous examination. It's the perfect opportunity for a hearty meal." "What a substantial bowl. We are indeed fortunate for dinner tonight. Thank you." "Ah, we are neighbors." There is no need for formality. The Rong Zheng family had always been kind to them, often sharing delicious treats, especially when Yi Chun visited to play with Wang Liang. He would bring a hefty bag of candies, which made little Lu, Wang Zhe, and Tao Miao, as son, eagerly circle around him, his face lighting up with joy upon receiving a treat. Consequently, whenever Yi Chun appeared, he would dash out to greet him, continuously calling out Brother Chun. "Sister Tao, please wait here for a moment." Yi Yin turned back to the kitchen, soon returning with a bowl of large pig trotters, which he placed into Tao Miao's hands. Tao Miao readily accepted, for their families shared a harmonious relationship, requiring little in the way of niceties. Laughing, she remarked, "Look at this. I intended to bring you food, yet I received an even larger bowl of pig trotters in return. Thank you. I shall take my leave now." She turned a call to Yi Chun, Xiao Chun. "Do come by to play with Wang Liang when you have time. Little Lum misses you as well." "All right, Sister Tao, take care." Truth be told, Tao Miao had visited numerous times, noting how there was always meat at the Rong Zheng household. "Oh, how enviable." Yi Yin was truly fortunate. At dinner, upon seeing the duck on the table, Rong Zheng casually asked, "Did you buy duck meat?" "It was brought by Sister Tao. She mentioned they had slaughtered a duck at home for us to taste. I also returned with a bowl of pig trotters." Rong Zheng chuckled, acknowledging that Yi Yun had formed a good rapport with the neighbors. As he took a piece of duck meat and placed it in his mouth, he found the texture pleasantly firm, yet there lingered a faint, gamey taste. Frowning slightly, he chewed a few times before swallowing. The preparation of duck here lacks proper techniques for eliminating the gamey flavor. How I miss the modern zhou heiya, with its classic and distinctive sweet spicy flavor, perfectly paired with beer, making it impossible to stop eating while watching television. Wait a moment, my mother has attempted a variety of specialty dishes at home, even trying her hand at zhou heiya. I assisted her, but after several failures, she wore a look of disappointment. My father, the devoted husband, even invited a chef to teach her. Perhaps we should consider making braised duck ourselves? If executed well, we could open a shop in town. Ayun, do you know which family in our village raises ducks for sale? There are a few families at the village head that specifically raise ducks to sell in town. Yi Yun, thinking that Rong Zheng had developed a taste for duck, asked, "Do you enjoy duck meat? I could buy one tomorrow for you. Not for myself, but to prepare something delicious for you. Then I shall visit Uncle Yi Xiong at the village head tomorrow to buy one." Rong Zheng shook his head, suggesting, "Let us buy 6. Tomorrow, I will accompany you." Although his memory was exceptional, he lacked confidence, estimating that it would take several attempts to perfect the dish. All right, Ye Yun replied. Yi Chun, hearing Rong Zheng mention preparing a delicious meal, curiously inquired, Brother Rong, what delectable dish is it? Duck stew, perhaps? Braised duck. I shall let you taste it once it's ready, Rong Zheng responded. Yes. Yi Chun was always delighted by Rong Zheng's culinary creations, and he continued to eat with great anticipation in his heart. The following day, Rong Zheng and Yi Yun selected 6 plump ducks, each weighing between 80 to 121, sold by weight. Upon recognizing Rong Zheng, Yi Xiong greeted him with a smile, for the village spoke highly of Rong Zheng as the top scholar. Indeed, he was quite remarkable. Rong Zheng, since it's you, I'll give you a discount of 5 per duck. Thank you, Uncle Yi Xiong, Rong Zheng replied. In our countryside, there is no need for such formality. Upon returning home, Rong Zheng first attended to 3 of the ducks, while the others were kept in a cage by Yi Yun. He rolled up his sleeves, slaughtering the ducks, scalding them to remove the feathers, and then gutting them. Each organ was rinsed thoroughly with clean water, soaking them to remove any blood, changing the water multiple times until it ran clear. After this laborious process, it was nearly noon, proving to be quite time-consuming. After lunch, he began to prepare the broth, having already procured the necessary ingredients with Yi Yun's help. The broth's components were quite elaborate, including pork bones, old hen, beef bones, pig skin, ginger, and white wine. The cost of this exquisite broth was not trivial, causing Yi Yun's eyes to widen in astonishment upon hearing the ingredients. As the broth simmered, Rong Zheng prepared the marinade, soaking the spices in water for 15 minutes before draining and setting them aside. The caramelization of sugar was crucial. He melted the sugar before adding a small amount of the broth. Once the spices and caramel were ready, they were combined into the broth. He stirred vigorously over high heat to ensure the seasonings dissolved completely, then turned off the heat to let it sit for a while. The final step involved braising the duck. The ratio of broth to duck was approximately 1:1. For instance, 10 pounds of broth would accompany 10 pounds of duck. There was a specific order for adding the duck parts. First the necks and legs into the boiling marinade, followed by the heads and gizzards after about 15 minutes, and subsequently the wings and tongues, allowing it to simmer for a time before serving. Rong Zheng retrieved the duck pieces from the large pot, shaking off the marinade. He sorted the heads, wings, and necks onto plates, inspecting a neck in his hand with satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. The marinade is sufficiently thick, and the glaze on the neck is superb." Yi Yun had been assisting nearby, and, seeing Rong Zheng's joyful expression, asked, "Did it succeed? Can we eat now?" Rong Zheng shook his head, explaining, "They need to cool first. Currently, they're a deep red-black. After resting for a while, the color will intensify. Let us take them outside. Ideally, they should be refrigerated, but given the current weather conditions and the absence of ice, they would simply be placed in the yard to cool in the breeze." Once the duck pieces had cooled, Rong Zheng examined them, finding them sticky to the touch. He carried them to the kitchen counter to cut the necks and heads, ensuring they were cooled sufficiently to avoid falling apart. Observing the deep color inside the duck pieces, it was evident that they had absorbed the flavors well. He picked up a duck neck and offered it to Yi Yun, saying, "Would you like to try?" He began to partake in the meal himself, finding it quite delightful. If the broth were simmered a bit longer, the results would be even more exquisite. Today was merely a preliminary trial to quickly assess the outcome. There was a hint of sweetness. After chewing a few times, Yi Yun noted the spiciness. Delicious. The combination of sweet and spicy flavors, with a crispy exterior and tender, flavorful interior, compelled him to indulge bite after bite. "Don't overindulge," he cautioned. "I'll take 2 bowls to Wang Zhe's house for them to sample and hear their feedback." As Rong Zheng carried the bowls outside, he called to Yi Chun, who was practicing with a branch. "Xiao Chun, it's ready. I'll bring it to the courtyard for your brother Yin. We shall dine outdoors tonight." Wang Zhang tried a duck head and remarked, tasty, very well seasoned." Wang Liang added, "The first bite is slightly sweet, but then it turns spicy, becoming increasingly numbing and fragrant with each bite." After finishing a duck wing, he quickly reached for a duck tongue. The others who sampled it were equally effusive in their praise. Wang Zhe exclaimed, "How did you make this? It's far tastier than what one finds in restaurants." If you set up a stall, it would surely be a tremendous success. He gave Rong Zheng a thumbs up. Rong Zheng replied, I plan to try selling it at a stall in the future. The adults understood immediately. If he intended to sell, the secret recipe must remain undisclosed, and thus they refrained from inquiring about the preparation. Upon returning home, Yiyan noticed a pile of bones on the table, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Although Rong Zheng had cautioned against overeating, he had unknowingly consumed a considerable amount alongside Xiao Chun. The dish was simply too delicious to resist. Seeing the guilty look in his husband's eyes, Rong Zheng smiled indulgently. That evening, as Rong Zheng held Yiyan close, he remarked, I want to make a large pot next time and set up a stall in town. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. It was absolutely delicious, Yiyan replied, still savoring the taste. He had never encountered such delectable braised duck before, yet the cost was somewhat high. Over 200 coins for 3 ducks, and an additional 150 for the bones and meat in the broth, plus 50 for the spices. Today's pot had likely cost around 400 coins. Little steward, your arithmetic skills are quite impressive now, Rong Zheng praised. He often took the time to teach Yiyun and Yi Chun simple arithmetic, opting not to use the convoluted methods found in the era's textbooks, which were notoriously difficult to comprehend. Instead, he imparted foundational concepts of modern mathematics, enabling them to perform basic calculations swiftly. Yiyan basked in the compliment, nestling his head against Rong Zheng's shoulder. Having spent so much time together, he perceived Rong Zheng as a treasure, always full of surprises, adept at cooking, teaching them to read and write, and even instructing them in arithmetic. He felt immensely fortunate to have married such a remarkable person. Noticing his husband's affectionate proximity, Rong Zheng gently caressed his hair and continued, the cost is somewhat steep, but we'll see how sales go. Now let us get some sleep. Yiyun replied obediently. Chapter 48. The young scholar Yiyun was awakened by the first rays of morning sunlight, slowly opening his eyes to find that Rong Zheng had already risen. He donned his outer garment and, stifling a yawn, stepped outside. As he passed the study, he noticed Rong Zheng seated at the table, fully engrossed in his work. He immediately silenced his yawn and gazed quietly. With his hair elegantly tied up, Rong Zheng delicately turned the pages of his book, his gaze lowered in profound concentration. Yiyun, is your husband so captivating that you cannot bear to divert your eyes? Rong Zheng's voice rang out, laced with a hint of playful mockery. He turned his head slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. He had noticed his spouse's gaze upon him from the start. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, even the slightest movement drew his attention. Rong Zheng's striking appearance, coupled with this sudden glance, rendered a breathtaking visual impact. Yiyun's cheeks flushed almost instantly, and she hastily averted her gaze, stammering, I need to wash up before hurriedly taking her leave. Observing Yiyun's flustered retreat, a flicker of helplessness and affection crossed Rong Zheng's eyes. His spouse's shyness was endearing, yet he pondered how they would consummate their marriage in such circumstances. Today, the results of the provincial examination were to be announced, and Yiyun still accompanied Rong Zheng to witness the event. They arrived somewhat late, and the crowd was immense. Even arriving early would have made little difference, as those residing nearby had already gathered before dawn to await the announcement. The unveiling of the examination results was akin to that of the county exam, with officials posting the list and, at the appointed hour, unveiling the red silk covering the results. The provincial examination admitted 50 candidates, categorized into 2 grades, A and B, with the top 10 securing grade A, while the rest were classified as grade B. Though Rong Zheng appeared outwardly calm, an undercurrent of anxiety stirred within him. He was confident in his performance, yet the specter of unforeseen circumstances loomed. The incident with Su Qi had left him suspicious. If Su Qi had indeed placed 11th, the subsequent actions against the county scholar were quite intriguing. Thus, it seems Su Qi could not have ranked 11th. The only one whose position might warrant such risky favoritism from the county scholar would be the first place, for the rankings were distinctly divided between first and non-first. Rong Zheng surmised that his examination paper may have been tampered with, though the specifics eluded him. Fortunately, the irregularity had been detected. Otherwise, he would have remained blissfully unaware. In this dynasty, power and rank could crush the common citizen. Being a mere ordinary person, how could he seek redress? He instructed Yi Yun to wait on the periphery as he prepared to push forward, when suddenly a voice called out, "The first place goes to Rong Zheng, candidate number 60, hailing from our town." Indeed, it is Rong Zheng again. How impressive. Is he aiming for the little 3 yuan? What is the little 3 yuan? With a sigh of relief, Rong Zheng acknowledged that his examination number was 60, marking his entry into the ranks of scholars. This was his first identity as a scholar. And while it may not hold significant weight in the grand hierarchy of the imperial examination, it nonetheless subtly elevated his status. In future legal matters, he could now refer to himself as a scholar, no longer just a commoner. In court, he would have a seat, unlike a mere merchant, who, regardless of wealth, would find no such privilege. Furthermore, his dignity as a scholar granted him protection. Even in the face of mistakes, the county magistrate could not arbitrarily punish him. In social gatherings, he would now have the right to dine with officials, a minor elevation in social standing that money could not procure. This exemplifies the disparities wrought by different social strata. In this era, only through diligent study could one hope to ascend the social ladder. Having heard his name called, Rong Zheng chose not to press forward, but instead turned back to join Yi Yun. Yi Yun also heard the discussions around him, declaring his husband as the top scholar. His eyes sparkled with joy, and together with Rong Yuyan, they hastily returned home. The governor had dispatched 2 constables to their residence to convey the good news and present rewards. This time, the reward consisted of 10 acres of rice paddy, a generous sum valued at approximately 100 taels. After all, being the top scholar was equivalent to achieving first place in the entire city. The village was once again abuzz. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Rong Zheng and had whispered behind their backs were now rendered speechless. The village chief beamed widely, revealing a row of gleaming teeth, for the village had finally produced a student, and a double top scholar at that. A true glory. Rong Zheng and Yi Yun graciously received wave after wave of villagers coming to offer their congratulations, accepting the gifts of poultry and fruits, while politely declining anything too extravagant. As for becoming a student, Rong Zheng was not overly exhilarated. While gaining such status was indeed challenging, the town had never lacked scholars over the years, with the title of Shiozai still being somewhat rare. Thus, what delighted him most was securing the top position, a testament to his undeniable scholarly talent. The road to the imperial examination was long, and it always required a measure of confidence and motivation to inspire progress. Indeed, the future looked promising. What Rong Zheng did not know was that he had nearly lost the top position. The story began before the announcement was made. The governor, scrutinizing the 10 exceptionally outstanding examination papers selected by the examiners, wore a solemn expression as he reviewed them, occasionally nodding in approval or furrowing his brow in contemplation. For he was to select the top scholar from among them. After examining several papers, he pinched the bridge of his nose, taking a brief respite before picking up the next one. He noticed that the handwriting on this particular paper was remarkably exquisite, clearly the result of diligent practice. Such beautiful penmanship indicated a diligent individual, undoubtedly possessing an extraordinary character, the governor remarked approvingly. The deputy examiner, observing the paper in the governor's hands, immediately recognized it. "My lord, not only is the handwriting beautiful, but the thought process behind the answers is also refreshingly innovative." "Oh," the governor turned to the deputy examiner, intrigued by his praise for the paper. "Let me take a closer look." Moments later, he exclaimed, "Well done. This essay exhibits lofty ideals and rigorous logic. No wonder you regard it with such esteem." The governor glanced at the name inscribed on the paper, reading aloud, "Rong Zheng." That name sounds familiar. "My lord, do you recall the incident involving the county magistrate Pei Guangshan from Guangnan, who reported on the impropriety of the county's educational supervisor, Su Huaqing? This matter pertains to the student named Rong Zheng." The governor squinted in recollection. "Ah, so this is the student who nearly went unnoticed." He looked at the paper in his hand once more, realizing why Su Huaqing had risked favoritism. Rong Zheng's answers were indeed remarkable. showcasing a depth of thought that surpassed his contemporaries, thus justifying his claim to the top position. After reviewing the remaining papers and making comparisons, he selected the two best submissions, but found himself in a quandary. In terms of performance, Rong Zheng was undoubtedly the best, yet he hailed from an obscure village, of humble origins, and was relatively unknown, whereas the other candidate, named Wan Yin, was from the prestigious Bailu Academy in the capital. Renowned for both his exceptional talent and commendable character, possessing a reputation that was anything but ordinary. The governor had encountered him during a visit to the academy, where he had found him to be as gentle as jade, a true paragon of virtue. In regard to Rong Zheng, he was an unfamiliar figure to me. However, judging by his exquisite handwriting and the grandeur of his composition, it is evident that he possesses remarkable talent. It is indeed rare to encounter such profound essays. The deputy examiner, evidently impressed by Rong Zheng's scholarly prowess, noted the hesitation of the governor and urged, "My lord, Rong Zheng has already secured the top position in the county examination. Should he achieve another, it would mark him as a dual laureate." His responses reflect a distinctly elevated level of thought, elegantly articulated and effortlessly crafted. Such capability could very well lead him to attain the minor third prize, paving the way for a remarkable future. The governor pondered for a considerable time. Wan Yin is well known in the provincial city, but in terms of scholarly merit, as evidenced by the examination papers, he falls slightly short of Rong Zheng. The chief examiner of the imperial examination will be appointed by the emperor, predominantly comprising members from the Hanlin Academy. Thus, the reputation of an individual from a provincial city bears little weight unless they are renowned across the nation. Eventually, the governor designated Rong Zheng as the top candidate, expressing a wish that he would not disappoint expectations and that one day he might achieve the distinction of minor third prize. Should a minor third prize emerge from his jurisdiction, it would reflect positively on his governance, as it contributes to the selection of exceptional talent for the nation. Unbeknownst to Rong Zheng, this was all unfolding. Chapter 49. Inebriation. Rong Zheng arrived at the academy to inform Master Zhao of his ranking. Master Zhao replied, "Congratulations, Rong Zheng. You're the most outstanding student I have ever taught. By the way, are you considering participating in the upcoming provincial examination this August?" "I shall not partake. Perhaps in 2 years." Rong Zheng shook his head. The provincial examination occurs triannually, with one scheduled for this August. Missing it means waiting another 2 years. Time is pressing. It is better not to participate and to strive for another 2 years, with a chance to secure the minor third prize. Master Zhao held high hopes for Rong Zheng. "Do you have any plans ahead?" "I will remain in the town to prepare, continuing my recitations and practicing the 8-legged essay and regulated verse." The content of the provincial examination is largely akin to that of the county and district assessments. Master Zhao frowned. "I actually wish to suggest that you pursue your studies in the provincial city. The merit of dual laureates could facilitate your admission into Bailu Academy, a prestigious institution that gathers talented individuals from all corners, greatly benefiting your future in the imperial examinations." He did not believe he had the capacity to guide Rong Zheng any further. Such talent ought to seek higher learning for greater enlightenment opportunities. "Master, I understand your perspective, but I currently do not intend to study in the provincial city. I will reconsider next year." Rong Zheng briefly explained his reasons, fundamentally rooted in financial constraints. Master Zhao comprehended well. The cost of living in the provincial city is high. While it might be manageable for one person, sustaining a family of 3 is indeed a formidable challenge. Having experienced similar hardships himself, he understood the struggles of being impoverished. Balancing teaching while preparing for the scholar examination, without funds, progress is nearly impossible. Though he felt it a pity that Rong Zheng would not abandon his spouse, he could not help but lament the lost opportunity. In truth, if you are willing, there are merchants and local gentry who would likely be inclined to sponsor your education. Merchants often delight in investing in promising scholars, providing timely assistance when students are financially strained, betting on their potential, and fostering relationships that may yield immeasurable returns in the future. In this era, not only merchants but also many scholarly families are inclined to nurture and elevate learned individuals. especially those exceptional talents who stand out. They invest their utmost efforts to support these youths, paving their paths to officialdom, fostering a sense of gratitude that transforms them into reliable assistants and representatives of the family within the corridors of power, thereby further consolidating and expanding the family's influence. With the dual title of the top scholar, many would be eager to support Rong Zheng, should he merely nod in agreement. However, Rong Zheng shook his head, expressing gratitude for his mentor's guidance, stating that he preferred to remain in the town to seek employment and prepare for his future studies in the provincial city. He firmly believed that what is free is often the most costly. He would never entangle himself financially with merchants or gentry, as it could lead to unforeseen perils and consequences. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press further, his mentor advised. The road to becoming a scholar is fraught with difficulties. It would be prudent for you to attend to your family matters and proceed to the academy in the provincial city as soon as possible. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Rong Zheng harbored plans of his own. He intended to journey to the provincial city by next year at the latest. The acceptance rate for scholars during this dynasty is a mere 10%, and many toil until their hair turns gray without succeeding. Thus, it is not uncommon to witness fathers and grandfathers competing alongside their sons and grandsons in the examination halls. The path to becoming a scholar is indeed arduous. After bidding farewell to Master Zhao, Rong Zheng treated his 5 companions to a meal, a promise made upon the conclusion of their examinations. Among the 5, 2 did not pass the provincial examination, Feng Zihao and Mu Han. Yet, their disappointment was hardly evident. Both were first-time candidates and took the outcome in stride. Feng Zihao cheerfully remarked, "No need to console us. Look at the top scholar over there, who has faced 3 failures himself. This is merely our first setback. It is nothing to fret over. Perhaps with more attempts, we too might become top scholars." Mu Han remained silent, raising his glass with a smile. "Is it an honor for me to comfort you both with my own failures?" Rong Zheng quipped. Chen Yujie, on the other hand, passed his first examination, ranking in the 2nd tier. His father, serving as a clerk, laid a solid foundation for his education from a young age, initiating his studies at the tender age of 5 or 6. Huang Yi also ranked in the 2nd tier, announcing, "Chen Yujie and I are soon to head to the provincial city for our studies." One relied on connections while the other on financial means, having purchased their places at the Bailu Academy. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, the gathering inevitably drew to a close. Huang Yi intentionally walked alongside Rong Zheng, patting him on the shoulder with sincerity. "Rong Zheng, should you ever find yourself at Bailu Academy, be sure to seek me out." Rong Zheng smiled in response, "I certainly will." Huang Yi's vivacious and affable demeanor, unencumbered by pretentiousness, reflected his family's commercial background, yet he dressed casually and never exhibited arrogance. Having shared a desk for nearly a year, Huang Yi's lively chatter brought much joy to Rong Zheng, alleviating the monotony of their scholarly pursuits. As twilight descended, Rong Zheng returned home, slightly inebriated. He sat at the bedside, contemplating the paths diverging for his classmates, a hint of melancholy washing over him as he gazed upwards. Lost in thought, at that moment, Yiyan entered the room, having just bathed and clad in a white nightgown. Rong Zheng glanced over, noting the gentle expression on his spouse's face, glistening with moisture, the tips of his hair dampened. With a casual cinching of his waistcloth, his figure was accentuated, easily grasped by a single hand. He began to feel parched, and as someone approached, he seized them and unceremoniously pushed them onto the bed. "Ah!" Yiyan gasped in surprise, about to call out. However, he was immediately silenced by an overwhelming barrage of kisses. Their breaths intertwined, and emotions flowed freely. Chapter 50. Setting up the stall before dawn. Rong Zheng was diligently preparing for their stall, bustling in and out to organize everything. The previous day, the 3 of them had braised over 20 ducks. Rong Zheng and Yiyan rolled up their sleeves to slaughter the ducks, pluck their feathers, remove the innards, and wash each one meticulously before soaking them until they turned pale. Though he had occasionally cooked at home before his time travel, handling a few ducks was one thing. Now, faced with the task of managing dozens, he found it rather overwhelming. Understanding Rong Zheng's intention to earn money through the stall, Yiyan decided to forego assisting Dr. Yi to learn medicine and stayed home to help. Rong Zheng, concerned that his partner would find the duck slaughtering too arduous, wished for him to handle only a few. Yiyan, slightly irritated, declared, "Am I not someone who can endure hardship? I am your partner, and I shall share both joys and tribulations with you." Rong Zheng felt a pang of sweetness in his heart, resolving to treat Yi Yun even better. Initially, he thought he could handle more ducks quickly, thus sparing Yi Yun from excessive fatigue. Little did he know that after Yi Yun clarified the process, his nimble hands and feet outperformed Rong Zheng's, ultimately urging him to oversee the braising soup. Rong Zheng recalled that his partner had once managed over 10 acres of land single-handedly, proving far more capable than himself. Yichen also refrained from playing outside, recognizing the busy preparations for the stall at home and wisely choosing to assist with kindling the fire and passing items. On the day of their official launch, Rong Zheng and Yiyan were busy transferring basin after basin of duck products onto a small cart, finally covering it with a lid. This cart had recently been crafted by a village carpenter, constructed from sturdy logs with 4 wooden wheels. It featured 2 tiers. The upper level, a flat wooden board, was designated for the basins holding the braised duck products, neatly categorized into duck necks, tongues, heads, wings, and gizzards. The lower tier was divided into 2 sections, one side containing 2 drawers, one large for cloths and a water jug, and the smaller for money, while the other side was left open for packing tools like oil paper and wooden skewers, along with bowls and plates. A thick curtain covered the top, shielding them from sunlight and rain. A small brass bell hung at one corner of the cart. When gently shaken, it produced a clear and melodious sound that echoed through the air, designed to attract the attention of passers-by. Altogether, the materials cost 500 won. Once everything was in order, Rong Zheng pushed the cart forward, the wheels creaking against the ground. It took nearly 2 hours to walk to the town. Necessitating a brisk pace. Yi Yun accompanied Rong Zheng, drawing on his previous experience selling wild vegetables to navigate the operation more adeptly. Upon reaching the main street of the town, Yi Yun first visited the office to obtain a wooden sign. Setting up a stall on the main street required a management fee of 21, whereas smaller side streets allowed for spontaneous placements. Rong Zheng positioned the cart at the designated spot marked by the sign, and as they organized their goods, the main street gradually became lively. This street was the most bustling in town, teeming with people, and stalls selling breakfast and noodles had already set up, enveloped in white steam, with a cacophony of noise and a rich atmosphere of culinary delights. Rong Zheng jingled the small brass bell affixed to the front of his cart, calling out, "Exquisite marinated duck, exquisite marinated duck. Don't miss out as you pass by. You can sample before purchasing." He had named this delicacy exquisite marinated duck and affixed a sign to the front of his cart. Upon hearing that there was meat to sample, a crowd quickly gathered. Yiyan stood at the stall, holding a dish filled with small pieces of duck meat, each pierced by a tiny wooden skewer. Rong Zheng announced, "Dear guests, do try our secret marinated duck. The skin is crispy, the meat tender, infused with a savory marinade that is sweet and spicy, ensuring you'll crave more." The onlookers were unreserved, eagerly picking up skewers to taste. The deep color of the meat indicated it had been thoroughly marinated. They remarked, first sweet, then spicy, with a delightful tingle, a truly unique flavor. The outer skin is crisp, while the inner meat is succulent. "Delectable. How much is it?" several inquired. Rong Zheng replied, "Duck necks are 10 coins each. Duck tongues and heads are 8 coins. Duck wings with more meat are 15 coins. Duck legs are 25 coins. And duck feet." Upon hearing the prices, some hesitated, thinking them rather steep. "Esteemed guests, the marinade is crafted from premium ingredients, including pork bones, resulting in considerable cost. You may purchase a few to sample. I assure you, you will become addicted." At that moment, a young servant pushed forward. His master had sent him to seek out distinctive delicacies, and after sampling a small piece of duck, he exclaimed, "This sweet and spicy flavor is truly remarkable. I'll take 5 of these, and those, and these as well," pointing at several bowls. Rong Zheng quickly wrapped them in oil paper, stating, "That will be 215 coins. Today is our opening day, so I'll waive the change and charge you only 210 coins." The servant readily paid, and Yi Yun tucked the money into the drawer of the cart. With the first sale made, the subsequent orders followed, albeit cautiously due to the prices, seeking to buy a few to let their children indulge. I'll have 3 duck necks, please. I want 2 each of duck wings and feet, and I'll take a duck tongue. Rong Zheng prepared the packages while Yi Yun collected the payments. And soon the morning had passed with a bustling success, selling over half of their stock. At noon, the two took turns to enjoy a bowl of noodles, then returned to their stall. Meanwhile, the first servant who had purchased the marinated duck returned home to his plump young master, saying, "Young master, there's a new stall on the main street selling marinated duck. You must try it." The young master unwrapped the oil paper and began to eat. Sweet and spicy, with a lingering, tingling sensation. With his mouth full of meat, he spoke indistinctly, marveling at how the duck was so richly flavored and aromatic. "I've never tasted such exquisite marinated duck." He ate voraciously, and soon he reached for more, only to discover the oil paper was empty, complaining, "Why did I buy so little?" The young servant stared wide-eyed at the pile of duck bones, unsure of how to respond. The young master, realizing he had unconsciously devoured quite a bit, found himself increasingly enamored with the taste. "Quickly, go buy some more. I have arranged to meet my classmates at the tea house, and I shall bring some for them to try as well." He added, "Your choice of delicacies is commendable. You shall be rewarded." "Of course, thank you, young master." The servant beamed with joy as he received his reward. However, when the young servant went to seek it again, he discovered that the exquisite braised duck was nearly sold out, and he could only purchase the remaining few. By the time it was 4/4 past the hour of Wu, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock was entirely depleted, which was considerably earlier than anticipated. Rong Zheng tidied up the cart, and the two returned home. Yi Chen opened the door, exclaiming, "Brother, Rongge, I have prepared hot water for you. Please wash up first. I thought you would be hungry upon your return, and there is rice in the pot, kept warm for you." Rong Zheng affectionately ruffled Xiao Chen's hair, saying, "Xiao Chen, you are truly considerate." He instructed Yi Yun to bathe first while he cleaned the small cart. Xiao Chen beamed at the praise, eager to contribute to the family. "All right, once I finish bathing, I will stir-fry the dishes." "Good." Chapter 51. Hiring long-term laborers, Rong Zheng washed the cart in the courtyard, first removing the drawer that held the money and placing it indoors, then wiping down the cart's surface. The sales of the braised duck had exceeded expectations today, yet there was a shortage of hands to help. Processing the ducks was quite time-consuming, especially with only 3 people in the household, and Xiao Chen was still a child. It seemed necessary to hire additional help, specifically to handle the slaughtering and cleaning of the ducks in the courtyard. This way, upon returning from the market, he could immediately begin the braising, allowing for a more efficient operation the following morning. Who should he hire? As Rong Zheng pondered, he heard a voice calling, "Boss, are you there?" It was Yao Jijing and his wife, Ding Shi. Rong Zheng acknowledged them and sent Xiao Chun to open the door. Ding Shi, holding a basket of vegetables, smiled warmly. "Boss, our son went up the mountain to pick some Chinese tune and brought it to you. This stir-fried tune with eggs is absolutely delicious. I specifically selected the tenderest ones for you. I hope you enjoy it." As she spoke, she extended the basket forward. "How thoughtful. Annie, thank you." Rong Zheng accepted the basket and instructed Xiao Chun to take it to the kitchen for Yi Yun. Upon seeing the cart, Yao Jijing curiously inquired, "Boss, are you setting up a stall?" "Yes, today is the first day of my stall. I am merely testing the waters." "Are you here to register your working days?" Yao Jijing nodded eagerly, "Indeed. You continue with your tasks. We shall wait in the courtyard so as not to delay you." "Not all. Please have a seat. I will fetch the registration book." Rong Zheng set aside the cloth, washed his hands, and returned to the house to retrieve the book, registering their names. He had been contemplating hiring someone to assist with the slaughtering of ducks, and this honest couple seemed trustworthy, making them suitable candidates for his inquiry. "By the way, I would like to discuss something with you both. We have recently acquired an additional 10 acres of farmland, and with the stall requiring attention, there are many miscellaneous tasks to attend to. I am considering hiring long-term laborers. I wanted to see if you two would be interested. The wage is 600 a month, paid monthly." This 10 acres of land was a reward for Rong Zheng achieving the top score in the provincial examination. Long-term laborers are akin to permanent workers, whereas the previous arrangement with Yao Zheng and his wife was based on daily wages, categorizing them as temporary workers. Temporary workers typically handle a single type of agricultural task, while long-term workers are responsible for additional duties, including fetching water and other daily chores. This implies that long-term workers are exclusively dedicated to one employer, considering that the family now had a total of 23 acres of land. Coupled with the need for assistance at the stall for duck processing, hiring long-term workers seemed the most prudent choice, and Yao Zheng and his wife were indeed suitable candidates. Of course we are willing. Thank you, boss. The faces of Yao Zheng and his wife were filled with excitement. It seemed their employer intended to retain them for the long term. In the countryside, aside from the landlords, hiring laborers is quite rare, as families typically manage their own tasks without incurring costs. Thus, the couple only tended to the 13 acres of land belonging to Rong Zheng, which meant their paid working days were limited. They also needed to venture into the mountains to gather firewood for sale in town, yet the returns from firewood were minimal. Initially, the couple had been content, but since Rong Zheng employed them as tenant farmers, their circumstances had improved compared to their previous struggles. They no longer had to sell their children's lives for survival, and their household could even afford a meal of meat once a month. Now, with the prospect of becoming full-time workers, it signified a stable annual income, further enhancing their financial situation. The two of them could earn nearly 15 taels a year. By year's end, they could finally provide new clothes for their children, who had been wearing their older siblings' tattered garments, resembling little beggars. Although 15 taels was not a large sum in a farming household, their situation was dire. They had fled famine to arrive at a village without rice fields, relying solely on selling their labor for sustenance. Seeing the couple's enthusiasm, Rong Zheng continued, "Very well, I shall draft the contract. Shall we commence tomorrow?" "Certainly. We shall diligently tend to your fields and attend to any household chores you require," they replied eagerly. Rong Zheng took out paper and pen to draft the agreement, and Yao Zheng and his wife beamed with delight. "Oh, and we will not provide meals," he added. "What if I increase your pay by 200 a month?" He proposed, "The secret recipe for our marinated duck must remain confidential. We shall not allow outsiders into the kitchen." "Agreed. We shall heed your wishes. Being from the same village, we can return home quickly. Our eldest child can already cook." 200 will suffice, they responded. After they affixed their handprints, they sought the village chief's seal to finalize the agreement. The chief was not surprised by Rong Zheng's ability to hire long-term workers. After all, he was now a student and had even been rewarded with 10 acres of rice fields by the governor. The chief's wife, standing in the courtyard with a handful of fresh vegetables, remarked to her husband as they watched Rong Zheng and his group depart. Ever since marrying, Rong Zheng has undergone a remarkable transformation. His life is flourishing, and now he can afford to employ 2 long-term workers. He is rivaling the landlords, the village chief replied. The landlords can hardly compare. Rong Zheng is an educated man, having excelled as the top scholar in the entire prefecture. Such achievements are invaluable, and his future is boundless. After a brief pause, he cautioned, "We must treat his family with respect henceforth." "Of course. Do you think I am one to be ungrateful?" During dinner, Rong Zheng discussed the matter with Yun. "Tomorrow, I will have them come over to slaughter the ducks. You should stay home to oversee things. I will return in the afternoon to prepare the marinated duck." "Do you think you can manage the stall alone?" she inquired. "Yes. It is crucial that our method for marinating ducks remains secret. Someone must stay home. I will buy ducks after selling. There are few duck farmers in the village, so I will check the neighboring village. What if we raise some ducklings ourselves?" Yi Yun suggested. Rong Zheng shook his head. "We lack sufficient manpower at home. Besides, it remains uncertain whether the marinated duck will continue to sell well. We shall see how it goes." "Very well, I shall follow your lead." In the evening, after preparing the duck, Rong Zheng asked, "Shall we tally today's earnings?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Rong Zheng lifted the small drawer filled with copper coins and placed it on the table, carefully counting alongside Yi Yun. The clinking of coins resonated as they calculated. To their astonishment, after deducting the costs of purchasing the duck and the marinating ingredients, they still had 2 taels remaining. This profit was substantial. If they could maintain such earnings daily, They would accumulate 60 taels in a month, enough to settle in the capital city after a year. Yi Yun's heart soared at the thought, recalling Rong Zheng's mention of their plans to earn enough to move to the capital, where Rong Zheng intended to continue his studies at the academy and take the imperial examinations. He meticulously wrapped the coins in cloth and tucked them away in the innermost part of the wardrobe. As they lay in bed, the first day's business had been quite successful, and Rong Zheng felt particularly joyful, filled with renewed vigor as he discussed preparations for duck goods with Yi Yun. Initially, Yi Yun responded attentively, but his voice gradually softened until it transformed into a gentle, rhythmic sound of breathing. The fatigue from the past few days weighed heavily upon him. His eyelids grew heavier, and he ultimately fell asleep in Rong Zheng's embrace. Rong Zheng gazed down at his slumbering face, his heart swelling with tenderness. This was someone who shared both joys and hardships with him. He leaned down and softly kissed Yi Yun's forehead, tucking him in snugly. The next day, they resumed their stall. Just as Rong Zheng positioned the cart and prepared to ring the bell to attract customers, someone approached, exclaiming, "I came out early this morning just to buy your exquisite marinated duck. My child had one yesterday and has been clamoring for more. Of course, ma'am. I will pack it for you right away." Soon, more customers arrived, and before long, a small queue had formed. The marinated duck, with its perfect balance of sweet and spicy flavors, was irresistible. "I bought 4 duck necks yesterday, and I can't get enough of them," one patron remarked. "Indeed, I had to come back for more. Just one look at the stall makes me want to buy. It's delicious, but it is rather pricey, over 10 coins for just a small piece of meat. I suppose I'll have to sacrifice a couple of pork meals for this duck." Passers-by, noticing the line at the stall, curiously craned their necks, thinking to themselves, with so many people in line, it must be exceptionally good. I certainly cannot miss out on this. There is a natural tendency in people to be drawn to cues, leading to the phenomenon known in psychology as herd behavior. Observing the growing crowd, Rong Zheng hastened his packing. He was quite busy managing customers, preparing orders, and collecting payments, barely finding time to drink water. His throat beginning to feel parched. Some customers, upon hearing that a duck head cost over 10 coins, winced at the expense, complaining it was too dear. Rong Zheng smiled and said, "My family's secret marinated duck is made with rich, meaty broth. Otherwise, the flavor could not be this intense. It's merely a hard-earned profit, and I assure you, once you taste it, you will be satisfied." By midday, they had sold out. After having a meal, Rong Zheng went to the slaughter market to inquire about where to buy ducks. After placing an order, he pushed the cart back home. It was truly exhausting. The village was quite far from the town, and although the cart was small, it took nearly 2 hours of strenuous effort to push it back on foot. Upon returning home, the Yao couple had already departed, leaving several large basins in the courtyard filled with duck delicacies. Yi Yun, holding a handkerchief, gently wiped the sweat from Rong Zheng's brow. "The marinated broth is simmering. You should take a shower first. I'll clean up the cart." He remained at home to oversee the processing of the duck and the preparation of the broth, a task not particularly taxing. Remember to remove the drawer with the money. Rong Zheng, drenched in sweat and feeling sticky, hurried off to wash himself and alleviate his discomfort. When he emerged from the bath, the cart had been scrubbed spotless, and its contents were neatly arranged beside it, all drying in the courtyard. Having a husband is indeed a blessing. The household was in perfect order. As evening fell, he resumed marinating the duck, with Yi Yun assisting by his side. After a long day's work, Rong Zheng lay on the bed, drowsy. Observing his fatigue, Yi Yun's eyes reflected concern. Rong Zheng had worked tirelessly at the stall all day. He reached out to knead Rong Zheng's shoulders and back, applying just the right amount of pressure. "Is that firm enough?" Rong Zheng had initially hesitated, but yielding to his husband's insistence, he comfortably closed his eyes. "Stop if your hands tire. I want to buy a horse specifically to pull the cart. It will save us considerable time. Go ahead." Half a month passed, and news of Rong Zheng's daily stall selling marinated duck spread throughout the village. His household was quite prominent lately. They had hired the Yao couple as permanent workers and acquired a horse, with frequent deliveries of ducks arriving by ox cart. More significantly, his stall in town attracted long lines of customers every day. The village chief approached Rong Zheng with a proposal. since you are purchasing such a large quantity of ducks, how about I encourage villagers to raise ducks to sell to you? It would be convenient for you and provide additional income for the villagers. As a village leader, he felt a sense of responsibility to consider the welfare of the community. Rong Zheng understood the chief's intentions and readily agreed, and they negotiated a price for the ducks. The chief praised him repeatedly and promptly convened a village meeting to announce the initiative, inviting those willing to raise ducks to sign up, guaranteeing a steady market for their produce. This opportunity attracted numerous households to enlist. However, some villagers expressed apprehension, questioning how long Rong Zheng's marinated duck stall could sustain its success, thus opting to observe rather than participate. Business continued to flourish, with an ever-increasing crowd gathering at his stall. Although they complained about the higher prices of his marinated duck, they consistently returned, for such exquisite flavors could only be found here. In recent days, many vendors on the street, witnessing the booming success of Rong Zheng's marinated duck, began to imitate him, launching their own versions at lower prices in an attempt to attract customers. Yet, those who sampled these alternatives returned disappointed, discovering that they lacked the authentic taste. Some were overly sweet, others excessively spicy, or poorly marinated, resulting in a lack of flavor and texture. Ultimately, after comparing the offerings, they found themselves back in line at Rong Zheng's stall, content to wait. These imitators, unable to grasp the essence of marinated duck, soon withdrew from the competition. Among them was the town's largest restaurant, Yefeng Lu, where manager Li, seeking to enhance the establishment's competitiveness, instructed the chefs to thoroughly study the art of preparing exquisite marinated duck, hoping they could replicate its success. After exhausting all efforts to no avail, the dish presented at the dining table received unanimous disapproval from the patrons, who remarked that it fell far short of the exquisite braised duck. Consequently, the proprietor, Li, decided to personally investigate the renowned braised duck stall, believing that the vendor's limited knowledge could be overcome with a sufficiently high offer for the secret recipe. He envisioned presenting the recipe to his employer, thereby securing a noteworthy achievement. However, upon arriving at the stall, he was taken aback to discover that the owner was none other than the skilled hunter, Rong Zheng, who had frequently sold him game. A sense of foreboding gripped him, recalling that their previous dealings suggested this individual possessed considerable stature, making negotiations potentially challenging. As Rong Zheng prepared to close his stall, Li approached him and said, "Rong Hunter, I must admit I was not expecting to find the much-discussed exquisite braised duck to be your creation. Our establishment, Yefeng Tower, holds your culinary skills in high regard, and I wonder if you might grant me the honor of a private conversation." Rong Zheng nodded and followed Li to a nearby alley. "Since we are old acquaintances, I shall be forthright," Li began. "I wish to inquire if you would consider selling the secret recipe for your braised duck. I'm willing to offer 100 taels, and I hope you can part with it." Rong Zheng smiled slightly and politely declined, saying, "Li, I appreciate your kind offer, but I intend to manage this venture myself for the time being, so I have no intention of selling the recipe." "What about 200 taels?" Li countered, doubling his offer, knowing this was a substantial sum. Yet, Rong Zheng remained resolute, replying, "I truly have no desire to sell the secret." He had his own plans to open a shop in the near future and was confident that the future earnings would far exceed any current offers. Realizing that further persuasion was futile, Li shifted his approach. "In that case, I would like to place an order for your braised duck. Would you be able to supply it daily to Yefeng Tower?" There was no other way. Customers frequently inquired about the exquisite braised duck when dining at his establishment. If he procured it himself and presented it as a dish in the restaurant, he could easily charge a few more coins and still make a profit. Those who dined at Yefeng Tower were unlikely to mind the slight increase in price, as convenience and quality were paramount. "Certainly, business is always welcome," Rong Zheng replied. Chapter 53. Opening a shop more than a month had passed, yielding a profit of 150 taels. Rong Zheng resolved to rent a shop in the town. One day, he took Yi Yun with him to scout for a suitable location. The shop available for rent was ideally situated, adjacent to the bustling main street, with a front area of approximately 9 square meters and a small room and courtyard at the back, neither too large nor too small. After circling the area twice, both were quite pleased with the location. The shop's owner, Lu Yi, eagerly eagerly promoted the space, asking, "Are you two satisfied with this shop?" The location is truly unparalleled, right next to the main street, ensuring a steady stream of customers. Rong Zheng inquired, "It seems good. What is the rental price?" Lu Yi raised a hand and stated, "The previous tenant paid 10 taels. If you agree promptly, I will rent it to you for 8 taels per month. This is the lowest I can offer, as I am in a hurry to rent it out due to my family's relocation." After contemplating for a moment, Rong Zheng reflected on the several shops he had viewed, noting that while prices were similar, this one boasted the best location. He gazed at Yi Yun, who wore an expression of agreement, and thus he settled down, paying half a year's rent and signing the contract. On that very day, Rong Zheng went to purchase shelves, bowls, plates, oil paper, and other supplies for the shop, subsequently seeking out the town's carpenter to craft the sign. The two men, noticing that the day was still young, tidied up before returning home. Rong Zheng had already arranged for a cart with a canopy. Since acquiring the cart, traveling and transporting goods had become significantly easier for the family. He intended to prepare marinated duck at home and then transport it to the shop using the cart. Yi Yun selected an auspicious day to inaugurate the shop, set for 6 days hence. At the fourth watch of the day, a series of firecrackers erupted, and Rong Zheng pulled down the red silk draped over the sign, officially opening his exquisite marinated duck shop. A few days prior, while setting up his stall, Rong Zheng had been promoting the new shop to potential customers. So today, a considerable crowd gathered, and as the sound of firecrackers ceased, they surged inside. Some regular patrons noticed the addition of new vegetarian dishes and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, there are now vegetarian options. Look, aren't these edamame, dried tofu, and kelp? They certainly whet the appetite." These are the new vegetarian offerings introduced by Rong Zheng. With a storefront now available, he could display a greater variety and decided to trial these items to gauge the response. Thank you all for visiting. To celebrate our grand opening, we are offering a 20% discount today. We welcome your patronage. Upon hearing about the discount, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, eager to purchase more, as such opportunities were rare, and the children at home would surely be clamoring for a taste. There was much to be done after the shop opened. Rong Zheng enlisted Wang Zhe and his wife, Tao Miao. Wang Shi assisted in baking moving goods and cleaning in the shop for a monthly wage of 1 or 2 coins, while Tao Miao helped at home with slaughtering ducks and washing dishes for 600 won. Upon seeing Rong Zheng employ her son and daughter-in-law, Wang Zhongshi felt the household income increase significantly and repeatedly expressed her gratitude, beaming with joy. Yi Yin stood at the counter collecting payments, occasionally glancing at Rong Zheng as he busily attended to the customers, feeling a sense of satisfaction and pride. This was her husband. Yi Chen also came by today, weaving through the shop, reveling in the liveliness. When tired, he obediently sat beside the counter, watching his brother collect payments. As evening fell and the shop closed, Wang Zhe remained behind to tidy up, while the family of 3 took the cart home. Rong Zheng, born into an ancient martial family, enjoyed favorable circumstances and had pursued equestrianism as a hobby since childhood, making the driving of a cart second nature to him. Upon returning home, he needed to continue preparing marinated duck. What if we hire a servant? He proposed to Yi Yun regarding the matter of acquiring domestic help. He did not wish for Yi Yun to be burdened with the mundane tasks of boiling soup and marinating ducks at home. The first 2 months had been unavoidable, but now that the family's income was stable, it was time to seek a contracted servant to assist with household chores. As for why he opted against hiring a long-term worker, it was due to concerns regarding the secret recipe for the marinated duck in the shop's business. Such matters were best handled by someone from within the household. Currently, he was merely a student and had not yet attained the status of a scholar. In essence, he held no official title. Therefore, should he employ a servant, he would need to pay a population tax. However, the family's finances had become ample, and this expense was inconsequential. Thus, Rong Zheng and Yi Yun visited a pawn shop. In these times, there were always individuals who had suffered due to various natural disasters and accidents, unable to afford food or clothing, and resorting to selling themselves at the pawn shop simply to survive. Becoming a servant, while it entailed the loss of freedom, still allowed for the chance to live on. Upon encountering a well-to-do family, life was certainly not unbearable, especially when compared to the alternative of enduring perpetual hunger and cold. The two arrived at the pawn shop, where the proprietor warmly welcomed them. "Gentlemen, please come inside. Are you in search of servants? We have a wide selection. What type or age are you looking for? I assure you, you shall find one that meets your satisfaction." Rong Zheng intended to procure a male servant as well as a young boy or girl, approximately 14 years of age. After clarifying the request, the shopkeeper summoned suitable candidates, who stood in 2 rows, one for males and the other for females. Most of them appeared frail, their complexions a sickly yellow. The shopkeeper instructed them to raise their heads, saying, "Pay your respects. These gentlemen are seeking 2 servants. Gather your spirits. Whether you are chosen depends on your fortune." He then turned to Rong Zheng and Yi Yun, bowing respectfully. "Gentlemen, these individuals range from 13 to 18 years of age. Please take a look and see if any meet your approval." After surveying the selection, Rong Zheng noticed a well-featured, earnest-looking youth standing at the edge and chose him, just as he was about to show Yi Yun a suitable young boy or girl. The selected youth suddenly knelt down with a thud, pleading, "Sir, could you also purchase my sister? We will serve you well." The shopkeeper, alarmed by the boy's desperation, was about to reprimand him when Rong Zheng raised a hand to stop him, inquiring, "Who is your sister?" With a choked voice, the boy replied, "She is ill and unable to come out, but if treated, she could recover. Please, I beg you, take us both. I'm capable of many tasks." Tears streamed down his face as he bowed repeatedly in desperate supplication. His sister was suffering from fever, and the pawnshop was reluctant to spend money on a competent physician, instead giving her ineffective remedies to endure. The few prospective buyers showed interest only in him, unwilling to take on the burden of his sister's illness, which would require additional expenses for her treatment. No one was inclined to take that risk. Rong Zheng quickly helped him to his feet and turned to the shopkeeper, asking, "What is the situation here?" Though the shopkeeper was keen to make a profit, he was not devoid of compassion. He replied, "The siblings are 15 and 13 years old, respectively. After their father passed away, their stepmother sold them here. It is a tragic tale. Recently, the girl fell ill with a cold and fever. It cannot be blamed on us for not hiring a better doctor. After all, this pawn shop is not a charity." He spread his hands in resignation, adding, "If we do not earn money, we may end up incurring losses, which is hardly reasonable." Yi Yun tugged at Rong Zheng's sleeve, her eyes filled with sympathy. He was reminded of the days spent with his own brother, and it seemed clear that he wished to make a purchase. Rong Zheng stated, "Then please allow someone to take me to see his sister. If she proves suitable, we can discuss further." The boy, hearing a glimmer of hope, prepared to kneel again. But Rong Zheng stopped him. The shopkeeper interjected, "If you purchase both of them, I can offer you a sincere price of 15 taels for the pair. You know that usually this would cost 20 taels. I genuinely wish to provide you with a discount. That little girl is ill. If she remains unsold, she may very well perish in the pawn shop. He is also human, and his heart is not without compassion. As for whether she will receive proper treatment after being bought, that is left to fate." Rong Zheng had researched market prices before his arrival, and this offer was reasonable. "Let us see what my husband thinks." At this moment, Yi Yun emerged, nodding towards Rong Zheng. Inside, he had seen the young girl lying on the bed, her complexion pale, indeed gravely ill. The servant, noticing the 2 young masters' intent to purchase, displayed a look of relief. The young boy insisted on kneeling and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thus, Rong Zheng acquired the siblings and took them to a medical clinic where the doctor prescribed medicine. With timely administration of the medication, they would recover in about half a month. Chapter 54. Yi Yun's birthday. Upon bringing the siblings home, Rong Zheng arranged for them to stay in the West Wing. He bestowed upon them new names. The brother was named Chu Mo and the sister Chu Qing. Rong Zheng informed them, "Each of you shall receive a monthly allowance of 1 tael. If you perform well, there will be rewards." He planned for Chu Mo to learn the art of preparing marinated duck delicacies at home, while Chu Qing would first recuperate and later assist Yi Yun. With a modest household and the siblings being quite young, Rong Zheng allowed them to dine together at the table. Zu Montag was påfåendtlig grateful. Aware that many households only provided leftovers for their servants or relegated them to eating coarse rice separately. However, here was different. Not only did they spend money on his sister's medical care, but they also shared meals at the same table. More importantly, they had a monthly stipend, a privilege rarely afforded to those purchased as servants. Such benevolence from the master compelled him and his sister to serve diligently. As July approached, marking Yi Yun's birthday, Rong Zheng took Yi Chun to the town's most popular accessory shop, Shuyun Pavilion, to select a birthday gift. Upon recognizing Rong Zheng as the hunter who had sold him the red fox, shopkeeper Zhou, aware of this man's fondness for his partner, remarked on the exquisite white fox fur he had procured for his husband, a piece worth dozens of taels of silver. Familiarity bred camaraderie, and he approached cheerfully. Hunter Rong, what kind of accessory do you wish to purchase for your beloved? With my husband's birthday nearing, I wish to see if there are any special items suitable as a gift. You have come to the right place. The accessories at Shuyun Pavilion are the most sought after in the entire town. Allow me to recommend our treasured item. Shopkeeper Zhou led Rong Zheng to the display shelves, gesturing to a recently fashionable headband, quite favored by young gentlemen. Rong Zheng observed the headband, crafted from red satin, intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting two swimming dragons, embellished with tiny pure white pearls that glimmered softly, adding an air of opulence. The fabric used for this headband is exquisitely refined, as light as mist yet remarkably durable. Feel it, the texture is quite delicate. He continued to extol the embroidery, showcasing the meticulous craftsmanship from the capital's artisans, where every stitch demonstrated ingenuity. The design, featuring two dragons vying for a pearl, epitomized grandeur and elegance. Considering the investment in a luxurious collar for his husband, it was likely he would also be inclined to purchase this treasured item. Shopkeeper Zhou mused, eagerly promoting the piece. I'll take this. What is the price? With a broad smile, the shopkeeper replied, 10 taels, but since we are old acquaintances, I shall offer you a discount. 9 taels. Very well, please wrap it up. He then turned to Yi Chun. Did you find anything you like? Brother Rong, I wish to buy this white jade pendant, Yi Chun said, pointing to the pendant displayed atop the counter. Shopkeeper Zhou promptly packaged both items, and when it came time to settle the bill, Yi Chun insisted on paying himself, declaring, Brother Rong gives me an allowance every month, calling it pocket money. Having no particular expenditures, I decided to save my money, and now I possess a considerable sum of 10 taels of silver, sufficient to purchase a birthday gift for Brother Yun. The celebration for Yi Yun's birthday was modest. The shop had recently opened, and there were numerous matters to attend to, so a simple family meal sufficed. On the day of his birthday, Rong Zheng personally adorned Yi Yun with a delicate headpiece that fit perfectly on his smooth forehead, adding an enchanting grace and ethereal quality to his appearance, making him resemble a noble gentleman stepping forth from a painting. Rong Zheng's eyes glimmered as he gently leaned down, pressing a tender kiss upon Yi Yun, his voice laced with affection. Ah Yun, may your birthday be filled with joy. In that moment, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled, and, as he slightly parted his lips, it seemed to be a silent invitation, prompting Rong Zheng's tongue to glide inside. Rong Zheng held the slender waist of the man in his embrace tightly, deepening the kiss as time slipped away. After a considerable while, he reluctantly released him. Due to the lack of oxygen, Yi Yun's face flushed, his lips a vibrant shade of red. Rong Zheng hastily diverted his gaze. I shall prepare longevity noodles for you. With that, he exited the room. He truly feared that if he continued to gaze, he might succumb to more mischievous thoughts. When Yi Yun emerged, his complexion had returned to normal, though his lips retained their alluring hue. Brother Yun, this is a birthday gift for you. Yi Chun eagerly approached his brother, unable to contain his excitement. In previous years, he could only craft a grasshopper from reeds for his brother's birthday, but now, with his allowance, he could purchase a jade pendant for him, his little face beaming with pride. Yi Yun opened the brocade box and hung the pendant at his waist. This jade pendant is exquisite. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Chu Mo and Chu Qing also stepped forward. My lord, may your birthday be filled with joy. Chu Qing had taken medicine and rested for several days. Her complexion improved, no longer resembling the frail person he had first met. Hangju, Zhumo, Zhuqing. The villagers observed that Rong Zheng had opened a shop on the main street of the town and had even hired servants for his household. It appeared that the braised duck business was flourishing. While some were elated, others were troubled. Thankfully, I firmly believe that Rong Zheng will expand the duck stall. He has raised 50 to 60 Muscovy ducks, which will soon be sold to Rong Zheng's family for a handsome profit, a source of pride for the villagers. Oh dear, I'm not worried about going bankrupt, but I fear losses. I have only raised 20 ducks, lamented another villager. You should take risks. Fortune favors the bold. Another villager remarked, having raised a substantial number of ducks himself. Meanwhile, a small group of hesitant villagers, who had refrained from raising any ducks, were filled with regret. As they battled their inner turmoil, they hurried to the village chief's home to sign up for duck raising, urging for swift action. These amusing village tales were shared with Yi Yun by Ming Guer. His parents had initially worried about raising too many ducks and incurring losses, but Ming Guer informed them that Yi Yun's braised duck business was thriving. Consequently, his father stomped his foot in determination and decided to raise 100 ducks. Now beaming with joy, growing increasingly fond of Ming Guer. By the way, Brother Yun, I am preparing to get married next month, Ming Guer shyly confessed. Yun was taken aback. I had no idea. Why have you never mentioned this? Ming Guer quickly explained. It wasn't my intention to keep it from you. You've been so busy these past few months that we haven't had the chance to work on needlework together. Please don't be upset. You are my dearest friend. He grasped Yi Yun's arm and shook it playfully, saying, now that you have some free time, I must speak with you at once. Yi Yun pondered this, indeed. With so many matters at home recently, it was only after hiring servants that he found some leisure. He inquired, who is your betrothed? From a village? Yes. You've met him, Yi Lin. Yi Yun recalled that he was the one who had hunted wild boars alongside Rong Zheng, a robust figure with an honest disposition. Rong Zheng had spoken highly of him, deeming him a trustworthy man. Do your parents truly wish to marry you off so soon? Yi Yun was aware that Ming Guer's parents were rather avaricious, likely wanting to keep him around to assist with needlework for extra income. Yi Lin has provided 30 taels as a betrothal gift. That was indeed substantial. Typically, betrothal gifts in the village hovered around 15 taels for sons and slightly higher for daughters, about 20 taels. Given such a generous sum, and considering Ming Gu was their own flesh and blood, they hoped for a favorable match, even if it didn't significantly affect their finances. Yi Yun, familiar with Ming Gu, understood his parents' nature. Though greedy, they were not entirely ill-natured. He is genuinely sincere towards you. Yi Yun felt happy for Ming Gu, then teased. When did you two start seeing each other? Ming Ji's cheeks flushed slightly, his expression shy as he replied, Chapter 55, Ming Gu and Yi Lin. The story traces back 4 months. Ming Gu noticed that he had been encountering the hunter Yi Lin with increasing frequency. Yi Lin, stroking his head, cautiously retrieved a delicately carved jade hairpin from his pocket and offered it to Ming Gu, stammering, This is for you. Seeing Ming Gu hesitate to accept it, he hurriedly added, the shopkeeper said this is the most favored style among the young men. You would look splendid wearing it. I don't want it. Ming Gu gently shook his head as he clutched the basket containing his sewing work and turned to walk ahead. Today, he was heading town to deliver finished handkerchiefs and garments. Yi Lin, sensing the moment slipping away, felt anxious. This was a hairpin he had specifically sought advice on from Rong Zheng before purchasing. Was it not customary for young men to appreciate such gifts? Since that day at Rong Zheng's home, Yi Lin had been replaying the image of Ming Gu glancing up from the pavilion, fresh and pure, filling his thoughts and robbing him of sleep. His mother, noticing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, expressed her concern. Lin Air, are you troubled about hunting? Are you too fatigued? Perhaps you should rest for a few days to avoid exhausting yourself. No. Yi Lin felt too embarrassed to confess to his mother that his sleepless nights were due to thoughts of Ming Gu. After enduring this torment for some time, the simple-hearted young man could no longer resist approaching Ming Gu. He feigned a casual visit to Ming Ji's home, and when Ming Gu emerged, he gathered his courage to stop him, expression blank as he presented his offerings. Initially pragmatic, he brought gifts of mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and sparrows from his hunts, believing Ming Gu would delight in such delectable meats. Yet Ming Gu refused them all. As a young man in his 20s who had never harbored romantic feelings, he could not comprehend why Ming Gu showed no interest in food. Villagers would beam with joy at the prospect of meat. Thus, he sought an excuse to consult Rong Zheng about hunting techniques. reasoning that since Rong Zheng and his partner shared such a harmonious and beautiful relationship, he must possess insight into how to win the affection of a young man. Rong Zheng initially believed it to be a matter of importance and patiently engaged in a discussion about hunting techniques. However, he gradually sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Yilin seemed distracted, diverting the conversation elsewhere. It became apparent that he was not genuinely seeking advice on hunting skills. Speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? Yilin's face flushed slightly as he stammered, finally revealing his true intentions. If only he had mentioned it sooner. It would have spared them the wasted hours of the morning. Rong Zheng, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes in exasperation. Finding the innocence of Yilin amusing, he then offered some suggestions, recommending that Yilin consider gifting delicate ornaments such as hairpins, headbands, or bracelets. This led to the earlier scene where Yilin hurriedly caught up, his tone laced with urgency and sincerity. Wait, Minggu, what do you like? I would buy it for you, if that is acceptable. Minggu halted, tilting his head slightly. I do not wish for anything, Yilin. I must hurry to the town to deliver the finished garments. Attempting to bypass him and continue on his way, Yilin found himself at a loss. The young man simply would not accept his gifts. His lips quivered, caught between speaking and silence, evoking both amusement and pity from onlookers. Seeing Yilin remain frozen like a wooden post, Minggu could not suppress a light chuckle. Yet soon, he noticed Yilin's cautious gaze upon him and adopted a serious demeanor. I truly must leave. I cannot afford to miss the ox cart if I wish to reach the town in time. Yilin realized he could no longer impede his progress. With more people around, their exchange might attract unwanted attention. His hands fell helplessly at his sides as he stepped aside, a blend of disappointment and despondency washing over him. He came to the painful realization that Minggu did not harbor feelings for him, as he refused to accept anything he offered. He could no longer cling to him, yet the thought of him lingered stubbornly in his mind. As Minggu walked away several meters ahead, he recalled the amiable visage of the broad-shouldered, earnest young man and found him somewhat endearing. However, the image of Yilin's dejected expression tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to glance back repeatedly. Observing the solitary figure of Yilin, a wave of tenderness surged within Minggu. In the past, he had been entirely absorbed in his work, unnoticed by the men in the village who only had eyes for his sister, regarding him with disdain. Now, those same individuals acknowledged his skill in sewing, eager to marry him off for profit without considering his own desires, which filled him with resentment. Fortunately, his mother recognized her son as potential to contribute financially to the household, viewing him as a valuable asset, and thus rejected all suitors on his behalf. In contrast, Yilin was unlike those who were solely motivated by self-interest. Despite being turned down repeatedly, he continued to offer gifts without displaying anger or annoyance. Perhaps Minggu contemplated he might attempt to express his feelings to see if Yilin could accept them. He was aware of Yilin's affections but feared that a direct confession might inflict pain. Thus, he could only continue to decline the gifts. To his surprise, the young man remained steadfastly earnest, undeterred by rejection, returning time and again. Minggu had never intended to marry young. He wished to remain at home, focusing on his needlework to earn a living, with hopes of one day opening a tailor shop in town. He recognized that this might be a mere whim. Yet ever since he witnessed Yin engaging in his passions, a pang of envy stirred within him. He yearned for someone to support his own aspirations. What if his betrothed were Yilin? That individual possessed a simple-hearted nature and a pleasant temperament, and it seemed he harbored a faint affection for him as well. As this thought crossed his mind, Minggu suddenly felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He turned and briskly walked back to Yilin, extending his hand. Hey, weren't you supposed to give this to me? Yilin, understanding that the young lad was heartbroken over his earlier rejection, found himself taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Stunned for a moment, a flicker of incredulous joy illuminated his eyes as he stammered. Why you really want to accept it? Minggu felt his cheeks flush, internally chiding Yilin for his apparent obliviousness. Was his desire not obvious enough? Consequently, he feigned a stern demeanor, pretending to retract his hand. If you're not giving it, then forget it. Please, I will. Yilin hastily thrust the hairpin into Ming Guer's hand, their fingers brushing briefly, as if they had touched something exquisitely fragile. He quickly withdrew his hand, not forgetting to gently twiddle his fingers, savoring the fleeting contact. He watched Ming Guer with utmost caution, fearing his previous actions might have incited displeasure. I didn't mean to. Ming Guer, all right, I truly must head to town now. Ming Guer interrupted Yilin, his eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. After speaking, he turned and hurried away. As he observed the young man's retreating figure, Yilin stood there, grinning foolishly. Chapter 56. Apprentices wanted at the medical hall. As Rong Zheng and Yiyun passed by the Huachuntang, they noticed a notice posted outside the largest medical hall in town, announcing the recruitment of apprentices. It read, 3 apprentices needed. Interested candidates are requested to arrive at the medical hall the day after tomorrow during the Qin hour, between 7 and 9 in the morning, for a rigorous assessment. The assessment will consist of the following. 1. Identification of medicinal herbs. 2. Initial diagnosis of patients. Rong Zheng remarked, Ayun, this is an opportunity. If you become an apprentice at this esteemed medical hall, it will greatly aid your medical studies. Shall we give it a try? Do you really think I can? Yian queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. Of course. You've already accompanied Dr. Yi on consultations, little Dr. Yin. Rong Zheng chuckled, playfully pinching his husband's smooth cheek. At the break of dawn 2 days later, Rong Zheng accompanied Yi Yun to the Huachuntang, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. In ancient times, the status and prestige of physicians were quite significant. Becoming a doctor represented a transformative opportunity for ordinary individuals. Thus, many aspired to become apprentices at the medical hall, hoping to learn from the esteemed physicians and eventually succeed in their medical endeavors. As the doors of the Huachuntang slowly opened, a middle-aged steward emerged and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, this selection of apprentices will comprise 2 assessments. The first is the identification of medicinal herbs, and the second is the initial diagnosis of patients. Those who pass the first assessment will proceed to the second. Others will be eliminated. He surveyed the crowd and continued, The first assessment is about to commence. The hall is prepared with paper and pens. Those participating in the assessment may enter. Sensing Yun's inner tension, Rong Zheng gently grasped his hand, offering encouragement. Do your best. I will be waiting for you here. Yi Yun joined the queue to enter, and Rong Zheng counted approximately 30 participants. Inside the hall, tables and chairs have been arranged, with paper and pens laid out atop them. A young man in his 20s stood at the front of the hall, clad in a pale, blue-patterned robe and wearing a white jade crown. His gaze was stern. Once all the participants were seated, he spoke. There are 8 types of medicine placed on each table. I ask each of you to write down the names, effects, and contraindications of these medicines on paper, within a time limit of 15 minutes. Once completed, please submit your papers to me. Ian picked up the medicines from the table and examined them closely. After a moment of contemplation, he took up his pen and wrote, Angelica dahurica, effects, disperses wind and cold, alleviates pain, opens the nasal passages, dries dampness, and stops leukorrhea, reduces swelling and expels pus. Contraindications, due to its acrid, warm, and drying properties, those with deficiency in blood heat should avoid it. Ligusticum chuanxiong. Effects, disperses wind and cold, alleviates pain, removes dampness. Contraindications, its potent aroma, if used excessively, may induce vomiting, hence those with weak spleen and stomach should refrain. Being acrid, warm, and drying, it injures and depletes blood. Thus those with blood deficiency and deficiency headache should exercise caution. Astragalus. Effects, tonifies qi and raises yang. Forsythia. After completing his writings, Yian reviewed his work, confirming its accuracy before rising to submit his answer sheet to the young man. He was the first to finish, causing the young man to pause momentarily, glancing up to notice the vermilion mole on Yi Yun's forehead, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It was exceedingly rare for a young man to come to the medical hall as an apprentice. None had ever done so in their establishment. Firstly, young men held a lowly status, and for common families, sustaining a livelihood was already a challenge. making them reluctant to spend money on educating a young man in the arts of writing and medicine. Secondly, the traditional belief of propriety regarding interactions between men and women was particularly pronounced in the medical field, leading to difficulties in gaining acceptance. However, while the medical hall had no intention of taking young men as apprentices, they could not openly defy the edicts of the court. Ever since the current sovereign married a young man as his consort, it was explicitly mandated that no young man could be refused entry on any pretext, leading to a gradual shift in societal attitudes. This was precisely why Yi Yun had the opportunity to partake in this examination. The young man glanced down at the answer sheet in his hand. The handwriting was neat and precise, all the medicinal identifications were correct, and the effects and contraindications were elaborately detailed. This young man had evidently put considerable effort into his medical studies. Seeing Yi Yun emerge first, exuding confidence, Rong Zheng knew he must have performed well in this initial round. During the waiting period, the steward directed the removal of the long table, and 3 elderly doctors took their seats, appearing to be the evaluators for the assessment. After a quarter of an hour, the young man handed a stack of answer sheets to the steward at the entrance, then seated himself at the evaluation panel. The steward received the papers, quickly perusing them, and then announced in a booming voice, "The results of the first round of assessments are in. 10 participants have passed, with Yi Yun securing first place, followed by Lu Tong in second and Yang Kun in third." After the announcement, the steward paused briefly before commencing the second round of assessments. The path of a healer is vast and profound, and diagnosis is particularly crucial. The 4 diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation must be combined to truly discern the nature of an illness. Therefore, the second round will test your application and mastery of these 4 diagnostic techniques. 4 attending physicians have been designated as evaluators. Now, those whose names are called, please step forward to perform a preliminary diagnosis on this patient. The steward gestured lightly towards a man in his 40s seated nearby. The overseer called out names. Yi Yun. Yi Yun stepped forward, only to discover that he was but a young lad. The crowd began to murmur, most of them deridingly. "Look at that young boy. He dares to participate in the selection for the medical apprentice? Shouldn't he be at home managing domestic affairs and raising children? Has he even married? If his husband knew he was here, mingling with other men, he would surely be furious. Truly, what a disgraceful and shameless act." Some, unable to tolerate the mockery, retorted, "What does it matter to you how others manage their households? He earned first place in the first assessment." Yi Yun approached the patient awaiting diagnosis, observing carefully. The patient grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Why must a lad attend to my diagnosis?" Yi Yun heard the complaint, but pressed his lips together, feigning ignorance. After regaining his composure, he focused on the diagnosis. He noted that the patient's eyes were tinged with yellow, and his complexion exhibited an unnatural pallor, indicative of jaundice. He requested the patient to open his mouth to inspect his tongue, but the man, growing impatient, complained, "Having a lad diagnose me is troublesome." Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and extended his tongue. Yi Yun continued, "Please extend your hand so I may take your pulse." The man retorted vehemently, "Why should I let a lad take my pulse? Step aside. Instead of staying at home to manage affairs, you choose to humiliate yourself here." The impatience on the man's face intensified as he shouted at Yi Yun. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, most of them reveling in Yi Yun's embarrassment. "Please extend your hand. I need to take your pulse to further assess your condition," Yi Yun reiterated. However, the man clearly refused to cooperate. Yi Yun stood there, awkwardness etched across his face, his outstretched hand frozen in place. Chapter 57. Eliminated? Seeing this, Rong Zheng felt a surge of anger. The man was deliberately making things difficult for Yi Yun. He was about to step forward, but paused, taking in the reactions of those around him. It was evident that in this era, there existed a heavy discrimination and societal prejudice against young men. The man was not an isolated case. If Yi Yun wished to continue his medical pursuits, he would inevitably encounter many similar voices of opposition. Previously, in the village, things were more bearable. Firstly, there was Dr. Yi to back him up, and as the sole physician, the villagers sought his aid for their ailments, fearing to offend him. Secondly, Rong Zheng was the only educated individual in the village. While there were murmurs about his husband diagnosing patients, no one dared to voice their complaints too openly. Though Rong Zheng would always stand by Yi Yun, he could not control the thoughts of every individual, especially those rooted in deep-seated biases. The path to becoming a physician was fraught with challenges for a young man. Yi Yun would have to learn to confront such criticisms. His character needed continuous refinement to become resilient. Only through experience and confrontation could he grow. With this thought, Rong Zheng stifled his urge to intervene. At that moment, a stern youth from the judging panel spoke up, his tone a warning. Qian-san, we have paid for you to be here. Do not forget your responsibilities. If you are unwilling, we shall find someone else. Qian-san was indeed the patient who had caused a stir. Upon hearing the young man's warning, he hesitated and reluctantly extended his hand. Yi Yun felt a sense of relief in his heart and began to take his pulse. After a while, Qian-san began to act up again, retracting his hand. It truly was a lengthy examination. Fortunately, Yi Yun had grasped the general situation and stepped aside to jot down his diagnosis. Subsequently, the steward called for the next participant, and the man, upon realizing it was a fellow, complied readily. As the last participant submitted his answer sheet, the 4 judges took turns reviewing the submissions. The young man then handed the results to the steward, who received the list and announced the final assessment results with a clear voice. Based on the performances in both assessments, the rankings are as follows. First place, Lu Tong. Second place, Yang Kun. Third place, Chun Ming. And fourth place, Yi Yun. The apprentices selected for this medical establishment are the top 3, Lu Tong, Yang Kun, and Chun Ming. This selection process for apprentices concludes here. We appreciate everyone's participation and thank you for your presence. With that, he bowed deeply to the crowd. Some rejoiced at their selection, while others wore expressions of disappointment for not being chosen. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Yi Yun's expression could not conceal his despondency. Rong Zheng, noticing this, felt a mixture of emotions and was about to lead him away when a voice called out, "Please hold on." It was the young doctor with a stern demeanor who had just intervened to defend Yi Yun. Rong Zheng held a favorable impression of him. "Yi Yun, I reviewed your answers from both assessments, and you could have secured the first position." However, he hesitated, his tone tinged with resignation. The medical establishment, after all, must consider the sentiments of the patients as it operates for business. Hence, this outcome is a result of comprehensive considerations. His words were somewhat tactful. To put it bluntly, the majority looked down upon a young man pursuing medicine, and the establishment feared it might affect their business. Hence, Yi Yun was eliminated. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun felt a tumult of emotions within, yet maintained an outward calm, gazing directly into the young doctor's eyes and asking, "Why are you sharing this with me?" This true outcome is not ideally meant to be disclosed to the candidates. It could lead to complications if they were to protest. He continued, "My family has been in the medical profession for generations, and at the age of 22, I am already capable of standing on my own as a practicing physician." He spoke with a sense of detachment, not intending to boast, but rather to convey that his performance in the medical field had been commendable. He shifted the topic. "I have a younger brother, also a young man, who has shown far greater talent in medicine from a young age. His passion for the field borders on obsession, and he possesses unique insights into various complex ailments." He chuckled to himself, self-deprecatingly admitting, "To be honest, in the face of natural talent, my efforts seem trivial. However, my family strongly opposed his pursuit of medicine, fearing societal judgment and the challenge of finding a suitable match. Countless arguments ensued." He sighed, his tone growing somber. "In the end, my brother capitulated, relinquishing his passion for medicine to comply with family expectations, marrying and raising a family. Since then, he has not mentioned medicine again, and the light in his eyes has dimmed." With a smile that hinted at regret, he added, "In you, I see a reflection of my brother. After much hesitation, I have decided to tell you that the first place in this assessment rightfully belongs to you." With that, he turned and departed. Yi Yun stood there for a long while, lost in thought. Upon returning home, he was enveloped in a cloud of despondency, grappling with feelings of disappointment, resentment, and confusion. Today, the mocking jeers of those around him pierced like sharp blades. mercilessly slicing through his aspirations, forcing him to swallow his discontent. The thought of surrender lingered in his mind, an incessant whisper urging him to give in. Surrender, after all, was his fate. No amount of effort would alter the predetermined course of his life. What could he expect, being a young man? A veil of mist clouded his eyes, cascading down his cheeks as if to extinguish the flickering flame of hope within him. Rong Zheng gently pulled his beloved into his embrace, guiding him to sit upon his lap, tenderly brushing away the traces of tears from his face with a delicate touch. He was acutely aware of Yi Yun's profound interest and passion for medicine. Ever since he began practicing calligraphy, Yi Yun often immersed himself in medical texts, densely annotating them. Accompanying Dr. Yi on his rounds, he diligently recorded the ailments and treatments he encountered, pondering over them repeatedly to deepen his understanding. He would excitedly share his insights with Rong Zheng, his eyes sparkling with pure joy and fervor. Yun, I'm sorry for not standing up for you today. Yi Yun shook his head, replying, Your presence is my greatest support. Yun, do not be disheartened. You are not inferior to those men. Today's criticisms are merely excuses employed by others to belittle you. In truth, ability is not dictated by gender. Young men possess untapped potential that can even surpass expectations. No one can impose limitations upon you except yourself. Your achievement of first place today is the finest testament to that. Rong Zheng reached out, tenderly sweeping aside the stray locks from Yi Yun's forehead. Yet, reality can be harsh. We cannot control the opinions of everyone. If you wish to pursue medicine further, you must be prepared to confront various criticisms, just as today. He gazed earnestly into Yi Yun's eyes. Do you wish to continue? Yi Yun fell into deep contemplation before finally lifting his head to respond. I do. I love studying medicine, and I wish to excel in this endeavor. Then do not allow the perceptions of others to hinder your progress. However, if you feel weary, we can pause and rest. Rong Zheng gently kissed Yi Yun's forehead, whispering, The road ahead is long. To those who strive, the heavens will reward. Chapter 58. Unease in early August. The joyous day of Ming Ger and Yi Lin had arrived, with a banquet lavishly set for 18 tables. Yi Yun and his family arrived early in the morning, presenting a gift, a beautifully embroidered piece depicting the harmonious union of dragon and phoenix, crafted from exquisite silk, with intricate patterns and vibrant colors. Knowing Ming Ger had a penchant for tailoring and had recently taken up embroidery, Yi Yun believed this gift would bring him joy. Thus, he had Rong Zheng arrange for the finest embroidery shop in the capital to create this masterpiece. The villagers attending the banquet, upon seeing the gift from Rong Zheng's family, could tell it was of considerable worth and felt a pang of envy. A cacophony of gongs and drums heralded the arrival of the wedding procession, accompanied by the persistent crackle of firecrackers. The tall and beaming Yulin strode into the room, cradling Ming Ger as guests crowded in, exchanging congratulations and eager for the festivities. The couple, adorned in resplendent red wedding attire, stood side by side, perfectly matched. After the wedding ceremony, Yi Yun accompanied Ming Ger, while Rong Zheng followed Yulin to attend to the guests, tasked with shielding Yulin from excessive drinking. As the banquet concluded, the evening had grown late, and Rong Zheng led Yi Yun and Yi Chen home. Having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, he felt somewhat lightheaded, yet retained a semblance of clarity. Chuamo, please prepare a bowl of ginger soup for the master, Yi Yun instructed. Certainly, my lord. I shall attend to it at once, Chu Imo replied. After consuming the ginger soup, Rong Zheng lingered in the courtyard for a while, enjoying the cool breeze before heading to bathe. Upon returning to their chamber, Yi Yun was already nestled in bed, engrossed in a medical text beneath the flickering oil lamp, her expression gentle and her focus unwavering. Rong Zheng approached slowly, gently removing the book from her hands. Leaning down, he supported himself on the side of the bed and kissed her fervently yet tenderly. Initially, Yi Yun kept her eyes closed, responding to the kiss, but gradually felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Uncertain whether it was the intoxicating scent of alcohol from Rong Zheng or the sensation of breathlessness from their embrace. After the kiss, Rong Zheng brushed his fingers across Yi Yun's lips, one hand finding its way to the back of her neck, caressing her softly as their noses touched. a gesture of intimate affection. They had been married for nearly a year, enjoying a harmonious relationship and a deep emotional connection, making the prospect of consummation a viable consideration. In truth, Rong Zheng yearned for such an occasion this very night, as the ambience was perfect. However, the effects of the alcohol made him apprehensive of losing control and potentially harming Yiyun. A few days after Ming Guer's marriage, he visited Yiyun's home, where she was conversing with Tao Miao in the courtyard pavilion. Noticing Ming Guer's slightly awkward gait, she inquired with concern, "What happened to you?" Tao Miao chuckled. "What a curious question, Yin Guer. The answer is quite evident. Isn't it?" Yiyun, puzzled, was about to ask for clarification when Tao Miao continued. Ming Guer has been cherished by his husband. Yiyun understood the implication of consummation but remained bewildered. Was this how things were after such an event? His knowledge of the marital intimacies was vague at best, an understanding clouded by inexperience. Naturally, he recognized the importance of refraining from further inquiry to avoid revealing that he and Rong Zheng had yet to consummate their marriage after a year. Ming Guer, after being teased, felt his cheeks flush and inwardly lamented Yilin's earlier remarks about coming to Yiyun's house, which had led to this moment. Observing that all present were married, Tao Miao found it a fitting opportunity for such exchanges and, noticing Ming Guer's embarrassment, took delight in teasing him further. "So, tell me, how is your husband? Is he formidable? A few times a night, perhaps?" Ming Guer's face turned beet red in understanding the implication, and after some hesitant murmurs, he replied, five times. The newlyweds, youthful and vigorous, indeed set themselves apart. Tao Miao, having been married for 6 or 7 years, spoke with a hint of envy. She then turned to Yiyun, "And what about yours?" Yiyun, still confused by the notion of frequency, masked his uncertainty and, feeling that he should follow Ming Guer's lead, hesitantly raised his hand to indicate 5. Mistaking his hesitation for shyness, Tao Miao exclaimed, "Are all hunters so robust in their vigor?" "Once a hunter," Rong Zheng remarked, "I have yet to attempt it, but this time should be a mere formality." Noticing the two men were visibly embarrassed, she deftly shifted the conversation. "Well, I must take my leave. I am to assist at the shop in town this afternoon." Just as she was about to rise, a thought struck her, and she settled back down, addressing Yiyun. "My dear Yiyun, Rong Zheng's appearance is truly striking. Standing at the counter, he has undoubtedly captivated many young ladies and gentlemen alike. I heard from Wang Zhe that numerous young women often visit the shop to personally purchase marinated duck, lingering for quite some time just to catch a glimpse of your husband." Yiyun's heart sank at this revelation. Rong Zheng had never mentioned such matters. The thought of her husband being the object of so many admirers unsettled her, and an unshakable worry began to brew within. They had yet to consummate their marriage, and thus she did not consider them fully united as husband and wife. "Can anyone in town truly compare to our Yin Guer in beauty? I have yet to see anyone in the town more exquisite than you," she replied, seeking reassurance. Ming Guer, sensing the topic had shifted away from himself, immediately sprang to defend his dear friend. With such a stunning beauty at home, who could possibly be interested in others? Over the past year, Yiyun had been well-nourished and had blossomed beautifully, her complexion glowing with a radiant blush, enhancing her elegance. Indeed, Rong Zheng's kindness towards Yiyun had elicited envy from everyone in the village. Tao Miao chuckled lightly, but reminded her, "Yet a good man fears entanglements with women." Lowering her voice, she continued, "You may not know, but Wang Zhe mentioned a young lady from the town who nearly visits every day. I have caught sight of her myself while assisting in the shop. She is not unremarkable, dressed in finery, likely from a wealthy family. You ought to visit the shop more often." Finally, she rose. "I must attend to my duties. You two continue your conversation." With that, she departed from the pavilion. Ming Guer, noticing Yiyun's silence, offered comfort. "Rong Zheng would not do such a thing. He treats you so well. Do not worry." Remembering Yiyun's mentions of his family, and now that the pavilion held only the two of them, he shyly complained, "Your family has its own 5 times. How can a man resist?" Yiyun was taken aback, observing Ming Guer with eyes full of warmth and happiness, her heart swirling with mixed emotions as she lowered her gaze to thread a needle. Mistaking Yiyun's silence for shyness, Ming Guer produced a needle and thread. Yin Guer, your embroidered gift is truly lovely. Thank you. I have examined it closely. The stitching is both intricate and delicate. I wish to try my hand at it. Yes. Yi Yun replied absently, her mind clouded with unease. As night fell, the oil lamp inside the room flickered to life, casting a warm, golden glow that mingled with the moonlight streaming through the window, rendering the small space even more ethereal. Rong Zheng was engrossed in the shop's accounts. With the business thriving and ample staff, they were able to provide a greater quantity of duck products daily, resulting in soaring profits. By mid-month, earnings had already surpassed 70 taels. And if this momentum continued, they could reach 150 taels by month's end. Yi Yun lay on her side on the bed, occasionally glancing at Rong Zheng's handsome face illuminated by the lamp. The more she looked, the more her irritation grew, muttering, "What is the point of being so handsome if it only attracts unwanted attention?" Rong Zheng, unaware of her jealousy, felt a surge of delight that Yi Yun's focus was entirely upon him. He was secretly pleased, relishing the sensation of being admired and thinking, "Having such a handsome face does indeed feel wonderful. Look at how infatuated my husband is." Unable to bear the intensity of Yi Yun's gaze any longer, he set the account book aside, lying down beside her, ready to pull her into his embrace. How perplexing. The husband let out a soft hum, turning away and disregarding Rong Zheng entirely. Rong Zheng, bewildered, pondered when he had offended his husband. He reached out to embrace him, pulling him close against his chest, affectionately cooing, "What troubles you, my dear?" Yi Yun recalled Rong Zheng mentioning that my dear referred to himself as the one he cherished most. He remained silent, grappling with how to express the matter of consummation. In a fit of frustration, he bit Rong Zheng's chest lightly, causing Rong Zheng to momentarily catch his breath. This was truly exasperating. Chapter 59. The bad peach blossomed the following day. Rong Zheng first visited the spice shop in town to purchase a box of ointment. The shopkeeper wore a sly smile, murmuring, "This product just arrived this morning and frequently sells out. I assure you, it will bring you and your husband to euphoric heights." Upon returning to the duck shop, a young girl in a green dress approached, delivering a fragrant letter. "Mr. Rong, this letter is for my young lady," she said. "If you wish to buy duck, please do so." Rong Zheng glanced at it and coldly replied, refusing to take the letter. The girl persisted, extending the letter again. "Mr. Rong, my young lady, said you would understand once you read it." Still, he would not accept it. The girl's eyes flashed with urgency. "My young lady's feelings are all written in the letter." Wang Zhe, witnessing this scene from the shop, reflected on Rong Zheng's remarkable romantic prospects. Indeed, with such a handsome face and running a shop, not to mention being well-educated, which young lady wouldn't be captivated? Annoyed by the girl's unrelenting persistence, Rong Zheng firmly declined. "I shall not accept this letter. Please convey to your young lady that I already have a husband, and we live harmoniously. Do not disturb us further. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave." Seeing his resolute rejection, the girl glared, hesitating to speak, before ultimately departing. Coincidentally, this moment was witnessed by Yi Yun, who stood at the entrance of the shop, observing the green-dressed girl leave with a look of dejection. He had initially remained at home, but an unsettling feeling within him grew. Lost in thought, he decided to take the ox cart to town. Thinking that Tao Miao was right, he should come to the shop and let those who covet Rong Zheng know that he was indeed married. At this moment, Rong Zheng noticed Yi Yun's arrival and quickly took his hand. "Why did you not inform me beforehand about coming to town? I could have had the carriage bring you." He worried that the bumpy ox cart might be uncomfortable for his husband. Ever since their financial situation had improved significantly, they had been using their own carriage for travels. But they only owned one, which was needed in the morning for transporting goods and people. Yi Yun withdrew his hand from Rong Zheng's grasp and entered the shop, feeling displeased despite having seen Rong Zheng reject the letter. He pondered how many others must have delivered letters in his absence. Rong Zheng was truly wronged. He had never behaved in a way unbecoming of a husband. After soothing him for a while, Yi Yun finally acknowledged Rong Zheng. Meanwhile, the young girl returned to report to her mistress, the wealthy Yu family's daughter, Yu Ziwei. Frowning, she asked, Did you inform him that the letter contains my feelings? The maid replied in a hushed tone, Yes, I told him. But Mr. Rong simply refused to accept it, stating he has a husband and asked you not to disturb him. Fearing the wrath of Yu Zixia, she shrank her neck, hesitant to raise her gaze. Did you mention my name to him? No, I did not. I feared that uttering your name might tarnish your reputation. Yu Ziwei sat before the intricately carved wooden window in her boudoir, staring out at the world beyond, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Deep down, she felt a sense of injustice. She possessed beauty and wealth, and although her family were merchants, they had influential relatives in the capital. The local officials dared not offend her family. She looked down upon the townsfolk and disliked the suitors her family presented to her, thus remaining unwed in her secluded chamber. It was not until last month, when she stepped into the renowned duck shop, that she laid eyes on the strikingly handsome Rong Zheng. His graceful demeanor and gentle yet unhurried speech were like a refreshing spring breeze. She could not shake the memory of him upon returning home. Consequently, she ordered an investigation into Rong Zheng, only to discover that he was the top scholar of the year, his future boundless. Upon learning that Rong Zheng was already married, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, contemplating giving up. Yet, such an exceptional man was a rarity. Having accompanied his parents to the capital to visit relatives, he had encountered several young masters from noble families, and even when compared to them, he was not lacking in appearance or bearing. How long would it take for such a remarkable man to emerge from her town? At 19, she was expected to marry by next year at the latest. So she gritted her teeth and resolved to take action, sending a maid to convey her message. However, she was met with rejection. After sitting in contemplation for quite some time, a flicker of hope remained in her heart. If she boldly expressed her affections to Rong Zheng, perhaps he would reconsider, attracted by her beauty and the wealth of her dowry. After much deliberation, she decided to take a leap of faith. Accompanied by her maid, she left the residence and made her way directly to the duck shop, only to encounter Rong Zheng exiting the establishment with his spouse. Yu Ziwei noted the exquisite looks of Yi Yun with some surprise. Yet considering her own lineage, she felt there was still a chance. She had also investigated Yi Yun, discovering that he hailed from a humble background, possessing little more than good looks. No matter how talented a scholar might be, financial backing was essential for pursuing the imperial examinations, and aligning oneself with powerful families would undoubtedly be advantageous. At this juncture, Yu Ziwei steeled herself, saying, Mr. Rong, may I have a moment of your time? Yi Yun eyed the woman standing before them with suspicion. Dressed in a pale pink silk gown, her crescent-shaped brows and delicate features revealed her beauty. He recognized her as the daughter of a prominent family by the maid who had delivered the message. I'm not available. I need to accompany my husband home, Rong Zheng replied, taking hold of his spouse's hand and attempting to walk past her. Yu Ziwei obstructed their path. I only wish to speak for a few moments. It won't take long. Observing her persistence, Rong Zheng's expression darkened, revealing a hint of impatience. Speak quickly, then. Could we step aside? Rong Zheng led his spouse to a nearby alley, wishing to avoid attracting unwanted attention on the main street. Yu Ziwei, noticing that he had brought his spouse along, felt her mood sour. I want to speak to you alone. My husband and I are one. He can hear everything. If you have something to say it quickly. Yu Ziwei suppressed her displeasure, feeling somewhat deflated by Rong Zheng's clear rejection. She was not blind to his demeanor. However, with matters having reached this point, it would be a shame to retreat without making an effort. The heart cannot bear the bitterness of unfulfilled desires. Alas, love can be blinding, rendering one senseless. Yu Ziwei gently articulated her sentiments, asserting that if Rong Zheng were to divorce and marry her, the substantial wealth of her family would ensure his educational pursuits would face no obstacles. Furthermore, their relatives in the capital would undoubtedly support Rong Zheng, considering him family, thus paving a smooth path for his future career. After expressing her thoughts, Yu Ziwei exhaled softly. As an unmarried young woman, delivering such a message was already audacious, and to declare her feelings openly before another's husband was indeed audacious. She felt a twinge of shame for her actions, believing she had wronged Yi Yun. Yet, as is human nature, selfishness can lead one to abandon principles in pursuit of personal desires. Upon hearing her words, Rong Zheng's expression remained unchanged, and he resolutely declined. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my scholarly endeavors. Moreover, I declare this as my final statement. I harbor no intentions towards you. I implore you to respect yourself and cease your pursuit. With that, he took Yi Yun's hand and departed. Yu Ziwei stood there, feeling as though struck by lightning, her eyes reddening. Though she felt humiliated, she harbored no regrets. Had she not fought for her desires, the bitterness and regret would have remained like a thorn in her heart. Yet, she had not anticipated such a humiliating outcome. The maid hurried forward to comfort her. Miss, he is unappreciative. Let's return. Yu Ziwei lingered at the alley's entrance for a long while, gathering her emotions before leaving with the maid's assistance. Chapter 60. The Union during dinner. The atmosphere was unusually somber. Yi Yun ignored Rong Zheng, scarcely uttering a word. This was the first time Chu Mo and Chu Qing had witnessed their lord so silent, focused intently on his meal, minimizing his presence. Young Yichen also sensed Yi Yun's discontent, his big eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at Rong Zheng before shifting his gaze back to Yi Yun's expression. He placed a piece of chicken into Yi Yun's bowl, its crisp sound breaking the silence. Brother, this chicken is delicious. You should try it. Yi Yun glanced down and replied, Thank you, Xiao Chun. After dinner, Yi Yun retreated to his room. Yi Chun watched his brother's departing figure, a flicker of concern rising within him. He intended to follow and speak with Yi Yun, but was halted by Rong Zheng, who grasped his arm. Xiao Chun, do not worry, Rong Zheng said, crouching down to meet his gaze. I will go and comfort your brother. You should get to bed early. Is brother angry at you? Yi Chen inwitted. Yes, Rong Zheng replied, gently ruffling Yi Chen's hair. But do not fret, everything will be fine. Tomorrow, your brother will be cheerful again. Now, off to sleep, for you must rise early to practice your swordsmanship. In a few days, I will assess your progress. Yi Chen nodded, glancing back 3 times as he returned to his room, his worries lingering. He had never seen Yi Yun so angry with Rong Zheng and sensed his brother's profound melancholy today. He silently hoped for a swift reconciliation between his brother and Rong Zheng. When Rong Zheng entered the room, Yi Yun was already lying in bed, facing the wall in a clear display of refusal to engage. Asleep? Rong Zheng approached the bedside, leaning down to whisper. Yi Yun remained silent, burying his head deeper. How could he possibly find solace in sleep? The scene from earlier today, where the young lady from a wealthy family boldly expressed her affections to Rong Zheng, remained vividly etched in his mind. Rong Zheng had rejected her with great decisiveness, yet she would not be the last. How remarkable Rong Zheng was, and surely more audacious and beautiful maidens would emerge. What if one day Rong Zheng were to develop feelings for one of them? What then would become of him? He was hardly considered Rong Zheng's true husband, and Ming Gu'er had mentioned that men could not resist temptation. Yet, despite sharing a bed with Rong Zheng for a year, they had not yet consummated their union. Did Rong Zheng not harbor feelings for him? Was he merely waiting for someone he truly adored? Yet, he had explicitly claimed that he was his treasure. As these thoughts spiraled, uncertainty began to cloud his belief in being Rong Zheng's genuine treasure. The unease in his heart gradually morphed into a palpable sense of crisis. He felt deeply wronged, and before he knew it, tears brimmed in his eyes. Rong Zheng gently lifted his husband, wiping away his tears, unwilling to allow him to feel distressed. Do not be upset. I have only one husband, and beyond him, I desire no one else. This tender reassurance only made Yi Yun feel more sorrowful, and tears streamed down his cheeks more fiercely. Overcome with emotion, he blurted out, Then why haven't you consummated our marriage? Yun, are you eager to consummate with me? Rong Zheng teased, glancing at his husband's flushed eyes, which were irresistibly charming. Yi Yun, incensed, found himself at a loss for words. Rong Zheng cradled Yi Yun gently, earnestly explaining, Of course, I wish to consummate with you. I was merely waiting for you to regain your strength and mature a little more. You're lying. I've already grown up, Yi Yun retorted, feeling aggrieved. Ming Gu'er is even younger than I am, yet he has already consummated his marriage. He could not help but complain a few days ago. They asked how many times we spend the night together, and I didn't know how to respond. It was so embarrassing that I had to fabricate a number. Oh, Rong Zheng raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear that they had discussed such matters. And what number did you give? 5 times. Rong Zheng chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with amusement. You dare to laugh. Yi Yun fumed, feeling utterly wronged as Rong Zheng found humor in his distress. Rong Zheng stood and gently laid his husband back onto the bed, leaning down, a whisper in his ear, "Then tonight, as you wish, let us engage 5 times." As he spoke, a warm breath brushed against Yi Yun's sensitive earlobe, reminiscent of willow strands caressing the river's surface, stirring ripples of delicate emotions in the air. At that moment, Rong Zheng's gaze was tender, his alluring peach blossom eyes captivating. Yi Yun felt flustered under such scrutiny, his heart racing uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting his anger. The two locked eyes for a brief moment, and Yi Yun slowly averted his gaze, attempting to conceal his shyness. His fingers instinctively curled, clutching the blanket beneath him, his ears flushed with both nervousness and anticipation. The mingling of their breaths created an atmosphere that was both enchanting and fervent. Rong Zheng kissed him with fervor, his desires evident in his eyes. Rong Zheng ventured into the courtyard to fetch a basin of water, then meticulously wiped Yi Yun's body with a towel, repeating the process several times until Yi Yun was thoroughly clean. "This little frame, and yet you wish to engage 5 times, Rong Zheng murmured softly, gazing at the slumbering Yi Yun with a tenderness that filled his heart. After a brief rinse, he returned to the bed, meticulously tucking the corners of the quilt for Yi Yun and gently kissing his forehead. He felt invigorated, completely free of drowsiness, even entertaining the thought of smoking a cigarette, despite the fact that such a practice did not exist in this era. Chapter 61. An overabundance of ducks. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, silently spilling into the room, casting a dance of light and shadow, creating a serene and beautiful ambience. Yi Yun breathed steadily, comfortably nestled in Rong Zheng's embrace, fast asleep. "Have you awakened? Is there any discomfort?" Rong Zheng inquired. Yi Yun, momentarily dazed, gradually regained consciousness as the events of the previous night flooded back to his mind. Remembering how he had spoken of it 5 times to others, his face burned with embarrassment. While Rong Zheng was acceptable, he himself found it hard to bear. Noticing Yi Yun's silence, Rong Zheng asked again, to which Yi Yun simply shook his head. His body ached slightly, yet he could not bring himself to voice it. "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat in the room or go out?" Yi Yun nodded, indicating a preference to dine outside. "Will you dress yourself, or shall I assist you?" Upon lifting the quilt's edge, Yi Yun realized he was entirely unclothed, his cheeks ablaze as he replied, "I'll manage on my own." Rong Zheng chuckled, understanding his shyness, and got out of bed first. Moments later, a rustling sound came from behind. Turning his head, Rong Zheng's gaze fell upon the bare back of his beloved, where a butterfly-shaped birthmark rested quietly, surrounded by an array of indistinguishable red marks, striking against his snowy skin. His face flushed slightly, prompting him to hastily exit the room. In the throes of passion the previous night, Rong Zheng had lost a bit of control, repeatedly kissing that spot for an extended duration. In the morning, Yi Chun discovered that Brother Yun and Brother Rong had reconciled, filling his heart with immense joy, prompting him to indulge in an extra meat bun. Today, feeling unwell, Yi Yun chose to remain indoors, leisurely seated in the pavilion as the flowers in the garden bloomed vibrantly. A gentle breeze occasionally wafted by, carrying the refreshing essence of summer and the fragrance of blossoms, allowing him to blissfully close his eyes. Finally, he had become a true husband to Rong Zheng, which brought him unparalleled joy and a sense of peace. "Brother Yun, are you at home?" A voice called from outside. Chu Mo hurried to open the door, welcoming the visitor inside. It was Uncle Yi Xiong from the village, the very man from whom Rong Zheng had initially procured ducks for his braised duck dish. "Uncle Yi Xiong, please have a seat. What brings you here?" "Unde Yi Viong." With a simple smile, replied Brother Yun, "I come bearing news. My ducks have grown robust, and yesterday Rong Zheng mentioned he could find time to receive them. So I came to check if now is a good moment. If so, I can return home and bring them over right away." His family had been raising ducks for some time, and since Rong Zheng had publicly started procuring ducks in the village, their business had flourished, leading them to raise even more. "How many do you plan to send?" Yi Yan recalled that Rong Zheng had mentioned this matter. The villagers' ducks were typically ready for sale around this time. 30 ducks. The remaining ones will need a bit more time to grow. Then I will tidy up here and make some space. I appreciate your efforts to bring them over this afternoon. Uncle Yi Xiong waved his hands in dismissal, chuckling. It's no trouble at all. I'm quite pleased. The ducks have a market, and I can earn a bit more. I shall return home to prepare, and will bring the ducks over this afternoon. With that, he turned and departed, his steps light and cheerful. In the days that followed, the villagers gradually came to sell ducks. Since the shop in town opened, the orders had increased significantly, particularly from affluent families who featured marinated duck as a specialty dish during their gatherings. Consequently, the demand for ducks rose considerably. Rong Zheng surveyed his yard, which was teeming with ducks, their cacophonous quacking creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. He decided to send someone to tidy up the old and used house, relocating all the ducks there and preparing a designated area for slaughtering them. From then on, the processes of butchering and marinating ducks would take place in the old house. The villagers, witnessing Rong Zheng's adherence to his promises, began to bring their ducks one after another, their faces alight with joy, showering him with praise and even a hint of reverence, extending their compliments to Yi Yun as well. They extolled her virtues, declaring her fortunate and a bringer of prosperity, showering her with kind words. After all, the profits from raising ducks this year would enable them to buy fabric for new clothes for their families, and they were profoundly grateful to Rong Zheng for this. Meanwhile, Yi Yun's uncle had learned about Rong Zheng's duck procurement a few months prior and had approached village chief Yi to register his interest. The village chief, recalling the mistreatment of his nephew by Yi Yun's uncle, did not grant his request immediately, opting instead to consult Rong Zheng. Rong Zheng replied nonchalantly, expressing his desire to have no dealings with that family. Understanding this, the village chief rejected Yi Yun's uncle's application. Now, as Yi Yun's uncle observed the neighbors animatedly discussing their profits from selling ducks, he felt a pang of envy and discontent. It was said that even the once impoverished Yao Zhijing family had begun to thrive since becoming laborers for Rong Zheng, their clothing less patched, and the aroma of meat wafting from their home. In stark contrast, his own family had exhausted their savings to repay debts for his prodigal son, Yi Yao, leaving them unable to afford a bride price for his son's marriage. Although Yi Bao had married into a landlord's household, she harbored resentment towards her parents and offered no assistance. Regret gnawed at Yi Yun's uncle, but he quickly dismissed those feelings. I must speak with Yi Yun. We have supported him and Yi Chun for 4 years, yet now that fortune smiles upon them, we are excluded. It is utterly ungrateful. After all, I am his blood uncle, he declared, thumping the table in anger. Then why don't you go? He was urged. Yi Yun's uncle, however, was reluctant to confront Yi Yun himself, fearing the loss of face, fully aware of his past misdeeds. Yet, he was keen to see Chun Ho Hat take the initiative, for she was tenacious and shameless, perhaps pestering Yi Yun enough to elicit a favorable response. With determination, Chun Ho Hat stormed into Rong Zheng's courtyard, initially feigning a lament about their dire circumstances. When she saw that Yi Yun remained unaffected, she resorted to veiled insults. The villagers delivering ducks, witnessing Chun Ho Hat's brazen behavior, began to scold her and help drive her away. After all, Yi Yun was now the spouse of the village's benefactor, Rong Zheng. They could not allow Chun Ho Hat to hurl insults uncontested. If Rong Zheng returned and found them unwilling to assist in removing her, he might cease accepting ducks altogether, jeopardizing their livelihood. Consequently, several men seized Chun Ho Hat and unceremoniously expelled her from the premises. Yi Yun observed all of this, his heart no longer stirred by any waves of emotion. Chapter 62. A Beautiful Transformation. In December, the wintry winds carried a certain chill, having already brought 2 snowfalls, while the plum blossom buds adorned the branches in the courtyard. After several months of diligent effort, the business of the exquisite marinated duck had finally found its footing. The shop hired an experienced manager named Yuan Tao to assist in managing the establishment, overseeing the reception of customers and handling finances. Yuan Tao was a man in his 30s, adept in social interactions, skillfully organizing the shop's affairs with precision. Most of Rong Zheng's time was spent at home, dedicating a small portion to marinating duck, while the majority of his energy was devoted to studying and writing. His life plan had always been to enter the officialdom through the imperial examination. In his view, commerce was merely a means to support the family and establish a financial foundation for his studies. The paramount focus remained on education, ensuring he did not deviate from his path or lose sight of his priorities. Recently, he had grown somewhat anxious as Yi Yun had lost his appetite and appeared listless. Rong Zheng advised him to take a break from consultations for the time being. Yi Yun shook his head, expressing a desire to observe more cases to accumulate experience, believing that the knowledge gained through practice far surpassed that acquired from books. He understood that theoretical knowledge felt shallow in comparison to practical experience, and Rong Zheng, recognizing the value of hands-on learning, allowed him to continue, but insisted that he rest when feeling unwell. On that day, Rong Zheng prepared dompa pork, its thin skin and tender meat glistening with a vibrant hue, melting in the mouth yet holding its shape, neatly arranged like tiles of mahjong. One bite revealed a fragrant richness that was not overly greasy. Rong Zheng was quite pleased with the outcome, and both Xiao Chun and Chu Mo praised it enthusiastically. He offered a piece to Yi Yun, only for Yi Yun to suddenly turn pale after just a couple of bites. Rushing to a corner of the courtyard to lean against the wall and retch, clearly in distress. Rong Zheng's heart tightened instantaneously. He hastily set down his chopsticks and followed him outside to support him. Xiao Chun and the others were startled by this sudden turn of events. Standing nearby, with worried expressions, Rong Zheng turned and instructed, "Chu Qing, please fetch a bowl of water for the master." "Yes, sir," Chu Qing replied, quickly bringing a bowl for Yi Yun to rinse his mouth. They had only eaten a short while for lunch, and Yi Yun had not expelled much. Moments ago, while enjoying the pork, an indescribable wave of nausea surged within his chest like an undercurrent. "Are you still feeling unwell? Rest for a bit, and we shall see a doctor," Rong Zheng said with concern, his anxiety causing him to forget that Yi Yun was a physician himself. Yi Yun shook his head, feeling somewhat better after the bout of vomiting. "Let me take my own pulse." Chu Qing, with a sincere smile, inquired attentively, "What would you like to eat, my lord? I shall prepare it for you right away." Though she was young, her thoughts were astute. Rong Zheng, while teaching Yi Chun to write, also imparted knowledge to these two siblings, who were immensely grateful. Although they held the status of servants, their current lives were 100 times better than before. They had enough to eat at every meal, with meat available daily. They could also study writing, with the master generously providing them with expensive paper. In truth, Rong Zheng had his own considerations in teaching them literacy. He recognized Chu Mo's steadiness and sense of responsibility, intending to cultivate him as the household steward, while Chu Qing's cleverness and attentiveness made her an invaluable attendant to Yi Yun. To ensure their future endeavors are more remarkable, it is essential to teach them literacy and broaden their horizons. A quarter of an hour later, Dr. Yi arrived. After taking the pulse, he cleared his throat and said, "With the cold weather, please be mindful of staying warm, avoid overexertion, and rest well." He cautioned, "For now, refrain from accompanying me on my rounds, lest the patients transmit their ailments to you. Additionally, maintain a cheerful disposition. I will prescribe some medicine." Although he was aware that Yi Yun had been studying medicine for quite some time and understood the principles, he still felt compelled to reiterate his advice. Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude and generously added 20 coins to the consultation fee. He then instructed Chu Mo to escort Dr. Yi back and fetch the medicine. Once only the two of them remained in the pavilion, Rong Zheng gazed at Yi Yun with tenderness, taking her hand in his. "In the future, if you desire anything to eat, do let me know. I will prepare it for you." "All right," Yi Yun replied, her heart warming at his words. "I will be at home these days. Tomorrow I will head to the town and buy you several medical books to alleviate your boredom." "Good," Yi Yun added. "I want that book Qianjin Fong, Dr. Yi has recently recommended it to me. Consider it done. I shall bring it back for you," Rong Zheng assured her. "I will also procure some preserved fruits. They are appetizing, and you can try them to see if you like them." Me, Yi Yun responded obediently, embracing Rong Zheng and resting her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, which brought her immense comfort. As the new year approached after dinner, Rong Zheng took Yiyun for a stroll around the village. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of chill yet remarkably refreshing. Yiyun donned a sheepskin coat, with a soft white fox fur scarf wrapped around her neck and a delicate red headband gracing her forehead, while a light blue ribbon danced in the wind. Rong Zheng appeared to have said something. Upon hearing him, Yiyun's brows curved into a gentle smile. The villagers observed them and marveled at the transformation of Yiyun, who had once appeared pale and frail a year ago. In less than 2 years, she had blossomed, adorned in luxurious attire that accentuated her exquisite features, resembling a noble scion of an affluent family. As night fell, the sound of firecrackers erupted, heralding the arrival of a new year. Yiyun leaned against Rong Zheng's embrace, her complexion flushed and lips glistening. Rong Zheng's gaze gradually darkened. Chapter 63. Taming the Wild Stallion in July. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sunlight, like golden silk, spread across the land. Xiaochun, come here. Rong Zheng's deep voice resonated. He firmly grasped the resilient reins in one hand while extending the other towards Yichun, palm upward, his eyes brimming with encouragement. The reins were attached to a magnificent black stallion, its imposing stature and muscular frame exuding strength, while its eyes reflected a spirit of defiance and wildness. Upon hearing his call, Yichun approached without a hint of hesitation, quickly running towards Rong Zheng. Seeing this, Rong Zheng's gaze filled with approval as he swiftly lifted Yichun by the waist, assisting him in mounting the horse. Simultaneously, Yichun reached out, grasping the horse's head, applying pressure downwards as he raised his left foot, attempting to swing onto the stallion's back. However, the fiery steed proved unruly, despite Rong Zheng's firm grip on the reins. It resisted vehemently, lifting its head high and evading capture, unwilling to be tamed. The struggle continued as the two engaged in a contest with the wild stallion. Once, twice, thrice, and fourth, the horse neighed and bucked, its agitation palpable. Rong Zheng did not relent. He continuously supported Yichun, urging him to attempt mounting the horse repeatedly. At last, on the 5th attempt, Yichun swung his left foot over, grasping the horse's neck firmly, leveraging his strength to successfully mount. However, the fierce steed's resistance did not cease. It reared up violently, emitting a deafening neigh, attempting to throw Yichun to the ground. Prepared for this, Yichun clamped his legs tightly around the horse's belly. Gripping the reins firmly, his upper body pressed against the horse's back, stabilizing himself in a near-symbiotic posture with the animal. Rong Zheng, holding the other end of the reins, restrained the agitated horse's head. After a fierce struggle, the horse's tumultuous spirit began to subside. Xiaochun, tame it, Rong Zheng called out. I will. Yichun repeated, his gaze fearless. Go. With those words, Rong Zheng immediately released his grip on the reins. With a resounding neigh, the horse surged forward like an arrow. Yichun steadied himself, adjusted his posture, and tightened his hold on the reins to control the horse's direction. The wind tousled the boy's hair, his youthful visage radiating an undeniable flair, and soon the horse ceased its resistance, galloping away with the boy. A glimmer of pride and satisfaction crossed Rong Zheng's eyes as he followed the boy's figure until it gradually faded from view. Having previously taught Yichun how to ride, he was confident that Yichun would surely tame the spirited steed today. When Yichun returned, beaming with joy, he gently stroked the horse's mane, excitement illuminating his eyes as he exclaimed, Brother Rong, I tamed it. Rong Zheng smiled and nodded in response. Then it belongs to you from now on. With the family's newfound prosperity, Rong Zheng had purchased 2 more horses, and this black stallion, with its powerful physique, was one of them. Really? Thank you, Brother Rong. Yichun exclaimed, brimming with delight. This is an early gift for your 10th birthday. Just then, Chumo's voice called out as he bent down, hands on his knees, panting heavily and anxiously saying, Young Master. The reason Yichun was referred to as Young Master was due to his tender age. Rong Zheng had always nurtured him as if he were his own child. Upon hearing this, Rong Zheng immediately mounted his horse and galloped away, with Yichun closely following. Meanwhile, Chu Mo remained behind, catching his breath. The villagers observed Yi Chun on the towering steed, exuding confidence and determination, galloping forth, no longer resembling the timid boy he once was. Chapter 64. Adorable little cub before dawn. The little one had already awakened, his eyes darting around in search of someone. "I'm so hungry." "Never mind, I'll just cry." The sound of the infant's wailing pierced the silence. Rong Zheng, still half asleep, sensed it almost instantly. Without fully opening his eyes, he sat up swiftly and scooped up the little one, offering him some warm goat's milk. This action was seamless, clearly a practiced routine. Noticing that his brother was unable to nurse, Rong Zheng had arranged for Yi Lin to procure 2 goats early on, so the household was already raising 2 female goats, ensuring the little one would never go hungry. Ian also heard the child's cries and was about to rise when Rong Zheng gently pressed him back down, whispering, "It is not yet dawn. Sleep a little longer, I will tend to the little one." Still in a state of slumber, Yiyun gradually sank back into dreams. Rong Zheng fed the child with a small spoon, taking it slow, and soon the little one quieted down, happily sucking away, even stuffing his tiny fists into his mouth. Rong Zheng gently removed the little hands, as feeding the child was no simple task. The little one would occasionally spit up, and Rong Zheng meticulously wiped him clean with a bib. After feeding, he cradled the child, swaying him gently while soothing him softly. The well-fed infant, full of energy, lay in his swaddling, gazing up at the figure holding him under the flickering oil lamp, slightly parting his lips. The little one seemed to express that being held was quite comfortable and that he had no desire to sleep. Yet, at less than a month old, the child had fleeting energy and soon drifted back into slumber. Such is the nature of a newborn: eat, sleep, and unable to distinguish day from night. Watching the little one fall asleep once more, Rong Zheng felt an overwhelming tenderness, unable to resist leaning down to press his face against the child's soft cheek, utterly enchanted. As dawn broke, Yiyun awoke to find the space beside him empty. He dressed and stepped out of the room. "My lord, breakfast is being warmed. I shall bring it right away." Chu Qing approached. "Where is the master?" Yiyun inquired. "In the courtyard, taking a stroll with the young master." The morning sunlight delicately wove through the thin clouds like fine threads, softly scattering across the courtyard, creating a gentle and refreshing ambience. As the scene gradually focused, one could see a tall, handsome man walking back and forth, cradling a tiny child in his arms, his expression tender. In the brief time since dawn, the little one had awakened twice more. Rong Zheng carefully changed the infant's diaper, noticing he seemed a bit more alert. He wrapped him snugly in the swaddle and carried him into the courtyard. Yiyun observed this scene, his heart melting, and approached to take a look at the drowsy child, saying, "Husband, have you eaten? Should we not lay him down in bed as he is about to fall asleep?" Rong Zheng gently shook his head. "I will hold him a bit longer. The little one has grown accustomed to being held. If placed in bed too soon, he begins to cry, as if sensing the adult's indifference. I will take him," Yian offered, wishing to relieve him. "You go eat. I cherish this moment and wish to hold him." Yian smiled and turned to return to the room for breakfast. On the other side of the courtyard, Xiao Chan was diligently practicing swordplay, perspiration glistening on his brow. With a shimmering sword in hand, his movements were becoming increasingly fierce, the tip of the blade carving arcs through the air, both agile and commanding. Rong Zheng watched with satisfaction, noting Xiao Chen's swordsmanship is advancing remarkably. After a while, Yi Chen paused, slightly breathless, before running over to see his little nephew, already an uncle at such a young age. "Is the little brother asleep?" he whispered, careful not to disturb the slumbering infant. As he had yet to be named, he simply referred to him as the little brother. Rong Zheng smiled. "Indeed, he is lost in sweet dreams." The little one lay in his swaddle, his face adorably rosy, eyes tightly shut, breathing soft and steady. Yi Chan gently extended his hand, lightly brushing against the little one's arm, silently smiling, for the child was utterly endearing. Once the child was settled, Yian busied himself with the garments, inquiring, "The child is soon to celebrate a month since birth. Have you decided upon a name?" Ming Guer had recently taken great delight in crafting new clothing for the little one, filling an entire basket, and each time he held the child, he was reluctant to part with them, exclaiming, "This child is simply charming." I can never gaze upon them enough. Rong Zheng had contemplated numerous names even before the child's arrival. I have selected 2 names. Please consider which one resonates more. He presented a piece of paper to Yi Yun, one name being Qingyu, derived from Qiantang Dui Jiuchu, which expresses a wish for the child to live freely and unrestrained. The other name was Ling Yi, taken from Xiaoyuzhan Lu, signifying a hope that the child would grow to embody grace and distinction. Rong Qingyu, Rong Ling Yi, Yi Yun murmured thoughtfully. After a moment, he concluded, I believe Rong Ling Yi is preferable, a refined gentleman of extraordinary bearing. Rong Zheng reflected and agreed. Indeed, let be Rong Ling Yi then. How many guests are we inviting for the month celebration? Yi Yun inquired. In 7 days, the little one will be a month old. We should begin preparations soon. Let us arrange for 10 tables. We must invite the village chief and the elders, as well as 5 or 6 neighboring families like the Wang and Zhang clans. Let us also include the Yao family for the feast, along with Yilin and Ming Guer's family. That should suffice. Rong Zheng counted, adding, by the way, let us entrust the banquet to the tavern in town. They can send staff to handle everything, bringing all necessary provisions and cleaning up afterward, which will save us trouble. That sounds good. We have our hands full with the little one, so outsourcing the banquet is indeed wise, Yi Yun concurred. They had not hired anyone to care for the child, cherishing their firstborn dearly and fearing that others might not care for him adequately, thus choosing to handle it themselves. The little one awakened several times during the night. It was exhausting yet fulfilling. I shall head to the capital city today to procure essentials for the newly purchased residence. Rong Zheng added. A few days prior, he had taken Yi Chun on horseback to select the house. As Yi Chun grew, Rong Zheng intended to take him out more often. They had chosen a 2-entry courtyard with an excellent location, not far from the Bailu Academy, in a serene environment. While it was not situated on the main street, it was not too remote either. The former owner operated a medical clinic, having earned a considerable sum and subsequently upgraded to a larger 3-entry courtyard, prompting them to sell this property. The house had been renovated last year, and the previous owner had taken great care of it. The walls and blue bricks were clean and appeared quite new. Rong Zheng meticulously examined the house. Directly opposite the grand entrance was a decorative screen wall, serving both aesthetic and practical purposes, ensuring that one entering the courtyard would not immediately see inside. Upon entering, there was a small courtyard, referred to as the outer courtyard, with a flower-laden door in the middle and corridors on both sides. This flower door, also known as the second door, was what is commonly referred to as not stepping out of the main gate, nor crossing the second door, effectively separating the inner courtyard from the outer one. The inner courtyard is approximately 3 times larger than the outer one, with the main house situated in the center and 2 smaller rooms, known as ear rooms, flanking either side. These ear rooms serve as storage spaces and can also accommodate a few occupants if necessary. On either side, there are east and west wings. The original owner converted one side into a kitchen. Near the courtyard wall, there is a well. The price of the house is 180 taels, valued primarily for its advantageous location. Otherwise, such a price could purchase a more spacious 3-entry house at a greater distance. Frankly speaking, Rong Zheng's own residence is twice the size of this one, but circumstances dictate that this is the capital city, where property prices are considerably higher than in rural areas. Rong Zheng found the place quite agreeable and made an immediate decision to secure it. Yi Yun inquired, have you determined when you will move to the capital? Perhaps in 2 or 3 months, Rong Zheng replied, as I still need to handle matters regarding the shop. His intention is to sell the recipe for the marinated duck, as several restaurants have previously expressed interest, offering a commendable price. With his commitment to attending the academy and preparing for the imperial examination, he recognizes that his energy is limited and cannot afford to be distracted by managing a shop. Moreover, with no remaining kinship ties to Yi Yun's family, selling the recipe has become imperative. In the most opulent private room of the Yefeng building, a dignified man sat at the table, intently reviewing a ledger. Beside him was his beloved husband, who was delighting in the taste of marinated duck. Yin Liang, this marinated duck is exquisite, sweet and spicy, and the more I eat, the more I crave it. The man, shifting his gaze from the ledger, affectionately looked at his husband. It was rare for him, having traveled extensively and brought back countless delicacies, to hear such high praise about a dish. Both were adorned in fine silk garments, a rarity in the town, clearly indicative of their affluent status. They had known each other since childhood and had a 4-year-old son. His husband, quite attached, expressed reluctance at the thought of him being away to inspect the shop for an extended period and insisted on accompanying him. Despite the objections from their elders, he could not bear to part with his beloved. The man was named Shun Yunliang, 25 years of age, the legitimate eldest son of the Shun family's main branch, destined to become the family head. He had been independently overseeing the shop since the year before. Although he had not yet officially succeeded, he wielded significant authority within the Shun family business, with his word being law. The Shun family is renowned as a royal merchant, with enterprises spanning the nation. Although this dynasty holds merchants in low regard, achieving the status of a royal merchant elevates one beyond the ordinary realm of commerce, disassociating them from any notion of disdain. Among merchants, royal merchants stand supreme, representing the imperial authority, existing at the intersection of governance and commerce, and enjoying dual privileges in both political and economic spheres. The Shun family is the most prominent royal merchant of the current era, engaging in monopolized trades for the court, including salt, silk, silver minting, and medicinal herbs, while also expanding into private enterprises such as restaurants. The Yefeng building is one of their establishments. The handsome gentleman, named Xia Xiaoluo, noticing his husband's gaze, tore a piece of marinated duck tongue and offered it to Shun Yunliang. Quickly, try this. The duck tongue is the best. Shun Yunliang opened his mouth to taste it, savoring its delightful texture. Is this a new dish developed by the chef this year? Shun Yunliang inquired of the esteemed Manager Li, who stood nearby, with utmost respect. Manager Li responded, "Master, we procured these from a renowned establishment known as the Exquisite Braised Duck Shop. The patrons are quite fond of it, and the shop experiences long queues daily. It is indeed delectable." As his spouse fed him another morsel of meat, he continued, "Have you approached them regarding the purchase of their recipe?" "Ah, when that braised duck shop initially set up a small stall in the town, I seized the opportunity to engage the proprietor in conversation. I approached with sincere intentions, even offering a generous sum of 200 taels. However, he was unwilling to sell, insisting on managing it himself. Now that the shop is thriving, I made another attempt to negotiate, yet he remains disinterested." Manager Li promptly expressed that he had previously recognized the potential and foresaw the value in acquiring the recipe. Yet regrettably, the other party was not amenable to selling, which was beyond his control. While outcomes are indeed significant, if they fall short of expectations, one must ensure that all necessary efforts are made. This way, when reporting to superiors, one can articulate their diligence effectively. The superior would comprehend the circumstances and would not be overly reproachful. Rather, they would regard the manager with greater esteem, recognizing his discernment, thus deeming him worthy of continued employment. Having immersed himself in the intricacies of the professional realm for many years, Manager Li was well aware of this principle, which explained his prolonged tenure at Yefeng Tower. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shun Yunliang nodded gently. The initial offer of 200 taels for the recipe was quite commendable, and it was understandable that the negotiation did not materialize. The unique flavor of the braised duck is irresistible. Even in the bustling metropolis, it would undoubtedly garner admiration. As he spoke, he set aside the ledger, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece of duck. He mused. The meat is tender, infused with just the right amount of braising sauce, leaving a lingering aftertaste. He turned to Manager Li and requested, "Please tell me more about this exquisite braised duck." "Certainly, master." Manager Li elaborated on the establishment, detailing the identity of the owner, the variety of offerings, and the impressive sales, noting that once the daily stock is sold, the shop closes its doors, with only one location in the entire town. The proprietor indeed possesses astuteness, enticing customers to flock for purchases. Shun Yunliang interjected, "Is he still a top scholar?" "Indeed. He ranked first in the examinations last year and is expected to participate in the imperial examinations next year," Manager Li replied. To be able to set aside the pride often held by scholars and openly sell on the streets is no small feat. This individual has the makings of greatness. Many scholars cling to their lofty ideals and would rather accept the patronage of gentry, merchants, or aristocrats than lower themselves to earn a living on their own. In the eyes of many, merchants are still regarded as a lowly profession, let alone one who publicly hawks their wares. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Those who accept support will inevitably find themselves constrained by it. Some scholars fail to comprehend this, or perhaps they do but choose to act otherwise. Alas, their vision is woefully myopic. Shen Yunliang felt that Rong Zheng was worth meeting in person. Arrange for Rong Zheng to come to Yefeng Tower, he instructed. After a brief pause, he added, "Let us set the meeting for 2 days hence. In the meantime, have someone investigate Rong Zheng's background." As the spokesperson for the Shun family and a shrewd businessman, Shen Yunliang had astutely identified the latent commercial prospects within this delectable braised duck and was prepared to discuss matters directly with Rong Zheng. After all, often when a business deal does not come to fruition, it is primarily due to insufficient financial offerings. The reason for asking Manager Li to investigate the details was to enhance the odds during negotiations, as information serves as a crucial weapon. If utilized wisely, it can secure the initiative in discussions. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Shen Yunliang, despite his youth, stands as a formidable authority within a vast commercial empire, undoubtedly possessing exceptional qualities. His personal interventions rarely end in failure. Very well, esteemed proprietor. I shall dispatch someone to look into this matter, Manager Li replied, turning to leave. Wait, Manager Li, please bring me another plate of duck tongues. Xia Shaluo called out hurriedly. Shen Yunliang glanced down at the empty plate beside a small mountain of duck bones, his brow furrowing. This dish is overly spicy. Consuming too much of it is detrimental to your health. He retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his husband's hands. I want another plate. There isn't much meat on the duck tongues, and I am still hungry, Xia Shaluo pleaded, playfully shaking his husband's arm. Consume more rice and vegetables, Shen Yunliang insisted, offering him some food. I want to eat that, Xia Shaluo declared, pushing his bowl aside, adamantly refusing to eat anything but marinated duck. Observing his husband, 3 years his junior, acting like a child, Shen Yunliang felt a mixture of exasperation and affection. That will be the last plate, he conceded, willing to indulge him. Yay! Manager Li, witnessing this exchange, was astonished that the proprietor not only remained unperturbed but also doted on his charming husband, as if willing to grant him the stars and the moon. It was quite a revelation. After all, only someone equally indulgent could take their partner on such an outing to oversee the shop. Indeed, he recalled another individual known for his pampering ways, Rong Zheng. Chapter 66. Negotiation. As Rong Zheng entered the shop, Manager Li of Yefeng Tower approached him. Boss Rong, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. What brings you here? Manager Li? Well, my esteemed proprietor wishes to invite you to a gathering at Yefeng Tower. Rong Zheng surmised. Is this regarding the marinated duck recipe? Manager Li whispered discreetly. Though not explicitly stated, it is highly likely. The individual who wishes to meet you is the future head of the Shun family. Oh, Rong Zheng inquired. The foremost merchant of the current dynasty, the Shun family? Indeed, Yefeng Tower is also a property of the Shun family. It is the largest tavern in the town, having withstood the test of time, so its backers must be formidable. Precisely, Manager Li affirmed. Is now a convenient time? After a moment's thought, and finding no pressing matters, Rong Zheng followed Manager Li to Yefeng Tower. Upon entering the most luxurious private room, Manager Li gestured, Boss Rong, please take a seat while I fetch the proprietor. Shortly, a young man clad in splendid garments strode in with an imposing presence. I have long heard of your remarkable demeanor and appearance, Boss Rong. Today, I see that your reputation is well-deserved. I am Shen Yunliang, the proprietor of Yefeng Tower. Rong Zheng observed that the man, though merely in his 20s, possessed a maturity and composure beyond his years. He rose, clasped his hands in greeting, and replied, I am Rong Zheng. It is an honor to meet you, Boss Shun. Please, do not call me Boss Shun. It feels too formal. Let us simply be friends today. You may call me Yunliang, Shen Yunliang suggested, inviting Rong Zheng to sit. As Shen Yunliang noted Rong Zheng's distinguished appearance and composed demeanor, Despite knowing he was the decision-maker of the Shun family, he admired his ability to speak with both confidence and grace. Devoid of flattery, though he is merely a humble student at present, one cannot compare an ordinary scholar to one graced by the endorsement of two distinguished mentors. It is a certainty that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly succeed in his examinations and is highly likely to excel in the imperial examination. Cultivating a friendship with him would be advantageous. Rong Zheng smiled and responded, "In that case, you may address me simply as Rong Zheng." As they took their seats, Shun Yunliang adopted a more casual tone. "Come, let's share a drink." Rong Zheng emptied his cup, set it down, and inquired, "Pray tell, Yunliang, what brings you to seek my company?" While he was aware that the gentleman desired to purchase the recipe for marinated duck, he chose to remain composed and not reveal his intentions prematurely. To be overly eager in negotiations would only invite price suppression. As friends, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in pleasantries or roundabout discussions that would waste their time. Moreover, as a businessman, he preferred directness and candidly stated, "To be frank, I wish to acquire your marinated duck recipe." Rong Zheng did not respond immediately, instead gently tracing the rim of his cup, maintaining a calm demeanor as he met Shun Yunliang's gaze, wishing to ascertain the price the Shun family might propose. Shun Yunliang was taken aback, surprised by Rong Zheng's poise at the negotiation table, sensing a shift in dynamics. Rong Zheng thought to himself, "Young man, I have consumed more salt than you have rice." In his former life, as a scion of a martial arts family and heir to a large enterprise, he understood that martial prowess alone does not suffice for sustenance. A reputable family must possess significant financial backing. He also held a Master degree in business administration, growing up alongside his father. He was well-versed in the nuances of negotiation, which had become a pivotal reason for his single status, besides not having met anyone he fancied. He was simply too preoccupied with martial training and business ventures. Here, however, he did not wish to immerse himself in such busyness, preferring to focus on a political career that would allow him time to spend with his spouse and children. The two engaged in a silent contest of wills. Shun Yunliang chuckled lightly and declared, "I assure you, I come with utmost sincerity, and I trust you are familiar with the Shun family's reputation. Please state your terms. I am capable of accommodating you as long as the price is reasonable." Only then did Rong Zheng slowly articulate his thoughts. "I do not wish for anyone to acquire the recipe outright." Shun Yunliang, puzzled, wondered if Rong Zheng was merely toying with him. "You are a clever man. Surely you understand our purpose in this meeting. I propose to participate in the profits through a stake in the recipe," Rong Zheng continued. "You may take the recipe for marinated duck, but I seek a share of the profits." Shun Yunliang furrowed his brow. "You would only provide a recipe? Compared to the costs of opening a shop, a mere recipe seemed trivial yet was undeniably crucial. Yunliang, your family engages in countless businesses. You must recognize that while there are myriad food ventures, true longevity and distinction stem from culinary excellence. It is the unforgettable flavors that truly matter. Otherwise, no matter how many marinated duck shops you establish, profitability remains uncertain." Shun Yunliang's gaze sharpened. "You possess considerable insight. What share of the profits do you desire?" 30%. Shun Yunliang squinted, firing off 3 questions in quick succession. "Are you aware of the potential profits if I were to expand marinated duck sales nationwide? Do you genuinely believe your recipe holds such value? Is it somewhat audacious to ask for such a price? Without my unique recipe, you would merely be able to sell other varieties of braised duck rather than the exquisite kind. Whether it is worth this price is something you must assess." Shun Yunliang was momentarily taken aback by Rong Zheng's words, realizing that his counterpart was not an ordinary individual. He then inquired, "Could you disclose the exact profit your shop has made in over a year? I need to understand clearly before making a decision." Observing Rong Zheng's hesitation, he continued, "I have heard that you have purchased a residence in the capital, presumably to prepare for the imperial examination, and since you lack trustworthy relatives at home, your presence here suggests you are indeed eager to negotiate this collaboration." Shun Yunliang demonstrated his acumen by researching his situation, understanding that he had either to sell the recipe or relinquish the shop. As Rong Zheng sensed Shun Yunliang's inclination to compromise, he laid bare the details of the business's revenue costs, and profits. Shen Yunliang was astonished to discover that this modest shop could earn over 1,000 taels in a year. After a prolonged silence and careful consideration, he finally spoke. I can only offer you a 20% share. While the recipe is crucial, the management and operations will require my oversight. Thus, a 30% share is excessive. Upon hearing this, Rong Zheng felt a sense of relief, as his expectation was indeed set at 20%, merely needing to feign difficulty. Noticing Rong Zheng's hesitation, Shen Yunliang pressed further. If anyone can expand this exquisite braised duck business rapidly, it would be my Shen family. You are unlikely to find another suitable partner. This should be your best option at present. After a brief pause, Rong Zheng slowly replied, You make a valid point, Yunliang. Given your earnestness, I am willing to concede and accept the 20% share. He then smiled slightly and proposed an additional condition. You must agree that this town's braised duck shop will purchase ducks raised in Anha village for the next 3 years. Shen Yunliang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Rong Zheng to consider the welfare of his village, showcasing a commendable breadth of vision. Very well, it is not a significant matter. He readily agreed. Rong Zheng raised his cup to a fruitful collaboration. Their glasses clinked in the air, producing a clear and melodious sound. During the meal, Shen Yunliang casually broached the subject of opening a branch of the braised duck shop, initially as light conversation. His own business acumen did not necessitate consulting someone who had only operated a shop for a year. However, aware that the matter concerned his share, Rong Zheng offered a few suggestions. What began as casual banter gradually shifted to a serious discussion, evolving into a thoughtful exchange, with Shen Yunliang becoming increasingly engaged, even showing signs of humility in seeking advice. Consider implementing a hunger marketing strategy, he suggested, hiring individuals to form long queues. Leveraging the psychology of conformity, people will join the line, driven by the fear of missing out on something exceptional, while further stimulating their desire to purchase through limited sales, thus creating a buying frenzy. Rong Zheng added, moreover, introducing a membership system could be beneficial. For instance, new customers could recharge 3 times the current price of the goods, receiving their purchases for free and becoming members who enjoy discounts of 20 to 10% on future transactions. Given the Shen family's reputation, many would be willing to invest in advance. This strategy could quickly recoup funds and enhance customer loyalty. After all, the money had already been spent, leaving no choice but to continue purchasing the marinated duck. Shen Yunliang felt that this conversation had been immensely beneficial. Regarding Rong Zheng with newfound respect, if this person were to venture into commerce in the future, he would undoubtedly amass great wealth. Yunliang, it's getting late. My husband and child are waiting at home. I've been out for too long, and Rong Zheng is already yearning for the little one. Initially, Shen Yunliang had merely sought to make a simple acquaintance, but now he aspired to be a true friend to Rong Zheng. One must realize how many sought to climb the towering tree of the Shen family, yet found no avenue. Shen Yunliang believed that someone like Rong Zheng would undoubtedly rise to great heights in his career, destined to reach the imperial court. His insight and ambition were no less than those hailing from prestigious families. Brother Rong Zheng, I've heard that in a few days, it will be the joyous occasion of your little lordess' first month celebration. For such a grand event, might I be so fortunate as to receive an invitation? Well, it seems we have become brothers. Rong Zheng pondered. In the future, he would rely on this fellow for dividends, and he was indeed welcome. Welcome. Your presence would truly illuminate our humble abode. I express my gratitude on behalf of my little one for your generosity, Brother Yunliang. On the day of the full month celebration, the household was bustling from early morning. Rong Zheng directed the helpers from the tavern in preparing the feast, while Yi Chun and Chu Mo welcomed guests at the entrance. Yao Jizheng and his wife, along with Chu Qing, moved gracefully among the guests, assisting them in finding their seats. Yi Lin and Ming Gu arrived early to lend a hand. Yi Lin swiftly arranged the tables and chairs, while Ming Gu joined Yi Yun in meticulously dressing the little Ling Yi. They adorned him in a new outfit, swaddled in vibrant red silk, and topped it off with an adorable rabbit hat, which added a delightful charm to his appearance. Little Ling Yi, with his fair skin and a striking red birthmark on his forehead, resembled a delicate fairy child. He perfectly inherited the good looks of his parents. With a face more akin to Yi Yun's and eyes that sparkled like Rong Zheng's. As the time approached, Yi Yun brought out little Ling Yi, dressed festively, was unafraid, and beamed like a flower in his father's embrace. When everyone gathered to admire the child, they all praised his charming features, declaring him a blessed child. Suddenly, the sound of a carriage approached. It was Shen Yunliang arriving with his wife, Xia Xiaoluo. The carriage was extraordinarily luxurious, adorned with intricate patterns that gleamed in the sunlight. The couple was clad in fine silks, accompanied by several attendants, one driving the carriage, two carrying gift boxes, and a maid carefully assisting Xia Xiaoluo as she disembarked, while another, with a serious expression, seemed to be a guard by Shen Yunliang's side. The impressive display highlighted the wealth and status of the owners. The villagers turned their heads, secretly astonished. When had Rong Zheng befriended such illustrious nobility? This grandeur was likely beyond even the sons of the affluent families in town. They began to acutely realize the vast chasm separating them from Rong Zheng. Word had it that Rong Zheng's family would soon be moving to the capital, which evoked both envy and a hint of bitterness. Xia Xiaoluo, attending a full-month celebration in the countryside for the first time, found everything refreshingly novel. Then, Shen Yunliang took Xia Xiaoluo's hand and stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, and sincerely remarked, "Rong Zheng, congratulations on your little lord's first-month celebration. This is my husband, Xia Xiaoluo. We have come specifically to extend our congratulations." Upon finishing his words, he gently waved his hand, signaling the servant to present the prepared gifts. The exquisitely wrapped boxes were evidently of great value, and he humbly remarked that such a modest token could hardly convey his respect, and he hoped it would be graciously accepted. Rong Zheng returned the courtesy, stating, "You are too kind. It is already an honor for both of you to be present. On behalf of my young one, I express our gratitude for your thoughtful gesture. Please come in." Xia Xiaoluo disregarded Shen Yunliang and approached Yi Yun to admire the child, who was as lovely as a porcelain doll. As the meal was about to commence, everyone was preparing to take their seats, leaving only the maid Chu Qing to attend to Yi Yun. "I am Xia Xiaoluo," he said with a smile. "That little one is simply adorable. I hold him." Yi Yun lifted his gaze to the charming boy before him, whose enchanting features and delightful smile stirred a fondness within him. He gladly stood up and carefully placed the little Lingyi into Xia Xiaoluo's arms, replying, "Of course, I am Yi Yun." Xia Xiaoluo adeptly received the child, appearing as though he had done so many times before. Noticing Yi Yun's surprise, he explained, "I have a son who is over 4 years old. He was also very endearing in his early years, but as he grew, he began to adopt his father's serious demeanor." At this point, he inquired, "What is the little darling's name?" "Rong Lingyi." "Lingyi, a gentleman of virtue. May he always embody such grace," Xia Xiaoluo murmured, "a splendid name indeed. This little fellow is destined to become a refined gentleman, distinguished in demeanor." Yi Yun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of astonishment. He recalled that Rong Zheng had mentioned this line of poetry, yet he had not anticipated that the gentleman before him would be familiar with it. It was evident that Xia Xiaoluo hailed from a well-to-do family, having had the privilege of education from a young age, and this fostered a deeper sense of camaraderie between them. How utterly charming! Such a well-behaved child, Xia Xiaoluo cooed, playfully poking the soft, rosy cheek of Lingyi. However, in the next moment, Lingyi, realizing that he was not being held by his familiar father, pouted in confusion, on the verge of tears, only to see his father leaning in to amuse him. Thankfully, his father was still nearby. Otherwise, would he still cry? The little one's mind was in turmoil, silently pleading, "Hurry and hold me back." Yet, his father remained oblivious to Lingyi's thoughts, engaged in conversation with others. "My husband and I will be staying in this town for a few days. May I come to visit you during that time?" Xia Xiaoluo inquired. Since Shen Yunliang needed to discuss the duck shop's affairs with Rong Zheng, they would remain in town for about 10 days, affording him the opportunity to play with the delightful child when boredom struck. He held a favorable impression of Yi Yun. Even in the capital, he seldom encountered such exquisitely beautiful boys, and he wished to befriend those of such appealing countenance. Of course, Feel free to come to the village to find me. I will mostly be at home, caring for the child during these days, Yin replied. How wonderful. I have no friends in this town, and I will come to see Lingyi every day. Xia Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Shun Yunliang's voice called out, Xiaoluo, the meal is about to begin. Let's take our seats. After exchanging pleasantries with Rong Zheng, they agreed to discuss the transfer of the duck shop after the completion of the banquet, before he returned to his husband. As I cast my gaze, it fortuitously landed upon Yi Yun, and I found myself momentarily entranced by his exquisite visage, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where had I encountered him before? Xia Xiaoluo cradled the child in her arms and presented him to Shun Yunliang, exclaiming, Look, such an adorable little one, as if sculpted from jade. Shun Yunliang, regaining his composure, glanced at the child nestled in his partner's embrace. Noticing the striking resemblance to the gentleman from earlier, while the child's eyes bore a likeness to Rong Zheng's, epitomizing the perfect inheritance of beauty from this couple. Little Ling Yi, now being carried away, would no longer see his father's face, and unable to contain his sorrow, burst into tears. Xia Xiaoluo hastily returned the child to Yi Yun, feeling somewhat guilty for having upset him. If you come to play more often, Ling Yi will grow accustomed to you and cease his weeping, Yi Yun reassured. Finally back in the familiar and comforting arms of his father, little Ling Yi listened to his father's gentle coaxing, gradually quieting his lamentations. Yet, his gaze remained filled with a sense of grievance, unwilling to smile. As the banquet commenced, an array of dishes was carefully presented by the servers, 8 dishes in total, comprising 3 meat and 5 vegetable offerings. In truth, there were a total of 15 tables, each brimming with the joyous chatter of villagers. The villagers marveled, remarking on Rong Zheng's evident affection for their first child, even arranging a grand feast for a mere boy. Following the banquet, Rong Zheng escorted Shun Yunliang and his partner outside. I have discussed the matter of the exquisite marinated duck with the village head. He hopes to formalize a contract ensuring that you will procure ducks from our village for the next 3 years. Certainly, I will have someone draft the contract. Shun Yunliang replied. Tomorrow, I will accompany the village head to the town, and I shall bring the ledger to Yufeng Lu for us to sign the agreement. No need. I will visit the marinated duck shop to find you and assess the situation, and I will take the person in charge along. Shun Yunliang paused, adding, By the way, Xiaoluo mentioned wanting to visit your home during these days. You are most welcome. My partner is currently at home caring for the child. Once Shun Yunliang and his partner departed, the village head inquired of Rong Zheng, the individual taking over the marinated duck shop. Indeed, village head. He has agreed to sign a contract, ensuring that he will procure ducks from our village for 3 years. Thank you, Rong Zheng, the village head said, patting Rong Zheng on the shoulder. You are a good soul. Even after leaving the village, you still consider how to assist the villagers. I'm also a part of this village, Rong Zheng replied. Chapter 68. Brotherhood. Upon returning, Xia Xiaoluo confronted Shun Yunliang with a tone of reproach. What were you doing? Staring blankly at Yi Yun? Shun Yunliang echoed. He is Rong Zheng's partner. What an unfounded accusation. I was not staring blankly. I merely paused for a moment. Xia Xiaoluo turned away, visibly upset. Shun Yunliang gently turned him back, explaining, It seems I have encountered someone with similar striking features, but I cannot recall who they are. Where? In the capital? I am not certain. You have spent most of these years inspecting shops outside the capital, leaving little time in the city, yet you still remember the handsome gentleman from there, Xia Xiaoluo pressed. Well, had it not been for the stunningly exquisite appearance of Rong Zheng's partner, I doubt I would have recalled him at all. It was precisely because of his remarkable beauty that a faint impression lingered. However, it is not solely beauty that compels me to take a second glance. The identity of the individual must be noteworthy. Otherwise, I would hardly have been inclined to even glance at him initially. Certainly, Shun Yunliang would not speak the unvarnished truth in front of his husband. Our child is already over 4 years old. Do you not know my heart? With that, he lowered his head, silencing the incessant chatter. The prolonged and fervent kiss left Xia Xiaoluo's tongue tingling. Lying in Shun Yunliang's embrace, he gasped for breath for a considerable time, his crimson lips finally daring not to provoke further. Shen Yunliang gently smoothed his husband's slightly disheveled hair. It has been 4 months since we left the capital. I wonder how Su Feng is faring? Does he miss me? Xia Xiaoluo occasionally found himself reminiscing about their son. As he spoke, he could not help but complain, Yunliang, you have no idea. When we departed, Su Feng's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any reluctance. I worry he might develop a poker face as he grows older. Impossible. You are Su Feng's little father. It would be strange if he did not feel a sense of longing. Shen Yunliang refrained from revealing the truth to his husband. Perhaps your absence would ultimately benefit Su Feng's development. Xia Xiaoluo often took Su Feng back to his maternal home. Yet his forgetfulness was considerable. After each visit, he frequently forgot to bring him back. Once, twice, thrice, this left a shadow over the young Su Feng. Although leaving the child at his grandparents' home meant he would receive attentive care, it was not a grave matter, yet for a child. Being forgotten inevitably brought about a sense of disappointment. Thus, each time Xia Xiaoluo took Su Feng back to his maternal home, the boy would silently follow by his side, ensuring that his forgetful little father would not leave him behind. That pitiful visage tugged at Shen Yunliang's heartstrings. Their son bore too much at such a tender age. In truth, Xia Xiaoluo was not completely forgetful. He would think of Su Feng in the evenings. He recalled an instance when he and his husband were lost in passion, and his husband suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I've left Su Feng behind again. We must hurry to fetch him." I promised I would never leave him at his maternal home again. This was a promise made countless times to honor that commitment. Xia Xiaoluo struggled to rise. Shen Yunliang gritted his teeth. How could he halt at such a crucial moment? Thus, he swiftly subdued his husband. It was only after reaching the peak of ecstasy in the midnight hour that he felt a twinge of guilt regarding their son. As his thought crossed his mind, his gaze deepened, lingering over Xia Xiaoluo. After briefly missing their son, Xia Xiaoluo pushed the thought aside, recalling the delightful child he had seen earlier. Yunliang. Little Lingyi is truly adorable, with a delicate nose and rosy cheeks, so soft and cuddly that one simply wants to poke him. The following day, as Xia Xiaoluo rubbed his sore waist, he grumbled, "It's all your fault." "Oh, who was it that clung to me last night?" Shen Yunliang laughed, mercilessly exposing him. Xia Xiaoluo choked momentarily, his face flushing red as he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. "Are you still going to see little Lingyi, or would you prefer to rest here?" Shen Yunliang removed his husband's hand and ceased to tease him further. "No, I just made a new friend. I wish to go see him. Have a maid add more cushions to the carriage for a more comfortable ride." Having risen late, they arrived at Yi Yun's home only in the afternoon. Yi Yun was in the yard, cradling little Lingyi in the sun. Xiao Lingyi held a deep affection for her father, her eyes fixated on him. Today, her spirits were remarkably high, and the joy brought forth by playful antics made her kick her little legs with vigor. Minggu was seated nearby, engaged in needlework. As Ian contemplated the impending departure of their family from the village in a few days, he felt a pang of reluctance and wished to craft a warm cotton jacket for Xiao Lingyi to be worn throughout the approaching winter. Today, Xiao Baoer appeared even more adorable than yesterday. As Xia Xiaoluo entered the courtyard, he lowered his gaze to behold Xiao Lingyi's radiant face. "Have you had lunch?" asked Yi Yun. "If not, I can have Chu Qing prepare something." Xia Xiaoluo replied, "I just came from having eaten." Observing the longing in Xia Xiaoluo's eyes to hold Xiao Lingyi, Yi Yun passed the child to him. Xia Xiaoluo eagerly accepted, utterly charmed by the little one, whose forehead bore a small beauty mark, exceedingly delightful in appearance. "I want my father," exclaimed Lingyi. "That is wonderful. This is Minggu," Yi Yun introduced. "Hello, I am Xia Xiaoluo," he remarked, casting an admiring glance at the nearly completed green cotton jacket. "Wow, your hands are truly skillful. This jacket is beautifully made." His tone then turned dejected. "When I attempt needlework, I often prick my fingers. My mother gave up on teaching me." Initially, Minggu felt somewhat reserved upon seeing Xia Xiaoluo dressed in splendid attire. However, after a while, he discovered that Xia Xiaoluo possessed a remarkably amiable disposition, being cheerful and talkative, easily forming a rapport with others. Thus, the three of them engaged in increasingly delightful conversation, even beginning to share humorous grievances about their respective husbands. Chapter 69. Departure from the village. Recently, Rong Zheng had nearly completed the handover of the exquisite marinated duck business. He meticulously documented the recipe and personally instructed the chef who would take over. As Shun Yunliang perused the densely written pages and the entire marinating process, he deeply understood why Rong Zheng's family's secret marinated duck was so exceptionally flavorful, far surpassing the sales of other establishments. The meticulous selection of ingredients, precise proportions during preparation, the intricate marinating procedure, and the subtle nuances of heat control. No wonder other shops could not replicate it. Shun Yunliang felt an increasing admiration for Rong Zheng, pondering what kind of mind could conceive such culinary delights. Oh, after perusing numerous books, one gradually gains insight, Rong Zheng replied nonchalantly, as if brushing aside the compliment. Once the handover was complete, Rong Zheng approached the village head. I would like to purchase 27 acres of land. The village head, no longer astonished, was aware that Rong Zheng had earned a considerable sum from the marinated duck business, 10 taels per acre, totaling 270 taels for 27 acres. Very well. I'll take care of this promptly, he assured Rong Zheng as he handed over the money. Let us not dwell on that. I will expedite the process. All right. The village head acted swiftly, returning 5 days later with the land deed. Rong Zheng, you are a good man. Over the past year, your acquisition of ducks from the villagers has benefited everyone, and they are grateful to you. It's convenient for me to source from the village as well. The village head smiled, patting Rong Zheng on the shoulder, sincerely wishing him success in his scholarly pursuits. Thank you, village head. Rong Zheng replied earnestly, bowing in gratitude. After this series of actions, Rong Zheng calculated the family's savings and found that they still had 600 taels left, which would suffice to support a large family in the capital for several years. Additionally, with 50 acres of land in hand, despite the considerable taxes to be paid now, he anticipated that passing the scholar's examination next year would likely exempt him from such burdens. The farmland could yield around 100 taels in income annually. As for the profits from the braised duck business, they remained uncertain for the time being, but with the Shun family's management skills, it was unlikely to be disappointing. The most crucial task ahead was to focus on studying diligently. Upon returning home, Rong Zheng asked Chu Imo to summon the couple, Yao Jijing and his wife. He addressed them, saying, I currently possess 50 acres of land. Would you be willing to continue as long-term hired farmers and assist me in managing all the fields? The couple had been feeling quite anxious these days because Rong Zheng had sold the duck shop, which diminished their work, and they feared he might no longer need their services. They wished to inquire about his intentions, but were uncertain how to broach the subject, concerned about putting their benefactor in a difficult position, as he had been exceedingly generous to their family. Upon hearing that they could continue working for him, providing them with a steady income for the year, the weight on their hearts was finally lifted. Overcome with emotion, they knelt before him, tears glistening in their eyes, exclaiming, We are profoundly grateful to you, our benefactor. Your immense kindness is beyond our ability to repay. We shall ensure that the fields are managed beautifully. Rong Zheng hastily helped them to their feet. Having come from a modern era, he was unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. In addition to tending to the fields, he requested, I hope you both can also keep an eye on this house, ensuring it is cleaned regularly. At least visit every fortnight to open the windows for ventilation, preventing any intruders from entering. A house that remains unoccupied for too long risks deterioration. Rest assured, we will diligently look after your home and await your family's return. They assured him. As the day of departure from Anha village approached, the Rong family busily prepared their belongings for their journey to the capital. Chu Qing was organizing clothes and preparing sheep's milk for the little one, while Tao Miao assisted by handing her items. Chu Imo was collecting books for their master, moving in and out with packages to load onto the carriage, while Yilin and Wang Zhe lent a hand, busily placing things onto the vehicle. Yin first wrapped Bowers snugly in a thick, soft swaddle and adorned him with a fluffy rabbit hat. As it was the end of September, the weather had noticeably turned cooler, and the journey to the capital was long, so he worried about the little one catching a chill. After handing little Lingy to Ming Guer to hold, Yi Yun meticulously packed her clothes and little trinkets into a bundle. Ming Gur sat on the edge of the bed, cradling little Ling Yi, his eyes reddened and brimming with tears. Yi Yun was his dearest friend, and now they were about to leave the village, uncertain when they might return, filling him with profound reluctance. Yi Yun, feeling similarly pained, recalled the difficult days when Ming Gur had been by his side, their shared struggles forging a deep bond of friendship over the years. He feigned nonchalance to initiate a conversation, asking, "Aren't you and Yilin planning to open a tailor shop in town? Have you found a suitable location?" "Yes, we have," Ming Gur replied. His voice slightly choked as he cleared his throat. "Rong Zheng helped us connect with a place right on a small street next to the main road. It's a good location." Before their marriage, Yilin had promised to save money to help Ming Gur establish a tailoring shop, providing alterations and selling garments made by themselves. "That is good. We can set a date to commence our venture. Your embroidery skills have improved remarkably, and I am certain many will seek your craftsmanship for their garments." Mengu paused momentarily and said earnestly, "Yun, I shall miss you." "I will miss you too," Yi Yun replied, her voice slightly choked yet clear enough for Mengu to hear. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped them. The farewells had been articulated sufficiently in the days prior. On Yi Chen's side, young Wang Liang, merely 14, began to weep, lamenting, "When you leave, who will bring me candies?" He wiped his tears with his hand. Yi Chen remarked, "Rong Zheng has given one of the 2 sheep from his home to the Wang Zhang family and the other to Dr. Yi." Doctor Yi had diligently taught Yi Yun the art of medicine for 2 years. Although he was not formally her master, he had assumed the role of a mentor. He led a plump ewe by the leash, grinning widely, until his wife cast him a sidelong glance, prompting him to temper his exuberance. The vegetables and fruits from their home were distributed among the neighbors. As the belongings were nearly packed, and the items to be moved were already loaded onto the cart, the principal contents comprised their clothing, books, and a large bundle of various small trinkets belonging to Xiaoling Yi, including colorful embroidered balls, plush toys, and wooden playthings. The Rong Zheng family stood beside the cart, bidding farewell to the villagers. Wang Zhang wiped her tears, her voice quivering. "Rong Zheng, seeing you so prosperous today brings me genuine joy from the depths of my heart. If your parents were still alive, they would surely be overjoyed." At this point, she was overcome with emotion. "You must take care of yourselves in the future." The village head added, "You're the only scholar in our village. Study diligently. We in Anha village will always await your return." The surrounding neighbors also gathered to send them off. "Safe travels. We wish you success in your future endeavors, and may you bring honor to your family. May your family remain safe and prosperous in the capital. We await your return." A wave of melancholy washed over the crowd. However, Xiaoling Yi alone remained cheerful, nestled in his father's warm embrace, babbling and occasionally flailing his arms in delight. Rong Zheng assisted Yi Yun onto the cart, where Chu Qing awaited inside. Chu Mo drove the cart, while Rong Zheng and Yi Chen rode alongside on horseback. As Rong Zheng waved a final farewell to the gathering, he mounted his horse, and the party gradually distanced themselves. Chapter 70. Encountering injustice upon reaching the town, an opulent carriage awaited them on the main road. The Shen Yunliang couple was also embarking on their journey to the next destination to oversee their establishment. They had come to bid farewell to the Rong Zheng family. Yi Yun, cradling Xiaoling Yi, dismounted the cart, and Xia Xiaoluo approached, playfully poking a small dent into Xiaoling Yi's tender cheek with his finger. Having become familiar with Xia Xiaoluo from frequent encounters, Xiaoling Yi responded with a radiant smile, delighted by the attention. Today, as parting left an uncertainty as to when they might reunite, Xia Xiaoluo felt a pang of sadness. The friends he had only recently made were soon to embark on their separate journeys. In ancient times, travel was slow, and a single farewell could mean an eternity apart. "We will correspond frequently," Yi Yun reassured him. "You will likely go to the capital, right?" "Indeed, we shall. As you journey to the capital, please remember to send word in advance, and I shall certainly await your family's arrival at the city gate." Yi Yun chuckled lightly. "Alright." Xia Xiaoluo smiled, removing a delicate red cord from around her neck, upon which dangled a jade pendant. The pendant was carved from rare, exquisite white jade. its texture as smooth as cream, and it gleamed with a warm luster under the sunlight. The edges were adorned with elegantly crafted patterns that harmonized beautifully with its hue, exuding both opulence and grace. This is a jade pendant that Yunliang brought back from the western regions. It is a pair with the one belonging to my son, Xufeng. Xia Xiaoluo gently hung the pendant around the neck of the little Lingyi. This jade piece was acquired by Shun Yunliang at a high price of 500 taels at an auction house in the west. Xia Xiaoluo kept one for herself and gifted the other to her son, Shun Xufeng. Cleverly, she remarked to her son, Xufeng, this jade pendant is quite valuable. Should your little father forget you outside, wandering the streets in dire straits, remember to sell it for money. Shun Xufeng replied, I truly appreciate your thoughtful consideration. Little Lingyi, noticing the new adornment, curiously waved her tiny hands, attempting to grasp the pendant. After several attempts, she finally succeeded, her laughter becoming even more jubilant. Meanwhile, Rong Zheng was conversing with Shun Yunliang when he overheard that the jade pendant was a pair with another childess. His eyelids twitched in surprise. Are we really on the path to arranging a marriage? My little boy, still in swaddling clothes, is already being sought after? This is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Yi Yun declined, though lacking knowledge of jade. She recognized its worth and intended to return it to Xia Xiaoluo. However, little Lingyi, sensing the pendant was about to be taken away, clutched it tightly in her soft hands. I grasped it by my own ability. No one could take it away, not even little father. If you try to snatch it, I shall cry. As she spoke, her lips pursed, as if on the verge of tears. Rong Zheng felt anxious. My dear, one cannot simply take things. You may be deceived without even realizing it. A father's heart aches. This pendant was originally intended as a gift for his son's future bride, yet he cherished Lingyi and decided to bestow it as a parting gift. Xia Xiaoluo pressed down on Yi Yun's hand. Look, little Lingyi is truly delighted. He gently shook Lingyi's arm. Remember to visit the capital later and meet your brother Xufeng. Fortunately, Rong Zheng felt relieved, vowing to keep a closer watch on his little boy in the future. Xiaoluo had a fondness for Lingyi. Shun Yunliang observed this with an amused smile. Rong Zheng forced a smile. No matter how fond you are, it does not justify your intentions to take my precious son away. After their farewells, Rong Zheng and his party continued their journey toward the city. Halfway there, they detected faint voices coming from a side path. Rong Zheng halted his horse to listen intently. It was the sound of someone pleading for mercy. Under Rong Zheng's training, Yi Chun had significantly heightened his alertness. He slightly tilted his head and said, Brother Rong, it seems there are pleas for help from that direction. Rong Zheng nodded, gesturing to Chu Mo to stop the carriage, then swiftly dismounted. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun, noticing the halt, curiously lifted the curtain, finding Rong Zheng before her. You all wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Yi Yun's eyes revealed concern. Be careful. Yes. Don't worry. Rong Zheng turned to Yi Chun and said, You stay here with your brother. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Rong Zheng hastened along the narrow path, traversing the sparse forest, until he soon arrived at the source of the desperate pleas for mercy. With a light step, he leaped onto a tree, and the scene before him gradually came into focus. A carriage stood nearby, and two menacing bandits, brandishing sharp blades, were intimidating three kneeling individuals, an elderly man, a small boy, and a middle-aged coachman. The old man knelt on the ground, trembling hands protectively shielding the boy behind him as he pleaded, Please, spare us. I will give you all the money I have. His hands fumbled through his clothes. The young boy, frightened, began to cry but stifled his sobs after being scolded. Merely whimpering softly, I am just the coachman. I carry very little money, the middle-aged man said, his face pale as he hurriedly produced a few coins from his person, his hands shaking as he extended them, his voice quivering with fear. One of the bandits snatched the coins, visibly displeased with the meager offering, cursing, What a pitiful sum. Is this worth our trouble? The other bandit, enraged by the paltry amount of silver, kicked the coachman, who cried out in pain. Let us kill them, they said, having deemed this haul insufficient, showing no intention of sparing the lives of the three, as they were already wanted men, indifferent to the weight of additional blood on their hands. The three, upon hearing this, were filled with despair, their voices tinged with cries as they pleaded, "Please, spare us. We have given you all our money." The bandits paid no heed to their desperate lamentations, one of them raising a gleaming blade, ready to strike the old man. At that moment, Rong Zheng stealthily approached, picking up a stone from the roadside. Channeling his inner strength, he hurled it with precision, knocking the bandit's sword from his grip, and then leapt forward, landing deftly before the assailants. Startled by the sudden appearance of this figure, the bandits momentarily froze, but upon noticing he bore no weapon, they regained their composure. The bandit brandished his knife threateningly, warning, "Whoever you are, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." Quickly, he retrieved the fallen blade and assumed a fighting stance alongside his companion. Without uttering a word, Rong Zheng charged forward, his form fluid and graceful as he engaged the two bandits in combat. In a matter of moments, both men were sent crashing to the ground, grimacing in pain, struggling to rise. Now, it was their turn to plead for mercy. Finding their cries bothersome, Rong Zheng picked up the hilt of a knife and swiftly rendered the two unconscious, silencing them instantly. The three captives were left in shock, unable to comprehend how he had acted so quickly. Turning to the elderly man and the coachman, Rong Zheng inquired, "Do you have any rope? Or perhaps 2 thick vines?" Yes, I will fetch them at once," the coachman replied, regaining his senses and swiftly moving to the carriage's driving seat to retrieve 2 strong ropes, which he handed to Rong Zheng without hesitation. Rong Zheng wasted no time binding the bandits securely and tossing them into the carriage. The old man, accompanied by the small boy, knelt alongside the coachman, repeatedly bowing their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir, for saving our lives." "Where are you headed?" Rong Zheng asked. "We are en route to the capital, but we did not anticipate encountering these 2 bandits here," the old man replied. "I too am heading to the capital. So let us hasten to the carriage and embark together. You shall report to the authorities, ensuring these 2 bandits face their due punishment." "Oh, very well." The old man felt a profound sense of relief. Having survived a great peril, he followed this gallant figure to the capital, assured of a safe journey. Upon returning to the official road, Rong Zheng briefly recounted the events to Yi Yin and Yi Chun before continuing on their way. Yi Yin, finally at ease, settled back into the carriage, cradling the now-awake little Ling Yi and feeding him goat's milk. The child, blissfully carefree, was spirited after a refreshing sleep, his bright eyes sparkling as he gazed at his charming father, his small mouth savoring the delectable milk. Happiness was so simple and pure. "Ye Yun Sofi remarqued, Ling Yi. Your father is a truly wonderful man." Due to delays on the road, they arrived at the capital during the hour of Shun, around 3 in the afternoon. The old man dismounted from the carriage, expressing his gratitude to Rong Zheng and inquiring repeatedly about the location of his residence, as he and his family wished to pay their respects and gratitude for saving their lives. In ancient times, the debt of saving a life was held in the utmost regard, with even suggestions of offering oneself in return. Offering oneself? Rong Zheng gazed with a complex expression at the wrinkled face of the old man. "No need for that. Please hurry and deliver the bandits to the authorities, so that they may investigate further and ensure no other robbers are lurking along that path." Having said this, he departed with the family in tow. Chapter 71. Settling in the capital before long, Rong Zheng and his companions arrived at a grand estate, its doors wide open. Upon hearing the sound of the carriage, the inhabitants rushed out, Huang Yi and Chen Yujia. Huang Yi spoke first. "Rong Zheng, you have brought your family along. We have already arranged your furniture. Indeed, the kitchen supplies have also been delivered," Chen Yujia added with a smile. In rural areas, the cooking space is often referred to as the stove room, while towns or capitals prefer the term kitchen. Rong Zheng clasped his hands in gratitude. Although he had previously visited the capital to procure items for the house, some things, particularly wooden furniture, required time to craft. Maintaining occasional correspondence with Huang Yi, he often expressed his longing, inquiring when Rong Zheng would come to the capital to study together. He wished to learn alongside the academic elite. Upon receiving news that Rong Zheng had acquired a residence, he volunteered to assist with the furniture delivery alongside his cousin Chen Yujia. Thus, Rong Zheng had already entrusted the house keys to him and provided detailed delivery times. At this moment, Yian stepped down from the carriage, cradling little Ling Yi. The two men assumed this must be Rong Zheng's husband and called out sister-in-law. Upon seeing Rong Zheng's husband, so strikingly handsome, they understood at last why Rong Zheng had not frequented the brothels. The allure of the ladies there could hardly compare. Huang Yi quipped, Rong Zheng does not visit the brothels because he has a beautiful husband at home, while I am but a lonely soul. Pray tell, whom should I seek for consolation? Yian gently nodded, acknowledging the two men. Little Ling Yi, having slept through 3 or 4 rounds of the carriage's motion, awoke and began to babble, attempting to capture his father's attention. Young children, in their innocence, yearn for the constant affection of their caregivers. Chen Yujia, noticing the small birthmark on Ling Yi's forehead, declared, this child is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Rong Zheng, with those charming peach blossom eyes. Huang, he added in admiration. Rong Zheng took the child from Yiyun, introducing him. This is Ling Yi. He then pointed to the two men, saying, this is Uncle Huang, and this is Uncle Chen. Ling Yi cooed, ya, Yi, how splendid is the gentleman. Chen Yujie immediately recognized the source. Being well-versed in the Book of Songs, Huang Yi also praised the profound and meaningful name, thinking to himself, once I achieve my scholarly ambitions, I will have my parents arrange a marriage for me, hoping to have a child as adorable as Ling Yi, with a name as poetic. He reached out his hand, eager to cradle the little one. Seeing this, Rong Zheng passed Ling Yi over. Huang Yi carefully took the child, his movements awkward and clumsy due to his inexperience, and he gently rocked him. However, Ling Yi, sensing the unfamiliarity of his new caretaker, grew anxious and ceased his cooing, his little face scrunching up. Finally, unable to contain himself, he began to cry. Rong Zheng quickly took him back, explaining, he is just shy. If you visit often, he will become accustomed to you. Instantly, with his father in his arms, Ling Yi stopped crying. Huang Yi remarked on the child's swift change of demeanor. Though Ling Yi had ceased his tears, he still sniffled, casting a silent, reproachful glance at his father for handing him over to a stranger. After exchanging pleasantries at the door, Huang Yi and Chen Yujie took their leave. You must be weary from your journey. We shall not intrude any longer. We will return to the academy and await your arrival tomorrow, they said, since neither was yet married and had come to the capital alone. They both resided at the academy, affording them ample time for study. Very well, I have just arrived and still need to tidy up the house. So I want to keep you for dinner. I shall certainly invite you both over for a meal another day, Rong Zheng replied. Once they bid farewell, he carried Ling Yi into the house, secured the door, and passed through the flower-laden entrance into the inner courtyard. Chu Mo and Yi Chun had already begun moving their belongings inside. Chu Qing was busily preparing dinner in the kitchen, where many utensils remained unorganized. Given the current state, she could only hastily stir-fry a few dishes to accompany the rice. They had eaten steamed buns and pancakes on the way, and a dinner of plain rice would be more satisfying. Meanwhile, Yian was unpacking clothes in the room, arranging them in the wardrobe, and preparing a little bed for Ling Yi. Upon entering, he carefully assessed the condition of the new residence. Rong Zheng had handled everything with meticulous attention. Though it was a newly purchased home, it was fully furnished. The main room featured for dining, chairs, storage drawers, and the house contained beds, wardrobes, dressing tables, and even a cradle for Ling Yi. While the space was not as expansive as their rural home, it was complete and exquisitely elegant. After entering the room, Rong Zheng attempted to place Ling Yi in his designated cradle, but the little one cried upon being set down, insisting on being held. Reluctantly, Rong Zheng took him back outside to stroll in the courtyard. It seemed the child sensed that this was not their previous home, his wide, curious eyes surveying the surroundings as he followed his father in exploring their new territory. Encountering novel sights excited him, prompting him to babble joyfully. Fortunately, with his adeptness in baby talk, Rong Zheng found it easy to communicate with the little one. They exchanged smiles, reaching a harmonious understanding. In the evening, after finally lulling little Ling Yi to sleep, Rong Zheng gently transferred him from the grand bed to his cradle. He then embraced his beloved tightly in his arms. Their bodies nestled closely together, Yian snuggled against Rong Zheng's chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Such a wonderful Rong Zheng cherished him, and they had their adorable little Lingy. A wave of happiness surged within him, prompting him to playfully nuzzle against Rong Zheng. Rong Zheng exclaimed, "My dear, you are teasing me again. I had intended to rest early after our exhausting journey. Yet how can one sleep under such circumstances?" The following morning, little Lingy, awakening in his cradle, blinked a few times, his eyes rolling about in confusion. This does not seem to be where I fell asleep. However, his little mind could not comprehend the reason behind it. Chapter 72. White Deer Academy. The next day, Rong Zheng and Yi Chun traveled to White Deer Academy by horse-drawn carriage. After sending them off, Chu and Mo returned home, promising to pick them up later in the afternoon. White Deer Academy is the finest institution in the capital, renowned throughout the city. Its location is exquisitely chosen, nestled between mountains and rivers, surrounded by verdant hills and babbling streams, creating an environment that is indeed a serene sanctuary for study. The architectural complex of the academy extends from west to east, designed with an intricate layout, primarily constructed of stone and wood or brick and wood. The roofs are adorned with azure tiles, forming a gabled structure that, under the morning light, exudes an air of elegance and tranquility. As they climbed the steps with little Chun, the imposing plaque at the academy's entrance came into view, with the 4 characters White Deer Academy inscribed in powerful and ancient script. Rong Zheng leaned towards the doorman, inquiring, "We have come to enroll. May I ask where the enrollment office is located?" A middle-aged man emerged from the doorman's quarters, glancing at the two before courteously directing them. "Please proceed forward. Enter the courtyard, then turn right. After passing through the corridor, continue straight to the end. There is a dedicated office for enrollment, easily found." "Thank you, kind sir," Rong Zheng replied, leading little Chun as they followed the instructions. Inside the academy, the grandeur was striking. Upon entering the courtyard, they noticed a large stone tablet at the entrance, inscribed with the academy's history and the names of its founders. Surveying the courtyard, it was designed with a serene and elegant aesthetic. The central pond was crystal clear, with a rockery and flowing water creating a delightful scene, while fish swam freely in the water. Surrounding them were layers of bamboo trees, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound intertwined with the murmurs of the water, forming a tranquil symphony of nature. They turned right and walked along the corridor, where exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, showcasing the academy's educational philosophy and cultural heritage, creating an atmosphere of refinement. The artworks depicted either landscapes or floral motifs, while the couplets varied in style, each unique. Some strokes were vigorous and powerful, akin to a dragon soaring or a phoenix dancing, lively and ethereal. Others were dignified and graceful, with neat and delicate brushwork, exuding a cultured elegance. As Rong Zheng strolled, he softly recited the couplet above. "A scholar ought to take the affairs of the world and state as his own duty. I can draw forth your hidden talents and commendable qualities. Great responsibilities arise from diligent toil. May all gentlemen regard the world as their own concern. Repay wisdom by fostering lasting principles as the ancients did. Never forget the innate conscience. Though wealth and honor may come easily, let not the heart be swayed. Though poverty may be a burden, let not actions be altered, valuing the study of classics as noble and rescuing the times as virtuous." Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the end of his path and found a building marked enrollment office. The door stood ajar, revealing a man in his 30s, with distinct features and a neatly trimmed beard. Rong Zheng knocked lightly. The man looked up and, with a tone of official formality, said, "Please come in. How may I assist you two?" "We are here to complete the enrollment procedures," Rong Zheng replied with a respectful bow, ushering Yi Chen inside. "Do you have the relevant household registration and necessary documentation for enrollment?" the man inquired. "Yes, I do," Rong Zheng responded, retrieving the meticulously prepared materials from his pocket and presenting them with both hands. The man accepted the documents, quickly scanning through them, and paused at 2 certificates indicating the titles of county and prefectural top scholar, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "You're a dual top scholar?" He scrutinized Rong Zheng, his previously calm demeanor shifting, and he remarked, "Truly impressive for one so young. It has been many years since a dual top scholar emerged from the prefectural city. Your praise is unwarranted," Rong Zheng replied with a smile. The man grew even more courteous. "Since your materials are complete, I shall now briefly introduce the regulations. The academy is divided into 3 categories of lecture halls. The first category is designated for students who have yet to pass the entrance examination, with an annual fee of 15 taels. He glanced at Yi-chun. "You are Yi-chun, correct? You will attend the first category lecture hall." Turning to Rong Zheng, he continued, "You are aware of the regulations, I presume? This young friend requires an additional payment of 30 taels for enrollment." "Yes, I am aware," Rong Zheng nodded, having inquired about it earlier. "This additional fee is essentially a selection fee. Prestigious academies attract many applicants, and only those with the means can gain entry. For those unwilling to pay, connections are necessary to secure admission. Originally, outsiders were required to pay 60 taels, but since Rong Zheng purchased a residence in the prefectural city, he qualified for a 50% reduction. That is well," the middle-aged man continued. "As for you, young friend Rong Zheng, you will attend the second category lecture hall, which is specifically for those who have passed the entrance examination. Being a dual top scholar, you may enter directly into the academy and only need to pay the standard tuition fee of 18 taels." The man elaborated, "The third category is for scholars and candidates, which I shall not delve into. The first and second categories are taught by experienced scholars who will guide you through the classics, while the third category is instructed by educators of higher ranks. Although candidates are qualified for official positions, not all can attain such roles, as various intricate factors come into play, including ranking, family background, and wealth, all of which are crucial. Some candidates, lacking robust familial support and unable to advance academically, may ultimately choose to become educators, a respectable profession in itself. Naturally, some candidates continue to take examinations while teaching, competing alongside their students. "Do you have any other questions?" the man asked. Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the introduction, sir. We understand." He then produced his money pouch, counting out 63 taels and handing them over. Since ancient times, the acquisition of high-quality educational resources has invariably required considerable financial investment, relying solely on self-study and solitary endeavors, unless one possesses extraordinary talent. It is indeed arduous to carve out a successful path. This explains why many farmers in this dynasty have chosen to forego sending their sons to school. From this perspective, they exhibit a poignant clarity. Of course, this clarity is tinged with a sense of melancholy. After all, without the wealth accumulated over several generations, success is truly daunting. The middle-aged man received the silver coins, counted and confirmed them on the spot, scribbling on a piece of paper before stamping it. The process was complete, and "I guided you. You may attend classes today." Rong Zheng led Yi-chun out of the room, traversing through the courtyard, which comprised numerous interconnected buildings, each forming its own system while being conveniently linked. Compared to the Qinyan Academy in the original town, this place was at least 10 times larger. He first escorted Yi-chun to the designated lecture hall, gently ruffling the boy's hair. "Go ahead. We shall return home together after class." "All right, I shall go in now." Rong Zheng continued onward, the lecture halls forming a continuous expanse, soon reaching his destination. Along the way, he noticed students' essays displayed outside the corridors, leading him to surmise that these exemplary pieces were showcased as models for others to study and to inspire fellow students. Rong Zheng paused to peruse these dazzling essays, captivated by one particularly elegant thesis and reading it attentively. Indeed, this piece is exceptionally well written, with a soaring eloquence and spirited ambition. Chapter 73. When Yin, as the class was about to commence, a gentle voice interjected, "Why are you still here reading essays?" Turning, Rong Zheng found a man of handsome features and a composed demeanor standing beside him, appearing to be of similar age. "Greetings, my friend. I am Rong Zheng, a newly arrived scholar today." After introducing himself, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" Being new to this place, forging friendships is of great importance. The cultured gentleman, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "You are Rong Zheng?" "Indeed," Rong Zheng replied, puzzled at the recognition. "First on the list," the man hinted, chuckling lightly. "I am Wen Yan." Wen Yan's familiarity with Rong Zheng's name stemmed from their participation in the same provincial examination, where he had ranked second, and Rong Zheng had claimed the top position. At 19 years of age, he had been raised in the capital, having received his early education at the Bailu Academy. Coming from a prestigious family, his father had recently been promoted to a magistrate, with relatives holding positions in the court. Wen Yan possessed commendable academic talent. With his capabilities, he could have participated in the county examination at the age of 15. However, his elders believed he needed a few more years to mature and strive for the top rank, as the fame associated with such a position was unparalleled, and even securing a single top spot held significant meaning. Thus, he dedicated himself to his studies for another 2 years. When he first sat for the county examination at 17, he was unfortunately unwell and only achieved second place. Hoping to excel in the provincial examination, he felt confident in his performance, believing he had a substantial chance to attain the top rank, only to find himself again in second place, with Rong Zheng claiming the first. To claim there was no sense of disappointment would be disingenuous. Yet, recognizing one's limitations, he could only accept the outcome. He had long desired to meet Rong Zheng, to see what this top scholar looked like, and to discern in what aspects his knowledge surpassed his own. Was it merely the result of luck, or was he indeed significantly more capable? To his surprise, it was only over a year after Rong Zheng completed the imperial examination that he arrived at Bailu Academy. Hence, he only encountered him today. Before him stood a young man of striking beauty, truly an elegant gentleman. True to his name, he radiated warmth akin to jade. Rong Zheng seemed to recollect something, pointing to the article he had just commented on and confirming, "Is this the work of its author?" The name inscribed at the bottom of the article was Wen Yan. Wen Yan nodded, affirming it was indeed his. The article was exceptionally well written, seamless in its composition. Flattered by Rong Zheng's praise, Wen Yan momentarily froze before smiling and responding. "You flatter me. The class is about to begin. Let us enter the lecture hall, for our instructor dislikes tardiness." The two walked side by side towards the lecture hall, already addressing each other by name during their exchange. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by an inscription that read, "In the realm of forgetfulness, man and nature merge. Where the spring and peaks intertwine, only benevolence and wisdom are attained." Huang Yi spotted Rong Zheng and immediately beckoned. "Rong Zheng, come, sit with me." This scene felt familiar, as though they had returned to the Qingyun Academy in their town. "I shall take my seat first." Rong Zheng smiled at Wen Yan. "Very well." As soon as they sat down, Huang Yi began chattering away. "Did you know? I arrived early to ask Chun Yujia to switch seats with me just to sit with you." He was originally supposed to sit with Chun Yujia at the same table. Chun Yujia, sitting in the back row, expressed his discontent. "Are you sure you consider this a favor?" Huang Yi laughed. "Haha, isn't this a show of respect? Would you prefer I tell Rong Zheng that I forced you out?" "Brother, no one to stop. I'm still angry, and you continue to poke at my sore spot. Who told you to be my younger brother? Younger siblings must be obedient. I'm even more knowledgeable than you." Chun Yujia retorted. "You cannot refute that." Huang Yi feigned injury and countered, "I shall inform Andy about your escapade at the flower house last year." The two exchanged playful jabs, their banter ceasing only when the instructor entered. The instructor was a tall, slender man in his 40s, walking with a steady gait. Upon seeing the figure trailing behind the instructor, Rong Zheng felt a sense of familiarity. Ah, it was Feng Xianwen. What a coincidence that he too was in the same lecture hall. Feng Xianwen recognized Rong Zheng as well, nodding in acknowledgement before distributing the articles he held. Noticing Rong Zheng observing Feng Xianwen, Huang Yi whispered, "That is Feng Xianwen, the instructor's assistant. In our lecture hall, Wen Yan ranks first, and he is second." Lowering his voice even further, he added, "Now that you are here, I suspect both of them will have to take a back seat." "Thank you for your inexplicable faith in my abilities," Rong Zheng replied. "The articles assigned last time have been graded, and everyone should revise them according to my comments," the instructor announced, surveying the room. Once again, the best piece is Wen Yan's policy essay, followed closely by Feng Xianwen. and Lu Qing's is commendable as well. Turning to Feng Xianwen, he instructed, after class, please post these articles in the corridor for everyone to review and learn from. Noticing the new face, he inquired, is this young man a new student today? Rong Zheng rose to his feet and performed a respectful bow. Master, my name is Rong Zheng, and I have just arrived today. Rong Zheng? The instructor murmured softly, finding the name familiar, then suddenly realizing, you are the Rong Zheng who topped the county examination? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards Rong Zheng, filled with curiosity, envy, and jealousy. To put in perspective, while Rong Zheng's achievement of becoming the county's top scholar was commendable, it was relatively insignificant. After all, not everyone in the provincial city was aware of it. However, this young man from a remote village had gone on to triumph over the competitors from the provincial capital, securing the top position there. This news caused quite a stir within the Bailu Academy. It was well known that the educational resources in the provincial city vastly surpassed those of a small county, particularly in Bailu Academy, where the instructors and scholars were selected for their rich experience and exceptional teaching prowess, making the educational standards there quite exemplary. Historically, those who ranked highly in the provincial examinations typically hailed from Bailu Academy. Rong Zheng had emerged like a dark horse, breaking through the competition and somewhat embarrassing Bailu Academy in the process. However, with a legacy spanning over a century, Bailu Academy espoused a doctrine of inclusivity and rigor in education, emphasizing character development and virtue. They would not seek to suppress someone as outstanding as Rong Zheng. Rather, they would wish to recruit such talent. Thus, the instructors had certainly heard of him. Who would desire a brilliant student? Meanwhile, from a distant town, Master Zhao remarked nonchalantly, it seems he can only boast for a lifetime. Rong Zheng was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had garnered a degree of fame. The instructor, noticing his humble demeanor, chuckled softly, very well, please take a seat. He then turned to the students and commenced the lecture, stating, today we shall discuss. During the midday break, Huang Yi said, come, let me take you to the Academy's dining hall. Their spicy chicken is simply exquisite. Initially, Yin intended to bring lunch to Rong Zheng, but fearing it might tire him, Rong Zheng suggested he would dine at the Academy instead. Chen Yujie had already prepared himself and stood waiting. At that moment, Feng Xianwen approached and exclaimed, you have also come to Bailu Academy. This is splendid news. After some pleasantries, it was revealed that he had secured a position as an assistant instructor upon his arrival at the Academy, receiving a monthly stipend that allowed him to study with peace of mind. Since they were all in the same lecture hall, he invited them to join him for a meal. The group, filled with laughter and conversation, exited the hall. Wan Yin observed their retreating figures. He had initially planned to invite Rong Zheng to lunch, eager to engage in an academic exchange. Having never seen him before, he felt a twinge of jealousy over Rong Zheng's achievement. But upon meeting him, he considered that such a graceful individual must possess skill surpassing mere luck. Nearby, a fellow scholar noticed the hint of disappointment in Wen Yan's eyes and speculated that it might stem from Rong Zheng overshadowing him. He attempted to curry favor, saying, humph. Look at his smug demeanor. Perhaps he cheated to become the top scholar. Wen Yan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and cast a glare at the speaker. The latter, feeling awkward under the scrutiny, realized his flattery had fallen flat and stammered, Wen Yan, shall we go eat together? Wen Yan remained silent, merely lowering his head to tidy his books. The other man stood there, visibly uncomfortable and uncertain. Go ahead and eat. Wen Yan waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, studying is not merely a pursuit of knowledge. It is also a journey of self-cultivation. Do not speak such words in the future. Chapter 74. Invitation to classmates in recent weeks. Rong Zheng has been exceedingly busy. The teaching methods at the Academy are significantly more rigorous than those of the previous school, with heightened expectations and an increase in challenges. Although classes conclude around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the assignments from the instructor are plentiful. Every 2 days, students are required to memorize a passage from a classic text, while also gaining a deep understanding of its meaning. During recitation, the instructor may randomly call on students, and if one falters or is unable to respond, the instructor's ruler comes down with a sharp crack, a true source of pain. Occasionally, The instructor presents a topic for immediate essay writing, imposing a time limit to train the students' writing speed. Once time is up, students are randomly grouped to discuss their key points, with each member expected to offer constructive feedback. Given the instructor's limited capacity to review numerous essays, this method serves a dual purpose. It deepens comprehension while fostering a culture of questioning, rebuttal, and response, allowing students to gradually uncover blind spots in their own arguments. As a newcomer to the academy, Rong Zheng strives to keep pace with his peers and adapt to this brisk learning environment. Thus, he dedicates long hours in his study, diligently gathering materials from various texts and laboring to enhance his writing speed, often returning to his quarters late into the night. Yi-Yun observes Rong Zheng's growing weariness with a pang of concern, feeling sympathy for her husband's struggles. It is merely a matter of adjustment. Soon, he shall find his footing, she reassures herself silently, embracing him tightly. Little Ling, he also notices the absence of his father, pondering whether it is due to his own early bedtime. Determined, he blinks his eyes vigorously before sleeping, waiting until slumber overtakes him. When Rong Zheng returns home, he finds his dear child sleeping soundly in his cradle, the fatigue from his studies seemingly dissipated. He tenderly tucks the blanket around him, his eyes filled with affection. Having finally acclimated to the pace of the academy, Rong Zheng's routine gradually returns to normalcy. One day, while dining with his classmates in the cafeteria, he seizes the opportunity to invite them for a visit to his home, wishing to extend a warm welcome. Tomorrow marks our day off. Would you all care to come over? He inquires. At the academy, after every 10 days of classes, there's a day of respite, allowing students to rest and unwind, known as the Xuanxi. Before even swallowing his food, Huang Yi responds eagerly, his voice muffled. Of course. I miss little Ling Yi. I wonder if he has forgotten me. Little Ling Yi? Feng Xianwen inquires, puzzled. That's Rong Zheng's child, a little boy who resembles a porcelain doll. Quite adorable, Chen Yujie replies after sipping his soup. Rong Zheng is married now, and he has a child? Wen Yin exclaims in astonishment. In recent days, Wen Yin has perused several of Rong Zheng's essays and has discovered them to be truly exceptional. The depth of thought and the elegance of prose are commendable, and even the instructor frequently uses Rong Zheng's work as exemplary. It is indeed a well-deserved recognition, and he cannot help but admire it. Furthermore, as he spends more time with Rong Zheng, he notices his graceful demeanor and finds their interactions quite pleasant, especially since Rong Zheng generously shares his insights into crafting quality essays. Gradually, he grew closer to Rong Zheng and his companions, often joining them for lunch. Upon hearing that Rong Zheng had not only married but also welcomed a child, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Although aware that Rong Zheng was now 21, his youthful appearance belied the fact that he had become a father. Huang Yi spoke with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, Rong Zheng married 2 years ago. He sighed, my parents insist on waiting until I pass the imperial examinations before seeking a marriage proposal for me. I wonder when that day will come. Last year, he and Chen Yujie participated in the provincial examination but did not succeed. They had anticipated this outcome, given the hasty preparation, yet the family felt it was necessary to familiarize themselves with the examination's challenges, leaving the two young men with no choice but to forge ahead. Feng Xianwen reassured him, do not worry, there is hope for next year. Turning to Rong Zheng, he added, I will make time to go. Others echoed their agreement. After school, as they reached the entrance of the residence, Chemo had barely halted the carriage when Yi Chun leapt down, hastening indoors to practice his swordplay. Reading occupied too much of his time. He preferred martial training over academics. Rong Zheng smiled, holding no high expectations for Yi Chen's scholarly pursuits. Yet he still encouraged him to attend the academy to meet new people and broaden his horizons. As they crossed through the flowering gate, they found Chu Qing watering the plants in the courtyard, while Xiao Lingyi lay in the rocking cradle, playing contentedly. Since moving in, Yin had taken great care in arranging the home, wishing for Rong Zheng to feel at ease while strolling through the garden. He had instructed Chumo to gradually purchase an array of flowers and to transplant small trees, which Chu Qing tended to regularly. Where's the master? Rong Zheng inquired. The master is in the kitchen, Chu Qing replied with a smile, saying he wishes to cook today. Indeed, Yi Yun. aware of the demands placed upon Rong Zheng by his studies, would occasionally prepare delightful meals for him. Approaching the cradle, Rong Zheng looked at Lingyi. Upon seeing him, Lingyi's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Oh, is that not my rarely seen father?" In a burst of excitement, he demonstrated his newfound skill of nibbling on his own toes, unable to resist the urge to show off. Rong Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. He fetched a clean handkerchief to wipe the drool from Lingyi's pudgy feet. Then he lifted the child, allowing him to rest against his shoulder. "Now, you cannot nibble on your own toes," Rong Zheng said, as Lingyi extended his chubby little hands to tug at Rong Zheng's hair, attempting to bring it to his mouth. Rong Zheng quickly grasped Lingyi's tiny hands to prevent this. "Sweetheart, you cannot eat hair." Lingyi resisted, squirming with surprising strength. And when he realized he could not overpower his father, his lips began to quiver on the verge of tears. In an effort to distract him, Rong Zheng picked up a small cloth toy and placed it in Lingyi's hands. "Come, let us see what delicious meal your uncle has prepared for tonight." Cradling Lingyi, they approached the kitchen door, where they could see Yi Yun bustling about. The aroma of food wafted through the air, a pot simmered with pig's trotters, and the diligent husband, adorned with an apron, stood at the cutting board, skillfully chopping green onions before plating the trotters and garnishing them with the freshly cut herbs. Upon noticing Rong Zheng and little Lingyi, he smiled and said, "Dear husband, dinner will be ready shortly." Upon seeing her father, Xiao Lingyi broke into a joyful smile and reached out her hand. "I will hold you in a moment. You must be good," she cooed. Rong Zheng gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto his husband's forehead, asking softly, "Are you tired?" "Not all," came the reply. Yi Yun poured the washed vegetables into the pan and began to stir-fry. "Tomorrow, I have invited 4 classmates over to warm the house. Then I shall instruct Chu Qing to buy more vegetables in the morning," he replied. "Yes, I will help you prepare." Feeling neglected as the adults conversed, Xiao Lingyi tossed aside her cloth toy in protest. Fortunately, Rong Zheng was quick to catch it, soothingly calming the little one's emotions. Amidst her cooking, Yi Yun also took a moment to playfully engage with the child. With the renewed attention of both fathers, Xiao Lingyi beamed with delight. Rong Zheng admired his little one's tender, fair face, unable to resist planting a gentle kiss upon it. Chapter 75. Warming the house the following morning. Yi Yun instructed Chu Qing to buy fruits, vegetables, and meat at the market, while Chu Mo was tasked with caring for and pruning the flowers and small trees in the courtyard. He himself set about tidying up the main hall. Rong Zheng busied himself organizing his study, anticipating that their guests, being learned individuals, would wish to tour the room and engage in scholarly discussion. Xiao Lingyi, meanwhile, was equally occupied, comfortably nestled in Yi Chun's arms, observing the flowers, grasses, and the leaves of the trees. This was her morning ritual after a hearty meal. She required being carried about to inspect every corner of the courtyard, for otherwise, the little one would be quite insistent. Her uncle would report the state of their realm, and she listened intently, her eyes blinking with curiosity, occasionally responding in baby talk, as if she understood. The first to arrive was Wan Yin, who had come in his family carriage. Rong Zheng stepped out to welcome him and introduced him to the family. Wan Yin surveyed the residence, noting that it was several times smaller than his own home, yet was adorned with a warm and elegant charm, reflecting the owner's considerable effort. It was his first encounter with Rong Zheng's spouse, and he was struck by the man's exquisite beauty and refined demeanor, as well as the affectionate gaze he cast upon Rong Zheng. The two appeared perfectly matched, explaining why Rong Zheng had married so early. Although in their dynasty, individuals often began to seek partners at the age of 16, marrying within a year or two, this was typically in rural areas. For those of scholarly backgrounds, especially those from noble families, while they might take concubines, they would not wed prematurely. They preferred to wait until they had achieved academic success before seeking a suitable match. Sometimes, such unions serve as a means to expand familial influence. Wan Yin himself had not taken a concubine, as his parents were concerned that early exposure to romantic matters might hinder his studies. They held high hopes for him, aspiring for him to enter the court and secure a promising marriage in the capital, thereby establishing a solid foundation. Born into a prestigious family and having enjoyed protection, he was expected to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the family lineage. Reflecting on this, Wen Yin felt a tinge of envy towards Rong Zheng, who had wed the one he loved and was living a harmonious life, a truly comforting thought. At that moment, Xiao Lingyi, noticing her uncle standing still, expressed her dissatisfaction with a series of coups and nudged him with her small feet, urging, "We have yet to finish inspecting our realm today." Wen Yin gazed over, observing the child who appeared tender and fair, with a charming vermilion mole adorning his brow, resembling a delightful little fortune doll. During our first encounter, I presented a modest token to the little Ling Yi, hoping it would be accepted. He retrieved a bracelet woven from colorful threads, embellished with a delicate red charm engraved with the character for fortune. Though it bore no significant value, its craftsmanship was exquisite. Aware that offering something of great worth would be declined by Rong Zheng, I opted for the intricately woven bracelet. Rong Zheng expressed his gratitude. "I've already thanked you on behalf of Ling Yi." Wen Yin gently adorned the chubby wrist of little Ling Yi with the bracelet, capturing the child's attention, who momentarily forgot the weighty matters of the realm. Observing this handsome child, Wen Yan's heart softened, and he felt an irresistible urge to embrace him. Yi Chun then handed little Ling Yi over. Wen Yin carefully took the child into his arms, pondering when he might have such a delightful little one of his own. At that moment, Huang Yi's voice echoed from outside, and soon Rong Zheng welcomed the three of them inside. Upon seeing Wen Yin cradling the soft little Ling Yi, they first presented gifts and then eagerly took turns holding the child. Little Ling Yi was particularly agreeable today, not crying regardless of who held him, and instead beamed with joy, his adorable demeanor melting hearts. "Cousin, you've held him long enough. It's my turn now," Chun Yujie urged as he noticed Huang Yi reluctant to let go. Huang Yi, realizing that Ling Yi no longer cried when being held, thought it wise to maintain his embrace a little longer to foster a bond, perhaps envisioning him as a future son-in-law. This thought was echoed in his words. The usually composed Feng Xianwen couldn't help but remind him, "You are not yet married. It is rather premature to say such things." As they chatted, a feast of sumptuous dishes was gradually served, the host clearly valuing their guests with an abundant spread. Due to the pleasant courtyard scenery, Rong Zheng suggested setting the table outdoors, where everyone gathered around, enjoying a meal filled with laughter and joy. After dining, the group relocated to Rong Zheng's study. It was a modest space, yet impeccably organized. Wen Yin casually flipped through a book, noticing it was densely filled with notes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered these were insights derived from Rong Zheng's repeated readings and thoughtful reflections. Confucius once said, "Is it not a joy to learn and practice what you have learned? To excel at something, one must truly love it, allowing diligence to conquer it." Wen Yin was astonished by Rong Zheng's dedication to his studies. This individual was not only exceptionally talented, but also remarkably diligent. He reflected on his own efforts, realizing that he too was hardworking, yet he could not maintain such relentless contemplation or achieve such a pursuit of excellence. The other three soon gathered around, their faces filled with admiration. To encounter someone more talented than oneself, yet even more industrious, how daunting! Feng Xianwen exclaimed, addressing Rong Zheng. "I never imagined your creativity would extend beyond your writings to your scholarly pursuits as well." Chun Yujie, intrigued, inquired what writings. Feng Xianwen then mentioned the book titled The Realm of Wonders, published in the small town. "You authored that immensely popular work?" Chun Yujie exclaimed in astonishment, his voice breaking. "Impressive. You have no idea how much my sister adores it. I followed it for some time as well." Feng Xianwen shook his head and explained, "That story was provided by Rong Zheng. I merely embellished it with details." Huang Yi, taken aback, asked, "Rong Zheng, do confess, is there anything you are incapable of? You excel in academics, renowned for your culinary skills with braised duck, and now I hear you possess extraordinary creativity in storytelling. Does this leave any room for others?" Wen Yin was once again astonished. Rong Zheng can also engage in business? Huang even extolled Rong Zheng's success with braised duck, recalling how he had witnessed it firsthand during his break from the academy. Upon learning that Rong Zheng's educational expenses were entirely self-earned and that he supported a large family, Wang Yin was struck anew. He had devoted years solely to his studies without financial concerns, yet still could not surpass Rong Zheng. What a blow to his pride. It became clear that this was the reason for Rong Zheng's late arrival at Bailu Academy. He had previously been occupied with business to fund his education. Such a gifted scholar, adorned with dual accolades, would surely attract the support of affluent families eager to sponsor his ventures. The one family, known for nurturing scholarly talents, had previously assisted the individual who had derided Rong Zheng to please Wang Yin. Yet, Rong Zheng declined their patronage, setting aside the pride of a scholar to engage in trade. If it were Wang Yin in his position, he knew he could never stoop to such a level. He was acutely aware of his own innate scholarly elitism. Feeling inadequate, he nonetheless felt fortunate to befriend someone like Rong Zheng, who would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. If he could not match him, he resolved to learn from him. Wang Yin inquired, "May I borrow this book to study?" "Of course," came the reply. Others shared the sentiment, acknowledging the difficulty of surpassing such brilliance, but expressing a desire to at least keep pace with this academic prodigy, also requesting to borrow several books for further study. Chapter 76. Lantern Festival. After the new year, the Lantern Festival arrived. It had been nearly 6 months since Rong Zheng's family moved to the capital, and what had once felt foreign was gradually becoming familiar. The surrounding neighbors were exceedingly friendly, often exchanging fruits and vegetables. Yi Yin had learned to make cured meat from Wang Zhangshi and had prepared a substantial amount for the new year, which she gifted to them. The neighbors praised the cured meat, declaring it exquisitely smoked with a rich aroma, tender yet not greasy, and they eagerly sought Yi Yun's advice on the smoking process. Ling Yi was now over 6 months old, with a small tooth emerging, causing him to drool frequently, necessitating the occasional use of a bib to keep him tidy. He began to vaguely recognize his own name. Upon hearing it, he would become particularly animated, responding with delightful coos. Today, being the Lantern Festival, the academy was closed for 2 days. In the afternoon, preparations commenced for making glutinous rice balls. In the morning, Chu Qing had ventured to the market to procure glutinous rice flour, as well as fillings such as peanuts, red beans, and sesame. The process of making the rice balls took place in the courtyard. The little girl, increasingly adept in her skills over the past 2 years, first mixed the rice flour with water to create a dough-like consistency. She then kneaded it into a smooth, delicate mass, rolling it into small balls and setting them aside. Yi Yin took these balls, shaping them into nests with her hands, filling them with the prepared fillings, and expertly sealing them before rolling them in rice flour to prevent sticking. Rong Zheng held Ling Yi close, observing as the little one gazed in wonder, his eyes wide with curiosity, eagerly reaching out to grasp the round, glistening tang yuan. Yet, Rong Zheng maintained a distance, ensuring that Ling Yi could not quite reach them. Ling Yi? After the family enjoyed their tang yuan, Yi Chun playfully entertained the little one in the rocking cradle, gently lifting him by the armpits and then lowering him again. This delightful game of being lifted high brought forth peals of laughter from Ling Yi, who was blissfully unaware that his 2 doting fathers had stealthily slipped away to indulge in their own couple's world. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the streets in a silvery glow, bustling with people, their laughter and chatter creating a vibrant atmosphere for the Lantern Festival. Stalls lined the sides of the street, offering a myriad of delights such as lanterns, candied hawthorns, roasted meats, and sugar paintings, with vendors busily calling out to attract customers. Rong Zheng grasped Yi Yun's hand as they strolled down the street, where a plethora of lanterns, each uniquely crafted, adorned the pathway, some depicting lively dragons and phoenixes, others showcasing playful rabbit lanterns, and still others representing leaping fish and dragons. These lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, emanating a soft, warm glow, almost dreamlike in their beauty. Ahead, a crowd had gathered in concentric circles, and noticing Yi Yun's curiosity, Rong Zheng guided him through the throng to the front. It turned out that an entertainer was performing tricks. A robust, middle-aged man, clad in simple garments, was orchestrating a monkey's antics, prompting it to tumble and leap, eliciting hearty laughter and applause from the captivated audience. Enchanted by the spectacle, Yi Yun was utterly absorbed in the performance, unaware of a young boy standing before him, holding out a bowl and requesting a tip. Rong Zheng retrieved 5 coins from his pocket and placed them into the bowl, prompting the boy to nod gratefully. After the performance, the two continued on their way, the throngs of pedestrians growing ever denser, creating an almost overwhelming crush. Concerned for Yi Yun's comfort amidst the crowd, Rong Zheng instinctively wrapped his arm around him, guiding him gently along with the flow of people. Under the watchful eyes of many, Yi Yun felt a blush creep to his cheeks as he was half embraced by Rong Zheng, yet his heart swelled with sweetness, unwilling to push him away. Yi Yun mused that as husbands, such intimacy was only natural. Finally crossing the bridge, they found the throng had thinned. Yi Yun's attention was drawn to a nearby stall selling lanterns, where an exquisitely crafted lotus lantern hung delicately, its surface adorned with intricate designs, the petals layered and lifelike, casting a faint glow. "Do you wish for it?" Rong Zheng inquired, following his gaze. Yi Yun nodded eagerly. The stall owner, noticing their closeness, recognized them as a couple, and the handsome man seemed to dote on the young lad with a gaze full of tenderness. "Gentlemen, would you like to purchase a lantern?" Rong Zheng pointed to the lotus lantern and asked, "How much for this one?" 50 coins, the stall owner replied, then added, "I also offer riddle guessing. If you solve 3, you may choose any lantern as a reward. Would you care to try?" Just as Rong Zheng was about to reach for his money, he noticed Yi Yun's eyes light up with excitement upon hearing about the riddles. His husband had far too much faith in him, but very well. "Let's give it a try." The stall owner discerned that Rong Zheng was eager to please her husband and was preparing to solve lantern riddles. He promptly and enthusiastically directed, "Esteemed guest, please look this way. You may select any riddle at your leisure." As he spoke, he gestured toward the riddles hanging beneath the lanterns. Rong Zheng glanced through them and realized that the riddles posed a considerable challenge. Without a solid grounding in literature, they would be quite difficult to decipher. It was no wonder that few patrons visited. She pointed to one riddle, and the stall owner took it down, reciting aloud a line from the Analects that praises the love of learning. Having studied extensively for the imperial examinations, Rong Zheng was able to respond after a moment's contemplation, learning without satiety. Noticing her swift reply, the stall owner's eyes glimmered with admiration, encouraging her to continue. "Now, a line from the Book of Documents," he prompted. Reflecting on her memorized passages from the text, she pondered for a moment and offered, "Self-made and not canonical." "Excellent." The stall owner clapped in praise, aware that the riddles at his stall were quite formidable. His purpose was not merely to sell lanterns, but to encounter someone capable of solving these riddles, thereby bestowing the lantern upon a deserving individual. "Just one more, and you shall win that lotus lantern," the stall owner smiled, urging her on. "A line from the Mencius that speaks of abundance," he continued. Rong Zheng softly repeated the riddle several times, lost in thought. After a while, a smile crept onto her lips as she looked toward the stall owner and replied, "The common people are neither hungry nor cold." "Impressive. You are the first to answer all correctly tonight," he commended, retrieving the lotus lantern and presenting it to Yi Yun. "This belongs to you." He indicated the nearby brush and ink, saying, "Esteemed guests, you may inscribe a phrase on the lantern." Yi Yun joyfully accepted it. Her eyes filled with admiration as she glanced at Rong Zheng. He gently pinched her cheek and said, "You write it." With a smile, Yi Yun penned the words, "May peace prevail year after year." By the time they finished their outing and returned home, it was quite late. Inside, Rong Zheng lifted Yi Yun in his arms and placed her on the bed, whispering, "I've brought you a lantern. How shall you thank me, As the long night stretched on, the following morning found Yi Yun rubbing her waist, recalling her actions from the previous night, her cheeks slightly flushed. At that moment, the cries of Ling Yi echoed throughout the room. Little Ling Yi was distressed. He usually saw his father every night, but last night was an exception. Resolutely, he endeavored to be a strong infant, suppressing his tears. However, upon waking the next day and still not seeing his father, he could no longer contain his feelings and erupted into tears. Yi Yun quickly emerged, taking the heartbroken Ling Yi from Chu Qing's arms, gently patting his back and soothing him in hushed tones. Ling, he buried his head against Yun, gradually calming down. When he lifted his gaze to see Rong Zheng, he turned away, feeling that his father had taken his beloved father away, depriving him of their time together. Rong Zheng, Chapter 77. A model for our generation, the courtyard examination was set for the 9th day of the 8th month, leaving approximately 2 months until the event. The lecturer stood on the platform, his gaze sweeping over each student. The latest compilation from the Imperial Academy, The Great Code for the People, has been published. This book has been personally authored by the current sovereign, detailing the latest policies and philosophies of the court, supplemented with numerous vivid examples. As the imperial examination approaches, understanding the latest developments within the court becomes paramount. This is self-evident. Thus, I urge everyone to procure a copy from the bookstore for thorough study. He lifted a book from the table and continued. The Academy has acquired several copies of the Great Code for the People for us scholars to circulate. I have received one, and any students in need may borrow it for transcription. Commencing the lecture, after class, Feng Xianwen was the first to borrow a book from the instructor, intending to transcribe it by hand to save money. Being a teaching assistant afforded him a closer rapport with the instructor, who would kindly accommodate him first. When Yin remarked, "My family brought one back yesterday. If you require it, I can lend it to you for transcription or circulation." With connections in the court, his family was often privy to new developments even before the academy. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi expressed his gratitude, but soon shook his head. "Rong Zheng, let's purchase our own copies from bookstore. My family can easily afford the expense. Otherwise, we would be waiting in line to transcribe, wasting precious time." Rong Zheng, considering the practicality, decided to have Chu Mo escort Yi Chun home first before taking the 3 of them to the bookstore. "Let's head to Qingfeng Bookstore. It is the largest in the capital, and new publications from the capital are available there quickly," Chun Yujia suggested. "Indeed, the quality of books there is commendable." Huang Yi concurred, sighing at the looming exams and the additional burden of memorizing yet another volume. "With exams approaching, I truly feel overwhelmed." I share that sentiment. The shadow of failing the imperial examination 2 years ago still lingers. "To be honest, I am somewhat anxious," Chun Yujia admitted. "Maintain a calm mindset and do your best," Rong Zheng reassured them. Observing Rong Zheng's composed demeanor, Huang Yi and Chun Yujia exchanged glances imbued with envy. It was clear that a top student cannot empathize with the struggles of a less academically inclined peer. "My lord, we have arrived at Qingfeng Bookstore." Chu Mo's voice resonated from outside. The carriage was indeed a convenient mode of transport, and they arrived swiftly amidst their conversation. As they alighted from the carriage, Rong Zheng looked up to see an exquisite plaque elegantly inscribed with the name Qingfeng Bookstore. Flanking the entrance were couplets that drew the eye, enhancing its allure. The bookstore boasted 2 stories, situated at the end of the street, at a corner that provided both seclusion from the din and accessibility. Its wooden structure, with eaves that gracefully arched, exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. Stepping inside, Rong Zheng found the ground floor spacious and well-lit, with several large desks and chairs scattered across the central area, where a few scholars clad in long robes were engrossed in their reading. Surrounding them were towering bookshelves, meticulously organized, showcasing an extensive array of literature, including the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry, prose, and various miscellaneous writings. Truly a feast for the intellect. Rong Zheng noticed a specially designed rack at the counter, layered with newspapers. He casually picked up a copy of the Alley Inn Gazette and began to peruse it. The publication featured 4 main sections, including current affairs, amusing anecdotes from the capital, serialized stories, and another section for miscellaneous news. Seeing Rong Zheng engaged with the Gazette, Huang Yi explained, "This unofficial newspaper emphasizes accounts from the capital and is published by this bookstore itself, released weekly on Mondays. Many from the capital come to purchase it. However, our academy primarily subscribes to official newspapers. We opted not to subscribe to this one, deeming the reading of trivial anecdotes a waste of time." Chun Yujia also approached and added, "This little newspaper enjoys considerable fame in the capital. Literate families eagerly purchase it, and affluent households often buy several copies to share with illiterate women, daughters, and sons at home, enhancing their knowledge while passing the time. In the small town where I previously resided, such publications were non-existent. We only had official newspapers or public announcements, with amusing anecdotes relying solely on word of mouth among the populace. Rong Zheng found this notion intriguing, realizing that entertainment options were scarce in ancient times. He thought it would be pleasant to have Chimo procure a copy weekly for his family to enjoy and alleviate their boredom. Once the shopkeeper finished attending to the customers in front of them, he approached and inquired, "Gentlemen, what may I assist you with?" "Please bring us 3 copies of For the People's Great Compilation," Chen Yujie responded. The shopkeeper frowned and said, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. The moment this book was released, many scholars flocked to purchase it, and it has unfortunately sold out this morning." His face bore a hint of regret as he continued, "However, rest assured, our proprietor has arranged for immediate reprinting, and it will be available tomorrow. You may leave your names, and you can collect it first thing in the morning." With that, the shopkeeper swiftly retrieved paper and pen from behind the counter and handed them to the 3 men, prompting them to register. With no other option, they took turns writing down their names. At that moment, a child descended from the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Rong Zheng, his eyes lit up with surprise, and he nearly sprinted over, exclaiming, "Benefactor!" Hearing the call, Rong Zheng lifted his gaze and, upon recognition, realized this was indeed the little boy he had saved on the road last time. A delightful coincidence. Just as he was about to smile and nod in acknowledgement, the boy hurriedly turned and dashed back upstairs, shouting, "Father, Father, the benefactor has come to our bookshop." From above, a voice filled with mild reproach called out, "Child, why are you shouting so? Our establishment values a quiet and refined atmosphere." However, before the words left his lips, the tone shifted to one of urgency. "What? Are you saying the person who saved you and your grandfather has arrived?" "Yes, Father, it is he," the boy affirmed eagerly. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase as a middle-aged man, dressed in a long robe and exuding a calm demeanor, swiftly descended. The boy pointed at Rong Zheng and declared, "Father, he is the one who saved me and grandfather." The man's gaze, upon meeting Rong Zheng's, became fervently warm as he approached swiftly. The shopkeeper called out, "Master Ding." The man waved him off, gesturing for him to step aside, and addressed Rong Zheng, "Young sir, are you the one who rescued my father in Yuan last year?" He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and added, "This is my only son, Ding Yuan." Rong Zheng smiled gently and replied, "It was merely a fortunate encounter." The middle-aged man respectfully said, "Benefactor, please follow me upstairs to converse." He then turned to Huang Yi and Chen Yujie, extending a sincere invitation. "Gentlemen, please join us upstairs for a cup of tea." Rong Zheng initially intended to decline, but found it difficult to refuse such earnest hospitality, so he nodded in acceptance. The 2nd floor was designed with greater elegance, featuring a row of shelves brimming with precious books and chairs and tables arranged by the window, resembling a refined parlor. Mr. Ding poured a cup of tea for each person and then abruptly knelt down. Rong Zheng hurried to help him up, but Mr. Ding insisted on bowing his head to express his gratitude before rising. "Hero," he exclaimed, "last year my father returned and recounted the perilous events, causing me to break into a cold sweat. Had it not been for your gallant rescue, I would have lost both my father and my son. Your immense kindness is something the Ding family will never forget. I sought you out last year and even placed an ad in the newspaper, but unfortunately, I could not find you. By chance, I encountered you today. Surely anyone else would have come to our aid as well. Regardless, you are indeed our savior." Noticing that Mr. Ding had come to the bookstore for a purpose, he inquired, "By the way, Hero, what brings you to my humble establishment today?" "We came to purchase the people's great classic, but alas, it is sold out. However, we have already reserved a copy and shall return tomorrow to collect it. How could I allow you to come and fetch it? Rest assured, once the printing is complete tomorrow, I shall reserve a copy for you 3 gentlemen and deliver it personally." As Rong Zheng was about to speak, Mr. Ding, discerning his intent, interjected resolutely, "Allow me to handle this small matter. As the old saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. How much more so is a life-saving grace, a profound debt of gratitude that I, Ding, shall forever remember and strive to repay." In ancient times, the The value of gratitude was held in high regard, especially for life-saving favors. After a moment's contemplation, Rong Zheng nodded in agreement. May I inquire, noble sir, your esteemed name? Rong Zheng. Just call me by my name. Hearing Mr. Ding refer to him as a benefactor and a hero made Rong Zheng feel somewhat uneasy. By the way, these are my classmates, Huang, Yi, and Chen Yujia. I would appreciate it if you could send the books to the Bailu Academy. Since we are all gathered here, let's introduce ourselves. To his surprise, Mr. Ding praised the hero hailing from Bailu Academy, not only for his chivalry, but also for his remarkable intellect, complimenting Huang, Yi, and Chen Yujia as well. Come, please enjoy some tea. After several rounds of tea, Mr. Ding personally escorted Rong Zheng and his companions out of the bookstore, gifting each of them a copy of the Alleyway Gazette. On the return journey in the carriage, Huang turned to Rong Zheng and asked, "Pray tell, how formidable are your martial skills?" Listening to Mr. Ding extol Rong Zheng's bravery in subduing robbers, Huang was astonished. He knew Rong Zheng had some prowess from hunting, but had not anticipated it to be so impressive. Rong Zheng explained, "My father is a hunter, and I followed him into the mountains from a young age. The wilderness is fraught with danger, so I studied martial arts, which account for my abilities." Fortunately, they had not encountered the original owner too early. Otherwise, the truth might have been revealed. Goodness gracious, you are truly a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Rong Zheng, you are indeed a role model for our generation, Chen Yujia praised, giving Rong Zheng a pat on the shoulder. Rong Zheng smiled, Mr. Ding's compliments are so vivid, one might think I rescued him personally. Chapter 78. Rising fame after seeing his two classmates back to the academy, Rong Zheng returned home. Ling had just taken her last spoonful of rice porridge and was placed in her walker by her father. This walker was designed by Rong Zheng based on his memories, resembling a modern one. The carpenter had improved it according to the blueprints and his own experience. Upon seeing her father enter through the flower-laden door, Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with delight, her little feet excitedly propelling her towards him in the walker, grinning widely and revealing her 5 tiny teeth. He has been growing his first baby teeth for nearly 11 months now, starting with the first one in June, and he has since sprouted 5 in total, with a new one appearing approximately every month. Giggling and cooing, Ling extended his arms towards Rong Zheng, yearning for a hug. When Rong Zheng did not immediately lift him up, Ling Yi, in his impatience, blurted out, "Dada." Rong Zheng was momentarily astonished, but quickly scooped him up, encouraging, "Ling Yi, call me again." "Dada," Ling Yi exclaimed, his voice soft and melodious, striking a chord in Rong Zheng's heart. Overjoyed, he planted a kiss on Ling Yi's chubby cheek. Yi Yun, who had been listening nearby, felt a surge of excitement as well. Though he had taught Ling Yi countless times, the moment had never seemed right. And now he finally heard the little one utter Dada for the first time. "You must also learn to call Xiao Dada," Rong Zheng patiently instructed. "Xiao Dada ye." Ling Yi responded enthusiastically. "My Ling is truly clever," Rong Zheng chuckled. "Come, let your father teach you to speak. I shall read you the newspaper." With that, he settled down and opened the alley news, gently reading aloud in a voice as soothing as a spring breeze. However, Ling Yi displayed no interest whatsoever, his chubby little hands flitting about, one moment caressing Rong Zheng's face, the next playfully covering his mouth. He squirmed excitedly in Rong Zheng's embrace, unable to sit still, always eager to play. Xiao Chan had just returned and had lifted him high, engaging him for quite some time. Now, well fed, he wanted to be carried around. Yi Yun, somewhat helpless, expressed concern that her little boy might not grow up to be a refined gentleman. After all, he had just begun to learn to walk and was naturally a bit restless, but a lively spirit was indeed a good thing. Rong Zheng shook Ling Yi's tiny hand, exclaiming, "Look how adorable our Ling Yi is." "Yay!" Ling Yi joyfully agreed with his father. The following day, upon arriving at the academy, Rong Zheng noticed many classmates casting curious and inquisitive glances his way. Previously, he had garnered a bit of fame at the Bailu Academy, having made a name for himself in the students' lectures as a top scholar. His essays were frequently exhibited as exemplary pieces in the corridors, showcasing his exceptional talent. Now, Word had spread about this top scholar's brave act of standing up against injustice, causing quite a stir among the students. Is this true? He seems so frail. How could he possibly overpower two robbers? Some expressed skepticism. It's a matter of appearances. He looked slim in clothes, but when he rolled up his sleeves once, his arms appeared quite strong. Clearly, he has trained, another asserted confidently. I believe it's likely that Huang Yi and Chun Yujie concocted this tale to elevate his status. Given their close friendship, murmurs of doubt persisted. In truth, Feng Xianwen and Wen Yin also found it hard to imagine that Rong Zheng could single-handedly subdue two robbers, as they had never witnessed him engage in any physical confrontation. He always spoke with a calm demeanor, embodying the image of a scholar. As they approached Rong Zheng to confirm the rumors, they were interrupted by the hurried arrival of Manager Ding from the Qingfeng study, who rushed in holding 3 new books, sincerely offering them to Rong Zheng. Some students in a lecture hall recognized the manager, prompting the question, could the rumors indeed hold truth? Had Rong Zheng truly saved the lives of 3 individuals? Rong Zheng returned to his seat and distributed the books to Huang Yi and Chun Yujie. At this moment, the lecturer entered the hall, and an immediate hush fell over the room. His gaze lingered on Rong Zheng for a brief moment before he smiled and remarked, Rong Zheng, I did not anticipate that not only are you academically gifted, but you also possess a chivalrous spirit. Shopkeeper Ding specifically mentioned to me that you selflessly saved his loved one without seeking any reward, which is indeed remarkable. Recognizing Rong Zheng's humility in saving others without seeking recognition, Shopkeeper Ding understood that he was the kind of person who preferred to do good deeds quietly. Instead of offering monetary gifts, a scholar values reputation. So he chose to extol Rong Zheng's virtues through the lecturer's words to inspire the students of the academy. Given the frequent collaboration between Bailu Academy and Qingfeng Bookstore regarding book printing, Shopkeeper Ding was well acquainted with the educators there, making this endeavor a natural progression. Rong Zheng stood up and humbly responded, I'm unworthy of such praise. It was merely a fortunate encounter, and anyone else would have acted similarly. The lecturer nodded in approval and addressed the students, saying, in addition to your studies, you should place great emphasis on moral cultivation. Let all of you take Rong Zheng as your exemplar, emulating not only his talents, but also his virtues. Upon hearing the lecturer's words, the students no longer questioned the authenticity of the incident. Not only was Rong Zheng at the top of his class, but he also possessed a level of character that surpassed theirs, leaving them feeling quite ashamed. A week later, as Chu Mo entered, he waved a small newspaper and exclaimed, Master, your heroic deeds have been featured in the newspaper. Having learned quite a few characters over the past 2 years, Chu Mo could generally comprehend the content of the paper. Rong Zheng took the newspaper and began to peruse it, discovering that Shopkeeper Ding had indeed published an account of his heroic act. At a young age, he has already achieved the dual top honors in the imperial examination, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits. Encountering injustice on the road, he resolutely drew his sword to assist, exemplifying chivalry. His noble deeds are profoundly touching. As lofty as the clouds, invoking deep respect. After saving a life, he sought no reward. His character is pure as the cold plum standing proud in the snow, earning admiration. Originally, Shopkeeper Ding intended to personally visit and express his gratitude with substantial gifts. However, he reconsidered, realizing that since Rong Zheng had saved someone without revealing his identity, such gifts might not reach him meaningfully. A few days prior, during a conversation with a lecturer, he learned that Rong Zheng had also achieved the dual top honors. After reflecting on this, he decided that, as scholars value reputation, he would write about this incident in the newspaper, allowing the citizens of the prefecture to recognize Rong Zheng's heroic deeds as a unique form of appreciation. This decision significantly elevated Rong Zheng's renown, and Shopkeeper Ding felt quite clever for his insight. Soon, with the dissemination of the newspaper, Rong Zheng rapidly became a prominent figure at the academy, prompting the headmaster to summon him for a meeting. Indeed, your charm is exceptional. You are truly a paragon of youthful elegance. The headmaster continued, your courageous act has brought great honor to the academy, earning you much praise from the townsfolk. Focus on your upcoming examinations and strive to attain the coveted third-place honors. As the citizens of the prefecture praised Rong Zheng, they also remarked, "Only Bailu Academy could produce such an outstanding student, both in character and scholarship." In reality, Rong Zheng had not yet enrolled at Bailu Academy when he performed the act of heroism. However, the townspeople were indifferent to such details. They only knew that Rong Zheng was currently studying at Bailu Academy, thus attributing his accomplishments to the institution itself. After the departure of Rong Zheng, an elder, approximately in his 50s, slowly emerged from behind the screen. His gaze was profound, imbued with a tranquil understanding of the world. "What do you think of him?" inquired the headmaster of the individual. The elder responded, "He speaks with poise and maturity for one so young. Indeed, quite commendable. Does this imply you intend to welcome him into your lecture hall?" The elder shook his head. "It is premature to say. Let us wait until he has passed the imperial examination." Meanwhile, at the residence of the governor, upon returning from work, the governor overheard his wife and daughter discussing Rong Zheng's remarkable deeds at the dining table. Rong Zheng? He mused, recalling him as the top candidate he personally selected for the provincial examination. He picked up a pamphlet to peruse, astonished to discover such admirable qualities in Rong Zheng. Indeed, he was worthy of the title bestowed upon him. The following morning, the governor arrived at the official residence, his mind already set on a course of action. He instructed his deputy to visit the Bailu Academy to commend Rong Zheng for his valorous act. The deputy, having served the governor for many years, surmised the intent behind this initiative. "Governor, are you perhaps considering?" "Naturally," the governor replied, "given Rong Zheng's exceptional fortune, it will be prudent to lend him a hand." With the official endorsement, skepticism surrounding Rong Zheng's heroic act began to wane, while simultaneously his reputation flourished within the city. As the day of the imperial examination drew near, the atmosphere in the student lecture hall grew increasingly tense. Even before dawn, students lit their lamps to study, and at night, they burned the midnight oil, poring over their texts. During breaks, idle chatter was forsaken, and meals were consumed hastily, all in pursuit of precious time to read. At lunch, Huang Yi, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, sighed, "They are truly relentless. I have stayed up several nights and can no longer endure it. I lack the energy to participate in class. Assist me to my feet, and I shall persevere a few more days." Chen Yujie replied weakly. Feng Xianwen and Wen Yin had already hastily finished their meals and returned to the lecture hall to write fervently. However, their sense of urgency stemmed not from fear of failing the examination, but from anxiety over their rankings should they succeed. Feng Xianwen aspired to become a Bing Sheng, for that designation would grant him the privilege of receiving a monthly stipend from the court. As for Wen Yin, his motivation was not driven by sustenance or governmental rewards. His family was well off. Instead, his pressure arose from familial expectations. His parents held high hopes for him, frequently urging him to secure a place among the Bing Sheng. Passing the imperial examination would grant one the status of a Sheng Yuan, commonly referred to as a scholar. Scholars are classified into 3 ranks. The first rank comprises the top 5 scholars, known as Bing Sheng, who receive monthly allowances from the court, akin to a state subsidy. This status is indeed prestigious, as it allows one to devote oneself to scholarly pursuits without the perpetual anxiety of financial constraints. The second rank, known as Zheng Sheng, includes those ranked 6th to 15th, who do not receive monthly allowances but may receive one-time rewards, fluctuating annually. The final rank, Fu Sheng, denotes those who barely pass. And naturally, no rewards accompany this status. Though Rong Zheng maintained a calm demeanor during meals, he too felt a degree of pressure. Having achieved the top rank in 2 examinations, he naturally aspired to complete the trifecta of success. However, concerning the examination, there seems to be no anxiety. Although he does not reside in the academy's dormitory, he studies until the hour of the pig, around 9 o'clock in the evening, before retiring for the night. In this era devoid of spectacles, one must diligently protect their eyesight. Otherwise, before achieving scholarly success, one might lose their vision, which would indeed be quite amusing. Each night, after lulling Ling Yi to sleep, Yi Yin would accompany Rong Zheng in the study. Despite Rong Zheng urging him to rest, He gently shook his head in refusal. He quietly settled in a corner of the study, savoring hot tea. Whenever Rong Zheng's tea cooled or was nearly finished, he would attentively refill it. If Rong Zheng was writing, he would grind ink nearby, the fragrance intensifying with each rotation. 2 days before the examination, the instructor delivered his final address. Everyone, take the exam seriously and do not entertain thoughts of cheating, for it brings harm to oneself and others. I shall say no more. May you all succeed in your endeavors. The consequences of cheating have been reiterated multiple times. The requirements for the Academy's examination were similar to those of the provincial examination, necessitating 5 candidates to form a group. If one faltered, all 5 would be held accountable. Moreover, a guarantor was required, and some instructors at the Bai Lu Academy served as guarantors, making them easy to find. On the examination day, Yi Yun meticulously checked the contents of the examination basket several times to ensure everything was in order. Rong Zheng smiled, took Yi Yun's hand, and gently kissed it. I wish to escort you to the examination hall. There are too many people there. The carriage can only stop at the outskirts, requiring quite a walk to reach the hall. It would be best if you refrained from going to avoid being jostled. Yi Yun, Kadi and Lingi approached the entrance of their residence. This little one awakened earlier than the rooster each day. The kingdom must be inspected daily without fail. This little fellow had an excellent memory. Once, when a pot of roses was missing from the courtyard, he immediately noticed it during his inspection, pointing at the vacant spot. Eya, 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 eya. He seemed on the verge of tears. Little dish, eya, eya. That pot of roses had been given by Yi Yun to a neighbor who often visited, bringing fruits and vegetables with great enthusiasm. It took a considerable amount of persuasion for Yi Yun to soothe the little one. In the afternoon, when the sun shone, he hastily went to the market to purchase a new pot of roses to fill the empty space, lifting the little Lingi's spirits that had been downcast all morning. I'm off to the exam now. Come here, Lingi, give your dear father a kiss. Lingi's face lit up, and in a sweet, childlike voice, he exclaimed, Daddy, and then planted a kiss on Rong Zheng's cheek. The examination venue for this session was located in the provincial city, specifically at the same examination hall as the previous provincial examination. When Rong Zheng arrived outside the examination hall, it was already crowded with candidates. This time, he observed many middle-aged individuals and several elderly men with gray hair. A middle-aged man, with a few strands of white in his hair, urged, do well in the exam. Do not feel too much pressure and maintain a calm mindset. The young lad obediently replied, I will, father. You too. The middle-aged man swiftly slapped the boy's head. Lowering his voice,